Chapter 1. The Shock Tang San, the System Awakens. Outside Spirit Village. The morning air was shrouded in a misty haze. Two young boys, clad in patched garments, emerged from the tranquil village entrance, running together in spirited camaraderie. The boy in the lead was named Tang San, with a sun-kissed complexion that radiated vitality. His piercing eyes shone with an intensity that captivated the gaze. In contrast, the boy trailing behind him lacked the same vigor. As he jogged, his body swayed unsteadily, as if he might tumble at any moment. Soon, the two reached a small hillside outside the village. "Tang Ge, I'm off to train," Tang San called out to his companion, before making his way to an open space to practice his martial arts. As the first rays of the rising sun broke through, he immediately settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Tang Ge was the name of the boy with a physical ailment. Watching Tang San begin his training, he trudged over to a spot several meters away to exercise his own body. However, it wasn't long before he could no longer bear the strain. Panting heavily, he sank down onto a large rock at the edge of the slope to catch his breath. Glancing over at Tang San, who was enveloped in a mystical aura, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "We are both traversers, why the disparity in our fates?" Tang Ge sighed despondently. One possesses a profound legacy and a promising future, destined for divinity. The other, abandoned by his parents since childhood, burdened with congenital disabilities, faces a bleak future. To make matters worse, I find myself transported to the realm of Douluo Continent, devoid of any extraordinary abilities or talents. Am I destined to remain a mere shell of a person in Spirit Village for eternity? Indeed, like Tang San, Tang Ge was also a traverser. Yet, before his arrival in this world, he had been an ordinary recluse, only to find himself reduced to an orphan upon his arrival, lacking any special skills or advantages. Out of desperation, Tang Ge had forged a friendship with Tang San, hoping that one day he might offer him assistance. Each day, he diligently trained alongside Tang San, striving to showcase his tenacity in hopes of eliciting Tang San's sympathy. Perhaps, in a moment of kindness, Tang San would impart to him the secrets of Su Yuntao skill. Even the slightest technique, like the ghost shadow misty steps, would suffice. At least then, when venturing into the mountains to gather firewood or herbs, he might have a chance to escape from wild beasts. However, the truth proved to be far from his fantasies. With the wisdom of an adult soul, Tang San had never mentioned the Su Yuntao skill even to his own father, let alone to an outsider. Thus, as the years passed, day in and day out on that hillside, Tang San grew increasingly powerful, while Tang Ge remained a mere bystander. Yet, after 6 years, the true reason behind Tang Ge's perseverance lay in their shared surname, Tang. This name was not given by the village chief who had taken him in, but rather derived from a jade pendant that hung around his neck. The pendant itself was unremarkable, but on its front was inscribed the character Tang, while the back was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, at the center of which was a faint hammer design. This hammer emblem was exceedingly obscure, even unknown to the village chief, and Tang Ge had stumbled upon it inadvertently at the age of 4. In the world of Douluo Continent, if the hammer symbol represented a martial spirit, then it could only belong to one specific place. Rubbing the jade pendant hidden beneath his clothing, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon, the plot of Douluo Continent will unfold if my assumptions are correct. Perhaps this humble soul of mine still has a chance for redemption. At that moment, the sun had fully risen in the east, casting golden rays that dispersed the mist on the hillside. As the dew evaporated, a warm sensation enveloped him, prompting Tang Ge to stretch his waist. Well, 6 years have passed, there's no need to rush. I should go and solidify my relationship with Tang San first, he murmured to himself, preparing to rise from the large rock. However, perhaps due to the morning dew or his own physical limitations, the instant Tang Ge stood, his foot slipped unexpectedly, sending him tumbling down the steep slope. His anguished cry startled Tang San, who had just concluded his training several meters away. "Tang Ge!" Tang San exclaimed in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief. He could hardly fathom how the usually resilient Tang Ge could suddenly take such a drastic step. Yet, There was no time for Tang San to ponder the situation. Witnessing Tang Ge fall down the slope, he immediately activated the ghost shadow misty steps and dashed forward. The wind howled past his ears as he raced towards his friend. Down below, Tang Ge was plummeting through the air, his body splayed in a wide stance as he fell. Frustration bubbled within him as he cursed the heavens. Am I truly destined to be the first traverser to meet my end in the Douluo Continent by falling to my death? Congratulations, host. You have successfully shocked Tang San. The shock system has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first shock event and received a luxurious shock gift package, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Just then, a series of notifications echoed in Tang Ge's mind. The shock system? Tang Ge froze mid-fall, his pale face suddenly illuminated with excitement. The system has activated? As the realization dawned upon him, Tang Ge felt a rush of disbelief mixed with exhilaration. He had long yearned for this system for 6 years, yet it had chosen to manifest at the very moment he was about to meet his demise. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "System, save me." Notification, death proximity detected. According to the initial binding rules, a protection against death has been automatically granted to the host. With a resounding buzz, a translucent protective shield suddenly enveloped Tang Ge. Then, in an instant, the distance of 100 meters was traversed in a blink. Tang Ge landed heavily on the ground, yet felt no pain, nor did he bleed. As the protective shield dissipated, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with blinding light that brought tears to his eyes. Ha ha ha! At long last, fortune has favored me. 6 years. A full 6 years. From the day he arrived in this world, burdened by memories of his past life, Tang Ge had been plagued by the despair of his congenital disability. Despite the village chief treating him with the utmost kindness and never neglecting him due to his physical shortcomings, a heavy weight remained in his heart. Every outing, every time he felt the curious gazes of other children, was a reminder of his plight. In those moments, he longed to scream, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate a youth's potential. Yet, Tang Ge understood that complaining would not resolve his issues. Self-pity would not earn him the sympathy of others. Thus, upon learning that he had arrived in the Douluo Continent, he gritted his teeth and worked tirelessly to overcome his limitations, training alongside Tang San day after day. He aimed to learn from Tang San while also using him as a source of motivation. It was essential to have a goal in life. Without it, one was no different from a walking corpse. And now, in a moment of crisis, the system awakened, and the bitter journey had finally borne fruit. Lying on the slightly cold ground, Tang Ge laughed and cried, appearing almost mad. It was so striking that Tang San, who had just slid down the slope, halted in his tracks, unable to take another step forward. After a long pause, he cautiously approached. "Tang Ge, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Tang San," Tang Ge replied, regaining his composure and shaking his head. Tang San remained unconvinced. "Are you really okay? Should I fetch Grandpa Village Chief?" Tang Ge had no choice but to stand and perform a few stretching exercises in front of Tang San, bouncing around to prove he was indeed unharmed. Incredibly, he was unscathed. Tang San felt both relieved and astonished. He glanced up at the steep slope towering over them, and then back at Tang Ge, who bore no injuries. He simply could not comprehend how Tang Ge had emerged unscathed. "Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San and earned 5 shock points." The sound of the system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Chapter 2. The Might of the Sacred Body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tang Ge was reminded of the luxurious shock gift package still resting in the system space. He quickly turned to Tang San and said, "Tang San, I want to train here a bit longer. You can head back. Just promise me you won't do anything reckless and jump off another cliff." Tang San earnestly cautioned, "As if I would jump off a cliff again. That was merely an accident." Tang Ge thought, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he feigned impatience. I know. Tang San, you're so nagging. If you don't leave, I might just jump again." Tang San chuckled helplessly. Ultimately, he decided not to linger, bidding farewell to Tang Ge before returning to Spirit Village. As soon as he left, Tang Ge could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired, "System, I wish to open the luxurious shock gift package. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the luxurious shock gift package. You have received a mysterious weapon soul, which has automatically fused with your choice. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the luxurious shock gift package. You have acquired the chaotic wind hammer technique, which has seamlessly integrated into your memory. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the luxurious shock gift package. You have obtained a powerful holy body, which has automatically merged with your physical form. In the approximately 10 square meter system space, a gift package lay quietly. However, at that moment, with the sound of the notification, the previously motionless package suddenly erupted with blinding radiance, and 3 beams of light shot forth. One beam shimmered with interwoven sword light, tearing through the heavens and rending the earth. Another beam resonated with the thunderous sound of a hammer, and the final beam released a dazzling golden light, within which 4 extraordinary images continuously morphed. As these 3 beams emerged, they surged forth from the space, directly entering Tang Ge's body. Caught off guard, Tang Ge let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. He curled up, the excruciating pain inflicted by the 3 beams making him feel as if his head and body were. Even if he does not awaken his martial soul, as long as he cultivates the ancestral holy body to perfection, he can traverse the Douluo world with unmatched prowess. However, the unfortunate reality is that the formidable strength of the ancestral holy body entails an immense consumption of resources, and the probability of attaining enlightenment is nearly non-existent. Of course, speaking of enlightenment is rather premature for Tang Ge at this moment. What truly plagues him is the scarcity of resources required for the cultivation of the ancestral holy body. It is worth noting that after his recent experiences, he has only achieved a fusion degree of 10 with the holy body. Only upon achieving complete fusion can he enter the awakening phase, and the resources consumed in this process are incalculable. Fortunately, the system includes a function to draw from the lottery using shock points. By accumulating 10,000 shock points, he can procure various treasures from the myriad realms. Acquiring the source and sacred herbs from the celestial world is not entirely out of reach. Nonetheless, even with such possibilities, Tang Ge cannot help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. It appears that, for the time being, his focus must remain on awakening his martial soul. Just as these thoughts lingered in his mind, a low, mournful growl suddenly resonated. Tang Ge's attention was immediately drawn to a group of 8 gray wolves emerging from the woods, approximately 7 or 8 meters away. The moment they appeared, their fierce, glinting eyes fixated on him. Among them was a towering wolf king, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters. In the past, the sight of such a formidable pack would have compelled Tang Ge to flee instinctively. However, now, rather than feeling fear, a smile graced his youthful face. This was a perfect opportunity to test the might of his sacred body against live targets. With a howl that seemed to acknowledge Tang Ge's thoughts, the Wolf King's cunning eyes flared with fury as it emitted a low growl. At its command, one gray wolf surged forward from the pack, transforming into a blur as it lunged at Tang Ge. In midair, the charging wolf opened its massive jaws, revealing a set of menacing fangs. And a pungent stench enveloped the air. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, a look of disdain on his face. How foul! Without any sign of preparation, he tightened his right fist and swung it forcefully forward, producing a resounding blast of air. The gray wolf, which had just lunged at him, let out a piercing wail as it was sent spiraling through the air. When it crashed to the ground several meters away, its insides were utterly shattered, and its gray fur was completely stained crimson. With a single punch, the gray wolf met its demise. Tang Ge's battle spirit was ignited, and after 6 years of pent-up frustration yearning for release, he let out a mighty roar and charged straight into the pack of wolves. Even without any formal martial arts training, his formidable physique, bestowed by the ancient sacred body, was unmatched by mere beasts. As he plunged into the wolf pack, he immediately showcased the terrifying power of the ancient sacred body. With one powerful punch, he crushed the skull of a gray wolf. With another blow, he caved in the abdomen of another, its eyes bulging grotesquely from the force. Navigating through the throngs of wolves, Tang Ge transformed into a being reminiscent of a deity. Accompanied by the explosive sound of air being displaced and the haunting wails of wolves echoing around him. In mere moments, the once ferocious 7 gray wolves lay lifeless on the ground. The Wolf King, who had attempted to ambush him, was sent flying by a single punch from Tang Ge. Trying to escape? As he witnessed the Wolf King, tail tucked and retreating towards the forest, a glimmer of determination ignited in Tang Ge's narrowed eyes. He spotted a fist-sized stone nearby and swiftly kicked it with force. With a resounding crack, the stone became a blur, hurtling towards the fleeing Wolf King. The Wolf King howled, unleashing a burst of white light. The stone collided with the light, instantly disintegrating. But the power of Tang Ge's ancient sacred body struck the Wolf King with unyielding force. A mournful howl erupted from the Wolf King as its towering 2-meter frame collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, its body was drenched in vibrant crimson blood. Simultaneously, a white halo began to emerge from the lifeless Wolf King. Upon seeing this halo, Tang Ge's brows furrowed in surprise, a look of astonishment gracing his handsome features. A soul ring? He never anticipated that this Wolf King was a 10-year soul beast. After the initial shock, a wave of excitement washed over him. The ancient sacred body truly was extraordinarily powerful. He had only just begun to merge with it and could effortlessly slay a 10-year soul beast. What might he achieve after awakening? Could he hunt 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts? And with the addition of his martial soul and martial techniques, a god of slaughter? Chapter 3. Old Village Chief Jack. After a short while, the white soul ring that had emerged from the Wolf King gradually faded from view. As Tang Ge observed this, he felt no pangs of regret. A mere 10-year soul ring was insignificant in his eyes. If he were to fuse with a soul ring, it would have to be of the 1,000-year variety. However, knowing that it would still be a while before anyone from the spirit hall arrived, Tang Ge realized that pondering these matters was futile. He murmured to himself, "Forget it, I'll return first. I wonder if Tang San has informed Grandpa Village Chief about my fall." Looking up at the sky, he noticed that the sun had already risen high. Tang Ge did not linger any longer, having gathered all the corpses of the wild wolves into his system space before turning to leave. At the entrance of Saint Soul Village, as the morning passed, the awakened villagers gradually stepped out of their homes. A bullock cart, laden with goods, approached the village entrance. Upon returning, Tang Ge did not encounter the village elder, and his worries swiftly dissipated. The moment he spotted a middle-aged man driving the bullock cart, he smiled shyly and greeted, "Uncle Lee, heading to Notting City this early? The sooner you go, the sooner you return. The roads can be treacherous after dark." Uncle Lee instinctively responded, but as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly realized something. Wait, who is this robust young man, dressed in tattered clothing? Do I know him? Uncle Lee's face was a mask of confusion. He contemplated calling out to inquire the stranger's name, yet the figure had already vanished into the village. Oh well, perhaps my memory has been failing me of late. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and continued guiding his cart towards Notting City. On his way back to the village, Tang Ge, in high spirits, ran joyfully while exchanging greetings with the villagers he passed. When he encountered an adorable 3-year-old girl, he paused to play with her for a while. Upon leaving, he found himself holding a stick of candied hawthorn, of which he had only taken a small bite. Behind him, a loud wailing ensued. "Wah, my candied hawthorn." Upon hearing the cries, a burly man with a bushy beard rushed out from a nearby butcher shop, brandishing a cleaver. "Which little rascal dares to bully my girl? I shall chop him to pieces." Tang Ge, feeling a pang of anxiety, hastily quickened his pace as he departed. Soon, he arrived back at the village chief's residence. "Grandpa, I'm home," he exclaimed as he reached the doorstep. "Ah, it's you, Tang Ge. I shall open the door for you right away," came the frail voice from within. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps, the previously closed door was suddenly swung open, revealing an elderly man with a white beard and hair, leaning on a cane. It was none other than Jack, the village chief of Shahan Village. He was about to inquire why Tang Ge had returned so late when he lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Tang Ge's visage, his cloudy eyes became filled with confusion. "Who is this little fellow?" "Grandpa, it's me, Tang Ge. Do you not recognize me?" Tang Ge wore a pained expression as he spoke. His voice bore a striking resemblance, yet his physique was unconvincing. Old Jack furrowed his brow and adopted a stern demeanor. "Come now, take a few steps so the old man can see." Tang Ge thought to himself, if it were someone else, they would have long lost their patience and slapped him. So, the limp has become my signature mark, has it? However, in light of the village chief's request, Tang Ge had no choice but to comply obediently. Moreover, he felt compelled to prove that the issue lay within himself. Tang Ge not only took a couple of steps but also recounted tales from his childhood that only he and the village elder had known, conveniently attributing his transformation to the consumption of a magical elixir. In the end, Old Jack was finally convinced that this robust young man before him was indeed Tang Ge. Tears of excitement welled up in his murky eyes as he embraced Tang Ge tightly. Ah, the heavens have opened their eyes, at last. My dear Tang Ge's health has improved. Grandfather. Tang Ge felt a pang of sorrow, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to fall. After a while, the grandfather and grandson reluctantly parted ways. Old Jack gazed with increasing satisfaction at Tang Ge, whose robust physique exceeded even that of many 13 or 14-year-olds. A broad smile blooming on his wrinkled face. Come, let us return home. I shall help you tidy up that hair of yours. And you must change into a fresh outfit as well. And remember, Tang Ge, you must refrain from eating recklessly when you are out. I understand, Grandpa. Tang Ge nodded earnestly. He then assisted Old Jack, carefully stepping into the house. In the afternoon, as the sun descended in the west, golden rays cascaded down, enveloping the entire village of Shanghan. The villagers, previously engrossed in their own tasks, suddenly began to murmur amongst themselves. Have you heard? The village chief's grandson, who suffered from a limp, has miraculously recovered. Can a limp truly heal? Surely, you jest. I too have heard that little Tang Ge's limp not only has vanished, but he has transformed into a robust and handsome young man. Could it be that a soul master intervened to mend his leg? I cannot say for certain. However, is that not little Tang Ge? If you wish to know, simply ask him. Goodness, with such a physique and appearance, if I had a daughter, I would certainly wish to bring him into our home. A dozen meters away, Tang Ge, cautiously navigating his way forward, inadvertently caught the attention of dozens of curious eyes. The blend of astonishment, curiosity, and eagerness made his scalp tingle. As the villagers began to encircle him, he panicked and fled, not stopping until he reached the western edge of the village. Reflecting on the chatter he had overheard, he could not help but chuckle ruefully. The village chief had indeed spread the news of his recovery throughout Shanghan. Now he, Tang Ge, had become quite the sensation. It was true. Now everyone in the village was aware of his newfound mobility. Initially, he had been oblivious to this turn of events. Upon waking from his afternoon nap, he had seen the village chief returning with a beaming smile, assuming he had encountered some fortuitous event. Only now did Tang Ge realize that the village chief had taken the liberty of sharing the news of his recovery with the villagers while he slept. Tang Ge bore no resentment regarding this. He understood that the village chief's intentions were entirely benevolent, wishing to spare him from the peculiar gazes of the villagers that had once tormented him. Yet, the thought of the village chief, exhausted to the point of slumber in his reclining chair before Tang Ge's departure, pricked his heart with sorrow. He clenched his fist, silently vowing, Grandfather, rest assured, Tang Ge shall not disappoint you. Chapter 4. May I give it a try? After a while, Tang Ge managed to compose himself, contemplating his purpose for venturing out. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes, and he promptly continued towards the western part of the village. Soon, 3 exceedingly humble earthen houses came into view. Atop the central house's roof stood a wooden sign, emblazoned with a rudimentary hammer. This was the home of Tang San. Today, Tang Ge arrived primarily to convey a message from Grandpa Jack. In 3 days, a soul master from the Spirit Hall will come to Holy Soul Village to preside over the awakening ceremony. At that time, both Tang Ge and Tang San, along with any child of appropriate age, will participate in the awakening ceremony. This ceremony will determine the fate of an individual. Tang Ge had originally thought it would take some time, but unexpectedly, during lunch today, he learned this news from Grandpa Jack. After waiting for 6 long years, the plot was finally about to unfold. The mere thought of the significant events that were about to transpire filled Tang Ge with immense excitement and anticipation. Coincidentally, Grandpa Jack was also on his way to inform Tang San about the awakening ceremony, so he willingly took on this task. With his innate advantage of being well-versed in the storyline, Tang Ge was not concerned that Tang San's father would intervene. Moreover, there was another purpose for his visit today. In an instant, Tang Ge found himself quickening his pace. As he drew closer to the mud brick house, the faint sound of hammering became increasingly pronounced. When he finally arrived at the doorway marked by a wooden sign bearing a hammer, the heat that enveloped him transformed the hammering into a series of enchanting notes. Dong 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 dong. Even through the barrier of the door, Tang Ge seemed to glimpse a slender figure diligently raising the hammer and striking down with force. The movements were fluid, devoid of any clumsiness, as if they flowed like water. Could it be that he had already begun to engage with that hammer technique? Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. After clearing his throat, he immediately called out, Xiao San, it is I, Tang Ge. His voice effortlessly overshadowed the clanging of the hammer. The sound of iron being struck continued, but with a faint creak, The door of the blacksmith shop swung open from within. A robust figure appeared at the threshold. "What brings you to seek Xiao San?" Tang Hao, still bearing a disheveled demeanor, regarded Tang Ge with a gaze tinged by inebriation and replied in a nonchalant manner. "Tang Hao, a title Douluo exceeding level 90. Even though this marked the 5th occasion in 6 years that Tang Ge had encountered Tang San's father, his heart still raced uncontrollably, filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. With a palpable sense of restraint, he spoke. "Uncle Tang, I am Tang Ge. Grandfather Jack sent me to convey a message. 3 days hence, a soul master from the spirit hall will arrive to preside over the awakening ceremony." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, a flicker of interest ignited in Tang Hao's previously listless expression. It was not the awakening ceremony that piqued his curiosity, but rather his gaze, which roamed over Tang Ge before he remarked, "The boy from old Jack's family. Come, take a few steps forward and let me have a look." Alas, is being a title Douluo truly so impressive? Does a title Douluo possess the right to tease a child? Tang Ge was seething with anger, almost tempted to lash out. However, in order to demonstrate his respect for his elders, he refrained from speaking and took a couple of steps back and forth. Finally, with a bashful expression, he sheepishly remarked, "I accidentally consumed a fruit today, and suddenly found myself in this predicament. Well, since you are here to seek the third party, please come in." After Tang Hao withdrew his gaze, he did not inquire further, merely nodding before turning back into the room. Only then did Tang Ge, who had been tense, finally relax. However, the absence of any notification sound echoing in his mind caused him to unconsciously pout. How miserly. In the blacksmith shop, beside the blazing furnace, the 6-year-old Tang San wielded a large iron hammer, relentlessly striking a fist-sized iron block. With each blow, the iron block diminished in size and brightened at a visibly rapid pace. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Hao, who had just returned, couldn't help but display a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes before reverting to his usual murky demeanor. He spoke softly, "Cease your work. Your friend Tang Ge has come to find you." "Tang Ge? He has come to find me?" Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San recalled the events of the morning. After the iron hammer in his hand struck down once more, it gradually came to a halt. He set the hammer aside, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned around. "Father, where is Tang Ge?" "I am here, Xiao San." Before Tang Hao could respond, Tang Ge's figure appeared at the doorway. He smiled and waved at Tang San. However, upon seeing Tang Ge, the initially puzzled expression on Tang San's handsome face transformed into one of astonishment. He stared at Tang Ge in disbelief. "Are you truly Tang Ge?" Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Tang San is astonished, earning 5 shock points. The system notification echoed suddenly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge felt an immense satisfaction within. Indeed, Tang San was quite the character. He then reiterated what he had previously conveyed to Grandpa Jack. After listening, Tang San could not help but express his admiration. Yet, devoid of any jealousy, he sincerely said, "Congratulations, Tang Ge." "Thank you." Tang Ge nodded. Not far away, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, unable to bear the scene any longer. He impatiently urged, "What are these two children sentimental about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have a complaint, just let it out." Tang San was accustomed to the situation and felt no particular concern. However, Tang Ge appeared quite awkward. Promptly, he redirected the conversation to discuss the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that a soul awakening ceremony would take place in 3 days, Tang San, who lacked information on this matter, eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire further. With a titled Douluo observing nearby, Tang Ge refrained from divulging too much. He could only share the information that old Jack might be familiar with. There existed 2 categories of martial souls, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Upon awakening a martial soul, one would generate soul power, which is categorized into 10 ranks: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Douluo, and titled Douluo. Each rank is further divided into 10 levels. Finally, with a proud lift of his chin, Tang Ge proclaimed, "Of course, our holy soul village is also remarkable. According to the village elder, a century ago, our village even produced a soul sage of the 8th rank." Just as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice interjected, "Little fellow, that is merely a legend." It was Tang Hao who spoke. If old Jack had been present, he would undoubtedly have been enraged. Nevertheless, Tang Ge pretended not to hear and eagerly looked at Tang San, saying, "Little San, there are 3 days left. Will you attend the ceremony?" Tang San hesitated for a moment, unable to resist glancing at his father. Noticing the anticipation and apprehension in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao ultimately refrained from uttering his refusal. He spoke lightly, Isn't there still 3 days left? Continue forging. Yes, I will certainly give it my all. Tang San replied eagerly, nodding his head in excitement at his father's consent. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, standing by, rolled his eyes and, after briefly pausing his gaze on the nearby forge, seized the opportunity to speak up. Uncle Tang, may I give it a try? Chapter 5. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. Astonishing Tang Hao. As soon as the words left his lips, the attention of the father and son duo shifted instantly to Tang Ge. You wish to give it a try? Forging? A flicker of doubt passed through Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke. Tang Ge eagerly nodded. Yes, Uncle Tang. I have heard that many of the farming tools in our village are crafted by you, which has sparked my enduring interest in forging. In the past, due to my frail health, I was unable to engage in many activities and dared not entertain such aspirations. However, now, I genuinely wish to give it a try. Uncle Tang, do you think this is feasible? In the end, Tang Ge's voice was imbued with a plea. Even Tang San could not help but interject. Father, please allow Tang Ge to give it a try. Since that is the case, let us proceed with the attempt. Tang Hao cast a deep glance at Tang Ge and chose to acquiesce. However, in his heart, he did not believe that this little fellow, who indiscriminately consumed fruits, could effortlessly wield a hammer he had never encountered, simply due to his newfound physical strength. Forging may appear simple, yet it is a genuine craft that requires skill. Let us hope that the hammer will impart some hard-earned lessons to the young lad. Tang Hao relinquished his intention to depart, opting instead to lean against the wall, adopting a languid demeanor as he awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, accompanied by Tang San, approached the forge. Pointing to the hammer and the fist-sized iron ore resting on the anvil, Tang San inquired, "These are the hammer I have utilized and the partially forged iron ore. Shall we exchange them for new ones?" "No need, these will suffice," came the response. Tang Ge was eagerly awaiting the test. Without needing any guidance from Tang San, he grasped the hammer from the forging table with ease. Observing Tang Ge's casual handling of the hammer, Tang Hao, who had been leaning against the wall with some anticipation, immediately shook his head and closed his eyes. Even Tang San could not bear to watch and couldn't help but chuckle as he gently reminded, "Tang Ge, could you please take this seriously?" "All right, I will." Upon hearing Tang San's prompt, the smile on Tang Ge's face swiftly vanished, replaced by a solemn demeanor. As images of the chaotic wind hammer technique began to surface in his mind, he gradually adjusted his stance. It was at the moment when he felt a harmonious unity of body and mind that he truly entered the zone. Tang Ge, with his legs positioned at an angle, suddenly descended powerfully, utilizing his legs as the fulcrum to propel his waist. He then harnessed the strength of his waist to drive the force through his back, leaning backward as he swung the hammer high with his right arm. In that fleeting moment, as the hammer descended rapidly with the impetus of his back, it struck the iron ore on the anvil with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed through the air. For a novice, wielding such immense power without sufficient experience would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The moment the hammer made contact with the ore, they would likely be met with a harsh recoil, causing them to stagger backward or, in severe cases, sustain a debilitating injury to their waist. Alas, such was the fate that awaited them. Tang Ge was not a true novice. Therefore, at the moment the forging hammer descended and rebounded, he exerted force with his calves once more, swung the hammer, turned, and struck down, seamlessly creating a perfect cycle. In an instant, rhythmic clanging sounds began to resonate throughout the room. During these days, aside from venturing out for exercise, Tang San had remained in the smithy, diligently learning the art of forging. At this moment, his eyes were wide open in astonishment. He stared blankly at Tang Ge, who was forging iron ore with the grace of a performance, his gaze filled with disbelief. The finesse of this technique was such that even Tang Hao, who had been lazily leaning against the wall, stood upright without noticing, his previous despondence swiftly replaced by profound astonishment. The chaotic wind hammer technique. It was indeed the chaotic wind hammer technique. Had he not been witnessing a mere 6-year-old child at work, Tang Hao might have been unable to restrain himself from rushing over to seize him. He never anticipated that, in this remote Holy Soul village, someone would wield the chaotic wind hammer technique, a skill he thought was solely his own. Nevertheless, Tang Hao was no ordinary individual. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. He gazed intently at Tang Ge, who was showcasing his forging prowess to the fullest, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. Perhaps this little fellow was unaware that he was employing the chaotic wind hammer technique, and instead possessed a genuine talent for forging, mastering this technique without a teacher? Moreover, given his surname, could it truly be that he had learned this technique independently? Initially, Tang Hao had paid little mind to the emergence of another child with the Tang surname in Holy Soul Village, for the Tang name was not exclusive to his lineage. Yet now, with the spectacle before him, he began to ponder Tang Ge's origins. For a moment, in the small smithy, apart from the rhythmic sounds of forging, there was no other noise. Only a solitary figure continued to wield the hammer, striking down time and again, while the father and son duo silently observed this scene. Thus, unbeknownst to them, nearly 5 minutes had passed. Ultimately, Tang Ge found himself constrained by his physical endurance, and after delivering 34 vigorous strikes with the iron hammer, he was compelled to cease. Yet, despite this limitation, the iron, or, originally the size of a fist, had remarkably diminished in size. Observing the fruits of his labor over the past few minutes, Tang Ge set down the hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the chaotic hammer technique to astonish Tang San, earning 10 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the chaotic hammer technique to astonish Tang Hao, earning 5,000 astonishment points. Incredible! Truly, a master is a master. Even the astonishment points are so impressive. Witnessing the 5,000 astonishment points garnered from Uncle Tang's reaction to his chaotic hammer technique filled Tang Ge's heart with uncontainable joy. If he could replicate this feat, would he not be on the verge of unlocking a celestial lottery? Tang Ge, brimming with anticipation, glanced towards Tang Hao not far away and shyly inquired, Uncle Tang, do you think my performance is satisfactory? Is it acceptable? At this moment, Tang Hao truly felt disinclined to speak. Nevertheless, he feigned tranquility and nodded. Quite well. Let us strive for further progress. Upon hearing the affirmation from the titled Douluo, Tang Ge's face instantly blossomed with joy. He clenched his fist and proclaimed, I shall certainly continue to work hard. Uncle Tang, I will take my leave now, for grandfather awaits me at home. With a cheerful sway, Tang Ge merrily exited the blacksmith shop. As he watched Tang Ge vanish beyond the threshold, Tang Hao refrained from inquiring about the source of the young man's remarkable blacksmithing skills. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally. However, once he withdrew his gaze, he turned his attention to Tang San, who had only just regained his composure. Feeling the weight of his father's penetrating gaze, Tang San suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and could not help but say, Father, it is getting late. May I prepare dinner? You need not concern yourself with the meal. You have been occupied forging iron ore here since before the awakening ceremony. You are not permitted to leave without my consent. With that cold declaration, Tang Hao turned and departed. Tang San remained alone in the room, his expression filled with bitterness. Chapter 6. Visitors from the Spirit Hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge and Grandpa Jack set out together and arrived outside Tang San's home at the western edge of the village. Little San, come out quickly, Tang Ge called out loudly. After a while, the door of the blacksmith shop in the middle swung open, and Tang San emerged, yawning. He appeared to have had little rest, with dark circles under his eyes and an expression of exhaustion. Tang Ge was quite astonished and inquired, Xiao San, did you not rest last night? Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, Tang San's weary face was instantly filled with a sense of grievance. Over the past 3 days, he had endured a slow passage of time, even foregoing his plans for outdoor exercise. Aside from meals, he had dedicated all remaining hours to forging iron ore. Now, the mere sight of a hammer and iron ore made him feel nauseous. However, all was not in vain. The fruits of his labor over those 3 days had finally borne results. The thought of the successful iron ingot he had painstakingly crafted and the approving nod from his father caused the corners of Tang San's mouth to involuntarily lift into a smile. This scene did not escape Tang Ge's notice, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the accidental display of the chaotic hammering technique had indeed provoked Xiao San's father, leading to such rigorous treatment of his own son. Nevertheless, the fact that Xiao San could still smile indicated that he was, after all, a natural masochist. Meanwhile, old Jack, unaware of the events from 3 days prior, beheld Tang San's emergence with a kindly smile gracing his aged face. Xiao San, Grandpa has come to fetch you. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang San, with a bashful expression, remarked. He could not help but turn his head to glance at the adjacent room, where the voice of Tang Hao resonated. The earlier you leave, the earlier you return. Tang San's expression brightened with joy as he nodded emphatically. After departing from the blacksmith shop, under the guidance of old Jack, Tang Ge and Tang San swiftly arrived at the front of the Spirit Hall in the village center. Outside the Spirit Hall, 7 village children had already gathered, all of whom were of the appropriate age to undergo their spirit awakening this year. Village chief, village chief. Upon noticing old Jack's arrival, the 7 children called out in unison. However, when their gazes fell upon Tang Ge, who accompanied old Jack, a distinct flicker of trepidation crossed their eyes. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge curled his lips in disdain. Just these few little brats, only days prior, had the audacity to whisper behind his back, labeling him a monster. Yet, after a few punches, they were reduced to tears, obediently calling out for Brother Tang. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. All eyes were drawn to the source, revealing a young man clad in a white athletic outfit, a black cloak draped over his shoulders, striding towards them. Prominently displayed at the center of his chest was a soul character, the size of a fist. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge immediately felt a surge of energy. Realizing that the first supporting character in the narrative of Douluo Continent, Su Yuntao, had finally made his entrance. As anticipated, after old Jack had paid his respects to the young man, he promptly addressed the children. Children, this esteemed soul master from Notting City has come to facilitate your soul awakening. Upon hearing the mention of a soul master from Notting City, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly mimicked old Jack's earlier gesture, bowing to the young man. We have met the master. We have met the master. Su Yuntao, the young man in question, was taken aback to hear the children refer to him as master. Such an esteemed title was not one to be taken lightly. If his peers back in Notting City were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Hastily, he waved his hand, expressing impatience. All right. My time is limited. The sooner you awaken, the sooner we can conclude. Follow me inside. With that, he stepped into the Hall of Spirits. Encouraged by old Jack, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the other 7 children followed suit. Inside the Hall of Spirits, at Su Yuntao's request, the 9 children lined up in a single file. Aware of Tang San's innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, Tang Ge, eager to accomplish his own grand ambitions, switched places with Tang San, positioning himself in front of him. However, there were no other children behind them. Observing Tang Ge's relaxed demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but whisper, Tang Ge, aren't you nervous? Why should I be nervous? I, Tang Ge, possess innate full soul power from the very start. I am destined to become a peerless genius, a title de law. Tang Ge spoke with confidence. Upon hearing his words, Tang San found himself at a loss for words. He realized that this childhood companion, who had grown up alongside him, seemed to have transformed entirely since indulging in various foods. He had become increasingly narcissistic. However, the thought of his father's punishment stirred a sense of discontent within Tang San. Unable to contain himself, he softly inquired, And what do you think of me, Tang Ge? Tang Ge's gaze settled upon Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and spoke. Although you may be slightly inferior to me, you are still a genius. Achieving full innate soul power is certainly within your reach. However, Xiao San, I have a premonition that your martial soul might just be blue silver grass. His voice was barely audible, and aside from Tang San, the other children remained oblivious to his words. Yet, Su Yuntao, who was preparing for the ceremony, caught wind of this and appeared amused, unable to stifle a laugh. Tang Ge, possessing a thick skin, felt no shame, for how could a mere sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? However, upon sensing the mocking gaze of the soul master directed at him, Tang San's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to disappear into the depths of the earth. Yet, his heart brimmed with indignation at Tang Ge's earlier remark, which absurdly claimed that his martial soul was merely blue silver grass. Their friendship was over. At that moment, Su Yuntao had arranged a hexagonal formation using dark, round stones and held a crystal ball in his hand. He wiped the smile from his face, scanning the 9 children before him, and pointed towards the hexagonal formation, speaking in a calm tone. From left to right, step into the formation. A gentle glow emanated from the arrangement as the first child entered. As Tang Ge recalled, the narrative unfolded without deviation. Upon Su Yuntao manifesting his martial soul, the lone wolf, the awakening of the first child set the stage for the subsequent entries. From that point onward, the martial souls awakened by the 7 children were either scythes or hoes, with one girl possessing the blue silver grass. All of these martial souls were deemed useless. Furthermore, they bore no soul power within them, rendering them unable to cultivate. Initially harboring a glimmer of hope, Su Yuntao became profoundly disappointed. When it was finally Tang Ge's turn, his impatience surfaced as he urged, You, the future titled Douluo genius, hurry up and finish your test so you can return home for your milk. This remark elicited laughter from the previously dejected children, who had been disheartened by their lack of soul power. Even Tang San struggled to suppress his laughter, biting his lip to contain his amusement. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's expression darkened considerably. Smile while you can. Soon enough, you shall find no reason to laugh. Chapter 7. The Graphic Martial Soul? Innate Full Soul Power. In the face of his inaugural martial soul awakening, the confidence etched on Tang Ge's face was not a facade. After all, even Tang San, who had diligently cultivated the Xiantian skill, awakened with an innate full soul power. How could he, bearing the ancient sacred body, possibly fall short of that standard? Innate full soul power? Merely a trivial matter. Nonetheless, in terms of the variety of martial souls, Tang Ge harbored a modest anticipation. He pondered whether his awakened martial soul would be the Haotian hammer or perhaps a combination of the Haotian hammer along with a mysterious martial soul bestowed by the system, thereby transforming him into a dual martial soul wielder. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Ge stepped into the hexagonal formation. Su Yuntao wasted no time, directly activating the power of the hexagonal array, unleashing a radiant golden light that shone far brighter than before. As Tang Ge stood within the formation, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, and soon, an object began to materialize in the palm of his left hand. As Tang Ge lowered his gaze, he was astonished to see a scroll materializing in the palm of his hand. The scroll was rather simplistic, depicting the yin-yang symbol, entirely rendered in black and white. To his surprise, it was not the Haotian hammer. Upon awakening his martial soul, Tang Ge felt a surge of astonishment. However, as he focused his consciousness on the martial soul, a wealth of information flooded his mind, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. To think it was this. Yet, mindful of those around him, he ultimately subdued his exhilaration. He feigned a look of confusion and turned to Su Yuntao. Sir Spirit Master, my martial soul is merely a symbolic representation. While it is indeed superior to those of Sais or Hos, it hardly qualifies as a remarkable martial soul. Su Yuntao shook his head in response. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted. Tang Ge, do not lose heart. This symbolic martial soul is quite commendable. Perhaps, in the future, our Holy Spirit village will rely on you to craft the couplets for our New Year celebrations. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge turned his head to cast a glance at Tang San. This fellow actually wore a smug smile while encouraging him. What a child. I shall not stoop to your level. Tang Ge curled his lips, offering no explanation as he withdrew his martial soul and placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire martial soul hall with unparalleled brilliance. A group of children instinctively shut their eyes against the dazzling radiance. However, Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not contain his exclamation. Innate full soul power. After what felt like an eternity, the golden light gradually receded. Su Yuntao emerged from his shock, his gaze settling upon Tang Ge, a mixture of awe and slight disappointment in his expression. Noticing the confusion reflected in Tang Ge's eyes, he took the initiative to elucidate. To become a soul master, soul power is of paramount importance. Without it, regardless of whether one's martial soul is exceptional or not, one cannot cultivate into a soul master through meditation. You, however, possess innate full soul power, which is classified as level 10 soul power from birth. As long as you select a soul ring to fuse with your martial soul, you can become a soul master. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes displayed a tangle of emotions. He had not anticipated encountering a child with innate full soul power after visiting several villages, especially at this final stop. Such innate full soul power is a rarity, occurring only once in a century. Yet, it was unfortunate that the child's martial soul was an uncommon geometric form. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead placed a reassuring hand on Tang Ge's shoulder. My dear child, you are indeed a prodigy. I hope, as you claim, that you will one day become a revered title Douluo. Indeed, I shall strive with all my might. Tang Ge nodded earnestly. However, at that moment, he was secretly amused, as a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have astonished Su Yuntao, earning 200 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have shocked Tang San, earning 20 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have surprised Xiao Hu, earning 1 shock point. In an instant, the group within the spirit hall had collectively bestowed upon Tang Ge a total of 227 shock points, with Su Yuntao contributing the most. Tang San was the second. Among the 7 children, one was particularly stingy, offering only a meager contribution. However, Tang Ge harbored no disdain. In fact, he had already devised a plan in his mind to spread the word about his innate full soul power immediately after the ceremony concluded. Innate full soul power. A future title Douluo, even more formidable than a soul sage. Once these captivating discussions began to circulate, it would be astonishing if the entire village did not react with shock and awe. Tang Ge had already envisioned the scene of his astonishment skyrocketing. For a moment, he set aside the earlier jibe from Tang San regarding the inferiority of his martial soul and returned to his side with a beaming smile. Patting Tang San on the shoulder, Tang Ge cheerfully remarked, "Go for it, little San. Brother Tang is rooting for you." Observing Tang Ge's triumphant demeanor, a hint of annoyance flickered across Tang San's forehead. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, inhaling deeply before stepping into the hexagonal formation. A radiant golden light emerged. In the palm of Tang San's right hand, a blue-silver grass materialized. Upon seeing this manifestation of his martial soul, which he had initially held in high hopes, Tang San's breath caught in his throat, and his expression darkened. It truly was blue-silver grass. He had never anticipated that his martial soul would be accurately guessed by Tang Ge. How venomous could that tongue be? Tang San felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, wanting to cast a fierce glance at Tang Ge. However, he seemed to have discovered something, and could not help but lower his gaze to observe his left palm. To his astonishment, he found that a silver hammer had unexpectedly emerged in the center of his hand. Were there truly 2 martial spirits? Tang San's heart raced violently. However, he was no ordinary child. While firmly gripping his left hand, he immediately activated his Xiantian skill, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. Not far behind him, Tang Ge, who had been observing Tang San, noticed the movement of his left hand and couldn't help but smile inwardly. With twin martial souls, should he reveal this secret later to astonish little San? Just as he was contemplating this, Su Yuntao, his face betraying disappointment, pushed the glass ball in front of Tang San. Blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul. Let us assess your soul power. Tang San nodded slightly. Then, a blinding golden light surged forth once more. The sound of children's gasps echoed within the spirit hall. Su Yuntao's heart tightened painfully, nearly causing him to falter from the spirit fusion. He found it hard to fathom that such a small place as Holy Spirit Village could produce 2 innate, full spirit power children during this spirit ceremony. Such an occurrence was indeed a rarity, perhaps once in a millennium. He recalled that during his own awakening, he had only achieved a mere 2 levels of spirit power. A wave of inexplicable jealousy washed over Su Yuntao. Yet, as his gaze swept over Tang San and Tang Ge, thoughts of their spirits made him shake his head in resignation. What a pity that they both possessed useless martial spirits. However, Su Yuntao refrained from uttering any discouraging words. Instead, mirroring his previous encouragement of Tang Ge, he gently patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Little one, strive diligently. I look forward to witnessing your growth." "Thank you, Master Spirit Master." Tang San and Su Yuntao nodded, ceasing further conversation. After dismissing the martial soul fusion, he waved his hand to retrieve the 6 circular stones in the crystal ball used for the formation. Chapter 8. The Yin-Yang Diagram of Life and Death. The 4 Swords of Extermination. With a soft creak, the doors of the martial soul hall, which had been closed for a considerable time, finally swung open once more. Old Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed as Su Yuntao emerged. "Honored Soul Master, your efforts are greatly appreciated." "Indeed," Su Yuntao replied with a slight nod, a fleeting smile gracing his typically stoic face. "Congratulations, your village has welcomed 2 children this year with innate full soul power." 2 children with innate full soul power? From our village? Old Jack stood frozen in disbelief, astonishment etched upon his aged features. Understanding the depth of Old Jack's emotions, Su Yuntao chose not to interrupt. Instead, he discreetly placed a certificate into the folds of Old Jack's garment before turning to depart. As Old Jack regained his composure, Su Yuntao's voice echoed once more. "I am aware that your village has 1 work-study student each year. Thus, keep that certificate safe. It will allow your village to welcome an additional work-study student. Strive diligently. For those with innate full soul power are truly fortunate. Do not squander such a gift." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At that moment, the children who had participated in the awakening ceremony began to emerge. Old Jack hurriedly treasured the 2 certificates, his gaze shifting to the children. "Good day, Grandpa Village Chief." "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm home." Before Old Jack could inquire further, 7 children, who had not awakened their soul power, left with expressions of dejection. Eventually, only Tang San and Tang Ge remained. "You too." Old Jack's voice trembled with emotion. Tang Ge approached Old Jack directly and embraced him, then tilted his head back to reveal a row of pristine white teeth, nodding enthusiastically. "Grandfather, I have awakened my innate full soul power." "And I too." Village Chief Tang San, who was behind, couldn't help but chime in. Upon hearing this, Old Jack burst into hearty laughter, filled with joy. "Excellent. It seems that our holy soul village is about to gain 2 more soul saints. Come, little San, I shall escort you home. This wonderful news must be shared with your father." Thus, the trio departed from the spirit hall, heading towards the western part of the village. After delivering Tang San safely, Old Jack hurried back home, eager to prepare a sumptuous lunch to celebrate with Tang Ge. However, Tang Ge, still preoccupied with matters concerning his martial soul, chose not to accompany Old Jack. He promised to return home by noon and then set off from the village. At the base of the cliff, when Tang Ge arrived at the location designated for activating the system, he confirmed that no one else was around and eagerly summoned his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Martial Skills, Chaotic Gale Hammer Technique Physique, Primal Sacred Body Fusion, Level 10 Shock Value, 5247. Compared to before, Tang Ge's profile underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only had his shock value surpassed 5,000, but his level had also ascended from that of an ordinary person to a level 10 soul master with innate full soul power. With the awakening of his soul power, Tang Ge could distinctly feel the flow of soul energy within him. Yet, he did not dwell on these matters for long. Instead, he focused intently on the martial soul section. Twin martial souls. Gazing at his awakened martial soul, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with fervor. The yin-yang life and death diagram, transformed from the 4 great manifestations of the primal sacred body, formed a Taiji formation, enigmatic and profound. The 4 Swords of Extermination, a mysterious martial soul awarded by the system, were treasures of the saints from the primordial world. Not to mention the unknown capabilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Just one of the 4 Swords of Extermination alone could easily overpower the Haotian Hammer and the 6-Winged Angel. And now, Tang Ge possessed them all. Should the Spirit Hall become aware of this matter, along with Tang Ge's innate full soul power, they would likely spare no effort to recruit him. However, it was unfortunate that due to the rarity of graphical martial souls and the low level of Su Yuntao, the profound nature of the yin-yang life and death diagram remained undetected. Tang Ge felt an inner regret for yet another missed opportunity to harvest points of astonishment. However, though he did not harbor any strong dislike towards the actions of the Spirit Hall, he had no intention of joining them at this early stage. After all, strength remained paramount, no matter the circumstances. With this thought in mind, he withdrew his personal data panel and, with a sudden inspiration, opened his palms, revealing a radiant glow. In his left palm, a scroll unfurled, depicting the yin-yang symbol, which rotated slowly, the interplay of black and white energy swirling within it. "Is this the force of life and death?" he murmured to himself, absorbing the insights conveyed by the yin-yang diagram. Then, he shifted his gaze to his right palm, where a sword materialized. As the sword emerged, a formidable and terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently under the onslaught of its sword energy. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but recall a poem that emerged in his mind. "Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Shumi's seal. No need for yin and yang to forge. Can it be that water and fire do not emerge? To slay the immortals, a sharp sword-esque grace. To vanquish the immortals, a fierce embrace. In every corner, crimson light does bloom. The transformations of immortals, a boundless loom, in the grand tapestry of divine attire. The blood of celestial beings stains the choir." This poem vividly depicts the 4 swords of Zuzhen, illustrating their immense power, especially when they form the Zuzhen sword array. It becomes the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao, with a sharpness and might unmatched by any. Tang Ge was uncertain whether he would ever have the opportunity to witness the grandeur of the sword array of extermination. However, he suddenly realized that, given his current level of skill, he was utterly incapable of manifesting all 4 of the extermination swords. Moreover, upon contemplating the use of these formidable weapons, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. Even the activation of a single sword could result in his complete depletion. In that moment, gazing at the extermination swords in his hand, which could continuously shift their forms, Tang Ge's expression was one of profound bitterness. Was this a manifestation of disdain for his inadequate prowess? As if in response to his thoughts, the extermination sword quivered slightly before vanishing from his palm. The menacing aura that had permeated the air gradually dissipated. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, suppressing the disappointment within him. Although his current strength was insufficient to wield the four swords of Zhu Xian, he had nevertheless made a commendable start compared to others. Moreover, the four swords of Zhu Xian comprised a martial soul formed by four distinct swords, each capable of independently merging with the soul ring. Furthermore, if he were to incorporate the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge would possess the unprecedented quintet of martial souls throughout history. Thus, it was imperative to first comprehend the capabilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, preparing for the selection of his initial soul ring. Contemplating his forthcoming journey to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, a surge of anticipation filled his heart. He dismissed further thoughts and sprinted towards the distant forest. Chapter 9. The Death of the Yin Master. The Birth of the Yang Master. Several miles from Shahan village lay a dense forest teeming with numerous wild beasts, attracting local hunters seeking to hunt. This was also the reason why soul beasts were nearly absent from the woods. Before long, Tang Ge ventured into the forest. Beneath the towering, lush canopy, the scorching sun was obstructed, casting a shadow over the surroundings, which instantly transformed into a realm of twilight. The distant roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard echoing through the trees. Tang Ge, unarmed and fearless, felt a surge of exhilaration. Coincidentally, the village chief was preparing a sumptuous meal at noon, and while testing his martial spirit, he intended to hunt a wild boar or another beast to bring back. Without delay, he made his way to a clearing, and with a mere thought, a wolf's corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. This carcass belonged to the soul beast wolf king, which he had previously slain. The remains, along with those of other wild wolves, had been stored in his system space. Now, as he extracted it, the still-warm blood exuded a peculiar, pungent scent that began to waft through the air. At that moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to observe the spatial capabilities that had manifested upon his awakening. Initially, the space was limited to 10 cubic meters, but following the awakening of his martial spirit, it had expanded to 30 cubic meters. The 7 wolf corpses, which had been tightly packed, were now comfortably dispersed. There was ample room for more beastly remains. Satisfied with the capacity, Tang Ge breathed a sigh of relief. With just 3 months remaining before he would journey to the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City, it was time to prepare for the financial necessities of life. A howl echoed from the front, piercing the silence. Tang Ge's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the dimly lit forest, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, a scraggly lone wolf emerged slowly from within. The scent of the soul beast wolf king's blood wafted through the air, causing him to salivate uncontrollably, his green eyes shimmering with fervor. Yet, it seemed that the presence of Tang Ge deterred the wolf from advancing. Well, a wolf is still a wolf. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. Although somewhat disappointed by the wolf's appearance, Tang Ge quickly shook his head, raising his left hand as the martial spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, materialized from his palm. Power of Yin, go. With the activation of his soul power, a slender, jet-black thread, akin to a serpent, shot forth from the yin-yang life and death diagram, hurtling toward the lone wolf several meters away. Before the thread could reach its target, the intense sensation of impending doom provoked the already sparse fur on the wolf to stand on end. Its eyes turned crimson as it let out a low growl, finally succumbing to the urge to leap toward Tang Ge. However, in a twist of fate, the black thread shifted slightly in midair, intercepting the charging wolf. Upon contact, the lone wolf emitted a piercing scream, plummeting to the ground. Under Tang Ge's watchful gaze, the wolf, besieged by the black thread, appeared as though it had plunged into a caustic acid, its already scant fur rapidly shedding. Its flesh and skin withered at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the lone wolf had nearly transformed into a desiccated corpse, with only a faint trace of life remaining. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such overwhelming dark energy. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the dark power he had summoned. Were he to unleash its full might, even a century-old soul beast would stand no chance. He resolved to experiment with the power of light. With this thought, Tang Ge swiftly extracted 2 strands of white light from the yin-yang life and death diagram and directed them towards the lone wolf. As the white light entered its body, the dark energy was instantaneously dispelled. In its place surged a vibrant vitality, enveloping the lone wolf. At that moment, the creature, which had been on the brink of death, emitted a comforting howl, and its emaciated form rapidly began to swell with strength. Ultimately, not only did the lone wolf make a complete recovery, but its once molted fur became luxuriously thick, radiating an aura akin to that of a wolf king. With an exuberant howl, the newly revitalized wolf could not contain its joy and leapt to its feet, only to abruptly turn and flee swiftly into the depths of the forest. Tang Ge witnessed the lone wolf's escape without intervening. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the yin-yang life and death diagram that emerged in the palm of his left hand, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The essence of the martial soul's yin-yang life and death diagram is encapsulated in the proclamation, death to the yin master, life to the yang master. Tang Ge even absorbed a trace of solar energy into his own body to experience its essence, and indeed, the vitality it unleashed was formidable. No wonder it could completely restore the lone wolf, which had barely a breath left. Moreover, as his own strength increased, the transition from life to death and from death back to life seemed entirely plausible. At that moment, Tang Ge was suddenly reminded of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. The continent's foremost auxiliary martial soul? Encountering my yin-yang life and death diagram, it would surely have to concede its position. Subsequently, the scent of the soul beast Wolf King's carcass attracted numerous wild beasts. However, without exception, they all succumbed to the power of darkness, only to be completely restored by the force of light. By the end, these beasts regarded Tang Ge as if he were a devil, their eyes filled with terror. Tang Ge seized the opportunity to test the limits of the yin and yang powers without the fusion of soul rings. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Li Si, earning 2 points of astonishment. Another chime followed. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Wang Wu, earning 3 points of astonishment. At that moment, a sudden system prompt echoed. Tang Ge, immersed in familiarizing himself with his martial soul abilities, was jolted back to reality. He glanced at the information panel and discovered that within this brief period, his astonishment value had surged by over 100 points and continued to rise. Could it be that the village elder had already informed the villagers about my innate full soul power? Tang Ge felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed up at the sky, realizing it was nearly noon. Considering that Grandpa Village Chief was still waiting for him at home, he decided not to linger any longer. After stowing away his martial spirit, he hoisted the hefty carcass of a wild boar that remained on the ground and swiftly made his way out of the forest. Upon returning to Shenghun Village, the sight of the 6-year-old Tang Ge carrying a wild boar larger than a calf drew gasps of astonishment from the passing villagers. What a massive boar! Did little Tang Ge really hunt this himself? Is this the power of innate full soul force? At such a tender age, he's already so formidable. If he goes to Notting City, old Jack will be extremely fortunate. Alas, my own child is such a disappointment. The murmurs around him, combined with the continuous chime of system notifications in his mind, caused Tang Ge to break into a wide smile. Clearly, he needed to engage in such feats more often. With that thought, he quickened his pace and vanished like the wind before the astonished villagers. Chapter 10. A challenge from Tang San. With only 3 months remaining before he would attend the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, and needing to prepare for the hunt in the soul hunting forest to acquire soul beasts for his martial spirit, he dedicated this time following the awakening of his martial spirit to, aside from spending time at home with the village chief, Tang Ge devoted the remainder of his days to physical training and honing his martial soul abilities. Regrettably, with his innate full soul power already reaching the pinnacle of soul masters, he found it impossible to advance to the next level without merging with a soul ring. Consequently, during this period, Tang Ge's soul power exhibited no signs of growth. However, his originally modest fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had surprisingly increased by 2 points, a result of his frequent excursions into the mountainous woods beyond the village. Thanks to the formidable nature of the ancient sacred body and the capabilities of the yin-yang diagram of life and death, he nearly exterminated the wildlife within the relatively modest forest. A considerable number of beasts fell prey to his hunts, providing sustenance for his own needs. Their pelts were entrusted to Uncle Li from the village, who took them to Notting City to be sold for currency, part of which supplemented household expenses while the remainder was reserved for future necessities at the academy. Tang Ge had not forgotten the acquisition of shock value. Thus, each time he hunted large beasts in the mountains and forests, He would carry their carcasses back to the village by his own strength. The villagers, indeed, were quite supportive, providing him with a considerable amount of shock value. However, it was unfortunate that, as time passed, perhaps due to the frequency of such events, the villagers became desensitized. When they saw Tang Ge returning with the carcass of a beast, they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Tang Ge felt a profound disappointment and had no choice but to shift his focus onto the father of Tang San. In the presence of the illustrious Su Yuntao, who had once generously bestowed upon him 5,000 astonishment points, Tang Ge seized every opportunity to demonstrate his chaotic wind hammer technique. Yet, to no avail. The once magnanimous Su Yuntao had transformed into a miserly figure, offering not a single point of astonishment. Conversely, Tang San had provided Tang Ge with several points of astonishment. However, had Tang Ge been observant, he would have noticed that every time he executed the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang Hao, watching from a distance, exhibited a twitching expression, a clear sign of a suppressed urge to deliver a blow. Thus, time passed unheeded, and in the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained until their journey to Nanning City. On a hillside outside of Holy Soul Village, Tang Ge paused after nearly an hour of rigorous training. Slightly out of breath, he activated his personal panel with a silent invocation, and a virtual frame materialized before him. Astonishment System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Martial Technique, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Primal Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 12 Astonishment Points, 6884. Gazing at his current status, Tang Ge felt a sense of satisfaction. The only source of regret was the sluggish pace at which his astonishment points were accumulating. He remained uncertain when he would reach the requisite 10,000 points for the lottery. It appeared that he could only amass them gradually. Tang Ge pondered to himself. At that moment, Tang San, who was practicing not far away, also ceased his activities. Upon noticing Tang Ge, he approached directly. "Xiao San, shall we return to the village?" Tang Ge retracted his personal panel and inquired. Tang San shook his head gently. Then he fixed his gaze with utmost seriousness and said to Tang Ge, "If you don't mind, shall we practice here together?" As he uttered these words, it was as if Tang San had cast off an immense burden. Feeling an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. 3 months had passed. Tang San witnessed firsthand the gradual transformation of Tang Ge from nothingness to formidable strength, effortlessly vanquishing the beasts of the surrounding mountains and forests. Had this been someone else, Tang San would have felt indifferent. However, Tang Ge was his childhood companion. Observing his friend not only grow powerful but also subtly surpass him, Tang San, despite his 2 lifetimes of experience, began to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was particularly exacerbated by the constant praise bestowed upon Tang Ge by the villagers and the frequent admonitions he received from his father after witnessing Tang Ge's mastery of the hammer technique. Tang San felt an increasing sense of imbalance within himself. Similarly, this gradually ignited the long-suppressed fighting spirit within him. Today, the two of them concluded their morning training once again in this place. As the time left in the village grew shorter, Tang San finally resolved to no longer suppress himself and prepared to confront Tang Ge in a fair battle. He did not seek to defeat Tang Ge. He merely wished to prove that he was no less capable. The wind whistled past his ears, and apart from the sound of the wind, all other noises seemed to vanish. In this moment, Tang San's gaze was solely fixed upon Tang Ge. He stepped forward, bending slightly at the knees, instinctively adopting a stance. And with a serious expression, he spoke once more. "Tang Ge, I humbly seek your guidance." At this moment, Tang Ge finally regained his composure. He gazed at the poised Tang San, utterly astonished that his opponent would suddenly challenge him at such a time, a trace of bewilderment lingering on his face. Could it be that my exceptional prowess has led to the neighboring girl's fickle affections? Despite being taken aback by Tang San's challenge, Tang Ge did not hesitate to accept. In fact, he had long sought an opportunity to test the might of his adversary's Xiantian skill. Thus, once he collected his thoughts, he nodded without a moment's hesitation. "Very well. I, Tang Ge, humbly accept your challenge, Tang San." As soon as the words left his lips, a colossal fist surged toward Tang San's face. The immense force unleashed a series of resounding thuds through the air. In response to Tang Ge's sudden assault, Tang San remained unfazed. With the Xiantian skill operating at full throttle, the power of his martial soul rapidly coalesced in his legs, enabling him to leap off the ground with a powerful stomp. In a split second, as he rotated his body, His outstretched right foot collided violently with Tang Ge's descending fist. Boom! A dull thud echoed in the air. Tang San, propelled by the rebound force from his foot, executed several somersaults before landing 7 or 8 meters away. Upon touching down and witnessing Tang Ge remain steadfast after his strike, even though he was mentally prepared, Tang San couldn't help but be astounded. What an incredibly formidable physique. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. Tang Ge. Now it's my turn. Tang San let out a low shout, simultaneously bending his body as he suddenly accelerated, charging fiercely towards Tang Ge. With the support of the Xiantian skill, Tang San's speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed in front of Tang Ge. Tang Ge unleashed a punch without hesitation, the surge of power creating ripples in the air around him. Yet, as the fist struck out, a weight settled upon his heart. He had missed. Simultaneously, laughter echoed around him, the voice of Tang San resonating. Tang Ge, I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, but alas, you cannot touch me. Tang Ge's gaze shifted. The once charging Tang San had completely transformed into a series of fleeting shadows, whirling rapidly around him, their speed astonishing and their authenticity elusive. Suddenly, one of these phantoms materialized behind Tang Ge. Tang Ge swiftly turned and unleashed a punch. However, this fleeting shadow seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, effortlessly evading his strike. While simultaneously a fist emerged from the shadow, landing a blow beneath his armpit. Chapter 11. The saintly body crushes. The hidden weapon proves ineffectual. The armpit is a human's Achilles heel. An attack to this area inflicts greater impact than on others. Yet, Tang Ge bore the bloodline of the ancient sacred body, endowing him with tremendous resilience. Thus, Tang San's assault did not harm him. Yet, as Tang Ge prepared to retaliate, Tang San had already retracted his fist and transformed into a shadow, swiftly retreating from his range of attack. This left Tang Ge feeling quite vexed. What a remarkable technique. The Xiantian skill. Tang Ge understood that at this moment, Tang San was employing the ethereal techniques from the Tang sect Xiantian skill specifically. The elusive ghost shadow stealth and the piercing observation of the purple extreme magic eye. The former allowed Tang San's figure to become indistinct and fleeting, while the latter endowed him with unparalleled observational prowess. The amalgamation of these two techniques rendered him immensely formidable. It is noteworthy that in the narrative familiar to Tang Ge, Tang San had once vanquished a soul beast, the mandala snake, which had approached the formidable age of 500 years, solely relying on this profound Tang sect mastery and a dagger. However, despite Tang San's strength, Tang Ge possessed his own advantages. Prior to utilizing his martial soul, the ancient holy body stood as his greatest asset. Thus, while defending against Tang San's assaults, Tang Ge contemplated, though Tang San's speed allows him to anticipate my attacks, I cannot match him in that regard. Yet, he also dares not confront me directly in a test of strength. Therefore, rather than exhaust himself in pursuit, it would be wiser to adopt a defensive stance and await the opportune moment to strike when Tang San showed signs of fatigue and vulnerability. Having formulated his strategy, the frown on Tang Ge's brow gradually relaxed, giving way to a smile. He resolutely remained stationary, allowing the phantoms of Tang San to intermittently strike at him. For Tang Ge, who possessed the mightiest battle physique among humanity, these successive assaults felt akin to mere tickles, utterly ineffectual. Conversely, as Tang San continued to unleash his attacks, his energy expenditure became increasingly apparent. Eventually, after yet another strike, his evasion speed noticeably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ge, who had been patiently awaiting such a moment, could not afford to grant Tang San the chance to retreat any longer. His right arm, hanging down, shot forth like a striking serpent. The phantoms dissipated. Tang San's right wrist, which he had yet to retract, was firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Little San, after having struck me so many times, it's now your turn to experience the taste of a beating. With that declaration, before Tang San could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Ge unleashed a powerful shoulder charge that collided with him forcefully. The tremors reverberating through the ground caused Tang San's expression to shift dramatically. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but the immense force gripping his wrist nearly subdued his very soul power. Left with no alternatives, Tang San could only summon his soul power to protect his body. Bang! Just after completing this, Tang Ge, charging from the side, collided forcefully with his chest, sending him flying through the air. Tang San distinctly sensed a surge of sweetness in his mouth, barely suppressing the urge to cough up a mouthful of blood. Upon landing, He staggered backward 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance, experiencing the aching soreness of his body, as if it were about to fall apart. A wry smile graced Tang San's slightly pale face. Indeed, is it still not sufficient? More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge did not pursue further. Instead, he paused alongside Tang San, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Little San, if you possess any other tactics, now is the time to unveil them. Otherwise, this duel will undoubtedly end in your defeat. His words were deliberately intended to provoke Tang San. Tang Ge was well aware that within the Tang sect's mystical heavenly treasure record, the most formidable skill lay in the art of hidden weapons, with the most advanced among them capable of slaying gods. Thus, Tang Ge sought to test whether his formidable physique, endowed by the ancient holy body, could withstand the assault of Tang San's concealed weaponry. With the yin-yang life and death diagram by his side, he felt no apprehension about potential injury. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Ge's taunt, Tang San could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow and, gazing earnestly at Tang Ge, replied, Tang Ge, I do possess other methods. But are you certain you wish to test them? Moreover, should I strike, you will be harmed. Tang Ge did not respond. Instead, he summoned the yin-yang diagram of life and death, extracting a thread of yang energy and directly infusing it into Tang San's body. Tang San initially felt no particular sensation, but soon his face displayed a look of astonishment. My injuries, they are completely healed? Along with this revelation, he recalled the vibrant surge of life he had just experienced. Unable to contain his curiosity, he gazed at the unfolding imagery within Tang Ge's heart. Tang Ge, is this the power of your martial spirit? You should feel reassured now. Tang Ge retracted his martial soul while smiling and nodding. In his mind, the system notification sound indicating the arrival of shock value echoed once more. With Tang Ge's confirmation, Tang San finally felt his worries dissipate. He flicked his right hand, and a 4-inch small arrow materialized in his grasp. The arrow bore distinct blood grooves, glinting with a chilling light that sent a shiver down the spine. This was the concealed arrow crafted by Tang San, and there were 2 more identical ones, currently secured within the sleeves on his wrist. The Taimin Xiantian Treasure Record. General Principles, Article 2. What constitutes a hidden weapon? It is a specialized armament utilized discreetly to vanquish adversaries. Should the enemy be aware of its impending use, it ceases to be a hidden weapon and is instead classified as an overt one. In the face of an opponent, Tang San would certainly not reveal his sleeve arrow for all to see. Yet, before him stands Tang Ge. Thus, gazing intently at Tang Ge, Tang San solemnly declares, Tang Ge, I shall unleash but this one strike. If you are able to withstand it, I shall concede defeat. Very well, let it commence. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge retracted the smile from his countenance. Tang San refrained from any superfluous words. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, his body slightly turning. At the moment when the Xiantian skill reached its zenith, a 4-inch crossbow bolt, glistening with a crimson sheen, suddenly launched from his jade-like hand. Whoosh! The bolt whirled through the air at an alarming speed, producing a series of piercing sounds as it sliced through the atmosphere. In an instant, it traversed the several meters that lay between them. Upon witnessing the bolt hurtling towards him, Tang Ge did not dare to underestimate the threat. He immediately summoned the primal sacred body. A bronze-hued radiance erupted. Within the flow of soul power, the muscles across Tang Ge's body trembled rapidly, becoming increasingly dense, while the blood within him surged with a resounding roar. When a resonant sound akin to a bell echoed, as the swiftly launched bolt finally struck fiercely against Tang Ge's abdomen. Yet, amidst the brilliance of the bronze light, Tang Ge's abdomen resonated like an ancient bell, its sonorous chime conjuring invisible ripples that swiftly dissipated the force of the launched hidden arrows. The projectiles were jolted to the ground, yet his abdomen remained unscathed, with merely his garment punctured, revealing 8 chiseled abdominal muscles devoid of even a single blemish. Had he successfully deflected them? Tang Ge lowered his head to inspect himself. Upon confirming that he was unscathed, a breath of relief escaped his lips, quickly replaced by a radiant smile. Chapter 12. Do you desire it? The concealed arrow was deflected, leaving Tang Ge entirely unharmed. The system notification chimed in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for astonishing Tang San, earning 50 points of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host, for astonishing Tang Hao, earning 1,000 points of shock value. In an instant, the total of 1,050 points of shock value was credited to him. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed Tang Ge's face, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Why was there shock value from his father, in addition to that from Tang San? Had the title Douluo Continent secretly followed them? In a moment of impulse, Tang Ge turned to gaze into the distance, but beyond the indistinct shadows of the trees. He beheld nothing. Perhaps the other party wished to keep their presence hidden from the two of them. Tang Ge pondered this in his heart. Thus, he refrained from searching for the figure of the Hao in Douluo. After retracting his gaze, he turned directly to observe the still-dazed Tang San across from him. As he looked at Tang San, a wave of joy surged within Tang Ge. The latter was truly his little lucky star. Not only had he selflessly assisted in unlocking the system, but he had also repeatedly brought along his father, the titled Douluo, to provide him with astonishing points. This latest challenge was an unexpected delight. As he beheld the staggering points nearing the significant threshold of 10,000, Tang Ge's eyes shimmered with excitement. And he could hardly contain himself as he eagerly inquired, "Shao San, shall we continue? Shall we?" Tang San finally regained his composure. He glanced at the 4-inch needle that had fallen to the ground, then looked at Tang Ge, whose skin showed no signs of damage. A bittersweet smile appeared on his youthful face. A single needle had contained nearly 70% of his strength, yet it had been effortlessly blocked. Moreover, the opponent had not even attempted to evade. Instead, he had chosen to absorb the impact with his body. Such formidable physical power left Tang San, even with 3 needles remaining, devoid of any confidence that he could breach Tang Ge's defenses. Furthermore, they were not adversaries. Thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San simply shook his head. "Forget it," I concede. Slightly disappointed at the inability to continue reaping rewards, Tang Ge was taken aback when Tang San, having just admitted defeat, turned serious and fixed his gaze upon him. "But this is merely the beginning. I will surely defeat you in the future, Tang Ge." "Very well. I shall await your challenge." Tang Ge retracted the smile from his face and nodded. Subsequently, the two engaged in mutual sparring for a while before departing together to return to the Holy Spirit Village. As soon as they left, a figure suddenly materialized amidst flickering shadows. It was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Due to Tang Ge's utilization of the chaotic wind hammer technique, he had been covertly observing the young man for several months in hopes of uncovering some clues. Unfortunately, both Tang Hao's own discoveries and the information obtained from old Jack confirmed that Tang Ge was indeed merely an orphan taken in by the village. Furthermore, over the years, no suspicious individuals had appeared in Holy Spirit Village. Could it be that the child, Shao Ge, did not employ the chaotic wind hammer technique, but rather had independently comprehended this technique of wielding power due to his extraordinary innate talent? Tang Hao was utterly perplexed. However, he chose not to dwell on it further, instead conjuring in his mind the scene where Tang Ge shielded Tang San from the hidden weapon with his own body. Tang San's creation of the peculiar contraption known as the hidden weapon was well understood by Tang Hao, although it seemed trivial in his eyes. Its potency posed a significant threat to children. Even soul masters would hesitate to block it with their bodies. Yet, just moments ago, that young scamp, Tang Ge, not only dared to intercept it with his own body, but emerged unscathed. This truly astonished Tang Hao. What kind of fruit could empower a mere 6-year-old child to transform his physique so dramatically in just 3 short months? If only little San could consume one as well. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly leaped down the hillside, dashing towards the distant woods below. Time always seems to pass swiftly. After the day when Tang Ge and Tang San sparred on the hillside, 10 days flew by in an instant. The following day, before dawn, the eager Tang Ge and his companion departed from Holy Soul Village alongside old Jack, the village chief, heading towards Nodding City. After nearly half a day's journey, the trio finally arrived at Nodding City. Along the way, old Jack shared numerous tales regarding soul masters and the academic pursuits within the academy. His discourse primarily revolved around graduation requirements, the challenges of acquiring soul rings, and the status of soul masters within the empire. Tang Ge found himself stifling yawns, having already grasped these fundamental concepts. In contrast, Tang San transformed into a curious child, listening intently and occasionally interjecting with questions. It wasn't until they entered Nodding City that old Jack, who had been chattering throughout the journey, finally ceased his narrative. The city greeted them with a vibrant atmosphere that was absent in Holy Soul Village. The streets, paved with bluestone, were lined with a multitude of shops. The continuous calls of vendors, offering an array of goods, instantly captivated the trio's attention. Old Jack couldn't help but exclaim, "If only Holy Soul Village could flourish like Nodding City. Even a century from now, I would feel proud of my position as village chief." His voice was low, as if wary of being overheard by those around him. Yet, Tang Ge heard him distinctly. He promptly patted Tang San on the shoulder and reassured, "Grandfather, fret not. This task is entrusted to little San. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, he will buy Nodding City and gift it to you. At that time, you shall be transformed from village chief to city lord." Ha ha ha. I shall await little San to fulfill this wish. Old Jack chuckled heartily upon hearing Tang Ge's words. Tang San rolled his eyes at Tang Ge, expressing his dissatisfaction at being dictated to. However, within his gaze, there flickered a fleeting glimmer of contemplation. The title of Douluo, could his future self truly attain such a status? The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was situated to the west of Nodding City. After a series of inquiries, the three of them found themselves, almost unconsciously, standing before the gates of the academy. When Tang San regained his senses, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal archway, measuring 20 meters in width and towering over 10 meters in height, meticulously constructed from resilient stone. At the center atop the arch, for grand characters proclaimed, "Nodding Academy." How magnificent! Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it impressive?" Beside him, Tang Ge cast a glance and immediately scoffed, "It's merely adequate." In his eyes, the ancient Nodding Academy before them was indeed old. Yet its scale could hardly compare to some secondary schools from his previous life. The iron gates that obstructed the entrance were already beginning to peel. At that moment, Old Jack, the village chief, had commenced his exchange with the two guards stationed at the academy. As Tang Ge, aware of the unfolding narrative, anticipated that one of the guards would soon jest about Old Jack's innate soul power, he hastened over before the jest could occur. Approaching Old Jack, he noticed one of the guards who had just received a certificate and had yet to open it. Suddenly, Tang Ge produced a gold soul coin from his pocket. With a delightful chime, the coin was flicked into the air, spinning gracefully and emitting a series of crisp sounds. Instantly, the attention of both guards was captured. Tang Ge deftly caught the falling golden soul coin, gazing at the two individuals with a smile and inquiring, "Do you desire this?" Chapter 13. This child has such audacity. This is a golden soul coin, a single piece sufficient to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for several months. The wages of the two guards for an entire month likely do not amount to this sum. Therefore, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, they could not help but nod in agreement. Desire? What nonsense! We shall not part with it. Unexpectedly, Tang Ge's expression shifted. And not only did he abruptly stash the golden soul coin away, but he also began to mock. Little Ge you. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Elder Jack, the village chief, appeared anxious and attempted to reach out to pull Tang Ge back. However, before he could finish speaking, the two guards had already transformed their expressions entirely. One of them, regaining his composure, glared at Tang Ge with gritted teeth, menacingly stating, "You insolent brat, how dare you toy with us? Very well, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson today." With that, the guard reached out to seize Tang Ge by the shoulder. Elder Jack sought to intervene. Yet at an unknown moment, Tang San had already arrived at his side. "Grandfather, it's all right," Tang San said to Old Jack. Old Jack smiled faintly, expressing a hint of concern. "I am not worried about Xiao Ge. I merely fear that he may strike too hard and injure these two. That would complicate matters for your admission." At that moment, the guard's outstretched right hand had made contact with Tang Ge's shoulder. Upon hearing Old Jack's words, the guard's previously restrained demeanor turned to one of fury, his face paling as he instinctively tightened his grip. However, just then, another hand emerged, firmly grasping the guard's wrist. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it was to no avail. When he looked back at the 6-year-old child in front of him, who maintained an ever-present smile, the guard was filled with astonishment. How could this child possess such strength? In a moment of panic, the guard could not help but exclaim, "Let go of me." Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Lu San and earned 8 points of shock value. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A smile of greater delight graced Tang Ge's face. He glanced at the guard and cheerfully remarked, "You wish for me to release you, do you? Very well." With those words, before the guard could react, Tang Ge seized his right hand and, with a sudden exertion of strength, remarkably spun him around. Witnessing this scene, Tang San and Old Jack instinctively shut their eyes. It was too gruesome. They dared not look. Following this, a piercing wail echoed in their ears. The guard, having been forcefully hurled several meters away, crashed to the ground, leaving a fissure in the earth, curled up in agony and crying out in pain. Tang Ge approached another guard without even glancing back. "Are you shocked?" "What shock?" The guard, still in a daze from Tang Ge's inquiry, could not help but respond. Tang Ge, upon hearing this, shook his head in disappointment. "It seems you are not shocked at all." Suddenly, he extended his hand and gently pushed against the guard's chest. This time, he did not exert much force. Yet, the guard was still propelled backward, crashing into the academy's iron gate with a resounding clang. It was only when he crashed to the ground, a wave of intense pain washing over him, that the guard finally regained his senses. What a terrifying child! This thought flashed through his mind, and he instinctively clutched his chest, crying out in agony. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have shock Guosher, earning 8 points of shock value. The system notification arrived belatedly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge finally displayed a satisfied smile. It seems I was mistaken. Tang Ge, were you merely putting on an act just now? Suddenly, the voice of Tang San emerged from behind. Tang Ge's expression momentarily faltered, and the smile on his face vanished without a trace. When he turned around, he fixed Tang San with a gaze brimming with menace and said, "Little San, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart suddenly sank. Could this fellow possibly be aiming to strike me as well? He quickly shifted his tone and said, "Tang Ge, although I am aware that you were merely putting on an act earlier, you did so with such flair." Upon uttering these words, Tang San felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. However, Tang Ge received the compliment with great pleasure. With a smile, he approached Tang San, draping an arm around his shoulders, and remarked, "No wonder you're my good brother, Tang San. I truly appreciate such words." Not far behind them, village chief Old Jack listened to their banter with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. These two children, even in such dire circumstances, still found the time for jest. Leaning on his cane, he ambled over to their side. Observing the two guards still sprawled on the ground, moaning in distress, Old Jack wore a troubled expression. While these two may not possess the status of soul masters, they were nonetheless guards of the academy. And he couldn't help but wonder if this incident would affect their admission applications. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was about to offer words of comfort. However, as his ears twitched slightly, he seemed to perceive something, and his youthful face instantly transformed with righteous indignation. He pointed at the two guards sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress, and spoke with fervor. "Grandfather, these two, emboldened by their positions as academy guards, have committed countless misdeeds. They have stripped numerous working students of their admission qualifications, much like us. Furthermore, they not only attempted to seize the gold soul coins from my hands, but also sought to strike me. I am merely a 6-year-old child. How could they bear to do such a thing? What manner of depravity must one possess to dare lay hands on a mere child of 6? Grandfather, fret not. I believe that even if the Academy's leadership were to learn of today's events, they would certainly not shield these two villains." Bewilderment seized both Tang San and Village Chief Jack as they absorbed Tang Ge's impassioned words. Their gazes, fixed upon Tang Ge, were tinged with an air of peculiarity. Even the two guards, writhing in agony, found themselves momentarily silenced. Their eyes widened, fixated on Tang Ge's indignant countenance, as if they themselves were the recipients of the beating, rather than the actual victims. In a final, agonizing burst, the two guards succumbed to their fury, each spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Their lamentations abruptly escalated into a chorus of heart-rending shrieks. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge was immediately taken aback. Perceiving the peculiar gazes from Village Chief Old Jack and Tang San, he hastily declared with righteous fervor, "Grandfather, you must have seen it. These two have certainly committed numerous wrongdoings, to the extent that even the heavens cannot bear it and have intervened to punish them." Within the academy, the commotion at the entrance drew the attention of a middle-aged man with short hair and a lean frame, who was making his way towards them. Upon hearing Tang Ge's impassioned words, particularly the final remark, the man halted abruptly in his tracks, his distinctive aura momentarily disrupted. Fixing his gaze upon Tang Ge and recalling the earlier spectacle, he felt a slight shock in his heart. What audacity this child possesses, he thought to himself before continuing on his way to the entrance. Chapter 14. Master, please do not overthink Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host, you have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 astonishment points. At the academy's entrance, as soon as Tang Ge finished speaking, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. 1,000 points of shock value truly startled him. This marked the second individual, apart from Tang San's father, capable of bestowing upon him such an immense amount of shock value in one instance. Yu Xiaojiang, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan of Douluo Continent, was expelled from his family due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul. However, due to his profound research on martial souls, he proposed the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Thus, despite his lack of strength, he earned the esteemed title of being invincible in martial soul theory. In the realm of martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang is venerated as the master, Tang Ge had actually sensed the arrival of the master earlier, which prompted him to seize the opportunity to utter those words, deliberately ensuring that they reached the other party's ears. However, what could have caused such astonishment in the other? Could it be that this is what is referred to in legend as the tremor of the tiger's body, instilling awe in all directions? As Tang Ge found himself engulfed in confusion, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. The accumulation of his astonishment points was nearing the threshold for him to unlock the celestial lottery. Lost in thought, a commanding voice resonated in the air. What disorder is this at the academy's entrance? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the two guards sprawled on the ground appeared as though they had encountered a savior, their emotions spilling over in a cascade of tears. "Oh, master, you must advocate for us. Look at our state. It was this child who rendered us thus." One guard lamented. "Indeed, master, not only did he assault us, but he also slandered our academy. We cannot let this transgression go unpunished." Listening to the guard's grievances, old village chief Jack's expression shifted, and he yearned to interject. However, Tang Ge suddenly strode up to one of the guards, startling him into a state of panic. What do you intend to do?" The guard stammered. "Fear not. I shall not strike you." Tang Ge curled his lips in disdain, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, and directly snatched the enrollment certificate from the other person's hand. He then strode confidently before Yu Xiaojiang, presenting the certificate. "Master, this is the proof of enrollment issued by the Spirit Hall for both me and my companion." Those two scoundrels almost tore it apart. They even attempted to rob me. He looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a face full of grievance. Nearby, the two guards nearly spat out blood upon hearing this, desperately wanting to shout, "It's not me. Why didn't he do it?" Yet, under Yu Xiaojiang's authoritative gaze, they dared not utter a word. As Yu Xiaojiang received the certificate from Tang Ge, he struggled to suppress the impulse to give the little rascal a good thrashing. Slowly unfolding the document, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his previously calm eyes. How is this possible? Two individuals with innate, full soul power. His heart was filled with astonishment. The sound of the system prompt echoed once more in Tang Ge's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang and earned 500 astonishment points. Upon hearing the prompt, Tang Ge's heart blossomed with joy. However, his face displayed a profound anxiety as he softly inquired, "Master, is there an issue with the certificate?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, allowing his tumultuous emotions to gradually settle. He closed the certificate and shook his head, assuring that there was no problem. Then, he turned to the village elder, old Jack, and said, "Sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for the earlier incident. I will take these two children under my wing." An individual of at least soul master caliber was apologizing to him, prompting old Jack to hastily wave his hands in dismissal. No need for apologies, no need at all. In truth, the two did not commit any egregious acts. "Master, you may take these children with you. Little San, little Ge, follow the master inside. But be sure to behave." "Understood." Tang Ge and Tang San nodded. Shortly after, old Jack instructed the two with a few words before turning to leave. "Master." One of the guards finally spoke up. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang shot a cold glare at him and the other guard. Speaking in a deep voice, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your previous actions. The punishment you received today is entirely of your own making. So do not lament your fate in my presence. Furthermore, should I discover any further instances of you abusing your authority, you shall no longer hold this position." The two guards, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly responded in agreement, promising not to err again. Yu Xiaojiang withdrew his gaze, no longer acknowledging the two. He forced a smile and said to Tang San and Tang Ge, "Let us proceed inside." Subsequently, the three entered Nodding Academy together. The ensuing events unfolded as Tang Ge was familiar with, bearing no significant alterations, save for the presence of an additional participant. As the master, Yu Xiaojiang, with his profound knowledge of martial soul theory, directly unveiled the secret of Tang San and Tang Ge's dual martial souls. Tang Ge remained indifferent, feigning ignorance and refusing to acknowledge the situation. However, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed that the esteemed master before him was merely speculating. But as the master elaborated on the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, he found himself utterly captivated. Although this master was only the second spirit master Tang San encountered aside from those of the Spirit Hall, he experienced an epiphany in that instant. Thus, he abruptly halted, took a step back, and knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times to the master. "Master, please accept me as your disciple," he implored. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned. but a satisfied smile soon graced his face. He bent down and helped Tang San to his feet. Silly boy, there is no need to bow when becoming a disciple. A mere bow suffices. Kneeling is reserved for paying respects to monarchs and parents. Yet, Tang San shook his head solemnly and replied, once a disciple, forever a father. You deserve my reverence. Yu Xiaojiang was moved. Despite this being their first meeting, through their brief interaction, he had completely recognized Tang San as a worthy child deserving of his utmost guidance. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang could not contain his laughter. Excellent, excellent. It appears I have indeed made the right choice. Come, Xiao San, let us proceed to the administrative office for your registration. With that, Yu Xiaojiang took Tang San's hand once more. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been rendered invisible, finally could no longer hold his tongue as he watched the two prepare to leave. Master, however, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively. You should join us too, but I already have Xiao San, so I shall not accept any other disciples. Tang San opened his mouth, intending to speak in defense of Tang Ge. However, Tang Ge was a step ahead, addressing the matter first. He regarded the aloof figure of Yu Xiaojiang and said helplessly, Master, please do not overthink it. I never intended to become your disciple. I merely wish to inquire whether the reported matter can be resolved on my behalf. Chapter 15. The leader is meant to be struck upon hearing Tang Ge's words. Yu Xiaojiang's icy demeanor faltered, and he glared in irritation. You little rascal. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your antics at the academy's entrance? Do you want me to revoke your admission status? It was the first time someone had dared to challenge him so audaciously. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure in front of his newly accepted students, Yu Xiaojiang would have seized Tang Ge by the ear for a proper reprimand. This was utterly infuriating. Did he think his title as a master was merely for show? Under Yu Xiaojiang's piercing gaze, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Master, please do not be angry. I merely assumed you had already taken on a little apprentice, and thus did not wish to divert your attention from teaching a student even more talented than that apprentice. Yu Xiaojiang felt a throbbing headache coming on. He ignored Tang Ge's comments and turned his attention to Tang San, inquiring, Tang San, how is your relationship with this young man? We grew up together. Our bond is quite strong, Tang San replied. Tang San could not comprehend why his master posed such a question, yet he responded truthfully. Upon hearing his answer, Yu Xiaojiang's expression abruptly shifted to one of gravity. No matter how close your relationship may be, my dear disciple, I strongly advise you to maintain your distance from him. This lad is rather mischievous. Should you fall under his influence, you may find yourself confined to the house indefinitely. Though Tang Ge possessed a rather thick skin, he seemed to be a decent person at heart. Tang San believed that Master was genuinely upset with Tang Ge, and he hurriedly sought to plead on his behalf. However, Tang Ge, upon hearing this, merely rolled his eyes. Little San, could you please exude a bit more confidence and omit the BA after should and not bad? Yu Xiaojing caught sight of Tang Ge's eye rolling and let out a snort. Little one, considering your connection with Little San, I shall overlook this instance. However, are you certain you do not wish to join us for the report? While I will not take you as my disciple, there are other instructors within the academy whose guidance could significantly benefit your future cultivation. Indeed, Tang Ge, do accompany us. Tang San is indeed a path. However, Tang Ge shook his head. Thank you, master, but I have decided against it. I will wait here for Xiao San to return. In that case, I shall not press you. I only hope you will not regret this decision later. Xiao San, let us depart. Yu Xiaojing cast a profound glance at Tang Ge before grasping Tang San's hand and turning to leave. Once they had gone, Tang Ge felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He could not help but stretch, a smile gracing his face. If it were Shrek Academy, it would be fine, but here, why do I need a teacher? Isn't being alone more appealing? Furthermore, were it not for the demands of the storyline and the necessity to accumulate shock value, Tang Ge would have had no desire to attend the academy at all. Indeed, had he showcased the formidable abilities of his martial soul, the Spirit Hall would likely have extended an invitation for him to join at that point. Even becoming a titled Douluo instructor would have been a possibility. Alas, Tang Ge currently holds interest only in Pope Bibidong of the Spirit Hall, along with her daughter Qian Rinxue and disciple Hu Laina. Joining the Spirit Hall? Perhaps not. At least for now, Tang Ge has not given it any serious thought. Nonetheless, it is best to leave this place for the time being. As he observed the increasing number of academy students passing by, Tang Ge withdrew his thoughts and proceeded directly into the academy. As old Jack, the village chief, aptly stated, The number of individuals capable of becoming spirit masters is exceedingly rare, particularly in a remote city like Notting. Consequently, the number of students and teachers at Notting Academy is rather limited, with only a single dormitory building where both teachers and students reside together. Among the students, there are merely 7 dormitories. Due to the generally young age of the Academy's students and the need for streamlined management, all students of the same grade are housed in a single large dormitory. However, there exists a special dormitory among them, Dormitory 7. It is not only the most dilapidated but also exclusively inhabited by working-study students, regardless of gender or grade. As a work-study student, Tang Ge would also be assigned to this dormitory. Thus, although Tang San, who had gone to report, had not yet returned, Tang Ge, with his advantage of being familiar with the plot, arrived early at the entrance of Dormitory 7. Listening to the commotion emanating from within, a smile immediately graced Tang Ge's face. It was time to seize the opportunity. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The spacious dormitory was lined with beds against the walls. Some stood empty while others were made up with bedding, though these were but a small fraction. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were engaged in lively chatter. As Tang Ge entered, he instantly captured their attention. Due to his ancient sacred body, he towered over children of his age, even surpassing some who were 2 or 3 years older. After a brief silence, one of the older children, whose stature was similar to Tang Ge's, approached him. With a glimmer of caution in his eyes, the boy inquired, "My name is Wang Sheng. Are you the new work-study student? Are you the leader here?" Tang Ge did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Upon realizing that the other party could discern at a glance that he was the leader of the dormitory, Wang Sheng could not help but puff out his chest, a look of pride adorning his face. "Of course, I am," he began, but before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge abruptly interjected, "Enough. Regardless of who you are, from this moment on, I shall be the leader of your dormitory." Such audacity. At this proclamation, not only did Wang Sheng's expression change, but even the 7 other children who had been watching could not suppress their indignation. In no time, they erupted in a chorus of shouts. "Leader, he underestimates you. Teach him a lesson. Who does this newcomer think he is, attempting to claim the title of leader in our dormitory right upon arrival? How arrogant. Humph. Once the leader gives him a good thrashing, he'll know his place." Hearing the fervent agreement from his subordinates, Wang Sheng felt his authority as the leader challenged. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You wish to be the leader of the dormitory? Then let us see if you possess the ability to defeat me." "Very well." Tang Ge broke into a smile, and in a playful manner, gently thrust out a palm towards Wang Sheng. The gesture appeared so feeble, reminiscent of someone who had skipped a meal, that Wang Sheng could hardly suppress a laugh. Was the other party attempting to amuse him? Thus, he refrained from utilizing his soul power and casually extended his right hand to seize Tang Ge's wrist, intending to toss him aside effortlessly. However, in that fleeting moment, Tang Ge suddenly accelerated, deftly evading Wang Sheng's grasp. As his palm made contact with Wang Sheng's chest, an overwhelming force erupted instantaneously, propelling Wang Sheng through the air. Chapter 16. Just a little bit more. With a thud, Wang Sheng crashed onto a bed propped against the wall. Fortunately, the bed was adorned with a thick layer of bedding, sparing him from significant injury. Although he winced in pain, Boss! Boss! At that moment, the other 6 children, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality and rushed over in astonishment. Supported by 2 of his companions, Wang Sheng, gritting his teeth and wearing an expression of discontent, clambered off the bed. He cast a glance at Tang Ge, who stood at the doorway, the smile on his face piercing like a thorn into Wang Sheng's heart. How dare he make a fool of me in front of my dormitory companions? In an instant, Wang Sheng could no longer contain his fury, bellowing, "You little brat! You dared to ambush me." He then lunged towards Tang Ge. As Wang Sheng charged and aimed a punch at Tang Ge's chest, Tang Ge did not flinch, eager for the system's alert in his mind to resonate more intensely. With the ancient holy body activated, golden light flickered beneath his skin, and he boldly met the attack head-on. Thud. The moment Wang Sheng's fist connected with Tang Ge's chest, it felt as if it had struck a bell, instantly resonating with a profound clangor. Tang Ge remained firmly in place, a smile gracing her face. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Wang Sheng, with his fist still tingling from the impact, stared in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have astonished Wang Sheng, earning 20 points of astonishment. The system notification echoed in his mind. Tang Ge's smile grew increasingly radiant, Unable to resist teasing, Xiao Wang. Didn't you drink any milk this morning? Surely, it was you who skipped the milk. How dare you insult me? I, Wang Xing, would never indulge in such trivialities. I will bring you to your knees, begging for mercy. Wang Xing trembled with rage, his face contorted in fury. However, he soon realized that this new work-study student before him possessed formidable strength. Without employing his martial soul, it would be impossible to overcome his opponent. Thus, he let out a furious roar, "Power of the battle tiger! Bow down, you little brat!" In that instant, he unleashed his martial soul, the battle tiger's might. Accompanied by a flicker of golden light, his fist transformed into a tiger's claw, which he thrust towards Tang Ge's collar with immense force, intending to hurl him onto the bed he had previously smashed. So close. Sensing the surge of energy emanating from Wang Xing, Tang Ge did not evade. Instead, his eyes shone with anticipation. He's using his martial soul? This should yield even greater results. With this thought, a peculiar smile graced Tang Ge's lips as he channeled all his strength into his legs, fully connecting with the ground beneath him. At the same moment, Wang Sheng's claw seized Tang Ge's collar. A surge of excitement washed over Wang Sheng as he mused. Now you shall witness the prowess of Wang Sheng. He eagerly exerted upward force. Yet, Tang Ge remained utterly unmoved. Wang Sheng paused momentarily, then intensified his efforts. Still unyielding? The excitement on his face faltered. His arm gripping Tang Ge's collar began to tremble. Yet, undeterred, he gritted his teeth and summoned every last ounce of strength. With a ripping sound, a tattered piece of fabric was finally torn away and lifted. In that moment, Wang Sheng's expression froze in utter disbelief. Tang Ge lowered his gaze to examine his torn garment. Suddenly, the innate full soul power, which had remained dormant within him, surged forth. His cold stare fixated on Wang Sheng as he slowly raised his right hand. To his astonishment, Wang Sheng knelt down with a thud, clasping his fists and exclaiming, "Boss! Greetings!" This unexpected turn of events nearly left Tang Ge breathless, while the other 7 children in the dormitory stood in stunned silence. Had the boss surrendered just like that? For a fleeting moment, they thought they heard something shatter. However, Wang Sheng was unfazed by their bewilderment, seeing Tang Ge's hand raised yet not descending. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shouted to his 7 former subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Don't you see the boss's clothes are ruined? Hurry and fetch my new outfit." At Wang Sheng's command, the 7 roommates finally snapped back to reality. When they cast their eyes upon the newly arrived Tang Ge, the disdain that had initially clouded their gazes was replaced by profound shock and respect. One of them promptly followed Wang Xing's orders, retrieving a pristine outfit that Wang Xing had yet to wear. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Wang Xing is astonished. You have gained 30 points of astonishment value. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host. Li Shi is astonished. You have gained 7 points of astonishment value. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Ho Sai is astonished. You have gained 6 points of astonishment value. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Tang Ge's frustration over his tattered clothing dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort. With astonishment value on his side, everything became manageable. Consequently, Tang Ge forgave Wang Sheng and, upon successfully ascending to the position of the dormitory leader, finally indulged in the privileges typically reserved for nobility. Once he had changed into the new attire and adorned his bed with fresh linens, Tang Ge found himself surrounded by Wang Xing and the others, who eagerly bombarded him with inquiries about his martial soul and soul power. Upon learning that their new leader possessed innate full soul power, the 8 children erupted in exclamations, their gazes toward Tang Ge brimming with increasing fervor. Simultaneously, Tang Ge seized the opportunity to amass a considerable amount of astonishment value. Taking advantage of this moment, he summoned his personal status panel. Astonishment System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Dual Martial Souls of Yin-Yang Life and Death Chart. For Swords of Extermination Martial Techniques, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Rate, 12 Astonishment Value, 95-90 Only a little over 400 points of astonishment value remain before the first celestial lottery can be unlocked. Upon seeing his current astonishment value, Tang Ge was initially taken aback, but soon a wave of excitement washed over him. According to the unfolding narrative, tomorrow would mark the time when Tang San and the master ventured into the soul-hunting forest. At that moment, not only would Tang San be hunting soul beasts for soul rings, but Tang Ge too would seek to select suitable soul rings to integrate with his martial soul. The Yin-Yang Life and Death Chart. To enter the soul-shattering forest, The only options available, aside from obtaining a token from the Martial Soul Hall, were through the master. Naturally, Tang Ge intended to accompany them. If he could initiate a grand lottery before their departure, his chances of obtaining a superior soul ring would be significantly enhanced. Yet, he pondered where he might acquire the remaining 400 points. As he listened to the chattering voices of Wang Xing and the others, Tang Ge found himself lost in contemplation. Just then, a melodious and joyous laughter suddenly floated in from outside the 7th dormitory. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Chapter 17. The Startled Xiaowu. The door of the 7th dormitory swung open, accompanied by laughter and footsteps. 2 figures appeared at the entrance. One of them was Tang San, who had previously parted ways with Tang Ge to report to the master. Beside him stood a charming young girl, whose age and height were comparable to Tang San's. Her delicate face was a rosy hue, and should she grow a little older, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating beauty. However, what drew the most attention was her long black hair, styled into a single scorpion braid that cascaded past her waist, and her pair of curious, glistening eyes. The moment the young girl appeared, she instantly captivated the 8 young boys in the 7th dormitory, leaving them in a state of stunned awe. Although Tang Ge had never met the young girl before, he instantly recognized her as Xiaowu. However, in his eyes, Xiaowu was merely a child who had yet to mature, failing to evoke any interest in him. Yet, what piqued Tang Ge's curiosity was Tang San had reported to the academy, so how could he possibly be here with Xiaowu? At that moment, standing at the doorway, Tang San caught sight of Tang Ge, who was seated on the bed in the dormitory. His previously smiling face suddenly froze in surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Tang Ge, what brings you here?" "Oh, Xiao San, there is someone you know inside," Xiaowu remarked in astonishment. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she bounded into the room, her pink bag bouncing with her, and her rabbit ears swaying playfully atop her head. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiaowu displayed no shyness at all and confidently introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I am Xiaowu, as in the dance." "Ah, hello. This is my leader, Tang Ge." Wang Sheng stammered, having regained his composure, and, in his nervousness, he inadvertently introduced Tang Ge. Tang Ge could not help but roll his eyes. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl. Was it truly necessary to be so anxious? Nevertheless, he rose to his feet, gazing at the petite figure of the young girl in white stockings, and with a smile, he introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Tang Ge." "Tang Ge? You share the same surname as Tang. Are you the elder brother of Xiao San?" Xiaowu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tang Ge nodded with a beaming smile. "Indeed. I am his elder brother, and he usually listens to me the most. So what do you think? Do you aspire to become the leader of this dormitory? All you need to do is defeat my brother, and you shall claim the title of the leader of Dormitory 7. Moreover, once you attain that position, you can indulge in whatever you desire. It would be perfectly acceptable to have your little underlings serve you tea, wash your feet, or warm your bed. Becoming the leader of Dormitory 7? That sounds rather intriguing." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiaowu's large, sparkling eyes lit up immediately as she turned to face Tang San, who was standing nearby. With a playful grip on her slender waist, she declared in a sweet voice, "Tang San, I challenge you. Tang Ge, I implore you to act like a human being." At this moment, Tang San could no longer remain silent. He swiftly approached Tang Ge, pulling him to a secluded spot, and with a darkened expression, he remarked, "Tang Ge, my teacher was indeed correct. Your audacity knows no bounds. It's tolerable, I suppose." Tang Ge was not at all angry. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Upon witnessing this, Tang San found himself utterly at a loss. Resigned to the situation, he chose not to dwell on it further and softly inquired, "Tang Ge, I had thought you had gone elsewhere. I searched for you in vain, only to discover you had arrived here earlier. However, I wonder how you knew we would be assigned to the 7th dormitory without having reported in." The 7th dormitory, being the sole residence for work-study students at Notting Academy, naturally signifies that we, as work-study students, are destined to reside here. Such a straightforward matter. How could you be unaware of it? Tang Ge, with a look of astonishment, retorted. Tang San remained silent for a moment, pursing his lips. "Of course I know. I was merely concerned that you might not." A short distance away, Xiaowu waited with growing boredom. After a while, seeing Tang San and Tang Ge engaged in hushed conversation, she could no longer contain her curiosity and bounded over. "What are you talking about?" "I was discussing with Xiao San the matter of you being a rabbit." Tang Ge replied with a smile as he noticed Xiaowu approaching. "Huh, when did I ever talk about Xiaowu being a rabbit?" Tang San asked, his expression one of bewilderment upon hearing Tang Ge's words. However, the previously curious Xiao Wu was now so frightened that she nearly turned to flee, her delicate pink face turning pale. It was evident that her frail body was trembling slightly. Tang Ge immediately caught sight of this scene. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Xiao Wu, earning 1,000 shock points. 1,000 points. Could this be due to Xiao Wu being the reincarnation of the 10,000-year spirit beast? The soft-bone rabbit? Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, but soon his excitement surged. At last, he had accumulated enough shock points, 10,000. In that moment, when Tang Ge looked at Xiao Wu, it was as though he were gazing at countless precious treasures, yearning to seize every last bit. The intensity of his gaze frightened Xiao Wu, making her complexion grow even paler. Finally, Tang San noticed something amiss and, unable to suppress his concern, asked, Xiao Wu, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Xiao Wu replied softly, biting her lip. Seeing Xiao Wu so frightened by his words, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his thoughts and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I was just joking. I was actually discussing the matter of the 7 houses with Xiao San. Yes, Tang Ge was talking to me about the 7 houses, Tang San confirmed. Tang San felt an inexplicable unease, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, so he merely nodded in agreement. Observing Tang San's sincere expression, which did not suggest deceit, Xiao Wu finally relaxed her tense demeanor. A faint smile struggled to emerge on her pale face as she remarked, Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable for having guessed that my martial soul is a rabbit. Tang Wu, is your martial soul truly a rabbit? Before Tang Ge could respond, Tang San could not help but express his astonishment. Xiao Wu shyly nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is a very adorable little white rabbit. And what about you, Tang San? My martial soul is blue silver grass, which happens to be the sustenance for your martial soul. Tang San, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Tang Ge smiled as he spoke. I never expected that your 2 martial souls would be so compatible. Since Xiao Wu forgot to bring her bedding, why not merge the 2 beds and lie together? All right, I will follow Brother Tang's arrangement. Xiao Wu replied obediently with a nod. However, Tang San could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at Tang Ge. You want me to lie with Xiao Wu? What do you mean? Do you find Xiao Wu unsatisfactory? Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, smilingly inquired. Xiao Wu followed suit, her small hands clasped around her slim waist, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Tang San. Tang San, do you dare to look down on me? Chapter 18, The Lottery of All Realms. 9 Orifices Golden Pill. Faced with the inquiries from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, even the seasoned Tang San, who had lived 2 lives, found himself momentarily flustered. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly waved his hands. No, how could I ever think less of you, Xiao Wu? I'm delighted just to share a bed with you. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes sparkled, and a joyful smile graced her delicate face. The shadow that Tang Ge had cast upon her heart dissipated significantly in that instant. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's exuberance, Tang San promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, beside him, Tang Ge could not suppress a teasing remark. Little San, who would have thought that upon your first meeting, you would already be so enamored with the young lady? Truly remarkable, he added. This is something I must share with the master. Are you a devil? Tang San exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Tang Ge's words. At that moment, he comprehended why his teacher had been so resolute in refusing to accept Tang Ge as a disciple. Such audacity. Did he truly need a mentor? Taking a deep breath, Tang San stifled the impulse to retaliate, glaring at Tang Ge as he retorted, I do not possess a blanket. Will you procure one for me? Rest assured, it will be arranged shortly. For now, you should join the 2 beds together. Tang Ge smiled as he made arrangements. Will it be ready soon? Tang San wore a skeptical expression, yet with the enthusiastic assistance of Xiao Wu and others, he chose 2 empty beds and pushed them together. Just as they finished, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, carrying a set of bedding in his arms. His gaze swept over the children in the dormitory, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. Which one is Tang San? Step forward, please. Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly stepped forward. However, his gaze was primarily fixated on the bedding in the teacher's hand. The teacher wasted no time, directly handing the bedding to Tang San. My name is Mo Hen, but you may address me as Teacher Mo Tang San. This bedding is a gift from the master to you. Furthermore, he proceeded to discuss the part-time work arrangements for the 3 work-study students, Tang San, Tang Ge, and Xiao Wu. assigning them the task of cleaning the garden on the southern side of the playground. He also solemnly reminded them about the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, urging them not to forget. Only after that did he turn and leave. Once the teacher departed, Tang San, cradling the bedding, could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to Tang Ge. Tang Ge, how did you know the teacher would give me this bedding? I just guessed, came the reply. Tang Ge chuckled, yet internally he felt quite troubled. To his astonishment, there was not a hint of shock value to be found. Tang San had indeed become increasingly stingy. In contrast, Xiao Wu was not overly concerned. Upon seeing that bedding had been delivered, her face lit up with joy. Unable to contain her excitement, she urged Tang San, "Hurry up and make the bed." With that, Tang San, suppressing his curiosity, carried the bedding over. Following the familiar pattern known to Tang Ge, after merging their beds, Xiao Wu and Tang San established a boundary with their belongings, officially embarking on their shared student life. This sight elicited immense envy from their roommates, including Wang Xing. Even Tang Ge, the instigator of the situation, inadvertently found himself feeling a pang of longing as he witnessed the playful banter between Tang San and Xiao Wu on the bed. Fortunately, the time for lunch had finally arrived. Upon hearing the prospect of a delicious meal, Xiao Wu eagerly leapt off the bed, asking excitedly, "Where are we going? What delicious food awaits? Where else could a work-study student go but the school cafeteria?" Wang Sheng replied with a wry smile, "After all, for children from impoverished families like us, we can hardly afford gourmet meals. We must make do with some inexpensive dishes at the cafeteria." At this moment, Tang Ge seized the opportunity to speak. "I have something to attend to shortly and won't be able to go. You may proceed without me. And just bring me something when you return." "Tang Ge, you aren't going? Surely, it's not because you find the cafeteria food unpalatable?" Tang San gazed at Tang Ge, his expression filled with skepticism. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Brother, if I were to disdain the food from the cafeteria, why would I ask you to bring it for me? Am I foolish?" Tang San chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He agreed to bring back dinner and departed with Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, leaving the 7th dormitory behind. In an instant, only Tang Ge remained in the dormitory. As the atmosphere grew serene, a smile blossomed on Tang Ge's face. The others had finally left. He eagerly closed the dormitory door and seated himself cross-legged upon his bed. Immersed in the system interface, he noted that he had accumulated an impressive 10,000 astonishment points. Tang Ge silently declared, "System, I wish to initiate the celestial lottery." Ding dong. The system detected that the host met the criteria for the celestial lottery. The lottery wheel was activated. With a hum, a vast, magnificent wheel materialized before Tang Ge's consciousness, reverberating through the void. Under his watchful gaze, the celestial wheel, seemingly connecting countless worlds, began to spin slowly, each treasure upon it radiating a dazzling golden light. Though Tang Ge could not discern the details, his heart surged with excitement. What would he draw? He silently anticipated the outcome. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds. After a full 2 minutes of rapid rotation, the celestial wheel gradually came to a halt. The golden light dissipated, leaving only one treasure upon the wheel. The system's notification chimed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the celestial lottery and drawn a 9-orifice golden pill. The 9-orifice golden pill? Could it be the elixir from that world? Upon hearing the system's notification chime, Tang Ge felt a stirring in his heart. As the treasures upon the celestial wheel instantaneously vanished, the vast and magnificent celestial wheel also dissolved into nothingness, retreating into the void. After Tang Ge became aware of his separation from the system, he glanced down to discover a golden elixir, akin to the size of a longan, quietly resting in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, the information regarding this golden elixir surfaced in Tang Ge's mind. 9 orifices golden elixir, the supreme foundational and restorative medicine in the realm of eternal life, crafted by the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, possessing the transformative power to rejuvenate one's very being. For those at the 10th level of physical cultivation, consuming it grants immediate access to the realm of divine abilities. At this moment, Tang Ge merely inhaled the rich fragrance emanating from the 9-aperture golden elixir, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, instilling within him an ethereal sensation as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. Alas, while the 9-aperture golden elixir is indeed extraordinary, it ultimately pales in comparison to the treasures of the myriad realms. How splendid it would be if he could obtain the 9 transformations golden elixir, capable of granting immediate transcendence to a mere mortal. The difference of a single word signifies an immeasurable chasm in efficacy. Tang Ge cast a glance at his astonished value, which had nearly been depleted, and could not help but shake his head. Well, considering that he had already been bestowed with the 4 swords of the exquisite immortal and the primordial sacred body at the beginning, one cannot demand too much. The 9-aperture golden pill is not too shabby either, sufficient for my current needs. Without further hesitation, he pressed the 9-aperture golden pill against his heart. Chapter 19. Healing System? Control System? The 9-aperture golden pill is neither to be ingested nor applied externally. Rather, it requires creating an opening at the heart and suturing it directly within. This is the method employed by Feng Han in the eternal life world. However, Tang Ge is not Feng Han, and thus he need not adhere to such a practice. With the aid of the system, as soon as the 9-aperture golden pill was pressed against his heart, a sudden force of attraction emerged, drawing the elixir into him. In that instant, Tang Ge felt his heart begin to beat violently. Seemingly recalling something, he quickly rose and shed all his garments while the effects of the potion were yet to unfold. Ultimately, he sat on the ground clad only in a pair of shorts. The fierce beating of his heart stimulated the blood within his body to flow rapidly. Each passage through the heart continually flushing and merging with the 9-aperture golden pill. The surging potency of the pill gradually infused into his bloodstream, coursing through Tang Ge's limbs and bones. A profound sense of coolness enveloped his entire being, and even his lips began to secrete a sweet nectar, which he swallowed with a gulp. Yet, from every pore of Tang Ge's body, a foul odor emanated. In a matter of moments, his bronze-toned, healthy skin became coated with a layer of black filth. This was the 9-aperture golden pill transforming Tang Ge's physique. Moreover, with the vigorous assistance of the pill's energy, the long-dormant primordial sacred body also began to strengthen. Blood boiled. Strength intensified. Tang Ge, enveloped in an exquisite sense of comfort, involuntarily closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the transformative effects of the 9 orifices golden elixir. Thus, time leisurely drifted by. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, the surging medicinal power emanating from the elixir gradually subsided. Tang Ge also opened his eyes. He immediately accessed his personal profile panel. System Shock Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Martial Arts, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancestral Holy Body Fusion Degree, 30 Shock Value, 590. His gaze fell upon the fusion degree of the Ancestral Holy Body, and Tang Ge was instantly taken aback. Had it only increased by 18 points? He was acutely aware that, with the aid of the 9-aperture golden Dan, his power had nearly multiplied several times. He had originally believed that the Ancestral Holy Body had surpassed the fusion stage and entered the awakening phase. Yet, it appeared to still be in the fusion period. This revelation astonished him, yet simultaneously filled him with immense joy. The potency of the 9-aperture golden Dan was still abundant, allowing for further absorption to enhance the Ancestral Holy Body. Perhaps it would not be long before he could elevate his strength further. Moreover, his chances of successfully hunting high-age soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest had significantly increased. Once he retracted his profile panel, Tang Ge took a moment to reflect and discovered that his speed of cultivating soul power had also accelerated considerably. If he could merge with the first soul ring, he was confident he would enter a peak phase of soul power enhancement. In a moment of contemplation, Tang Ge could not help but marvel. Indeed, collecting shock value to unlock celestial rewards was the swiftest method to amplify his strength. However, considering that much time had elapsed, and that Xiaowu and Tang San, who had gone out for a meal, might return soon, Tang Ge rose to his feet from the ground. Time for a shower. Sensing the odor emanating from his body, Tang Ge grimaced in distaste. He walked barefoot into the bathing area of Dormitory 7. Half an hour later, having washed up and changed into fresh clothing, Tang Ge lay on his bed, feeling rather bored. Eventually, the footsteps of Wang Sheng and the others returning from their meal reached his ears. However, upon glancing at them, he noticed Tang San was absent. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Where's Xiao San? Did he not come back with you?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, the other children instinctively turned their gazes to Wang Sheng, who instantly appeared quite embarrassed. Upon observing the situation, Tang Ge pondered briefly and instantly comprehended the matter at hand. This individual must have spoken ill of the master in the cafeteria, subsequently receiving a warning from Tang San. It follows that Tang San was likely summoned by the master, not only to discuss the expedition to the soul-hunting forest scheduled for the following morning, but also to elaborate on the development of martial souls. Contemplating this, Tang Ge chose not to disclose his insights, allowing his gaze to settle on the lunchbox held by Wang Xing, and he promptly urged, "Hurry up. After such a long wait, I am absolutely famished. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure you are well fed." Wang Xing, relieved by Tang Ge's insistence, hastily presented the lunchbox. As the afternoon waned and twilight approached, Tang San, having been absent for half the day, finally returned to the dormitory. A swift glance revealed that the spacious room was occupied solely by Tang Ge. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Tang Ge, why are you alone? Where are the others?" "They went out to have some fun." Tang Ge sat up in bed, gazing at the returning Tang San. "As for me, I have naturally been here awaiting your return. So, have you confirmed with the master about our expedition to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow? How did you know? Were you eavesdropping outside?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was instantly taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. "What is eavesdropping? I am merely clairvoyant." However, the system notification sound echoing in his mind filled him with immense satisfaction. Once again, he has successfully reaped the benefits. How delightful. Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Stop being dazed. Speak up. What are the plans for tomorrow? Aren't you supposed to know everything? Why should I have to say anything?" Upon regaining his senses, Tang San gazed at Tang Ge with a look of intricate contemplation. This was not the first instance. Were it not for their shared upbringing, Tang San might have suspected that the other was a manifestation of the very worm residing within him. After all, how could the other be privy to all his affairs? Tang San truly wished to inquire about the situation, yet having known Tang Ge for such an extended period, he understood that the latter would have expressed his thoughts if he desired to. Perhaps this was akin to his own secrets, which could not be divulged to others. Tang San pondered silently, ultimately dismissing the urge to inquire further. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he reiterated the words the master had previously shared with him to Tang Ge. He placed particular emphasis on the various developmental paths of martial souls, including the food system, reconnaissance system, combat system, healing system, and control system. Finally, looking at Tang Ge, he curiously asked, "Tang Ge, your martial soul possesses the ability to heal wounds. Are you considering the healing system?" Having witnessed Tang Ge's martial soul capabilities, Tang San posed the question. However, Tang Ge merely smiled and shook his head. "No, I have chosen the control system." "The control system?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. As a vivid image flickered in his mind, Tang Ge ensnaring someone with an enlarged depiction of his martial soul. This could certainly be classified as a form of control, couldn't it? Chapter 20. I have one too. Observing Tang San's dazed expression, Tang Ge couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. The healing prowess of his martial soul. The yin-yang life and death diagram was merely a fragment of its capabilities. To solely categorize it as a healing-type martial soul would be a gross underestimation. However, the yin-yang life and death diagram diverged from those aggressive weapon souls. While it possessed formidable offensive power, it was ill-suited for a combat-oriented path. Thus, Tang Ge opted to pursue the path of control. Moreover, in light of the abilities afforded by the yin-yang life and death diagram, he had tentatively determined the direction for his first spirit ring. If chosen wisely, his martial soul's healing capabilities could not only serve as a lifeline for his allies, but also transform into a death knell for his foes. Additionally, beyond the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge also wielded the ancient sacred body and the currently dormant but potent four swords of extermination, rendering him far from lacking in offensive methods. Control? Merely a guise to conceal his true strength. As he envisioned a delightful scenario, a sly grin crept onto Tang Ge's face. Tang San, witnessing this, involuntarily shuddered and took 2 steps back. He fixed his gaze upon Tang Ge and inquired, "Tang Ge, what are you thinking? Your smile is rather unsettling. Rest assured, I'm not contemplating you, so do refrain from looking so frightened. Since you've returned, I shall take my leave." Tang Ge rose from his seat and strode towards the dormitory exit. Having spent nearly a day at the academy, he had yet to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Once Tang Ge departed, a wave of exhaustion washed over Tang San, prompting him to collapse onto his bed and swiftly drift into slumber. The following day, at dawn, while the students of the 7th dormitory remained ensconced in their dreams, Tang Ge and Tang San had already vacated their quarters and arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy. A solitary figure awaited them there, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon seeing Tang Ge accompany him, Yu Xiaojiang appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this. He gestured for the two to follow him, speaking as they walked. Our destination today is the Soul Hunting Forest, a sanctuary for the imperial soul beasts, where you are sure to find suitable soul rings. Today, Master donned a vigorous outfit, exuding a more heroic demeanor, though his rigid countenance still conveyed an air of discord. Before Tang San could speak, Tang Ge eagerly interjected, "Master, could you enlighten us about the knowledge of soul beasts? You need not prompt me. I must impart this information, for it will greatly assist you in your future selection of soul rings." Yu Xiaojing glanced at Tang Ge, nodding in acknowledgement. He then began to elaborate on the nuances of soul beasts, detailing the significance of their age, the color of soul rings, and the requirements for hunting them. As it was Tang San's first encounter with such intriguing information, he listened intently. Regrettably, without a means to take notes, he lamented that he could not capture all this wisdom for later contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Ge appeared relaxed, possessing an innate advantage from his familiarity with the storyline. For him, this was merely a reinforcement of his memory. However, Yu Xiaojing, noticing this, felt a flicker of disappointment. What does it matter if one is a genius? Countless talents have fallen into mediocrity due to their own complacency, even descending below the average. He could only hope that Tang Ge would awaken to this truth after facing adversity. Shifting his gaze from Tang Ge to his earnest disciple, Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of pride. "Ah, but little San is truly commendable." As they journeyed onwards, the distance from Nodding City to the Soul Hunting Forest spanned a daunting 400 miles, rendering walking impractical. Thus, Yu Xiaojing led Tang Ge and Tang San not directly out of Nodding City, but rather to the bustling commercial street to hire a carriage. He also procured a substantial array of supplies for their expedition, including water, cured meat, flatbreads, and fruit. Yet, the bulk of their provisions consisted of white radishes, an impressive total of 20 pounds. Tang San, however, found himself perplexed. These supplies had evidently been loaded onto the carriage. Yet upon boarding, they had mysteriously vanished. Sensing Tang San's confusion, Yu Xiaojing, seated opposite him, wore a knowing smile. "Are you pondering the disappearance of our supplies?" Upon hearing his master's words, Tang San nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. As Yu Xiaojing reached for his waist, preparing to speak, Tang Ge suddenly interjected, "Master, I know. That belt of yours is the legendary soul guiding device, designed for storage. Therefore, the items we just purchased must be contained within it. Am I correct, Master?" Initially indifferent, Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, his body jolting slightly as he regarded the 6-year-old boy before him with astonishment. "How did you know that this is a storage soul guiding device?" he inquired, unable to suppress his surprise. "Hee, I heard it from my grandfather." Tang Ge replied with a grin. A triumphant expression graced Tang Ge's face. Moments ago, the system's notification resonated in his mind, bestowing upon him an astonishing 500 points of shock value. Sitting across from him, Yu Xiaojing remained oblivious to Tang Ge's thoughts. He could only surmise that an individual possessing a storage-type soul guide was no ordinary person. Consequently, Yu Xiaojing's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his words imbued with respect as he inquired, "Who is your grandfather? Could he possibly be a titled Douluo?" In response, Tang Ge clarified, "Actually, my grandfather is the village chief of our Holy Soul village. Moreover, he is merely an ordinary person. You encountered him yesterday when he brought us to the academy at the entrance." Upon hearing this, Tang San could no longer suppress his urge to speak. As he did, Yu Xiaojing's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the frail old man leaning on a cane from the previous day. In an instant, his facial muscles twitched violently. An enlightenment dawned upon him. The little rascal before him, who had effortlessly recognized his soul guide, was once again attempting to deceive him. Thus, when he glanced back at Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojing's eyes brimmed with malice. He resolved to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson, ensuring that the young one comprehended the essence of respecting teachers and elders. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew subtly oppressive. However, Tang Ge seemed blissfully unaware. Upon hearing Tang San's remarks, he shrugged and retorted, "What is wrong with my grandfather being an ordinary person? Can't he know a little more?" He continued, "Besides, it's merely a soul guide with storage capabilities. I have one too." With that, he extended his left hand, revealing the yin-yang life and death diagram from his palm. Accompanied by a clattering sound, a copper basin suddenly fell into the carriage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Yu Xiaojing, earning 800 shock points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Tang San, earning 70 shock points. The system notification chimed in. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San had already widened their eyes, fixated on the yin-yang life and death diagram in Tang Ge's hand. Chapter 21. The earth-shattering rose sand can in the copper basin was summoned directly from Tang Ge's system space. The manifestation of his martial soul merely served as a superficial cover. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were oblivious, perceiving only that a copper basin had inexplicably materialized as Tang Ge's martial soul emerged. Their hearts swelled with astonishment. How could it be a martial soul with storage capabilities? Listening to the system's notifications, Tang Ge nearly burst into laughter but managed to maintain a facade of innocence, saying, "Master, look, my martial soul can store items just like your soul guide." He added, "And I sense that it can hold up to 30 cubic meters of items." 30 cubic meters. Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched violently. That was even more spacious than his own jade belt. He thought to himself, "No, this cannot continue. Otherwise, I shall surely be driven to madness." Thus, with a strained smile, he complimented the martial soul and promptly shifted the topic, removing the jade belt wrapped around his waist. "Xiao San, this jade belt is a gift for you." "Teacher, it's too precious. I cannot accept it." Upon seeing the jade belt offered by his master, Tang San was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Having learned that the jade belt was a soul guide with storage capabilities, he dared not accept it. "Take it, as the teacher insists." Yu Xiaojiang disregarded Tang San's refusal and forcefully placed the jade belt into his embrace. Tang San felt a surge of emotion and could not help but express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." He then began to examine the jade belt in his hands. The belt was a striking black, adorned with subtle dark stripes, and uniformly embedded with 24 milky white jade stones. Moreover, there was a faint flow of energy circulating, seamlessly connecting the 24 stones. As he was engrossed in his observation, he heard the voice of Yu Xiaojing beside him. "This is a soul guide capable of storage. By simply channeling your soul power into it, each jade stone can provide a cubic meter of storage space. Little San, try inputting your soul power and experience the functionality of the belt." Tang San nodded slightly and immediately channeled a trace of soul power into the belt in his hand. He then truly sensed the existence of the space within each piece of jade and discovered that some of these spaces contained a substantial amount of supplies. With a mere thought, a carrot soon tumbled out. This process was repeated several times. Tang San has begun to grasp the functionality of the belt, and his gaze upon it has transformed into one of intense fervor. With this storage belt at his disposal, he shall no longer fret over the issue of concealing his hidden weapons, and his yearning for the enhancement of his Xiantian skill has reached an unparalleled level. Noticing Tang San's emotions, Yu Xiaojiang mistakenly attributes them solely to his fondness for the belt, and with a smile, he suggests, "Let us bestow upon it a name. We shall call it the bright moonlit night of the 24 bridges." Tang San suppressed the excitement within him, pondering for a moment before making a decision. "The night of the bright moon at the 24 bridges?" Yu Xiaojiang was slightly taken aback. Although he did not comprehend its meaning, he nodded in agreement. "It is a beautifully melodious name, albeit a tad lengthy." Tang Ge deeply resonated with what he heard. Subsequently, taking advantage of the lengthy journey ahead, Yu Xiaojiang imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts to the two of them, as well as the significance and direction of soul ring selection. During this discourse, he also inquired about Tang Ge's martial soul abilities and proposed corresponding developmental paths based on those abilities. Tang Ge expressed his gratitude, yet deep down, he had already made his own choice. Thus, time gradually passed. By noon the following day, Yu Xiaojiang had led Tang Ge and Tang San on a journey of 400 miles, finally arriving at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. Due to the preciousness of time, they did not linger in the bustling market outside, but instead passed directly through the gate into the soul-hunting forest using their token. Within the forest, in stark contrast to the external clamor, a profound silence enveloped them, and the air became refreshingly pure. However, having received prior admonitions from their master, Tang San and Tang Ge were acutely aware that once they entered the soul-hunting forest, danger would be an ever-present companion, permitting no negligence whatsoever. Consequently, a vigilant expression began to settle upon their faces. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted, and his previously despondent gaze brightened with newfound clarity. With both hands clasped before his chest, he swiftly separated them downwards while uttering a command. "Come forth, Luo Sanpao," accompanied by a surge of soul power. A creature materialized before the trio. It resembled a dog yet was the size of a pig, exceeding 1.5 meters in length. Adorned with a soft lavender coat and 2 petite ears, Its pale blue eyes blinked adorably, exuding both gentleness and charm. Upon its arrival, the creature scampered to Yu Xiaojiang's feet, nuzzling its head affectionately against his leg. "Teacher, is this your mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao? It appears quite adorable," Tang Ge remarked. Upon encountering, Tang San could not help but speak. During his journey, he had been actively questioned by Tang Ge, and had already learned that the master's beast martial soul was a mutated form, capable of being summoned. However, this mutation was veering towards an unfavorable direction. Tang San hesitated to inquire further, fearing he might touch upon the master's painful memories. Yet, at this moment, the creature before him appeared devoid of any unpleasantness. However, upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression twitched slightly. It was the first time someone had described his martial spirit as adorable. "Luo Sanpao, lead the way." Without responding to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang issued a direct command. Luo Sanpao emitted a series of chortling sounds and began to sway its head as it proceeded forward, sniffing the air in search of traces of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang followed closely behind with Tang San and Tang Ge. Thus, an entire day passed. Under Luo Sanpao's keen sense of smell, numerous soul beasts hidden in the shadows were uncovered, yet regrettably, they were either too young or unsuitable for their needs. Consequently, no battles ensued. As night fell, the trio settled in a clearing to establish their camp for rest. However, shortly thereafter, Luo Sanpao, who was on night watch, seemed to sense something. Suddenly, it stiffened and emitted a series of chortling sounds directed towards a specific location. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly alerted and stood up. Upon seeing a dozen faint greenish lights approaching from the darkness, his expression remained calm as he spoke in a low voice. "It is the spectral wolves. No need for alarm." Hearing the master's voice, Tang Ge's spirits were immediately lifted, for he knew that the appearance of the spectral wolves was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. At that moment, 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each approximately 1.6 meters in length, emerged from the shadows. Yu Xiaojiang scoffed coldly. "A pack of 10th-level pups dares to disturb me, Sanpao." Luo Sanpao growled deeply, inhaled sharply, and transformed into a balloon-like form. Simultaneously, a yellow halo shot forth and enveloped it. An authoritative growl resonated in the night, flatulence like thunder. Luo Sanpao. With the conclusion of Yu Xiaojiang's declaration, a brilliant light suddenly burst from Luo Sanpao's blue eyes. The yellow halo around it rapidly morphed, almost becoming a luminous screen. Amidst the fluctuations of soul power, Luo Sanpao's balloon-like body bounced and soared into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, a puff of yellow gas erupted from its rear, hurtling towards the approaching spectral wolves. "Put it on." At some point, Yu Xiaojiang had produced 2 masks. As he swiftly donned one for himself, he extended the other towards Tang San. As Tang San found himself engulfed in confusion, a hand unexpectedly reached out, seizing the mask before him. When he finally regained his composure, he was taken aback to discover that the mask originally intended for him by the master was now adorning Tang Ge's face. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge promptly turned his head and let out a mischievous chuckle. Tang San gritted his teeth in fury. However, before he could utter a word, the previously unleashed mass of yellow gas, upon reaching the group of hellwolves, erupted with a tremendous explosion. The thunderous roar reverberated as 6 ferocious hellwolves were violently thrown into the air, akin to a ruptured sack. Instantly, 2 of the wolves collided brutally with a tree, crashing to the ground and emitting mournful cries, unable to rise again. The remaining 4, though unsteadily regaining their footing, were left with copious blood streaming from their mouths and noses. With expressions filled with terror, they cast a fleeting glance in this direction before letting out a howling cry and swiftly fleeing. Luo Sanpao descended from the sky. Tang San's eyes shimmered with astonishment, utterly astounded by the immense power of the previous strike. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Teacher, Sanpao," yet, as the words left his lips, a sudden gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a peculiar scent that instantaneously compelled him to double over and retch. Luo Sanpao joyfully rushed over, only to be met with Tang San's reaction, which left him looking utterly dejected. Yu Xiaojiang, too, wore an expression of awkwardness, unable to resist turning away to cast a fierce glare at Tang San. After a considerable pause, Tang San had regained some strength, yet his complexion appeared slightly pale. The mere thought of the mask that had been snatched away ignited a fierce glare in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Ge. "Tang Ge, the teacher was right. You are truly wicked." The scent just now was extraordinarily distinctive. Within Tang San's heart lingered shadows of fear. his instincts urging him to distance himself from his teacher's soul beast. In response to Tang San's grievances, Tang Ge merely shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence. The master produced 2 masks, and I felt compelled to accept the kind gesture. After all, what harm was there in inhaling the essence of Sanpao's flatulence? As he spoke, Tang Ge bent down to affectionately pat Luo Sanpao's head. The creature emitted a series of chirps, a look of pleasure gracing its face. While it seized the opportunity to cast a glance at Tang San, the small eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction, as if blaming Tang San for his disdain towards its emissions. Noticing this, Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not truly fault Sanpao for the odor, considering that just moments ago, it had unleashed a thunderous flatulent blast that sent 6 spectral wolves flying. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer bear to watch. He sensed that if this continued, his innocent disciple would surely be mercilessly bullied by the brazen little rascal. Brandishing a dagger, he approached the 2 immobilized spectral wolves, swiftly slitting their throats and sprinkling some realgar powder to mask the scent of blood. Observing closely, the soul rings were on the verge of appearing. At the master's admonition, Tang San and Tang Ge ceased their bickering, redirecting their focus. Indeed, mere moments after the 2 spectral wolves perished, 2 ethereal white rings began to rise from their lifeless forms, appearing as though they could dissipate into nothingness at any moment. Tang Ge had already slain wolf-type spirit beasts back in Saint Soul Village, so he was not surprised by the sight of the spirit rings. However, upon his first encounter, Tang San's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seizing the moment, Master Yu Xiaojiang demonstrated the method of absorbing spirit rings, which encircled his form without penetrating his body. After listening to the master's explanation, Tang San understood that this was due to the master's insufficient spirit power for advancement, rendering him unable to absorb the spirit rings. An hour passed, and the 2 white spirit rings dissipated. Yu Xiaojiang instructed Tang San to feed Luo Sanpao 2 white radishes to replenish the spirit power expended earlier. Observing Luo Sanpao's blissful expression while devouring the radishes, Tang San's face twitched slightly. He finally comprehended the source of the unpleasant odor that had enveloped them moments before. Yet, just as Luo Sanpao finished the radishes, he suddenly emitted a series of urgent cries. Luo, 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 Luo. Be cautious. The spirit beast approaching this time is formidable. Upon hearing Sanpao's alarm, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically as he grasped Tang San and Tang Ge's hands, urging them to remain alert. Simultaneously, Tang San perceived the rustling sounds echoing through the darkness ahead and detected a pungent odor in the air, accompanied by a hint of sweetness and the fragrance of tea. It was poison. Tang San's complexion shifted slightly as he immediately activated the Xiantian skill and summoned the purple extreme demon eye, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. There, upon catching a glimpse of a shadowy serpent in the darkness, he promptly pointed towards it. Hearing Tang San's warning, Yu Xiaojiang set aside any thoughts regarding how their adversary had detected them so swiftly and hastily lit a fire stick, tossing it into the abyss. In the flickering light, a massive serpent, nearly 4 meters in length, was illuminated. The sight of this colossal creature caused even Yu Xiaojiang, with his 29th level soul power, to gasp in astonishment. Little San, little Go, allow me to impart a principle to you. The more souls one possesses, the greater the strength, when faced with fewer souls and lesser power. It's best to flee. So what shall we do now? Tang San could not help but inquire. In truth, he felt no fear towards the venomous giant serpent that had appeared. Rather, he was eager to test his mettle. However, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was grave as he swiftly affixed his 2 soul rings onto Luo Sanpao, while hastily urging, "This is a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake. Let Sanpao hold it off. We must escape at once." Just as he spoke, a sudden emptiness gripped his hand, and a figure darted forth, charging toward the distant mandala snake. Upon recognizing that it was, in fact, Tang Ge, he was taken aback and could not help but shout, "Tang Ge, what are you doing? Come back at once." Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and a sharp dagger instinctively materialized in his hand. A few meters away, Tang Ge, who had just burst forth, heard Yu Xiaojiang's voice filled with concern, yet he did not pause. As he beheld the approaching mandala snake, rather than feeling fear, he was filled with exhilaration. It was merely a soul beast, not yet 400 years old. Today, Tang Ge was determined to showcase his prowess by tearing the snake apart with his bare hands. Chapter 23, The Master's Doubt. Tang Ge was not a reckless individual, and it was inconceivable that he would foolishly charge forward to meet his demise. However, When the mandala serpent emerged, he felt no trace of threat emanating from it. Thus, recalling how Tang San had effortlessly slain a mandala serpent unscathed in the original storyline, Tang Ge seized this opportunity to test the might of his ancient sacred body at 30% fusion. Master, there is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this serpent. With that declaration, Tang Ge hastened his pace once more. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was at a loss, observing Tang Ge rushing towards the mandala serpent. He was filled with rage, exclaiming in disbelief, "Has this foolish boy lost his mind? The mandala serpent approaches its 400-year mark. Even I am no match for it. Is he courting death? Teacher, I know Tang Ge. He will be just fine." In response to the master's anxious and furious outburst, Tang San could not help but offer words of comfort. Nevertheless, he tightened his grip on the dagger, contemplating that should Tang Ge find himself in peril, he would rush to assist him. For a moment, both were wide-eyed, scarcely daring to blink, fearful that Tang Ge might unwittingly be devoured whole by the mandala serpent. Nearly 10 meters away, Tang Ge remained oblivious to the concerns of both the master and Tang San. At that instant, he had reached the forefront of the mandala serpent. With the resistance of his ancient sacred body rendering him immune to the noxious gases permeating the air around him. Bang! With a thunderous strike, Tang Ge's fist landed squarely upon the body of the mandala serpent. The sheer force unleashed shattered the serpent's ironclad scales, causing its body to cave inward. A cacophony of agonizing cries echoed from the serpent, its elongated, frigid eyes blazing with icy fury. A faint, golden luminescence emanated from its dark green scales, as its thick tail transformed into a fleeting phantom, lashing out at Tang Ge with such intensity that the very air crackled. Simultaneously, the serpent's nearly 4-meter-long body coiled into a ring, its triangular head pivoting to sink its fangs into Tang Ge, gleaming menacingly in the firelight. The serpent's sharp teeth dripped with venom. Undeterred by the serpent's enraged counterattack, Tang Ge remained composed. As the gaping maw lunged towards him, he nonchalantly summoned a massive stone into existence. This was the very stone upon which Tang Ge had rested before his fateful tumble down the embankment. The incident that led to the activation of his system. As a memento, he had stored the stone within his system space. Now he retrieved it, positioning it perfectly to intercept the serpent's bite. With a sickening crunch, the stone lodged itself within the serpent's jaws, rendering it unable to close its mouth or expel the obstruction. Tang Ge could not help but let out a hearty laugh as he retaliated with a powerful punch against the descending serpent's tail. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed, sending shattered emerald scales flying in all directions. Moreover, this was not the end. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Ge swiftly turned around, seizing the mandragora serpent's tail as it attempted to retract. With a powerful exertion of his arms, he effortlessly lifted the serpent nearly 4 meters in length. As if it were weightless, bolstered by the formidable ancient sacred body, he began to slam the creature against the ground with relentless force. Thud, 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 thud. The earth trembled, and leaves cascaded down around them. The once ferocious mandragora serpent, now utterly stripped of its former menace, emitted mournful cries, transforming into a dark green whip as it repeatedly soared into the air before crashing back down. Blood-stained emerald scales flew in all directions, and the previously smooth terrain began to resemble a landscape of deep ravines. From a distance, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San stood in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched the mandragora serpent, devoid of any resistance, fall victim to Tang Ge's overwhelming strength. Tang San remained unfazed, having long recognized Tang Ge's formidable physique and immense strength. At this moment, he was merely taken aback by the scene before him. However, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was tumultuous, pounding violently as if it were about to leap into his throat. This was a soul beast nearing 400 years of age, yet it was being so thoroughly bested by a mere 6-year-old child. Could this be a dream? Yet, with the resounding thuds of impact echoing around him, Yu Xiaojiang understood that what he witnessed was undeniably real. In an instant, he could not help but swallow hard, his gaze shifting to the side where Tang San stood. "Little San, are you certain that this child, who has grown up alongside you, is indeed human and not a transformed soul beast from the Stardow Forest?" "Well, it should be a human, I suppose." Tang San spoke with a hint of uncertainty. A mere 10 meters away, after a relentless and frenzied assault upon the earth, the mandrill serpent had finally succumbed, abandoning its struggle altogether. Blood gushed forth unceasingly from its maw, which was clamped firmly upon a large rock. Tang Ge, unaware of when he had loosened his grip on the serpent's tail, found himself before the head of the mandrake serpent, firmly grasping its upper and lower jaws. With a forceful tear, the serpent's mouth was instantly ripped open by Tang Ge. However, just as he was poised to rend the mandrake serpent in two, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Yu Xiaojing, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Tang San, earning 100 shock points. The system's notification jolted Tang Ge back to reality. He immediately ceased his assault on the serpent and turned to call out to Tang San in the distance. Xiao San, hurry over and slay this serpent. You want me to kill the serpent? Upon hearing Tang Ge's call, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. However, beside him, Yu Xiaojing revealed a glimmer of delight and urged, Xiao San, your first soul ring has finally come to fruition. This mandra snake is perfectly suited for you. Given your innate full soul power, absorbing the soul ring from this nearly 400-year-old mandra snake will pose no challenge. Yet, Tang San hesitated. But my martial spirit is the plant blue silvergrass. Can it truly absorb a beast-type soul ring? Tang San expressed his concerns. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing had completely relaxed, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he elaborated on the theory of martial soul mimicry, one of the 10 core competencies in the realm of martial souls. As Tang Ge awaited nearby, his words flowed rapidly. After hearing the master's insights, Tang San, once filled with apprehension, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. No longer hesitating, he swiftly approached Tang Ge and, with the sharp dagger in hand, pierced through the head of the mandra snake. Tang Ge released his grip, and the immense body of the mandala serpent crashed to the ground. Shortly thereafter, faint yellow specks of light began to emerge from the serpent's form, coalescing into a circle of golden rings above its massive body. Little 3. The serpent has taken care of your troubles. Now the process of absorbing the soul rings will depend on your own efforts. Tang Ge's gaze settled upon Tang San, and with a smile, he remarked that the latter had indeed provided him with 100 points of astonishment, making his earlier efforts worthwhile. Chapter 24. Encountering adventurers. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was instantly moved. He had not anticipated that Tang Ge had risked so much in battling the mandala snake solely to assist him in acquiring his first spirit ring. Although the duration of the conflict was brief, the mandala snake was a formidable spirit beast, nearing 400 years of age and possessing extremely potent venom. A single misstep from Tang Ge could have placed him in grave peril. Perhaps this exemplifies what Master referred to as a trustworthy comrade and friend upon whom one could rely. Tang San contemplated inwardly. He then nodded emphatically and assuredly replied, Tang Ge, rest assured, I shall not let you down. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing approached. Observing the fully formed soul ring, he, fearing that delays might lead to unforeseen changes, urged, Xiao San, let us begin. Tang San no longer hesitated. Following the method imparted by his master, he first summoned his martial soul, the blue silvergrass. He then continued to channel his soul power, and under the influence of a compelling force, the soul ring above the mandala snake swiftly descended and enveloped him. In an instant, an immense pressure bore down upon him. Tang San furrowed his brow. Suppressing the discomfort that surged through his bones as if under immense pressure, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. The spirit rings began to diminish in size, gradually merging with the blue silvergrass. After a while, seeing Tang San's tightly furrowed brow relax, Yu Xiaojing, who had been anxiously watching, finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood that everything that followed would depend solely on Tang San's own resolve, and his only role was to remain here, patiently awaiting the outcome. With his gaze shifting away from Tang San, Yu Xiaojing turned to look at Tang Ge. The recent events had altered his perception of Tang Ge, who was no longer the brazen, unreliable lad he once was. Tang Ge's display of bravery and responsibility greatly pleased Yu Xiaojing. However, he maintained a stern expression and admonished, this time was merely luck. Henceforth, you must not act so recklessly. Do you understand? Master, I shall remember it well, Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge did not refute the criticism, accepting it with humility. A smile finally appeared on Yu Xiaojing's face. He nodded and said, once Xiao San successfully integrates his first soul ring, it will be time to seek a suitable soul ring for you, young one, your martial spirit. Before Yu Xiaojing could finish his sentence, Tang Ge interjected earnestly, Master, I have already determined a clear direction for the development of my soul ring. Therefore, I plan to venture alone in search of a suitable soul beast. Once Xiao San's soul ring fusion is complete, you need not wait for me. You may return to the academy directly. This decision had been made by Tang Ge prior to their journey to the soul-hunting forest. Now that Tang San had found his first soul ring and the master's crisis had been averted, it was indeed time for him to part ways with the two and seek his martial spirit independently. After all, with the ancient sacred body and the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge felt confident and untroubled by the prospect of encountering insurmountable soul beasts within the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing Tang Ge's request, Yu Xiaojing would have undoubtedly disagreed previously. However, after witnessing Tang Ge effortlessly slay a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake, he realized that even with his own 29th level of soul power, he would likely not be a match. And Tang Ge was merely a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his soul power. This thought left Yu Xiaojing both astonished and profoundly melancholic, as he recognized that he had unknowingly fallen behind the progression of the times. Thus, after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not persuade you further. I only hope you will think carefully before acting. Xiao San and I will wait for you outside the soul-hunting forest. Yes, I will be cautious." With the master's consent, Tang Ge did not linger any longer. Turning to stride into the dark forest ahead, it was only after he had completely vanished from sight that Yu Xiaojing withdrew his gaze. His attention returned to Tang San, who was gradually absorbing and integrating his soul ring, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the dream I have harbored for so long will be realized through them. The sky is vast for the birds to soar, and the sea is boundless for the fish to leap. At this moment, Tang Ge's emotions were precisely this. After parting ways with the master and Tang San, he instantly felt an overwhelming sense of ease and freedom, no longer making any effort to conceal his presence. As he traversed the path, the soul beasts he encountered instinctively avoided him. Those audacious enough to approach and provoke him were met with a fierce and unrelenting assault from his fists. Yet, he refrained from taking their lives, allowing them to flee in terror. Before he realized it, night had passed and dawn arrived. As a gentle ray of warm sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating the soul-hunting forest, Tang Ge completely departed from the outskirts and ventured deep into the forest. Beneath the towering tree, the crackling of the burning firewood echoed softly. After a long night of travel, Tang Ge seized the rare opportunity to pause, roasting a rabbit that had taken on a golden hue. As the seasoning was sprinkled upon it, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Soul beasts are indeed remarkable. Their scent surpasses that of ordinary wild creatures. After a short while, the roasted rabbit meat was finally ready. As Tang Ge prepared to indulge in his meal, 4 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, all clad in attire suitable for adventurous escapades. One of the men was a towering figure, standing at approximately 6 feet tall. In his 30s, with muscles that exuded formidable strength, he wielded a large shield over a meter in height with ease. The other young man was considerably shorter, holding a dagger in his hand, his cold, vigilant gaze revealing a sense of alertness. Yet, his eyes frequently drifted towards his enchanting female companion, adorned in a striking red outfit, betraying an unmistakable passion. As Tang Ge beheld the scene before him, he instantly recognized that the 4 individuals who had appeared were indeed the adventurous team mentioned by the master, engaged in the pursuit of soul beasts to procure soul rings. However, what perplexed him was the presence of a seemingly frail young girl, appearing no older than 8, accompanying this seemingly ordinary party. Simultaneously, the 4 adventurers emerged from the woods and spotted Tang Ge, who was busy roasting meat. Due to the activation of his ancient sacred body, his physique far exceeded that of children his age, making him appear anything but a mere 6-year-old. The adventurers were taken aback by the unexpected presence of another, momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not long before the gaze of a burly man, wielding a large shield, fell upon the golden, roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. His eyes sparkled with delight as he let out a hearty laugh. "Little brother, fate has brought us together. Do you mind if we share in this delectable feast?" The robust man chuckled heartily as he approached, squatting down without waiting for Tang Ge's consent, and reached eagerly for the golden roasted rabbit. Throughout this process, however, his other hand remained firmly gripping his shield. Clearly, despite Tang Ge's youthful appearance and the absence of any visible soul power, the jovial giant maintained a vigilant demeanor. Just as his hand was about to grasp the roasted meat, another hand suddenly appeared, seizing his wrist. The burly man raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, and he exerted more strength in an attempt to break free. Yet, Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as he realized the overwhelming strength opposing him. How could this be? He thought, astonished. As he turned to face Tang Ge, who was holding his wrist, he forced a smile and inquired, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. Merely conveying that this roasted meat is quite valuable. You cannot afford it." Tang Ge replied coolly, responding to the system prompt echoing in his mind. With a sudden exertion of force, the burly man felt a sharp pain in his wrist as he was effortlessly hurled, along with his shield, several meters away. "Zhou-san, brother-san." The remaining 3 members of the party were taken aback as they witnessed their companion being tossed aside so abruptly, and they hurriedly approached him. Zhou-san, propping himself up with his shield, stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust with an awkward shake of his head. "No need to worry. I'm fine." However, when he gazed across at Tang Ge, the fear in Zhou-san's eyes was unmistakable. Sensing Zhou-san's trepidation, his 3 companions swiftly shifted their focus to Tang Ge. Observing this seemingly 11 or 12-year-old boy clad in a red outfit, a graceful young woman furrowed her brow before speaking with a smile. "Little one, you are here to hunt soul beasts for soul rings as well, are you not? Where are your elders? Did they not accompany you?" Tang Ge disregarded the woman, his stomach growling with hunger as he picked up the roasted rabbit meat and began to indulge in it with delight. The rich aroma wafted through the air. The young girl standing beside the graceful woman in the red attire couldn't help but swallow hard, her bright eyes fixated on the roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. The other 3, left in this situation, displayed expressions of varying emotions. Yet, after discerning the extraordinary nature of the youth from their companion Zhou-san's gaze, they begrudgingly swallowed their dissatisfaction. After a brief interval, Tang Ge finally finished the roasted rabbit meat in his hands and, upon raising his head, noticed Zhou-san and the other 3 still standing nearby. He couldn't help but express his confusion. "Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to eat the bones I have left?" The young man holding the dagger was infuriated by Tang Ge's words, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, before he could utter a word, a small girl standing beside the graceful woman suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Tuan has reacted. A century-old soul beast has appeared nearby." Unbeknownst to anyone, a gelatinous, transparent orb had materialized in the girl's hand. In response to her exclamation, this orb began to emit a yellow glow, which coalesced into a luminous arrow. Once formed, the arrow pointed resolutely in a specific direction. Both the elegant woman and the burly Zhou-san displayed expressions of excitement upon witnessing the emergence of the yellow arrow. The dagger-wielding young man, in a fervent rush, urged, "What are we waiting for? We must hurry and locate this soul beast. It might be just what we need." With that, he dashed eagerly towards the direction indicated by the yellow arrow, and the other 3 teammates swiftly followed suit. In an instant, only Tang Ge remained. Tang Ge felt a twinge of awkwardness, caught off guard by the unexpected disregard he had received for the first time. However, what truly piqued his interest was that the 4 adventurers had confidently asserted the presence of a century-old soul beast nearby, and they evidently knew its precise location. The translucent jelly-like entity that had appeared in the little girl's hand sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Tang Ge's eyes. Such a peculiar martial spirit, capable of sensing the age and position of soul beasts in advance. Could it be a mutated beast martial spirit, akin to Luo Sanpeio's? Without further ado, he hastened in pursuit of the direction the 4 adventurers had taken. 100 meters away lay an open area. As a massive iron net adorned with hooks descended from above, a hedgehog martial spirit, previously rampaging about, was ensnared within it. As it curled up, its sharp quills became lodged in the fine mesh of the net, effectively trapping it. Not far off, the once formidable figure of Zhou-san lay on the ground, emitting anguish groans. His body was pierced by at least 3 slender spikes, blood seeping continuously from the wounds, while a hefty shield, similarly embedded with spikes, lay discarded beside him. Upon witnessing the hedgehog ensnared in the iron net, Zhou-san could not help but bellow, "Hurry and kill that iron-spiked hedgehog. It's driving me to the brink of agony." The iron net had been thrown by a young man wielding a dagger, in his effort to ensnare the century-old iron-spiked hedgehog. He too had sustained an injury, a spike piercing his arm, and he leaned against a large tree, clutching his wound. The soul-unscathed individual was a graceful woman. As for the girl beside her, her face pale with fright, she possessed little more than her jelly martial spirit, lacking any genuine combat prowess. Upon hearing Zhou-san's urgent plea, the graceful woman glanced at the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, her expression turning conflicted. Although this soul beast was merely over 100 years old, she was a level 23 soul master, the strongest member of their quartet. Yet, with the hedgehog curled up, its quills protruding defensively. There was no feasible way to launch an attack. Unless one were to strike with a shield-type weapon, the chances of vanquishing it were slim. Unfortunately, Zhou San, wielding the large shield, was incapacitated. Another companion, possessing a nimble martial spirit, was equally unable to assist. The woman wielded a long whip, which could strike the hedgehog from a distance. However, the duration required to achieve a successful strike was uncertain. They were, after all, within the soul-hunting forest, a place fraught with hidden dangers, and no one could guarantee that in their attempt to slay the iron-spiked hedgehog, other soul beasts would not be drawn to them. Hesitation began to creep into the woman's mind. Was she to abandon the endeavor? Just as she pondered this, footsteps echoed behind her, followed by a familiar voice. "How is it? Do you need my assistance?" "Who?" Startled, the graceful woman instinctively activated her 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, before turning to the source of the voice. To her surprise, Tang Ge had appeared a mere 7 or 8 meters away. Observing the woman who had activated her 2 soul rings, Tang Ge felt a wave of astonishment. A soul master. Yet, he remained unfazed, smiling as he spoke again. "I possess a healing martial spirit. If you do not mind, I can assist in treating your companion." Chapter 26. Objective: Millennium Soul Beast. The appearance of Tang Ge elicited a slight surprise from the enchanting woman, as she had not anticipated his arrival. Nonetheless, she did not lower her guard, her gaze fixed upon Tang Ge, skepticism evident in her voice as she inquired, "Are you truly a healing-type martial soul?" "Indeed I am," he replied, "but before I attend to your companion's ailments, I require a promise from you." Tang Ge nodded. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are the conditions?" "Assist me in locating a Millennium Soul Beast that meets my specifications." Tang Ge articulated his conditions clearly. Indeed, after parting ways with the master and Tang San, he had no intention of hunting century-old soul beasts. Instead, he set his sights on Millennium Soul Beasts. After all, if Tang San could successfully absorb the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake soul ring, and given that he had the capability to tear the mandala snake apart with his bare hands, coupled with his ancient sacred body constitution, absorbing a century-old soul ring would seem a gross underutilization of his potential. Therefore, Tang Ge sought to find a Millennium Soul Ring as his first soul ring. However, while century-old soul beasts could still be found in the soul-hunting forest, Millennium Soul Beasts were exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to encounter. Now that he had come across a soul master capable of sensing the age of soul beasts, how could Tang Ge let such an opportunity slip away? Unfortunately, when he expressed his request, the enchanting woman opposite him flatly rejected it, stating, "That is impossible. Millennium Soul Beasts are far beyond our capability to handle." In the distance, a cold young man, leaning against a tree to restore his soul power, also noticed Tang Ge. Recalling their previous unpleasant encounter, a glint of malice crossed his face as he coldly remarked, This kid clearly lacks strength. Why waste words with him? Just capture him. If he refuses to help us, we can simply eliminate him. Am I truly lacking in strength?" Tang Ge raised an eyebrow and suddenly burst into laughter. Before the elegant woman could react, he swiftly departed from his position and charged towards the cold young man. With swiftness, Tang Ge arrived before the icy youth, delivering a palm strike that stirred the air. Startled, the youth reacted instinctively, thrusting his dagger forward. A resounding thud echoed as the dagger was dislodged, and the youth was flattened. The blow reverberated through his body, leaving his head reeling. After a moment, clarity returned, but as he attempted to rise, a foot planted firmly on his back, accompanied by derisive words. "How fares your perception of my strength now? You, despicable, ambushed me," the youth retorted, his face flushed with indignation. In the distance, the lithe woman had regained her composure. Yet, for reasons unknown, she observed the youth pinned beneath Tang Ge's foot without intervening. As for the hulking Zhou San, adorned with several quills, he feigned ignorance, having previously witnessed Tang Ge's prowess. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's face revealed a sense of satisfaction. He disregarded the cold, defiant youth at his feet and turned his gaze to the graceful lady, continuing, "Rest assured, all I require from you is assistance in locating a Millennium Soul Beast. As for the task of slaying it, that responsibility shall fall upon me. If you lend your support, I shall not only offer my services to heal your wounds free of charge, but I will also take care of this spiny creature for you." Initially, the elegant woman hesitated to acquiesce, but upon hearing his promise to deal with the spiny beast, her resolve wavered. Casting a glance at the frail and frightened little girl not far away, she clenched her teeth and ultimately nodded in agreement. I cannot guarantee their compliance. But as long as you allow Xiao Chan to deliver the final blow to the iron-spiked hedgehog, I shall agree to accompany you in the search for the Millennium Soul Beast. It seemed that Xiao Chan was indeed the name of the little girl. Tang Ge discerned that the peculiar girl with the extraordinary martial soul shared a significant bond with the enchanting woman before him. Thus, upon hearing the woman's request, he promptly nodded in agreement. As for the cold youth and the towering figure, Zhou San, who lay defeated on the ground, they ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce and accept Tang Ge's healing, once they were assured that their injuries had entirely healed. Both the cold youth and Zhou San were left in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that this relatively young boy possessed a healing martial soul. Yet, they wondered why his power was so formidable. Could it be a mutated martial soul? At that moment, Tang Ge had already taken action, striking the iron-spiked hedgehog ensnared in barbed wire until it was barely alive, before the little girl, her eyes closed, swiftly ended its life. As the yellow halo emerged from the iron-spiked hedgehog, the enchanting woman's expression brightened, and she urged Xiao Chan, quickly absorb this soul ring. The little girl nodded, bravely summoning the soul ring and beginning the process of absorption and integration. Witnessing this scene, the cold youth and Zhou San could not help but reveal a hint of envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman's gaze shifted to Tang Ge. Biting her lip, she said, "My name is Lin Yue. Thank you for helping my sister." "It was merely a mutual assistance," he replied. Tang Ge shook his head. Immediately, the group fell into silence, awaiting the outcome. After roughly half an hour, the little girl successfully absorbed the soul ring. As soon as she finished, she joyfully leaped to her feet and ran to Lin Yue. Sister, look, I've acquired a soul skill," she exclaimed, summoning her translucent jelly-like martial spirit. A nearly transparent slender arrow materialized from her soul power and, with a sudden whoosh, shot forth. In an instant, it pierced through the thick trunk of a distant tree. Witnessing this spectacle, the cold-faced youth and the giant Zhou San were filled with envy. Meanwhile, the graceful Lin Yue let out a small sigh of relief, then smiled as she affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. "Xiao Chan, you are truly impressive." Hiki. The little girl couldn't help but laugh with delight. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly spoke up. "Now that the soul ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we set off to help me seek the 1,000-year soul beast?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the laughing little girl recalled the earlier events and, frightened, quickly hid behind Lin Yue. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Am I truly that fearsome?" Lin Yue gently patted the little girl's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Then she turned her gaze to Tang Ge, nodding as she spoke. Given Xiao Chan's current soul power level, locating a Millennium Soul Beast should pose no challenge. However, once we identify the desired Millennium Soul Beast, I will depart with Xiao Chan. Indeed, as soon as we find the Millennium Soul Beast I require, you are free to leave at any time. Tang Ge did not refuse. There was no time to delay. They no longer lingered here, wasting precious moments. As the little girl summoned her jelly spirit, they were once again drawn into the shadowy forest, guided by the resonance of the jelly spirit. Chapter 27. The Millennial Soul Beast, the Dream Fox. Although Tang Ge had previously witnessed the little girl's ability to sense soul beasts through her jelly spirit, he remained utterly astonished upon seeing it again. The master's words rang true. There are no completely useless spirits, only those who do not know how to wield them. Throughout their journey, Tang Ge observed as the once translucent jelly soul spirit continuously shifted from white to yellow, and then back from yellow to white, in an endless cycle. These ever-changing hues signified the presence of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts surrounding the 5 individuals. Furthermore, at the apex of its body, a luminous arrow pointed towards the concealed direction of the soul beast. It must be said that with such a jelly soul spirit, there was no need to worry about finding a suitable soul beast in the vast expanse of the soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge felt immensely fortunate to have encountered this adventurous team. Otherwise, he wondered how long it would take to find a Millennium Soul Beast on his own. During this time, the cold youth and the formidable giant, Zhou San, expressed their desire to hunt a century-old soul beast in order to obtain a soul ring. As both had attained the 20th level of soul power, their purpose for venturing into the soul-hunting forest was to acquire their second soul ring and ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the century-old soul ring from the slain iron-spiked hedgehog, envy gleamed in their eyes. Regrettably, Tang Ge paid no heed to the request of the cold youth and the giant, forbidding them from departing. As time gradually elapsed, A full day and night passed without notice. Despite the assistance of the little girl's jelly-like martial soul and encounters with several commendable century-old soul beasts, the Millennium Soul Beast remained elusive. Tang Ge even began to doubt the existence of Millennium Soul Beasts within the soul-hunting forest. In fact, he nearly retreated to the option of a century-old soul beast. However, fortunately, by the following morning, a turning point finally emerged. In a dimly lit grove, the towering figure of Zhou Sun led the way, brandishing a large shield, while the dagger-wielding youth remained vigilant, flitting about to guard against any sudden ambushes. Tang Ge, Lin Yue, and the little girl Lin Yuechan walked at the center. At that moment, the jelly spirit, cradled gently in the little girl's arms, began to quiver softly. Its originally white luminescence started to fluctuate dramatically. Faintly, purple specks of light began to emerge within the white glow. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback. Soon thereafter, filled with joy, he promptly exclaimed, "Stop immediately." Upon hearing Tang Ge's command, everyone halted their advance, directing their full attention to the jelly spirit nestled in Lin Yue's embrace. The appearance of the purple specks signified the presence of a Millennium Soul Beast nearby. In that instant, tension enveloped the group as they fixated on the jelly spirit's transformation while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. However, due to the scarcity of the purple specks, the white luminescence continued to dominate. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, poised to instruct the young girl to concentrate her light arrows and indicate the location of the Millennium Soul Beast. Suddenly, a series of plaintive cries erupted ahead, capturing everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, perched on a robust, flourishing tree about 7 to 8 meters away, was a fox adorned in a resplendent coat of multicolored fur. It lounged on the branch, its elongated eyes quietly observing the scene before it. Simultaneously, the jelly-like martial soul in the little girl's arms, which had previously emitted only faint purple glimmers, underwent a dramatic transformation, swiftly becoming a deep purple hue. A Millennium Soul Beast. Witnessing the emergence of the multicolored fox and the metamorphosis of the jelly martial soul, the dagger-wielding youth stammered in fear, then, without hesitation, turned to flee into the distance. Unfortunately, he had scarcely covered a few meters when another plaintive cry resonated, causing him to freeze in place. Strangely, there was no terror on his face. Rather, an expression of rapture took hold. In that moment, not only was the dagger youth eerily immobilized, but Lin Yue, the little girl, and the shield-bearing Zhou Sun also wore expressions of bliss, as if lost in a beautiful dream. The soul beast fox emitted another cry, gracefully leaping down from the branch to the ground. Upon landing, it slowly approached the nearest dagger youth, with every step releasing waves of purple soul energy. With a swift motion, the fox stood upright before the dagger youth, and with a mere flick of its forepaw, his head was severed. Blood gushed from the severed neck, staining the verdant grass a vivid crimson. Following this, the burly Zhou Sun, wielding a shield, also met the same fate, becoming a headless corpse. 7 to 8 meters away, Tang Ge, who had remained still, suddenly jolted, his previously closed eyes snapping open just in time to witness this gruesome spectacle, leaving him utterly astonished. How could two soul masters of the 19th rank be so easily dispatched? Yet, his attention swiftly shifted to the soul beast fox, his gaze igniting with fervor. At that moment, Tang Ge recognized the fox's true identity. It was a Millennium Soul Beast, the dreaming fox, capable of bewitching its foes through soul energy. Once ensnared, opponents would find themselves immersed in a blissful illusion, allowing the dreaming fox to effortlessly claim their lives. Tang Ge had momentarily fallen prey to its enchantment, but fortunately, his ancient holy body granted him considerable resistance to such mental assaults, enabling him to break free swiftly. For Tang Ge, however, a soul beast with mental attack capabilities like the dreaming fox was precisely what he sought. Absorbing its soul ring and acquiring similar soul skills would significantly enhance the efficacy of his martial soul, the yin-yang diagram of life and death. Tang Ge was astounded by his extraordinary fortune. The first Millennium Soul Beast he encountered was perfectly suited to him. As for the possibility of defeating it, he felt no apprehension whatsoever. At the same time, the illusory fox, which had just slain the dagger-wielding youth and the colossal shield-wielder Zhou Sun, took notice of Tang Ge as he opened his eyes. A flicker of perplexity danced in its elongated fox eyes, as if it could not comprehend how this human had regained consciousness. With a soft whimper, it called out, and in an instant, a peculiar force surged toward Tang Ge. Tang Ge, ever vigilant, remained unscathed, yet chose to close his eyes, feigning a smile of delight. Observing this, the dream fox gracefully approached with dainty steps, closing the distance between them. Eventually, the dream fox stood before Tang Ge, rearing up on its hind legs, revealing the sharp claws concealed within its paw. At this very moment, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes. As he extended his right hand, a miniature sword gradually materialized from his palm. Chapter 28. Slaughter. The first soul ring. When he chose to strike, it was with the force of thunder. Faced with the ancient soul beast, the dream fox, which had existed for at least a millennium, Tang Ge, despite his immense confidence, dared not let his guard down, nor could he afford to hold back in the slightest. As the L11N sword, one of the four swords of celestial slaughter, was summoned, the already dim forest plunged into deeper darkness. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from the L11N sword. The wind surged violently, howling through the trees with a mournful wail. The sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, began to rumble with distant thunder. In that instant, every soul beast within a radius of several miles was struck with fear, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. As for the millennium-old dream fox facing the L11N sword, it stood frozen in place, terror filling its eyes. Witnessing the dream fox rendered immobile, Tang Ge was profoundly astonished. The four swords of celestial slaughter, being his most formidable martial spirit, remained beyond his full control due to his current limitations. However, summoning a sword was not beyond his capacity. Thus, Tang Ge resolved to call forth the L11N sword. Enduring the agonizing sensation as though his body were being torn apart, forcibly channeling his soul power to release a fragment of its aura. The mere leak of this infinitesimal aura not only altered the atmosphere, but also rendered the Millennium Dream Fox incapable of movement. Nonetheless, the ancient sacred body, with only a 30% fusion rate, struggled to endure the backlash from summoning the L11N sword for any extended period. Realizing that the Millennium Dream Fox had been subdued, Tang Ge dared not squander time. As he retracted the L11N sword, he swiftly summoned the yin-yang diagram of life and death, infusing it with his soul power, which caused it to expand tremendously. Ensnared, Tang Ge let out a low growl, and the colossal yin-yang diagram resembled a gigantic hand, reaching down to ensnare the dreaming fox. As its soul energy was incessantly drained, it transformed into yin power, surging into the dreaming fox's being. With a heart-wrenching cry, the recently revived dreaming fox emitted a piercing wail. The excruciating agony of its internal corrosion instilled a profound sense of mortality, compelling it to struggle desperately. Tang Ge's soul power began to deplete rapidly. However, he did not allow the fox to struggle freely. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was ensnared, he summoned the power of the ancient sacred body and charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. Through a layer of martial spirit, Tang Ge relentlessly struck the dream fox's body with repeated punches. With each blow, the terrifying force, coupled with the power of darkness, invaded the dream fox's interior, causing its organs to rupture violently. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the fox's mouth and nostrils, immediately staining its multicolored fur a deep red. The shrill cries grew increasingly piercing. Ultimately, as he observed the near-total depletion of his soul power and the instability of the yin-yang life and death diagram, the severely injured dream fox sought to break free. After unleashing an unknown number of punches, Tang Ge suddenly let out a low shout, chaotic wind hammer technique. At that moment, leveraging the formidable constitution of the ancient sacred body, he substituted his fist for hammers, concentrating all his might into his right fist, and executed the chaotic wind hammer technique in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous impact, Tang Ge's fist struck heavily against the dream fox's head. The fox emitted a desperate and mournful cry, which abruptly ceased. As the yin-yang life and death diagram dissipated, a headless corpse fell to the ground, its scorching blood staining the surrounding earth. With his soul power nearly exhausted, Tang Ge collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, upon witnessing a violet halo gradually coalescing above the dream fox's lifeless form, a faint smile appeared on his pallid face. At last, he could take a moment to rest. He then closed his eyes, beginning to recuperate his depleted soul power. During this time, due to the lingering aura released by the Lucian sword, no soul beast dared to approach the vicinity. Lin Yue and the young girl, who had narrowly escaped calamity, remained unconscious and had yet to awaken. Thus, Tang Ge felt no concern about disturbances, allowing him to focus solely on recovering his soul power while maintaining a thread of awareness to note any external movements. Half an hour passed. Tang Ge reopened his eyes, and the pallor of his face transformed into a vibrant hue. Feeling the complete restoration of his soul power within, He cast a glance at his personal profile panel and could not help but murmur in admiration. The 9 orifices golden core truly lived up to its name. Not only had his soul power recovered swiftly, but even the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had increased by 2 points due to this battle. Indeed, as long as there are resources to support it, combat proves to be the most effective means to enhance the ancient sacred body. In that moment, Tang Ge even contemplated remaining in the soul-hunting forest to engage in combat with Millennium Soul Beasts. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Not only would the efficacy of the 9 orifices golden core be insufficient for such endeavors, but the mere chance of encountering a Millennium Soul Beast would require immense fortune. Take, for instance, the recently slain Dream Fox. The mere thought of the Dream Fox caused Tang Ge to quickly rein in his wandering thoughts, redirecting his focus to the violet Millennium Soul Ring before him. Gazing at the Soul Ring, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Soul Ring was perfectly attuned to his martial soul. He resolved to absorb the Soul Ring without delay. Sensing his body and spirit at their peak, Tang Ge sat cross-legged and gently beckoned with his hand, channeling his soul power. The Millennium Soul Ring, which had been suspended above the corpse of the Dream Fox, immediately soared toward him. As soon as the Soul Ring encircled him, Tang Ge heard a piercing wail echoing in his mind, followed by the menacing apparition of a Dream Fox lunging at him. Humph! Even in death, you dare to haunt me. Submit to my absorption. Tang Ge emitted a soft hum, releasing a trace of the aura of the exquisite sword of immortality. It was an instantaneous action, a fleeting moment without the slightest pause. Yet, the ephemeral, dreamlike fox that had just materialized was instantly torn asunder, vanishing without a trace. The Soul Ring, which had previously resisted vehemently, regained its tranquility, gradually merging with the newly manifested yin-yang diagram of life and death. Strangely enough, colors other than the stark black and white of the yin-yang diagram had appeared. Though Tang Ge remained oblivious to this development, his consciousness was entirely focused inward, diligently channeling his soul power, which surged through his body with remarkable speed. The previously maximal reserve of soul power began to swell rapidly once more. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sharp cracking sound resonated within him. At that moment, with his eyes still tightly shut, Tang Ge experienced an epiphany and suddenly opened his left hand. The yin-yang diagram emerged from his palm. Beneath him, a distinct violet halo began to coalesce, slowly ascending and encircling his form in a graceful rotation. This was the unmistakable hallmark of a first-ring soul master. Chapter 29. Milk can save lives, yet it can also take them. Tang Ge opened his eyes and beheld the swirling violet soul rings encircling him. His gaze was fervent, and he restrained the urge to burst into laughter as he summoned his personal data panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 13th Rank Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Purple Soul Skill. Joy Martial Technique. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree. 32 Shock Value. 3120 compared to before. The personal data panel exhibited significant changes, now showcasing an additional soul ring and a soul skill option. More importantly, Tang Ge, having remained at the 10th level of Soul Master for an extended period, finally achieved a breakthrough, leaping 2 levels to become a 13th level Soul Master. Moreover, his first soul ring surpassed the theoretical research of his master, reaching the purple, Millennium grade. As he felt the surge of soul power breaking through his limitations, a torrent of energy coursing through his body, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle to himself. He longed to find his master at that moment and witness the astonishment on his face. Soon after, his attention shifted to the soul skills section. In an instant, information regarding his soul skills materialized in his mind. Soul skill, joy and active skill. When wielding the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, and utilizing either yin or yang power, integrating joy can place the opponent in a state of euphoria, causing them to lower their guard. Perhaps due to the fusion of his martial soul, the ability originally belonging to the Millennium Dream Fox had undergone some alterations. However, Tang Ge was quite pleased with these changes. This precisely aligned with his previous conception of the first soul ring's skill, allowing for the seamless integration of both yin and yang powers. The only source of confusion for Tang Ge was the sight of additional colors in the yin-yang life and death diagram after the fusion of the soul ring. Could this be attributed to the influence of the soul ring? Nevertheless, considering that Tang San's blue silvergrass also experienced changes after merging with the mandala snake's soul ring, he temporarily set aside his concerns, gazing at the headless corpse of the Millennium Dream Fox on the ground. Tang Ge wasted no time and directly stored the body into the system space. He reclaimed his martial soul and soul rings into his body. Just as he completed these actions, with a soft groan, Lin Yue, who had fainted from the aura of the exquisite sword, slowly began to awaken. Simultaneously, a confused voice rang in her ears. "Sister, what just happened?" Lin Yue, hearing the inquiry from the little girl who had also awakened beside her, remained silent. Her astonished gaze fixated on the two headless corpses not far away. She recognized them as her companions who had accompanied her. But now, both of them lay dead here. Could it be the Millennium Soul Beast? Recalling the fox soul beast she had seen before losing consciousness, Lin Yue's body trembled violently, instinctively pulling the little girl into her embrace. She immediately scanned the surroundings, searching for traces of the Millennium Soul Beast. However, Lin Yue did not spot the Soul Beast. Instead, she saw the young man who had hired them to seek the Millennium Soul Beast. He was still alive? In her astonishment, Lin Yue could not help but exclaim, "Where's the Millennium Soul Beast? Did it not kill you? I am far too handsome. Even the Millennium Soul Beast could not bear to slay me." So after dispatching those two ugly ones, it simply departed. Tang Ge, with a darkened expression, thought to himself that if a man were to dare speak in such a manner before him, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap. Realizing she may have misspoken, Lin Yue's delicate face flushed slightly, prompting her to hastily change the subject. She inquired, "Shall we continue the search for the Millennium Soul Beasts? My matters have been settled, and there is no need for further pursuit. Thus, you and your sister may safely depart from the soul-hunting forest." Tang Ge shook his head. However, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "By the way, may I inquire where you intend to go after leaving the soul-hunting forest?" Upon receiving the answer that she no longer needed to seek the Millennium Soul Beasts, Lin Yue felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Consequently, she did not dwell on why he was curious about her future plans. Gently, she ruffled the little girl's hair, her face softening into a tender smile. The primary purpose of this journey was to assist Xiaochan in finding her soul ring. Now that she has successfully integrated her soul ring, I plan to take her to live in Soto City. Soto City, you say? A flicker of brilliance flashed through Tang Ge's deep-set eyes. He then nodded calmly. "All right. Let's go. Thank you." Although Lin Yue was uncertain about the events that had just transpired, she comprehended that her and her sister's survival was undoubtedly linked to the enigmatic youth before her. Nonetheless, she refrained from further inquiries. After expressing her gratitude, she sought a suitable place to bury the remains of their two temporary companions. Only then did she hastily depart with her sister. In an instant, Tang Ge found himself alone in the now tranquil forest. As he absorbed the stillness around him, he cast a glance at his surroundings and couldn't help but smile faintly. This indeed is an ideal location for experimenting with soul techniques. Instead of leaving, he settled in a clean spot and began his cultivation. Time passed gradually. Unbeknownst to him, afternoon arrived, and the scorching sunlight finally pierced through the dense canopy, illuminating the shadowy woods with a touch of brightness. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a wild boar soul beast, adorned with two sharp tusks, suddenly emerged from a thicket. This marked the first appearance of a century-old soul beast since the death of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dreaming Fox. However, the lingering scent of the Millennium Soul Beast's blood still hung in the air. Upon spotting Tang Ge, seated serenely on the ground, the wild boar soul beast hesitated, its savage eyes betraying a sense of caution. At that moment, Tang Ge opened his eyes. Upon seeing the wild boar soul beast merely 7 or 8 meters away, he smiled slightly. "I've been waiting for you." As Tang Ge raised his left hand, the diagram of life and death emerged, while a powerful surge of solar energy, infused with the essence of joyful soul techniques, shot forth in an instant. The wild boar spirit beast was taken aback, preparing to charge forward with its hoofs. However, the moment this potent solar force coursed through its body, its towering 2-meter frame stiffened before it collapsed to the ground with a thud. To Tang Ge's astonishment, the once ferocious wild boar spirit beast lay on the ground, its limbs sprawled upwards, emitting contented sounds. Even as Tang Ge approached, it exhibited no reaction. Observing the creature before him, eyes closed and a look of bliss enveloping its face, Tang Ge's gaze brightened significantly. He then focused his soul power, lifted his palm, and with a resounding crack, shattered the wild boar spirit beast's heart. Ah, the soul can both save and destroy. Chapter 30. My soul ring is dyed with color. Dear friends, I humbly seek your recommendations and 5-star reviews. Otherwise, I shall bestow upon you a hue. The wild boar passed away peacefully, feeling not a trace of pain. Tang Ge was immensely satisfied. although the experimental subject he chose was merely a soul beast rather than a human. The preceding events had already demonstrated that his selection of the first soul ring's characteristic was indeed correct. With the aid of the soul skill Euphoria, perhaps the Yin power would evoke some caution from the enemy, thus rendering its impact minimal. However, the Yang power was fundamentally a life force, brimming with vitality and capable of healing wounds. If Tang Ge unleashed the Yang power against his foes, even if it infiltrated their bodies, the overwhelming vitality would not provoke any resistance. Essentially, he would be healing his enemies. Yet, with the addition of the soul skill Euphoria, the treated adversaries would find themselves irresistibly entranced by the sensation. Consequently, they would meet their demise much like the century-old wild boar soul beast earlier, blissfully unaware and seemingly enjoying their end. Thus, it could be said that nourishment could both save and slay. However, if I were to have too many enemies, would I be bestowed with the title of poisonous nourisher upon reaching the rank of title Douluo? The mere thought sent a shiver down Tang Ge's spine. He dared not indulge in further fanciful musings, realizing that his time spent in the Rift Soul Forest had already extended considerably. Master and Tang San might still be waiting outside. Concerned they might worry, Tang Ge collected the carcass of the wild boar soul beast and departed the area. Outside the soul-hunting forest, at the exit, two figures awaited Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, having emerged from the forest the previous night. They chose to remain and await Tang Ge's return. Yet, their wait had stretched over nearly 2 days. Observing that the academy students had commenced classes the day before, Tang San's anxiety began to swell as Tang Ge still had not emerged from the soul-hunting forest. He feared not only the potential impact on their qualifications as part-time students due to absences, but also the safety of his childhood companion. Sensing Tang San's distress, Master Yu Xiaojiang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret, that lad Tang Ge is as tough as they come. I doubt even a soul beast could harm him. Let us wait a little longer, and if he does not appear, we shall venture in to find him. Tang San nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued their vigil for another 2 hours. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow, concern began to creep into Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Could something truly have gone awry? Just as he pondered this, Tang San suddenly exclaimed in delight. There he is. Against the backdrop of the golden sunset, a figure swiftly approached from the depths of the dark, soul-hunting forest. In an instant, he stood before them, none other than Tang Ge himself. Upon seeing Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang waiting, a broad grin spread across Tang Ge's face. Little San, master. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Yu Xiaojiang's heart finally eased, and he stepped forward to squeeze Tang Ge's arm, patting his shoulder in satisfaction. Indeed, you are as robust as ever. It appears you have not been bullied by the soul beasts during your absence. So, did you find a suitable soul ring? As if I would be bullied by soul beasts. Tang Ge silently scoffed at the master's remarks. However, he had nothing to conceal regarding the soul ring and, ensuring no one else was around, promptly revealed it. With a hum, the void shimmered, and the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram materialized from the palm of Tang Ge's left hand. Following this, a plethora of purple light points manifested beneath his feet, swiftly coalescing into a purple ring that ascended and began to rotate around his form. Under the setting sun, the purple radiance illuminated the surroundings, rendering the area eerily silent. Both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the swirling purple ring encircling Tang Ge's body, as if they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. Is this a 1,000-year soul ring? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Tang San, earning 150 shock points. At the moment he unveiled his soul ring, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Accumulating over 1,000 shock points in one instance left Tang Ge exceedingly pleased. Observing the astonishment on Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's faces, he chuckled and said, Seems I was fortunate. I inadvertently fused with a 1,000-year soul ring and even acquired a soul skill. Tang San snapped back to reality. He cast another glance at the purple soul ring adorning Tang Ge and furrowed his brow, turning to his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, beside him. Teacher, did you not assert that the maximum limit for a first soul ring is 423 years? Goodness, that was merely a theoretical conclusion. 99% of soul masters conform to that standard. Who could have anticipated encountering such an anomaly today? Yu Xiaojiang retorted, his expression displaying a flicker of irritation as he shot Tang San a piercing glare. He then turned his attention to Tang Ge, his face darkening with reproach. At such a tender age, you've already begun to stray from the path, dyeing your soul ring no less. Why not simply dye it red? He continued, however. Let this instant slide. In the future, refrain from employing dyed soul rings to intimidate others. Come, I recall having unfinished projects back at the academy. Let us return there. With that, Yu Xiaojiang turned on his heel, hands clasped behind his back, and strode towards the bustling marketplace ahead. Tang Ge, left in stunned silence, could hardly believe that the esteemed master, renowned for his theoretical prowess in the world of martial souls, would claim that his Millennium Soul Ring was merely dyed. Can we retain a modicum of dignity? He thought, wishing to shout, Master, stop. Create a red soul ring for me. Meanwhile, Tang San, having overheard his teacher's earlier remarks, wore a wry smile, regretting his earlier interjection. Yet, upon noticing the purple soul ring on Tang Ge, he knew it was certainly not a mere dye job. Intrigued and astonished, he inquired, Tang Ge, might you share the tale of how you acquired this soul ring? Absolutely. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. He then embellished his experiences, sharing everything with Tang San except for what should remain unsaid. The peculiar martial soul that allowed him to sense soul beasts in the appearance of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox, captivated Tang San, filling him with a sense of longing for not having been with Tang Ge at that moment. Reflecting upon Tang Ge's formidable physical prowess, capable of tearing apart the mandala serpent, it seemed quite reasonable for him to fuse with a Millennium Soul Ring. However, what surprised Tang San was that Tang Ge's soul power level, after merging with the Millennium Soul Ring, had only just reached the 13th rank. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Tang San. Previously, he had learned from his teacher that while his soul power strength required verification from the Spirit Hall, it was estimated to be at least at the 12th rank. Thus, it appeared that the gap between himself and Tang Ge was not as vast as he had feared. Tang San could not help but ponder in silence. Chapter 31. Big Brother, Avenge Us. That evening, Master Yu Xiaojiang did not linger at the market outside the soul-hunting forest. Instead, he promptly hired a carriage to take Tang Ge and Tang San away. The carriage traveled at a brisk pace, and even after stopping for a meal along the way, the three of them returned to Notting Academy by 1 o'clock the following day. Upon their arrival at the academy, Yu Xiaojiang departed for some urgent matters, and thus, Tang Ge and Tang San proceeded directly to Dormitory 7. However, to their astonishment, the dormitory was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. As Tang Ge stepped inside and beheld the scene, he exclaimed in surprise, Where is everyone? Wang Sheng and the others must still be at dinner. Haven't they returned yet? Tang San yawned, indifferent to the situation. After enduring a day-long carriage ride, he felt utterly uncomfortable and yearned to lie down and rest. Observing Tang San's fatigued expression, Tang Ge seized the opportunity to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. However, before either of them could act on their intentions, a tumult of hurried footsteps outside the dormitory abruptly shattered the tranquility, accompanied by anguished cries of indignation. How infuriating! It is utterly despicable. That Lu Long lost the duel due to his own carelessness, yet blames brother Sheng for the ambush, and even summoned Senior Xiao from the 6th grade to avenge him. It hurts so much. Senior Xiao was excessively brutal, and my face is still swollen. Brother Sheng, Sister Xiao Wu, when will Tang San and the others return? If they were here, we surely wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Indeed, when are they coming back? They leave without even informing us. As Tang Ge and Tang San emerged from the dormitory, they were met with the sight of the original members of the 7th dormitory, who were supporting one another as they approached. Each bore bruises and injuries, looking quite miserable. Notably, Wang Xing's face was so swollen that he was nearly unrecognizable, and his academy uniform was in tatters. Taken aback by the scene, Tang Ge quickly grasped the situation. Before he could speak, Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, What happened? Who attacked you? At that moment, the 8 members of the 7th dormitory noticed Tang Ge and Tang San standing at the entrance. Their previously sorrowful expressions transformed into excitement, with Wang Sheng reacting the most fervently. He burst into tears, breaking free from the support of his companions and stumbling toward Tang San. As Wang Sheng lunged towards him, tears flying everywhere, Tang San instinctively took a step back. Yet, just as he was about to collide with Tang San, Wang Sheng halted abruptly, turned, and plopped down at Tang Ge's feet, clutching his legs and weeping profusely. Big brother, Wu, I was beaten so badly. Look at my face, look at my stomach. This is all the doing of that surname Xiao. You must avenge me. Wu. Witnessing this, Tang San's expression twitched slightly. In that moment, he too felt an overwhelming urge to give Wang Xing a good thrashing. Tang Ge was oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. He gazed at Wang Xing, who was squatting on the ground, clutching his legs and weeping, and couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Why are you crying? Get up quickly. Woo 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 boss, it hurts. If you don't promise to avenge us. I won't get up. Wang Xing, undeterred, continued to rub his tears against Tang Ge's legs, feeling his trousers becoming increasingly damp. Tang Ge could no longer tolerate the situation and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine, I promise you. Now get up quickly. If you don't, I might just hit you myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng, who had been crying moments before, swiftly rose from the ground, no longer resembling someone who had just been beaten. He looked at Tang Ge, stammering, So shall we go now? Are the people who hurt you still around? Tang Ge frowned slightly. Wang Sheng quickly nodded, affirming, Yes, yes. The one surnamed Xiao and Lu Long are both in the woods behind the academy. I shall take you there right away, boss. Would you like to join us, third? Tang Ge disregarded Wang Sheng and turned to Tang San, smiling as he spoke. Tang San could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. Since you are going, how could I not join? In that case, let us depart. Wang Xing, lead the way. Certainly. Instantly, the group from the 7th dormitory, under Wang Xing's guidance, marched toward the woods at the back of the academy. Particularly, their confidence surged upon learning that Tang Ge and Tang San had merged their soul rings and become soul masters, leaving the 8 who had been defeated yearning to soar with wings. In a grove on the back mountain of Nuoding Academy, the students from the 7th dormitory, who had just endured an uneven battle and suffered a sound thrashing, fled in tears. The onlooking students, seeing that there was no more entertainment to be had, dispersed as well. Eventually, only a handful of senior students remained, showering compliments on one among them, who bore an arrogant and self-satisfied expression. Xiao Dalong is indeed impressive. He made those work-study students weep uncontrollably with just one strike. Let us see if they dare oppose us again. Wang Xing, ever defiant, still dared to claim that Xiao Dalong was no match for that so-called Tang Lauda, asserting that how strong could a first-year student truly be? Indeed, our Xiao Dalong has fused a soul ring. Even if that Tang Lauda were to arrive, he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Paralyzed with fear. Haha. The student being praised was Xiao Kelang, the very one the senior students referred to as Xiao Dalong. As he listened to the flattery, he instinctively puffed out his chest, adopting an air of inscrutability. However, at that moment, one of the senior students glanced off into the distance and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Hey? Aren't those the work-study students from the 7th dormitory who were just beaten? Why have they returned? Upon hearing this, the other students turned their gazes in unison. Sure enough, 10 figures appeared a mere 10 meters away, striding toward them. Among them, aside from the 7 who had just been defeated, there were now 2 additional individuals, seemingly reinforcements summoned by Wang Sheng and his companions. Xiao Dalong. It appears that these work-study students have not yet had their fill of punishment. Lu Long, who had previously suffered at Wang Xing's hands, could not help but sneer. Hearing Lu Long's words, Xiao Kelang remained unfazed, calmly shaking his head. Beating them is not my objective. I merely wish to teach them the importance of humility. Chapter 32. The Milk of Your Madness. Before long, Tang Ge and his entourage of 10 arrived just meters away from Xiao Kelang and the others. After halting, Wang Sheng immediately pointed at the insufferably smug Xiao Kelang and gritted his teeth. Boss, that's Xiao Kelang, known to others as Xiao Dalong. Xiao Dalong. What a ridiculous name. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang Ge's gaze fell upon Xiao Kelang, and he couldn't suppress an inward chuckle. However, he maintained a calm exterior and nodded. Since I have arrived, I shall not allow the 7th dormitory to be bullied by anyone else. Ha ha, what a laugh. Yet, as soon as Tang Ge spoke, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the opposite side. Lu Long, standing beside Xiao Kelang, finally could not contain himself and exclaimed loudly, Wang Sheng. If I am not mistaken, these 2 beside you must be the new students who just arrived at the academy. I never expected a senior like you to call freshman your boss. If I were you, I would turn around and find a crack in the ground to hide and to spare myself the embarrassment. At Lu Long's words, the other senior students burst into laughter as well. In an instant, derisive and disdainful glances converged upon Wang Xing, causing his expression to darken considerably. He shouted angrily at Lu Long, if you have the guts, come out. This time, I will make you cry for your mother. Do not think that just because you won once by luck, you can defeat me. Lu Long scoffed. Yet, despite Wang Sheng's challenge, he did not accept, infuriating Wang Xing to the point of wanting to charge at him. However, after Tang Ge patted his shoulder, he gradually calmed down. After instructing Wang Xing to step back, Tang Ge stepped forward, gazing at the pretentious Xiao Kelang, and spoke with a smile. So, you are Xiao Dalong? I hear you have become a soul master? Level 11. One-ring battle soul master, martial spirit, wolf. Thus, as a newcomer to the academy, you should understand that neither you nor your companions can possibly match me, Xiao Kelang replied, not concealing his pride. Beside him, Lu Long chimed in, did you hear that? My Xiao Dalong is a level 11, one-ring battle soul master. If you do not wish to end up like that Wang Xing, you should leave immediately. His words dripped with arrogance. With a glint of frigidity flashing within Tang Ge's eyes, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who stood beside him. San, impart upon him a lesson. Why must it be I? Tang San could not help but inquire. Tang Ge shrugged. I am the leader of Dormitory 7. Have you ever seen a leader step onto the battlefield at the very onset of a confrontation? Moreover, this is a matter of avenging our brothers in the dormitory. Are you, Xiao San, unwilling to partake? Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng and the other 7 who accompanied him turned their gazes toward Tang San, as if silently inquiring, are you truly reluctant? Tang San was enveloped in a profound sense of frustration and could only nod in resignation. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, he swiftly picked up a handful of pebbles from the ground. Stepping out of the formation, he gazed at the opposing Lu Long and spoke coolly. I intend to strike your left arm. Do you believe me? Lu Long chuckled, but before he could complete his words, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a stone struck his left arm with considerable force, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Now, I shall aim for your right arm. Tang San seemed eager to vent the frustration that lingered within him. Without pausing, he hurled another stone from his hand. Startled by the recent blow, Lu Long hastily concealed his right arm. Yet, the incoming stone appeared to possess a will of its own. It twisted midair and suddenly materialized behind him, striking his right arm once more. Wah wah wah. If you have the ability, stand there and don't move. I shall break your legs with my staff. Lu Long grimaced in pain. Subsequently, he summoned his martial spirit, a staff, and charged towards Tang San with determination. Tang San continued to launch stones from his hand. Strike your right leg. Strike your left leg. In that moment, the distance of merely 5 or 6 meters transformed into an excruciating ordeal for Lu Long, as the stones imbued with soul power rendered him unable to proceed. In the blink of an eye, he became a picture of bruises and contusions. Ultimately, Lu Long could no longer endure this torment and let out a cry. Turning to flee back into his own group's embrace, daring not to show his face again. Once brimming with arrogance, Xiao Kulong's expression darkened. In a bid to preserve his dignity, he dispatched several senior students from his side, including the formidable Ling Feng. Yet, like Lu Long, they all met defeat at the hands of Tang San. Throughout the entire encounter, Tang San refrained from employing his martial soul. At this juncture, even Xiao Kulong, despite his lack of acumen, recognized that his opponent was also a soul master, possessing a soul ring. He was filled with profound astonishment. A mere first-year student was already at the soul master level. What could the true identity of this individual be? While he pondered this, Tang San unexpectedly spoke up. You're the only one left. Why not step forward? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Kulong, driven by the need to uphold his pride, despite his inner turmoil, strode forward with an air of arrogance. He gazed at Tang San and declared, Xiao Kulong, 6th grade academy, martial soul, wolf, 11th level one-ring soul master. Xiao Kulong reiterated his credentials, a gesture of respect towards an equal opponent. A few meters away, Tang San acknowledged this customary exchange with a nod, replying, Tang San. First year. Just as he began to speak, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Xiao San, come back. I shall take over from here. Did you not say you wanted me to take action? Tang San turned his head to gaze at Tang Ge, his expression tinged with displeasure. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. In a contest of kings, the mightiest must face the mightiest. Since you have dealt with that group of minor characters, it is only fitting that I handle the final adversary, the great Xiao. What? Is there a doubt in your expression? Am I mistaken? No. You are absolutely correct. Tang San, have no retort. In response to Tang Ge's remarks, Tang San felt a surge of frustration rising within him, his teeth clenched in irritation. Ultimately, however, he turned and rejoined the ranks. Now, the vast expanse was left with only Tang Ge and Xiao Kelang. Observing the nonchalant and unserious demeanor of Tang Ge, Xiao Kelang couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. Reveal your martial soul. Reveal what martial soul? To deal with you. All I need is to drive you into a frenzy. Tang Ge wore a look of disdain. It was the first time he had been so underestimated. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Kelang, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, could no longer contain his fury and shouted, Are you seeking death? Just as his voice fell, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, piercing directly into his body. In an instant, Xiao Kelang, who had been ready to charge at Tang Ge, froze in place, a look of unexpected ecstasy replacing his prior anger. Chapter 33. I shall call you the strongest. As Xiao Kelang faced the students of the 7th Academy, the transformation of his expression did not go unnoticed by them. Why does he suddenly look so joyful? For a moment, Wang Sheng and the other 7 were filled with confusion. Only Tang San, already a one-ring soul master, understood something and revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be a soul skill? He pondered. However, the senior students standing behind Xiao Kelang were oblivious to this, leaving them perplexed by their leader's sudden inaction after making such bold threats. Unable to restrain himself, someone whispered, Lu Long, take a look at Xiao Kelang. What is going on? Reluctantly, Lu Long approached. Yet, feeling the fierce glares from the older students, he steeled himself and walked over. Hesitating for a moment behind Xiao Kelang, Lu Long finally extended a finger and gently poked his back. Xiao Gu? No response came from Xiao Kelang. Lu Long poked again, but still, there was no reaction. Gritting his teeth, he decisively jabbed harder. Ha ha ha, with an unbearable roar of laughter. The previously motionless Xiao Kelang suddenly spun around, delivering a slap that sent Lu Long crashing to the ground. Lu Long's face instantly swelled up. At that moment, Xiao Kelang's confusion began to fade, and as his gaze sharpened, he spotted Lu Long on the ground, his face swollen like that of a pig. Frowning, he inquired, Who did this? It was you, boss, Lu Long replied, stunned for a moment, as tears of grievance welled in his eyes. I did this? Xiao Kelang's face reflected his bewilderment. Yet, abruptly, a realization struck him. His once confused expression transformed as he turned sharply to face Tang Ge. What did you just do to me? Xiao Kelang exclaimed, a mix of fear and rage evident in his voice. He could only recall a flash of light entering his body, after which he felt as if he had fallen into an endless realm of bliss, devoid of all awareness. 5 or 6 meters away, the sound of a system prompt resonated in Tang Ge's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Xiao Kelang has earned 120 shock points. Perfect. Once again, he had successfully reaped the benefits. To express his gratitude towards Xiao Kelang, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of radiant energy imbued with the essence of joy directly into the latter's being. The previously enraged Xiao Kelang's face transformed into one of enjoyment once more. At that moment, the dozen or so senior students, even if somewhat dim-witted, finally comprehended why their leader had suddenly become motionless. That beam of white light was indeed peculiar. Their gazes converged once more upon Lu Long, who had just risen from the ground. Yet Lu Long was no fool. Upon witnessing the situation, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground again. The group of students exchanged glances, none willing to approach and rouse Xiao Kelang. Thus, the atmosphere in the small grove became palpably tense. Fortunately, Xiao Kelang, being a rank 1 battle soul master, had developed some resistance after experiencing the tender embrace of the light. Before long, he regained consciousness. Upon awakening, without uttering a word, he charged directly towards Tang Ge. Midway, another beam of white light soared towards him. Xiao Kelang bellowed, martial soul manifestation. Instantly, a phantom battle wolf howled and enveloped him entirely. Clawing through the air, shadows of its claws flickered. Regrettably, the approaching white light appeared to be merely that, light. Even with the aid of his martial soul, he could not avert its impact. Thus, as the light entered his body, the once formidable Xiao Kelang once again froze in place, his expression now filled with ecstasy. Shortly thereafter, he revived once more, glaring furiously at Tang Ge, bellowing, What the hell have you done to me? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Xiao Kelang has earned 180 shock points. Hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind again, Tang Ge chuckled, releasing yet another beam of white light. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ultimately, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Xiao Kelang, having endured the torment of the white light 6 or 7 times, could no longer withstand it. This time, upon awakening, he collapsed to the ground before the light could reappear. Gazing at Tang Ge, who remained over 4 meters away, the utterly exhausted Xiao Kelang wept, crying out, I, Xiao Kelang, willingly acknowledge you as the strongest. Do as you will, strike or kill, I beseech you. Please spare me from further torment. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing and the others from the 7th dormitory were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Ha ha, our leader is indeed the leader. I knew that Xiao was no match for him, they exclaimed. Look, even Xiao Kelang is begging for mercy now. Who would dare bully anyone from our 7th dormitory again? Leader, I adore you. Finally, Spurred on by Wang Xing, all 8 of them rushed over and, without hesitation, hoisted Tang Ge above their heads. Tang San refrained from joining the commotion, yet his eyes brimmed with envy. He had exerted himself earlier, why could he not be lifted alongside them? As for the dozen or so upperclassmen across from him, they were utterly astonished that the formidable Xiao De, usually so powerful, was now kneeling and pleading for mercy. In an instant, the towering image they had constructed of Xiao De crumbled into dust. However, their greater fear lay in Tang Ge's enigmatic abilities. They had witnessed firsthand how he had mercilessly driven a first-ring battle soul master to the brink of collapse, the entire ordeal utterly terrifying. No, this person must not be provoked. Having mentally noted Tang Ge's appearance, the upperclassmen hastily departed, their faces etched with embarrassment. The weary Xiao Kelang was supported by the bruised Lu Long as they exited. Beneath the glaring sun, Tang Ge, hoisted high by the 7th dormitory students in celebration of their victory, closed his eyes slightly. As the system prompts echoed in his mind, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. How delightful! Another day of bountiful harvest. After the excitement subsided, upon hearing that Tang Ge and Tang San had just returned with their first soul ring, the usually frugal Wang Sheng unexpectedly displayed generosity. To commemorate their successful revenge, he took out his savings and treated everyone from the 7th dormitory to a grand feast at a fine restaurant in Notting City. They did not return to the academy until nearly 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 34. A sudden inspiration. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The duel that had just concluded in the small grove behind the academy quickly became the talk of the institution. In no time, it was common knowledge that the 6th-year student Xiao Kelang had been defeated by a newly enrolled freshman, and quite miserably at that. According to rumors, the newcomer had not even activated his soul ring. He merely waved his hand, and the first-ring battle soul master Xiao Kelang was left begging for mercy. It sounded incredible. Yet there were witnesses who confirmed the truth of the matter. Consequently, many curious upperclassmen sought out Xiao Kelang to learn more, but he, unwilling to divulge such a humiliating incident, hastily dismissed them before fleeing the academy with a grim expression. In fact, he did not reappear for several months afterward. However, the inquisitive students gleaned much from Lu Long, a lower classman, who recounted various details of the event. As the tale spread, it grew more fantastical. Eventually, even the academy's instructors became involved, and when they revealed that the lower classman who had defeated Xiao Kelang possessed a soul skill, many students were left in astonishment. A soul skill. It is well known that even after a soul master fuses their first soul ring, not every soul master is granted a soul skill. This not only depends on the quality of the soul ring, but also on the innate talent of the soul master themselves. Thus, the revelation that a mere freshman had acquired a soul ring was truly astonishing. Could he possibly hail from a prestigious family? In Notting City, the 7th dormitory group, having just concluded their meal, left the restaurant, chatting and laughing as they made their way back to the academy. Suddenly, Tang Ge halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Upon witnessing this, Tang San could not help but inquire, "What is the matter, Tang Ge?" The others also gazed at Tang Ge with expressions of curiosity. Tang Ge pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "I just remembered that I need to attend to some matters. I cannot return to the academy just yet. Why don't you all head back without me? Will you not be attending your afternoon classes?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Ge embraced Tang San with a playful grin, exclaiming, "What classes are you attending? Do you really believe that the instructors at the academy possess teaching prowess that could rival that of a grandmaster? So, once you acquire the wisdom of cultivation from the master, return and share your insights with me." Upon hearing Tang Ge's remarks, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he did not resist. After freeing himself from Tang Ge's embrace, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Regardless, since we have just commenced our studies, it would be wise not to skip too many classes." "I understand. Let us hasten back." Tang Ge urged him on. Thus, Tang San ceased to speak further and departed with Wang Sheng and the others. Meanwhile, Tang Ge turned back, swiftly retracing his steps to locate an inexpensive inn, where he exchanged a few copper soul coins for a temporary room. As soon as the door closed behind him, Tang Ge stood at the doorway, eagerly directing his attention towards the system. In an instant, the system notification sound that he had previously muted began to resonate incessantly in his mind. Ding dong. "Congratulations to the host. You've astonished Sai Lei, earning 6 astonishment points." Ding dong. "Congratulations to the host. You've astonished Wu Yao, earning 8 astonishment points." Ultimately, the system notifications rang out over 130 times. were it not for Tang Ge's timely conversion of the auditory alerts into information flow. The relentless cacophony echoing in his mind would surely have driven him to the brink of madness. However, at this moment, all of Tang Ge's focus was entirely captivated by the unexpectedly amassed astonishment points. Although the points accrued from each instance were modest, when tallied together, he discovered that his astonishment points had remarkably surged by a total of 1,050, filling him with unparalleled delight. Yet, soon after, a perplexed expression clouded his features. What on earth have I done to warrant such a sudden increase in astonishment points? Could it be due to my recent duel with Xiao Kelang and his cohort at the academy? He couldn't help but recall the multitude of names that had appeared in the notifications. These names seemed to belong to the students of Notting Academy. If they were indeed students of the academy, then how could they provide me with astonishment points despite not being present at the time? Could it be that the system has acquired a new function following my rise in strength, allowing for indirect accumulation of astonishment points? As Tang Ge pondered, he pulled over a chair and sat down. With a mere thought, his personal profile panel was promptly summoned. Stunning system host, Tang Ge level, 13th rank Soul Master Martial Soul, Dual Martial Soul, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Exquisite Four Swords Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill, Delight Martial Technique, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion, Rate 32 Shock Value, 70-50. His gaze fell upon the bottommost section displaying the shock value. And upon noticing the figure, Tang Ge's face lit up with astonishment. Had he truly unwittingly approached 10,000 points? He felt that with a bit more effort, perhaps today he could amass enough shock value to unlock another round of the Celestial Lottery. Yet, how could he continue to accrue shock value? Tang Ge could not help but ponder within his heart. After a while, his eyes suddenly sparkled, and he promptly raised his right hand. Indeed, it was his right hand. As his soul power surged forth, a miniature sword of ever-changing forms slowly materialized in the palm of his right hand. This was his martial soul, the Four Swords of Extermination. The moment the Four Swords of Extermination appeared, a terrifying aura of sword energy radiated outward, instantly imposing immense pressure upon Tang Ge's body. He fixed his gaze upon the Four Swords of Extermination, and memories of the cataclysmic events caused by the lethal sword in the soul-hunting forest flooded his mind, where the skies had transformed across a vast expanse. If even a duel could indirectly yield shock value, it stood to reason that utilizing his martial soul would surely do the same. With anticipation etched on his face, Tang Ge did not withdraw the Four Swords of Extermination. Rather, he began to channel more soul power into them. Buzz! In an instant, the previously tranquil Four Swords of Extermination began to quiver, hinting at a division into four. The pressure around him multiplied several times. As the ethereal sword energy rampaged, the nearest table to Tang Ge was abruptly shattered with a crack, and the ground was marred with intertwining sword marks. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was taken aback, compelled to divert some of his focus to restrain the surging sword energy. If this continued, he feared that before he could achieve his desired outcome, the inn would be utterly demolished. Fortunately, the Four Swords of Extermination were his own martial soul. Despite the overwhelming sword energy, it would not harm him. Thus, gritting his teeth and enduring the colossal pressure enveloping him, Tang Ge continued to amplify the infusion of soul power into the Four Swords of Extermination. And then, the heavens finally transformed. Chapter 35, Exuberance Beyond Measure. At this moment, it was originally afternoon, the weather clear and bright. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting blinding rays, causing the residents of Notting City to feel utterly lethargic. Yet suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible hand summoned all the dark clouds from afar. The sky above Notting City was swiftly shrouded in dense clouds. A fierce wind arose, and in an instant, darkness enveloped the land. The inhabitants of the city, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but reveal expressions of delight on their flushed faces. Rain was imminent. Instantly, numerous vendors began to pack their wares, seeking shelter from the impending downpour, hoping to cool off in the refreshing rain. However, as time elapsed, not a single drop of rain fell. Instead, the clouds that had merely obscured Notting City rapidly spread in all directions. By the time the citizens realized something was amiss, the sky had been completely engulfed in darkness. Not a sliver of sunlight remained. Suddenly, the sound of a sword's cry resonated nearby. Following this, an indescribably terrifying aura, akin to a tempest, swept forth. Thud, thud. The citizens of Notting City felt as if an invisible giant hand had descended upon them, forcing them to the ground. The chilling, dreadful sensation of a sword poised at their throats filled their faces with terror. What on earth was happening? Were they to perish? Within the city lord's mansion, A tall and formidable man sat in the hall. Beside him was the previously frenzied Xiao Kelang, who now wore a face of grievance, tearfully lamenting, "Father, I want to transfer schools. I can no longer attend Nodding Academy. What on earth is happening?" The powerful man, the city lord Xiao, furrowed his brow and inquired. Just as Xiao Kelang was about to recount the events at the academy, the bright hall was abruptly plunged into darkness, followed by a horrifying aura sweeping in from outside. The city lord, a soul master, was startled into rising from his seat. He feared that a formidable enemy had arrived, and as he rushed out of the hall, he bellowed, "Who goes there?" Swiftly, a multitude of city guards arrived. "My lord, what are your orders?" But at that moment, the city lord paid no heed to the guards, his gaze fixed upwards at the sky, now entirely concealed by dark clouds, his face a mask of astonishment. The sharp sword energy saturating the air was palpable even to him, though he did not possess a sword martial soul. A treasure? A powerful being? Not only that. In Nodding City, the dark clouds obscuring the sun stirred not only the city lord's mansion but also startled the formidable individuals within Nodding Academy and the leaders of the martial soul hall. They, possessing great strength, resisted the oppressive aura that caused ordinary citizens to collapse to the ground. Yet even so, the overwhelming sword energy that seemed to rend the very fabric of the void left the grand soul masters, soul venerables, and soul sect masters in utter shock. Consequently, these major factions dispatched personnel to investigate the situation and promptly contacted their superiors to report the upheaval in Nodding City. Meanwhile, within an inconspicuous inn in Nodding City, Tang Ge, who was forcibly unleashing the aura of the extermination sword, also noticed the changes outside. After all, the room had suddenly darkened. It would be strange not to notice. Raising an eyebrow, he marveled at the commotion caused by the aura of the extermination sword, when suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shocking Wang Air and gaining 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shocking Zhao Wu and gaining 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shocking Lu Feng and gaining 200 points of shock value. In the span of mere moments, the system notifications rang out over a dozen times, and they showed no signs of ceasing. Tang Ge had never before experienced the system's notification sound as being so irksome, akin to the incessant buzzing of a mosquito, causing him immense discomfort. Therefore, he promptly muted the notification sound, allowing it to transform into a stream of information that began to refresh on the panel. The buzzing noise instantly ceased. Tang Ge could not help but exhale in relief. However, upon witnessing the incessantly refreshing information on the system panel like a cascading waterfall, he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. His complexion flushed with exhilaration such as he had never experienced before. In a mere moment, his shock value astonishingly surged by over 1,000 points. Moreover, it showed no signs of abating, continuing to ascend relentlessly. Additionally, amidst the ceaseless stream of system notifications, Tang Ge noticed that numerous unfamiliar names had directly contributed hundreds, even thousands, of shock points to him. Among them, there seemed to be an individual with the surname Xiao. Gazing out the window at the obscured daylight, Tang Ge suddenly comprehended the magnitude of the disturbance he had caused outside upon activating the aura of the Excalibur. For such an influx of shock value could not have arisen without reason. A glance at the system panel revealed that his initial shock value of over 7,000 had now astonishingly exceeded 40,000. Gritting his teeth, Tang Ge steeled himself, disregarding the immense strain on his body, and commanded the miniature Excalibur to expand slightly. Yet, this minor change appeared to provoke the heavens. With a resounding roar, a bolt of thunder, as thick as a barrel, erupted into the void, compelling all denizens of Nodding City to shut their eyes against its brilliance. Even some soul masters, who had intended to venture out for reconnaissance, hastily retreated in fear of being struck, trembling in terror. The air was soon filled with the continuous rumble of thunder, as if it sought to engulf Nodding City whole. The remnants of the thunders might bore down upon the inn where Tang Ge resided. In his grasp, the Excalibur, which had merely been exuding an aura, suddenly trembled violently, as if sensing the challenge posed by the residual thunder. A slender strand of sword energy was unexpectedly unleashed, slicing through the window and soaring into the sky beyond. With a thunderous explosion, a boundless radiance of sword energy erupted, not only cleaving through the tempestuous thunder but also tearing asunder the shrouding clouds. The clouds dissipated, leaving a gaping hole in the sky that took a considerable time to heal and vanish. In that moment, the entirety of Nodding City fell into an unusual silence. However, within the inn, Tang Ge, overwhelmed by the Excalibur's autonomous counterstrike, could no longer contain himself and expelled a mouthful of blood. After spewing the blood, he collapsed from his seat, lying flat upon the ground. He felt as though countless hammers were relentlessly striking his body, the pain swelling to an unbearable degree. As if he might burst apart from the discomfort, Tang Ge's face, devoid of color, was suddenly filled with an overwhelming bitterness. This time, he had truly indulged excessively. Chapter 36. The Celestial Lottery, 10 Consecutive Strikes. At this very moment, the once thundering roars outside had vanished, and the thick, dark clouds that had shrouded the entirety of Nodding City had completely dispersed, revealing the sun behind them. Yet, the lingering aura in the air remained, making every inhabitant of the city acutely aware that the apocalyptic scene they had just witnessed was not a mere figment of their imagination. It had all transpired in reality. Fortunately, however, the dreadful calamity did not manifest, as the scorching sunlight descended once more and bathed them. The residents of Nodding City had never felt the warmth of the sun so profoundly. Little did they know, the terrifying sword aura that had shattered the thunder had not only frightened them, but had also alarmed some of the most formidable beings on this continent. In a distant, mysterious palace, a woman clad in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, her head crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold tiara, lay languidly on a chair. She possessed an almost flawless visage, exuding an air of noble sanctity that compelled reverence. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her delicate red lips parted to emit an almost inaudible sound. Is this ore from the north? Immediately, orders were dispatched from the palace, heading towards the northern direction. In another city, a sharp-minded middle-aged man was practicing swordplay. The sword in his hand, a manifestation of his martial spirit, split into 12 sword shadows, each strike causing the nearby hill to diminish in height. Finally, with a resounding crash, the towering mound, several dozen meters high, collapsed, flattening into the ground. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, preparing to retract his martial spirit. However, the sword spirit in his grasp suddenly emitted a low hum, attempting to break free and soar into the distance. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly bound his martial spirit with his soul power. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense a feeling of submission emanating from the sword spirit. Such a powerful sword intent. The middle-aged man gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the horizon. As if he could envision the scene of a sword aura stretching across the sky, his eyes filled with both shock and a thirst for battle. Deep within an expansive, boundless forest, the adorable figure of Xiao Wu, dressed in her signature pink attire, appeared unexpectedly, though she should have been attending Nodding Academy. Presently, she wore an expression of deep concern, seemingly conversing with herself. I just arrived at the academy and haven't even revealed that my martial spirit is a rabbit. How could Brother Tang already know my true identity? If I am discovered, will I still be able to attend? Erming, did you suggest I bring him here and then eliminate him with a single blow? No, that won't do. He is my friend. I cannot harm him. Yet, if I do not eliminate him, and he truly uncovers my identity, what shall I do? Xiao Wu's face was a portrait of conflict, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, accompanied by tremors in the ground, a colossal figure emerged from the pitch-black forest. It was a Titan giant ape. Upon its emergence, it did not glance at Xiao Wu but instead lifted its gaze towards the northern direction, and as if sensing a threat, it let out an earth-shattering roar. In Nodding City, within the unremarkable inn, behind a tightly shut door, Tang Ge lay sprawled on the ground in a starfish position. His body, once strengthened by the ancient sacred body, was now seeping with a multitude of blood vessels. He felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself within him, expanding to the point of threatening to burst his form. The pain was excruciating. Tang Ge did not anticipate that his whimsical endeavor to exploit the aura of the Zhuxian sword for some extra gains would lead to such unforeseen consequences. He relished the thrill, only to find himself overwhelmed in an instant. As he felt the profound weakness enveloping his body, he could barely muster the strength to move a finger, prompting a bitter smile to escape his lips. He vowed to himself that he could never act so recklessly again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished the sword Douluo Continent and earned a staggering 5,000 shock points. Upon lifting the system's sound barrier, a prompt echoed in his mind. What? Such a commotion managed to astonish even the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Ge's pale visage upon hearing the notification. However, a perplexing question lingered in his thoughts. If even the sword Douluo could be taken aback, it seemed illogical that entities akin to him would remain oblivious to the sword aura unleashed by the Zhuxian sword. Why then? Did only the sword Douluo trigger the system's alert? Could it be due to his possession of a sword martial soul? Tang Ge found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. However, as waves of excruciating pain surged through his body, he quickly dismissed any thoughts of shock value and summoned his soul energy to activate the lingering power of the 9 apertures golden Dan within his heart. As the medicinal properties of the golden Dan were ignited, they began to work in tandem with his soul energy, gradually mending his body. Slowly, Tang Ge closed his eyes, and after an indeterminate period, he awoke once more. The 9 apertures golden Dan, having undergone several depletions, had finally exhausted its potency and vanished completely. In its stead, Tang Ge's injuries had significantly healed, and his ancient sacred body had seen an increase in fusion degree. Nevertheless, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue. He understood that complete recovery would require some time. And then, the 4 swords of extermination flashed across his mind. With this thought, Tang Ge felt a stir of excitement, prompting him to summon his personal data panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul, Dual Martial Soul, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Ring, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill, Joy Martial Skill, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique, Fusion Degree of Ancient Sacred Body 33 Shock Value, 103. 500. The 6-digit number in the shock value section nearly blinded Tang Ge with its brilliance. He had anticipated a considerable amount, yet he was utterly unprepared for such a staggering total. A full 103, 500 points of shock value. In an instant, Tang Ge was overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring the slight recovery of his strength, he sprang from the ground. Once seated on the bed, he silently intoned, "System, activate the heavenly roulette. I wish to conduct a tenfold draw." The system responded with an alert, confirming that the host shock value met the requirements, and the heavenly roulette commenced its operation. "Please wait, host." The familiar sound of the system resonated. Almost immediately, a colossal, indescribable roulette materialized before him, beginning to spin slowly. Fixated on the heavenly roulette, Tang Ge could not help but clench his fists, murmuring to himself, "A tenfold draw. Even if I merely obtain a single 9 apertures golden Dan, it will be worth my efforts." As the heavenly roulette continued its slow rotation, the treasures upon it were enveloped in a radiant glow, obscuring their true nature. Soon, the first draw concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9 apertures golden Dan. The system's announcement rang out. Caught off guard by the result, Tang Ge momentarily froze before slapping himself in disbelief. Of course, he couldn't bear to strike himself. He merely brushed his charming face gently. Nevertheless, he was filled with frustration. I was merely speaking casually. How could the system take my word seriously and pull a 9 apertures golden Dan? There are countless treasures in the heavenly realm that surpass it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn another 9 apertures golden Dan. The system chimed again. Crack! In a fit of anger, Tang Ge seized a wooden piece beside the bed, his teeth grinding audibly. With a sullen expression, he exclaimed, "System, if you have the ability, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a feather from the divine Kesha." Wait, what? I drew something exceptional? Tang Ge's tone shifted, and he declared with righteous fervor, "I knew the system was the best. It truly deserves my utmost admiration." The system seemed pleased with Tang Ge's flattery. Subsequently, it presented the results of the remaining 7 draws all at once. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a World Traversal Talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a weak divine blessing from the sea god. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a soul ring from the Millennium Soul Beast, Wind Swallowing Swallow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the secret of the walking character. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Hell Furnace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Heavenly Divine Fist fragment. A tremendous explosion of light erupted. When the last 7 draws concluded, a blinding golden radiance burst forth from the roulette, nearly overwhelming Tang Ge's senses. Especially upon hearing the names of the treasures drawn, he leaped from the bed, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Had it not been for the fact that he was still in the inn, he would have shouted with exultation. After a while, as the heavenly roulette faded from view, the brilliant golden light dissipated, leaving Tang Ge in a state of exhilaration. Tang Ge took a deep breath, finally calming the fervor that had been surging within him. As he settled back down, his consciousness plunged into the system space, eagerly beginning to assess the 10 treasures he had drawn. Firstly, the 3 9 aperture golden pills retained their previous effects, capable of healing wounds and enhancing soul power, while also gradually aiding the fusion of the primal holy body. At least in the initial stages, the 9 aperture golden pills would suffice for Tang Ge's needs. Secondly, a feather from the holy kasha. The angelic monarch of the Super God Academy radiated a potent aura of divinity, although its specific function remained unclear. The Universal Traversal Talisman, as its name suggests, allows one to traverse to any realm across the myriad worlds, albeit with a high degree of randomness. The baptism of the sea god, weaker, can elevate a soul ring under 10,000 years in age to that of 10,000 years. Tang Ge planned to utilize the treasures only after the integration of the ancient holy body reached its maximum value or his soul power attained at least level 30. Therefore, in addition to the 1,000-year soul beast, the Wind Sparrow's soul ring, these 4 precious artifacts, though invaluable, remained temporarily stored within the system's space. He then turned his attention to the remaining 3 treasures. The word secret, one of the 9 secrets in the shrouded sky world, a representation of speed. Capable of traversing formations, and at a certain level, it can even suspend time. The Hell Furnace, originating from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. This technique of the divine elephant of Qigong is designed to condense the Hell Furnace within the body. Once the furnace is established, it can refine and devour anything. The Divine Fist of Heaven fragment also derived from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. This technique embodies the ancient paradise in the void. With the might of heaven, it can intimidate myriad demons, capable of extinguishing worlds and annihilating the cosmos with a mere gesture. However, due to its incomplete form, it cannot attain the ultimate realm of the hand of God. Even within the realms of the heavens, these 3 treasures are regarded as unparalleled treasures, each capable of stirring the attention of countless world-class powerhouses. Now they all belong to Tang Ge. Without hesitation, he gazed at the 3 most precious artifacts stored in the system's space, and with a thought, he summoned them all and chose to merge them. 3 beams of golden light surged forth, instantly penetrating into his body. The word secret fusion was complete. Tang Ge felt a sense of lightness in his body. As he casually took a step forward, he abruptly vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was surprisingly standing at the doorway. The fusion of the Hell's Furnace was complete. Tang Ge felt as though an immense, boundless furnace resided within him, its power surging forth with an unimaginable, terrifying force. A 9-orifice golden pill was cast into this furnace, and in an instant, it was refined into a torrent of medicinal energy, augmenting Tang Ge's soul power and nourishing his parched ancient sacred body. The fusion of the heavenly divine fist was complete. A sacred and overwhelming aura emanated from Tang Ge, dispelling all darkness and illuminating the room with newfound brilliance. Finally, when the 3 supreme treasures had fused, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. A tumultuous surge of power, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, gathered within him, instilling an irresistible urge as if he had reached the pinnacle of existence. He felt an overwhelming need to release this energy. Thus, Tang Ge struck the ground of the room with a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, amidst the chaos and frantic screams, the already dilapidated 3-story inn in Nodding City could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing effortlessly like a house of cards. Dust billowed forth, swirling in all directions. During this upheaval, a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, continuously flung guests out of harm's way. It was only after ensuring no one remained amidst the ruins that this figure vanished in a series of flickering movements. Under the blinding sun, a few silver coins could still be seen spinning in the air before darting into the debris. 100 meters away from the collapsed inn, at the entrance of an alley, a figure abruptly halted, none other than Tang Ge, who had escaped the wreckage using the walking secret technique. Even from a distance, he could see the dust rising, carried by the wind, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Impulsiveness truly is a devil. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and the unhoused few guests, all of whom Tang Ge had managed to save in time. Thus, his reckless act resulted in no injuries. Noticing the commotion had even attracted the attention of the guards in Nodding City, Tang Ge chose not to linger and made his way toward the academy. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Martial Soul Hall Nodding Academy. Upon returning to Dormitory 7, Tang Ge found the place deserted. He paid little mind to it, first taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes before settling on his bed to sort through the spoils of his recent 10 consecutive strikes lottery. It must be said, the hell refinement technique within the Divine Elephant Suppression Prison was truly formidable. Refining the 9-orifice golden pill was accomplished in mere moments. There was no longer any need for Tang Ge to gradually absorb its medicinal essence through his heart. The earlier refined 9-orifice golden pill not only aided in recovering from the injuries inflicted by the backlash of the exquisite sword, but also propelled his recently attained 13th level soul power to an astonishing 17th level, bypassing 3 subsequent tiers. Furthermore, 2 9-orifice golden pills remained. Tang Ge harbored a suspicion that if he were to refine and absorb these 2 9-aperture golden pills in one go, he might directly ascend to the level of a Grand Soul Master. After all, within the confines of the system space, there lay a Millennium Soul Ring. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained this impulse. With the infernal refining technique at his disposal, he firmly believed that even without relying on elixirs for cultivation, no one could rival the pace at which he could enhance his soul power. It would be prudent to reserve these 2 9-aperture golden pills for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the amalgamation of the Xingzi secret and the heavenly divine fist had bestowed upon Tang Ge a new and formidable offensive capability. When combined with the primal ancient sacred body, he was assuredly a force to be reckoned with. Thus, Tang Ge resolved to treat these 2 secret techniques as his trump cards, deploying them only when his martial soul abilities could not subdue his foes. Upon further reflection, considering the damage inflicted by the backlash of the Zhuxian sword, and the treasure he had acquired in return, Tang Ge felt that this endeavor had been undeniably worthwhile. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he murmured to himself, "As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish." Just then, the previously closed door swung open, and a figure stepped into the room. Tang Ge's attention was captured as he spotted Tang San's return. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and smiled as he inquired, "How has your time with the master been?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's voice, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he regained his composure, displaying a look of astonishment. "Tang Ge, when did you come back? It hasn't been long since your return. Do you need something from me?" Tang Ge replied with a smile. His inquiry was initially casual, yet to his surprise, Tang San nodded in response. The teacher mentioned that they had integrated their soul rings and become soul masters, enabling them to discern the precise level of their soul power at the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, upon registering as soul masters, they would also receive a monthly stipend of 1 golden soul coin from the Spirit Hall. "Tang Ge, I am preparing to go. Are you coming along? If so, then let us proceed." Tang Ge contemplated for a moment before consenting. For him, assessing the level of soul power held little significance, as the system had already displayed it directly. The crux of the matter lay in the monthly stipend of a single gold soul coin. When one can reap benefits without cost, especially when it also allows for an additional harvest of shock value, the prospect is undeniably delightful. The weather was still early, and with their agreement reached, Tang Ge and Tang San wasted no time, promptly departing from the dormitory. Upon exiting the academy, they headed straight for the Spirit Hall in Nanning City. The Spirit Hall, as a formidable force in the Douluo Continent, boasts an overwhelming number of registered soul masters, commanding great respect and caution from both the 2 empires and various sects and families. It is divided into several tiers: the Spirit Branch Hall, Spirit Sub-Hall, Spirit Main Hall, Spirit Sacred Hall, and the Hall of the Pope. Above the Hall of the Pope lies the legendary Douluo Offering Hall, accessible only to those of the soul Douluo rank and above, rendering it supremely prestigious. The Spirit Branch Hall represents the lowest tier, found in cities across the continent, and the Spirit Hall in Nanning City belongs to this classification. Nonetheless, when Tang Ge and Tang San arrived at the entrance of the Nanning City Spirit Branch Hall, they were captivated by its grand and solemn ambience. They quickly gathered their thoughts and, upon stating their purpose for evaluating their martial souls, the guards at the entrance granted them passage and advised them to seek Master Meishi Nua. Regrettably, perhaps due to the timing, they did not encounter Su Yuntao along the way. Thus, Tang Ge and Tang San proceeded directly to the reception area on the first floor of the Spirit Branch Hall, where they found the steward, Meishi Nua. Following the storyline that Tang Ge had previously learned, Steward Meishi Nua first elucidated the hierarchy of the Spirit Hall on the continent, and then proceeded to assess Tang San's soul power. He was not only astonished by Tang San's 13th rank, but was also taken aback by the fact that he had integrated the Mandala Snake's soul ring. Particularly, upon learning that Tang San's teacher was the renowned master, Meishi Nua warmly invited him to join the Spirit Hall. However, Tang San politely declined. This left Steward Meishi Nua quite disappointed. After temporarily relinquishing his invitation, he turned his attention to the young lad still standing nearby. "Little fellow, it is your turn now." Tang Ge nodded and stepped forward. However, unlike Tang San, He did not summon his martial spirit, but instead channeled his soul power into the soul-testing stone held by the steward, Matthew. With a resonant hum, a golden light surged forth, revealing a rune that represented the 17th level. 17 levels of soul power. How could this be? Upon witnessing the reaction of the soul-testing stone, Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tang San's 13th level had astonished him, then the display of Tang Ge's 17th level left him utterly astounded. How could a mere 6-year-old child, who had just absorbed a soul ring to break through to a soul master, leap 7 levels? Could it be due to the soul ring? With this thought, Matthew turned to Tang San, eagerly urging him, "Little one, quickly, let me see your martial spirit and soul ring." Hearing Matthew's insistence, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a swell of pride within and promptly showcased his martial spirit and soul ring. His martial spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, resembled a scroll. Matthew, upon seeing it, was momentarily taken aback but not overly surprised. After all, he had witnessed countless peculiar martial spirits during his tenure as a soul power evaluator. However, the purple soul rings encircling Tang Ge's form caused Matthew to gasp in astonishment. A 1,000-year soul ring. He finally understood why this little fellow had reached the 17th level of soul power upon becoming a soul master. Yet, it was well known that the first soul ring a soul master could fuse with should ideally not exceed 500 years of age, as proposed by the esteemed master who had studied the 10 core competitive advantages of martial spirits. Now, someone had shattered this theory with undeniable evidence. Could it be that the master was mistaken? With this revelation, Matthew could not help but exclaim, "Little one, come here, let me examine your body." Chapter 39. Another blind eye, seeking recommendation. Examine my body. Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by Matthew's words. However, he soon grasped the steward's intentions and did not refuse. After retracting his martial spirit and soul ring, he approached directly. With the aid of the system, Tang Ge was unperturbed by the possibility of his secrets being uncovered. Matthew, unaware of this, reached out and placed his hand on Tang Ge's shoulder. At that moment, Tang Ge felt a surge of soul power enter his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once the soul power dissipated, a voice filled with disappointment echoed, "Merely pursuing the age of your soul rings without regard for your body's limits, little one. Didn't your teacher warn you of the consequences? And do you not feel an overwhelming pain throughout your body, as if it might shatter?" Matthew's words resonated. Meanwhile, Tang San, still in shock over Tang Ge's 17th level of soul power, turned to him, bewildered by the exchange. Tang Ge felt an urge to roll his eyes and convey his sentiments to Deacon Matthew. His body was not in a state of pervasive pain, nor was it on the verge of shattering. At most, he had incurred some internal injuries which would heal with a period of rest. Moreover, the wounds he bore were not the result of forcibly merging with the Millennium Soul Ring, but rather an unfortunate backlash from the might of the Excalibur. Therefore, it seemed that while Deacon Matthew was marginally superior to Su Yuntao, he still failed to recognize that his martial spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, was not a futile one. Yet, regrettably, Tang Ge possesses the formidable physique of the ancient sacred body, and his singular pursuit of the age of soul rings is indeed unproblematic. Thus, the spirit hall merely gains another misguided tool. Regardless, what Tang Ge desires is precisely this effect, akin to that of Su Yuntao, who remains oblivious to his true condition. Naturally, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Faced with the disappointed countenance of Elder Matthew, Tang Ge feigned a resolute demeanor, shaking his head with determination. "I am aware of the costs associated with forcibly merging a Millennium Soul Ring, yet my talent pales in comparison to others. Even if I were to exhaust my life, I fear I could not progress far. Rather than that, I would prefer to learn from the ephemeral beauty of the night-blooming Sirius, even if only for a brief moment, hoping to unleash a brilliance that dazzles the world. Therefore, Elder Matthew, there is no need for your counsel, should the opportunity arise. I shall continue to merge a second Millennium Soul Ring, or even a third, even if I perish. I trust that the spirit realm will remember me as the pioneer who was overwhelmed by the soul rings." As he concluded, Tang Ge wore a joyful smile. Elder Matthew, moved by his words, could not help but feel a pang of emotion. Yet, he soon shook his head and sighed in resignation. Such a stubborn child. Alas, each person has their own fate, and the path must be tread by oneself. No one can impose their will upon another. I only hope you do not regret your choices in the end. Seemingly affected by Tang Ge's resolve, Matthew refrained from mentioning the invitation for the two to join the spirit hall again, simply assisting them in their registration before sending them on their way. Once outside the spirit hall, having walked a considerable distance, Tang San could no longer contain himself and broke the heavy silence between them. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and earnestly declared, "I do not believe it." "What do you not believe?" Tang Ge was left utterly bewildered by Tang San's nonsensical remarks. Tang San turned his gaze towards the distant spirit hall, recalling the conversation he previously had with Elder Matthew. He understood that you did not forcibly merge the Millennium Soul Ring, but he was perplexed as to why you had suggested such a thing. However, upon hearing this, Tang Ge merely smiled and shook his head. "Little San, I assure you, I speak only the truth. Indeed, you are aware of my formidable physical prowess, having even vanquished the mandala snake. Yet, do you truly believe that the Master's words are erroneous? Remember, the Master is a luminary in the world of spirit masters, revered even by titled Douluos for his delineation of the 10 core competencies of spirit abilities. This world is vast, surely. There must be others possessing physical qualities akin to mine. If that is the case, why do they not strive to merge with soul rings of the Millennium grade as their first? If such instances existed, would the Master still hold his esteemed status? His proposed 10 core competencies would likely have been long since overturned and disregarded. Indeed, if anyone could integrate a Millennium Soul Ring as their first, how could the Master continue to be venerated by spirit masters? If merging with a Millennium Soul Ring were feasible, why did the Master only allow me to choose a soul ring of over 400 years? Could it be that the Master acted with intent? No, the Master would never do such a thing. Thus, after being stirred by Tang Ge's words, Tang San gradually clarified his thoughts and looked back at Tang Ge with determination. "Tang Ge, although I am uncertain of your motives, I will seek out the Master. I believe he possesses the means to address the issues afflicting you." "Ah, another child I've managed to bamboozle." Tang Ge observed Tang San's ever-changing expressions with keen interest. Hearing the latter's declaration, he could not help but stifle a chuckle within. Yet, on the surface, Tang Ge maintained a facade of composure, seemingly unfazed by his own injuries. With a smile, he encouraged, "Enough of this overthinking. Were you not planning to find a blacksmith shop to hone your forging skills? As night falls, you should hasten to seek it out. As for me, I shall return to the academy." Tang San was still pondering the earlier matter when he heard Tang Ge's words and instinctively nodded. "Yes, I was going to," but as he spoke halfway through, he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Wait, when did I ever tell Tang Ge that I wanted to find a blacksmith shop?" Tang San's face displayed a look of astonishment. However, when he attempted to inquire further from Tang Ge, he noticed that Tang Ge had mysteriously wandered off, accompanied by the sound of his laughter. "Xiao San, make an effort quickly. The wool on you is becoming increasingly sparse." "What wool is becoming sparse?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was left perplexed. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Tang Ge had indeed grown increasingly eccentric. Forget him for now. First, I shall seek out a blacksmith to inquire if they are accepting apprentices. With that thought, Tang San turned and walked in another direction. At Nodding Academy, while on his way back to the dormitory, Tang Ge took a moment to check the system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Matthew Nuon, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning 150 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning another 150 shock points. 3 notifications in total netted him 1,300 shock points. Upon seeing this, a smile crept onto Tang Ge's face, and he nodded. It was indeed worth the outing. He was now closer to 5,000 shock points. With a bit more effort, he could unlock the celestial roulette once again. While he pondered, he arrived outside the 7th dormitory. However, upon glancing over, his brow furrowed in confusion at the sight of a large gathering. Chapter 40. The new generation of the Golden Iron Triangle in the Spirit Hall of Nodding City. After Tang Ge and Tang San departed, they were unaware that Su Yuntao, who had previously assisted them in awakening their martial spirits, had suddenly returned. In the reception hall on the 1st floor, upon seeing Su Yuntao's return, Matthew Nuon inquired, "How did it go? Have you made any progress in investigating the recent celestial events?" "Not yet," Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head. Matthew Nuon, hearing this, was not disheartened. He simply remarked, "It's only natural not to have discovered anything. After all, the incident occurred abruptly, and no one could have anticipated it. However, we've received word that a messenger from the temple will arrive to investigate this matter. Additionally, the Empire's eldest prince will be accompanying them, so we must prepare in advance." "When will they arrive?" Su Yuntao asked. Matthew Nuon shook his head. "I only received notification. The specific timing has not been communicated to us." "Is that so?" Su Yuntao mused. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, esteemed steward, I noticed your expression was heavy with concern. Has something occurred?" "Alas, this is due to the two little ones who came to register as soul masters," Matthew Newell replied with a hint of helplessness, sighing as he recounted the previous encounter. "A 1,000-year spirit ring?" Su Yuntao, caught off guard, was shocked to hear of someone possessing a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first. Wait, a spirit of graphical nature and blue silver grass? Upon hearing the martial spirits of the registered soul masters, he suddenly recalled his experience in Holy Soul Village and promptly asked, "Esteemed steward, do you know the names of those two children?" "Let me think. Yes, they are named Tang San and Tang Ge," Matthew Newell replied after a moment of thought. "Indeed, it is them." Upon receiving confirmation, Su Yuntao couldn't help but smile wryly, and he proceeded to inform Matthew Newell about Tang Ge and Tang San's innate full spirit power. Matthew Newell, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. He then shot a fierce glare at Su Yuntao. "This matter is of great importance. Why did you not inform me sooner?" "Esteemed steward, I have been rather preoccupied lately." "This slipped my mind," Su Yuntao replied with a rueful smile. Matthew Newell chose not to press further and merely shook his head in resignation. "Well, they have already left. There is no point in discussing it further. If necessary, I shall mention this matter to the temple messenger upon their arrival. Perhaps, with the capabilities of the main hall or the holy hall, they may be able to resolve the issues surrounding that lad." Su Yuntao remained silent, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. "Ding. Congratulations, host." Shocked Su Yuntao, earning 300 shock points. "Ding. Congratulations, host." Shocked Matthew Newell, earning 500 shock points. In the academy, as Tang Ge stood before the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he was momentarily taken aback by the sudden notifications resonating in his mind. Why would he receive shock points from those two while he was here? Tang Ge was secretly astonished. However, he soon found himself unable to ponder this matter further, as his attention was irresistibly drawn to the throng of academy students gathered outside the 7th dormitory. At the same time, these students, having congregated there, caught sight of Tang Ge. "Look, it's him, the one who defeated Xiao Kelang." A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "What? This is Tang Ge?" Upon hearing the outcry, the gazes that had already been fixed upon Tang Ge swiftly transformed, some filled with astonishment, others tinged with skepticism. Yet, the predominant emotions were excitement and fervor. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, even Tang Ge could not help but be startled, instinctively taking a step back. "What do you want? Get him." Suddenly, an unknown voice bellowed, and then nearly 100 students gathered before the 7th dormitory surged forward in a frenzied rush toward Tang Ge. Their exuberance suggested they were intent on tearing him apart. "How infuriating. You certainly are relentless." After silently cursing in his heart, Tang Ge turned and fled into the distance. As night fell, the once tranquil nodding academy suddenly erupted into a flurry of activity. With a multitude of onlookers joining in, the crowd pursuing Tang Ge grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, the faculty members of the academy eventually intervened, putting an end to the farce before it escalated further. In the aftermath, Tang Ge learned from Wang Sheng, who had similarly endured a tragic experience, that the chaos had stemmed from Xiao Kelang's defeat in a duel. As a prominent battle spirit master ranked among the best at Nodding Academy, it was a disgrace for Xiao Kelang to be vanquished by a mere newcomer. And the manner of his defeat was particularly humiliating. Rumor had it he ended up begging for mercy on his knees. The news of such an event quickly spread, striking a blow to the pride of the upperclassmen. Coupled with the emotional shifts of numerous senior students, many began to feel discontent, questioning how a fresh recruit could dare to overshadow them. Thus, stirred by malice, Tang Ge became the target of collective ire. Upon grasping the situation's intricacies, Tang Ge was incensed. He had intended to remain low-key and focus on his training, yet trouble had found him despite his efforts to avoid it. Did they truly believe he had fled out of fear? Thus, after confirming with his master that he could act without concern for causing lasting harm, Tang Ge decided to stay within the academy. Initially, a multitude of upperclassmen sought him out to challenge him, hoping to enhance their own reputations by defeating him. Alas, like Xiao Kelang before them, each contender ultimately found themselves kneeling before Tang Ge, weeping and pleading for mercy. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the onlooking students were struck with fear and promptly abandoned their challenges. However, Tang Ge was not one to accommodate their wishes. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? This was not a marketplace. Consequently, Tang Ge began to confront students from the 6th year. Regardless of whether they were spirit masters or not, and regardless of their acceptance of his challenges, he bested them all, soon growing impatient with the slow pace. Tang Ge enlisted Tang San and the returning Xiao to join him. No matter their gender or year, all were to be confronted. Unbeknownst to them, a year passed, and the nodding academy, already small in student body, found itself entirely at the mercy of the trio, who had bested every student from beginning to end. Whenever they passed, others would retreat in fear, avoiding any close encounters. Even the 7th dormitory became an area deemed untouchable by the academy students. Of course, the higher-ups of the academy did not intervene in this unfolding saga. In fact, upon witnessing the students' renewed dedication to their training post-defeat, they welcomed such occurrences. It was during one of their synchronized outings that a teacher, on a whim, coined the term Golden Iron Triangle for the trio, which rapidly gained popularity throughout the academy. Chapter 41. I am still that boy from before a year had passed, and Nodding Academy welcomed its break. As a large number of students departed for home, the academy became eerily quiet. One fine morning, at the entrance of the academy, Master Yu Xiaojiang was bidding farewell to Tang Ge and his companions. Teacher, we are leaving. Please take care of yourself at the academy. We shall return soon, Tang San said, unable to resist addressing the solitary figure of the master. Yu Xiaojiang affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair and replied with a smile, Rest assured, I will manage just fine. However, you three have not been home for a year. It is indeed time to visit your families. Moreover, although the academy is on break, your training should not falter. Continue to strive for excellence. Now, off you go. It's still early, so make haste home. Understood, teacher. We are off. Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Soon after, as Tang Ge and Xiao would bid farewell to their master, the three of them boarded the carriage that the master had arranged for them. Setting off towards the outskirts of Nodding City, Yu Xiaojiang stood at the academy's entrance, watching as the carriage gradually receded into the distance. It was only when he could no longer see the three figures that he withdrew his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and a newfound anticipation. The Golden Iron Triangle truly hoped they could continue on this path, rather than the alternative that awaited him. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang turned and walked back into the academy. As the morning sun rose, its gentle rays illuminated the solitary figure that was slowly fading away. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of the wheels grinding as the carriage moved, the atmosphere inside the carriage grew unusually lively. Likely due to their impending return to Holy Soul Village after a year, the trio chattered incessantly, with Tang Ge and Tang San listening attentively as Xiao Wu spoke animatedly. The moniker Golden Iron Triangle, bestowed upon them after they had defeated the students of Nodding Academy, felt rather unappealing. It evoked an image of a muscular boy band, which did not sit well with them. Regrettably, with the academy on break and fellow students returning home, Xiao Wu lamented that as their elder sister, she would have insisted on a more charming name had they been around. Oh dear, this carriage is so uncomfortable. Xiao San, Brother Tang, where exactly is Holy Soul Village? And how much longer until we arrive? The title Golden Iron Triangle was indeed a reflection of their victory, but like Xiao Wu, Tang Ge was not fond of it either. Not only did it evoke an image of a muscular band, but it also belonged to their master Yu Xiaojiang, as well as Lu Long and Flinder. Yu Xiaojiang was known as the corner of wisdom, Flinder as the corner of flight, and Lu Long as the corner of slaughter. Such titles were far more melodious. Furthermore, those three possessed the spirit fusion technique, the golden sacred dragon, which sounded grand and wielded immense power. In contrast, when Tang Ge contemplated the spirit abilities of himself, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, he could not help but envision a rather absurd scene. A little white rabbit dancing on a grass-covered diagram of yin and yang. The image was quite jarring. Thinking of this, Tang Ge shivered involuntarily, hastily putting an end to his whimsical thoughts. Tang Ge, what is the matter? Tang San inquired, noticing Tang Ge's reaction. Tang Ge shook his head. It's nothing. Then, with a smile, he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, upon our arrival in Holy Soul Village, do you intend to stay at my home or at Xiao San's? I would never stay at your house. I want to stay at Xiao San's. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but lift her chin, displaying a proud demeanor. Tang San paused for a moment and honestly replied, but Xiao Wu, my family is quite poor and I have little to offer you. Furthermore, my father has a rather temperamental disposition. It's all right. I will be very well behaved. Xiao Wu said with a cheerful smile. Tang San shook his head in resignation. I hope so. What is the matter? Little San, do you not want me to stay at your home? Regardless, I am determined to reside at your place. If you disagree, I shall bite you. With that, Xiao Wu lunged directly at Tang San. Tang Ge, who had been seated at the back of the carriage. Couldn't he help but smile inwardly at the playful antics of the two, who said that rabbits do not consume the grass near their burrows. Such ignorance. Thus, the trio traveled in the carriage, engaged in lively conversation, and before they knew it, half the day had slipped away. As noon approached, the faint outline of Shenghun village finally came into view in the distance. The carriage came to a halt, and after the three disembarked, it promptly turned around and returned to Notting City, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension upon nearing home. Tang Ge and Tang San could not help but feel a flutter of nerves. "Little San, brother Tang, what are you waiting for? Let us move," Xiao Wu urged impatiently from ahead. Tang Ge took a deep breath, a smile once again gracing his face. He turned to Tang San and said, "You and Xiao Wu wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and dashed into the dense forest ahead. Xiao Wu had, unbeknownst to her, arrived by Tang San's side. Observing Tang Ge's departure, a look of confusion crossed her delicate features as she inquired, "Xiao San, where has brother Tang gone?" "I am uncertain," he replied, "but let us remain here for a while." Tang Ge assured me he would return swiftly. Tang San shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could only accompany him in the dull wait at the spot. As time gradually passed, after about a quarter of an hour, the playfully bouncing Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing towards the woods ahead, "Tang San, look quickly. It seems that brother Tang is returning with 2 large items." "Carrying large items?" Tang San, perplexed, followed the direction indicated by Xiao Wu, and a dark line suddenly appeared on his forehead. Before long, a figure emerged before the two of them. It was Tang Ge, who had departed earlier. However, at this moment, he returned with a wild boar carcass slung over each shoulder, each roughly the size of a calf, with fresh blood still oozing from the bodies, clearly having recently perished. Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were still waiting, Tang Ge smiled and remarked, "I apologize for the delay. Let us return to the village. Do you not possess a storage space? Why are you still carrying them?" Tang San could not help but exclaim. Tang Ge shook the 2 colossal wild boar carcasses resting on his shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he chose not to respond, instead striding purposefully towards the direction of Holy Soul Village. Shortly thereafter, an odd humming sound echoed ahead. I remained the same boy as before, unchanged in the slightest. "Brother Tang, what exactly is he saying? I can't comprehend," Xiao Wu inquired of Tang San, tilting her head in confusion. Tang San withdrew his gaze from Tang Ge, reflecting on the experiences from a year ago when he was still in the village. He shook his head with a sense of helplessness. One might attribute the fellow's behavior to some unspeakable reasons, seeking the praise and approval of the village's aunts and uncles. "Oh dear, it turns out brother Tang is so pitiable. We should shower him with compliments more often," Xiao Wu remarked. Sympathy edged across her face upon hearing Tang San's words. Chapter 42. The Old Village Chief's Secret Stash. Meanwhile, Tang Ge remained oblivious to the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Had he heard it, he would have been infuriated enough to discard the corpses and return to deliver a sound thrashing to Tang San, who was gradually going astray. Soon, Tang Ge arrived back at Holy Soul Village ahead of schedule. As he returned, carrying the bodies of 2 large wild boars, the villagers quickly took notice. Having been away for just a year, they readily recognized him. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "Isn't that the little lad from Village Chief Jack's household? I recall he went to study in Notting City. Why has he suddenly returned?" With a year having passed, the unexpected return of young Tang Ge surely indicated that the academy was on break. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if young Tang Ge had become a soul master. How foolish. If he can carry such massive wild boar corpses, he must undoubtedly be a soul master. My heavens, has little Tang Ge truly become a soul master at such a tender age? Meanwhile, my own child is still in the fields, using his awakened scythe to cut grass. It fills me with frustration. Perhaps I should go give him a good thrashing? I also wish to discipline my child. Shall we form a team? Listening to the villagers chatter animatedly around him, alongside the persistent notifications echoing in his mind, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, the simple villagers were the most gratifying audience to entertain. To celebrate his return from study, he boldly demonstrated before the villagers, using his hands as blades to swiftly cleave the 2 wild boar corpses into countless pieces. The blood that flowed was collected in an empty wooden barrel retrieved from his system space. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, erupted in astonished gasps. Tang Ge glanced at his hands, untainted by even a drop of blood, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With a broad smile, he boldly called out, "As you pass by, Do not miss this opportunity. Free wild boar meat is being distributed, limited to 1 piece per household. He pointed directly at the plump butcher, exclaiming, "You there, do not pay attention to anyone else. I am speaking specifically to you. Why are you dawdling? Hurry over and claim your share." The butcher, who was indeed the village slaughterer, stood frozen in surprise, accompanied by a small girl who was nibbling on her finger. Upon noticing Tang Ge, she tilted her head in contemplation before bursting into tears. "Daddy, it's him." He snatched away Yaya's candied hawthorn. The butcher's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and he instinctively raised his slaughtering knife, contemplating a confrontation. Tang Ge's expression twitched slightly, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. He hadn't anticipated that the young girl would possess such an impressive memory at such a tender age. Yet, was it truly such a grave matter to have snatched a skewer of candied hawthorn? Was wild boar meat truly of greater value? Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding villagers were still oblivious to the unfolding situation, Tang Ge discreetly signaled 2 fingers to the butcher uncle across the way. The butcher immediately comprehended the gesture. Without hesitation, he smacked his daughter on the backside. "What nonsense are you spouting? That kind-hearted big brother would never steal your candied hawthorn. Stand still. Daddy will take you to get some wild boar meat." With that, the butcher briskly hurried over to Tang Ge. He quickly wrapped a piece of meat in his apron, and then ostentatiously held another piece aloft. "Little Tang, do come by my house sometime. Yaya adores you, and you must treat her kindly." The butcher's satisfaction grew as he looked at Tang Ge, feeling a sense of fulfillment in his embrace. However, upon hearing the wailing cries of his daughter behind him, he could only reluctantly turn and depart. Tang Ge gazed at the figure of Uncle Butcher, speechless. How could he sell his daughter at such a tender age? Did he not fear that when she grew up, she might sell him instead? Contemplating this, Tang Ge's attention shifted back to the crowd of villagers. Under the leadership of Uncle Butcher, the onlookers no longer hesitated and rushed forward to claim their share of the wild boar meat. Observing their joyful expressions as they departed, Tang Ge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the distance, unbeknownst to him, Tang San and Xiao Wu had followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the genuine smile radiating from Tang Ge as he distributed the wild boar meat to the villagers, even Tang San was moved. He nodded and remarked, "Xiao Wu, you were right. We should treat Tang Ge better in the future and offer him more praise." Indeed, Xiao Wu wholeheartedly agreed. Subsequently, they chose not to assist, but rather watched for a while before heading towards their home at the western edge of the village. The distribution of wild boar meat by Tang Ge did not last long. The villagers' enthusiasm was high, and in less than a quarter of an hour, a significant portion of the meat was gone. In the end, even the bucket of pig's blood was not spared, finding its way into various pots and bowls. Tang Ge paid little heed to this matter. After leaving behind the wild boar meat he required, he turned and made his way homeward. Before long, he returned to his abode. As he called out, he pushed open the gate and stepped inside. "Grandfather, I am back." However, there was no response. Tang Ge wandered around the house, suddenly recalling that Grandpa Jack must have gone to Tang San's residence. If that were the case, Tang San's father had likely departed from Holy Spirit Village to Nodding City by now. As he reminisced about the unfolding narrative, Tang Ge murmured to himself. Instead of seeking out Grandpa Jack, he headed straight for the kitchen. It was just noon, and Tang Ge decided to prepare a sumptuous lunch himself. Thus, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling, a delightful aroma of meat soon wafted through the kitchen. While Tang Ge was engrossed in his culinary endeavors, old Jack returned from outside, leaning on his cane. Upon catching the enticing scent, a look of curiosity crossed his aged face. Who could be cooking? Could it be little Tang Ge returning? With this thought, old Jack promptly made his way to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen doorway and spotting the familiar small figure inside, a look of contentment spread across his face. Little Tang Ge has grown up. Tang Ge was still engaged in cooking, seemingly oblivious to the return of old Jack. Old Jack, too, refrained from calling out to Tang Ge. Instead, he first closed the gate of the yard and then ventured into the inner room. When he emerged once more, he was carefully holding a square box that appeared to have been left untouched for quite some time. The box was covered in mold. Yet, old Jack cradled this box as if it were a precious treasure, handling it with utmost care. At that moment, Tang Ge had just finished his tasks in the kitchen and stepped outside. Upon spotting old Jack in the distance, he hurried over with a look of delight. "Grandpa, when did you return? I just got back not long ago." "I didn't expect that after a year apart, little Tang Ge has grown so tall," old Jack remarked, reaching out to gently pat Tang Ge's head with a look of gratification. Suddenly, as if recalling something, He extended the square box towards Tang Ge. Grandpa, doesn't he possess any valuable items? But this singular treasure of mine is all I can offer you. A treasure? Upon hearing Grandpa Jack's words, Tang Ge's face lit up with curiosity as he reached out to accept the box. Grandpa, what is inside? As Tang Ge curiously accepted the square box, he inquired with intrigue. Old Jack smiled mysteriously, urging him to open it himself. Observing his grandfather's enigmatic demeanor, Tang Ge's curiosity intensified. He glanced at the decayed lock adorning the box, and with a gentle exertion of his right hand, the lock crumbled with a sharp crack. Upon lifting the lid and beholding the contents within, the once curious Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by sheer astonishment. Inside lay a pair of dark golden gauntlets. Moreover, as he sensed the soul power emanating from the gauntlets, he realized that they were soul-guiding artifacts, akin to Tang San's belt. However, how could the village chief possess such an artifact? After the initial shock, Tang Ge immediately turned his gaze toward the smiling old Jack, unable to contain himself. Grandfather, do you know what this is? Suddenly, with a sharp sound, old Jack playfully tapped him on the head, accompanied by a tone of reproach. Little Tang Ge, how could you phrase it like that? What do you mean? Does grandfather know what this is? Though I may be older, my eyesight remains sharp. Besides, I have ventured beyond in my youth. It is a regret not to have become a soul master, yet my experiences surpass those of many. This gauntlet is indeed a soul-guiding artifact, which you might have heard of at the academy, were it not for the fact that you are my grandson. I would not part with it so easily. As he concluded, old Jack's face beamed with pride. Tang Ge, having lived with old Jack for 6 years, knows him inside out. At this moment, upon hearing his words, she could not help but think that the legendary soul saint of the village might actually be him. However, since Grandpa Village Chief is not the soul saint, why then does he possess a soul-guiding device? Tang Ge could not contain his curiosity and posed the question. However, in response to Tang Ge's inquiry, old Jack merely shook his head. I cannot elaborate on other matters. The events of that year remain somewhat unclear to me. You must remember, however, that our Holy Soul Village indeed produced a soul saint. The soul-guiding gauntlet you now possess is a relic left behind by that very soul saint. The revelation that Holy Soul Village had once harbored a soul saint left Tang Ge inwardly astonished. Yet, since the elder was unwilling to divulge further details, he refrained from pressing the matter. Following the prescribed method for utilizing the soul-guiding device, he retrieved the gauntlet and infused it with a trace of soul power. With a hum, as the dark golden light flickered, the gauntlet that Tang Ge had donned on his right hand vanished in an instant. However, upon sensing it, Tang Ge realized that the gauntlet had not truly disappeared. Rather, it had transformed into another form and concealed itself. As long as he summoned his soul power, he could call it forth at any moment. Moreover, as a legendary soul-guiding device, the gauntlet's potential left Tang Ge quietly astonished. Though he had not yet tested it, he could distinctly feel that when paired with the heavenly divine fist, this soul-guiding gauntlet could deliver a lethal blow to a soul master of the same rank in close quarters. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? Old Jack's voice resonated. Tang Ge withdrew his gaze from the boxing gloves and looked at his kindly grandfather, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I like it. Thank you, Grandpa. What thanks are necessary? Come, did you not prepare lunch? It is time for Grandpa to savor the culinary skills of young Tang Ge. With that, old Jack took Tang Ge's hand and led him towards the kitchen. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, after the village chief had taken a rest, Tang Ge quietly departed from home. He initially intended to visit Tang San, but recalling that Tang San was likely out with Xiao Wu to clear his mind due to his father's absence, Tang Ge decided to head directly out of Holy Soul Village, making his way to the small hill where he and Tang San often trained. At that moment, on a hillside adorned with blue-silver grass, 2 figures lay face to face on the ground, their eyes gently closed as they basked in the warmth of the sun. These 2 were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. Tang San, may I refrain from calling you brother? Why? Tang San, reclining, could not help but sit up, gazing intently at Xiao Wu. Flushed under his stare, Xiao Wu huffed, sprang up from the ground, and bounced away to a distance. She twirled amidst the expanse of blue-silver grass, her demeanor filled with playful pride. At least at Nodding Academy, those whom I have defeated refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. If they were to hear me call you brother, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Hearing Xiao Wu's reasoning, Tang San could only smile helplessly. Very well, you may continue to call me Tang San, as long as I know in my heart that you are my sister. That is sufficient. He then caught up with Xiao Wu and handed her an unusual device he had removed from his right arm. Here, Xiao Wu. I present this to you. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, accepting the peculiar device. Tang San smiled and explained, this is a concealed dart, also known as a silent arrow. Come, Xiao Wu, let me assist you in putting it on, and then I shall teach you how to wield it. As he spoke, he moved behind Xiao Wu, gently lifting her arm to equip her with the dart. However, just as Tang San was about to instruct Xiao Wu on its use, a sudden fit of coughing broke the silence, accompanied by a teasing remark. I was wondering where you two were hiding. Turns out you were here. But what is this? You both seem almost entwined. Startled by the voice, Tang San and Xiao Wu jumped in surprise. Immediately, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, prompting her to hastily withdraw her arm and step back several meters. Tang San felt exceedingly awkward. However, upon seeing Tang Ge approaching from a distance, he promptly composed himself and stated, I was merely teaching Xiao Wu some techniques. Do not speak carelessly. Indeed, Xiao Wu, with her hands firmly placed on her slender waist, retorted indignantly. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Yes, I am aware that you are teaching Xiao Wu some techniques, quite peculiar ones, I must say. No need for elaboration. After spending such a considerable amount of time with Tang Ge, Tang San had come to understand that the other enjoyed uttering whimsical phrases. Although he found this particular remark somewhat perplexing, he sensed it was not a compliment. And an impulsive desire to engage in a sparring match with Tang Ge surged within him. However, before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and unleashed her beast martial soul, manifesting it upon her form. With wide eyes and an indignant tone, she declared loudly, Tang Ge, I challenge you. You wish to challenge me? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter. Ha! Very well. You and Xiao San can team up against me. I, Tang Ge, shall take on both of you without hesitation. Chapter 44, 24th Level, Great Soul Master. After a year of diligent training, Tang San's soul power had ascended from level 13 to level 17, an extraordinary pace among his peers. This remarkable progress was largely attributed to the efficacy of his Xian Tiangong. Hence, Tang San believed that although he had not yet caught up to Tang Ge, the gap between them had considerably narrowed. At the very least, Tang San does not believe that Tang Ge has already acquired the second spirit ring, elevating his soul power to that of a great soul master. Meanwhile, after obtaining her first spirit ring, Xiao Wu has also experienced rapid cultivation, and she now possesses a soul power level of 16. If the two were to unite, Tang San firmly believed that even when faced with formidable soul masters, they could still engage in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Tang Ge astonishingly proposed to take on two opponents simultaneously, which seemed utterly audacious. In that moment, even though Tang San possessed a gentle disposition, he found himself incensed by Tang Ge's words. He gazed at Tang Ge earnestly and inquired, Are you certain you wish for both Xiao Wu and me to engage in this endeavor? Since it is a challenge, Xiao Wu and I will undoubtedly give our utmost effort. Indeed, Xiao San and I will thoroughly beat you to a pulp, humbling your arrogance. Xiao Wu chimed in, fully supporting the sentiment. Tang Ge listened to the conversation between the two, chuckling as he shook his head. Come now. Let me see just how much progress you two have made over the past year. Humph, Xiao San, stop wasting words with Tang Ge and strike him. With that, Xiao Wu charged towards Tang Ge. Midway, as the yellow soul rings shimmered around her, she pushed off the ground with her petite shoes, propelling herself into the air. In a graceful display, she flipped several times before landing precisely behind Tang Ge, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. First soul skill, waist bow. A resonating hum echoed as immense power erupted, causing the air to tremble slightly. Yet, in the face of this assault, Tang Ge maintained his smile, effortlessly extending his hand to unleash a force of 1,000 pounds, firmly grasping Xiao Wu's kicking ankle. A surge of pain coursed through her, and Xiao Wu's delicate features shifted slightly. She had no choice but to employ the power of her soul skill, transforming her body into a sinuous, boneless serpent, swiftly escaping Tang Ge's grasp while forcefully pushing off to retreat several meters away. At that moment, a voice called out from not far off, Soul skill, bind. With a flurry of movement, yellow light flickered as countless blue-silver grasses, infused with surging soul power, rapidly mutated, slithering across the ground like serpents advancing towards Tang Ge. Behind Tang San, a faint silhouette of a mandala snake emerged, emitting a series of hissing sounds. It was evident that many students from the Nuoding Academy had previously succumbed to despair and begged for mercy. Having been caught off guard by the peculiarity of Tang Ge's first soul skill, Tang San was unwilling to endure such treatment. Therefore, to prevent Tang Ge from unleashing his soul skill, he seized the moment while Xiao Wu was attacking Tang Ge and immediately unleashed his own martial soul ability. The blue silver grass, rendered exceptionally resilient by the mandala snake soul ring, moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching Tang Ge's feet in the blink of an eye. Tang Ge appeared oblivious as the resilient blue silver grass relentlessly ensnared him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself bound tightly, rendered immobile by the long, sturdy strands. Only then did Tang San allow himself a sigh of relief. He gazed at the trapped Tang Ge, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Tang Ge, once ensnared by my martial spirit, there is no escape for you. Moreover, the blue silver grass possesses a tranquilizing effect. Do you not feel utterly drained? Unable to harness your soul power? Unable to utilize his soul power? At Tang San's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He could distinctly sense the soul power within him, and summoning it posed no challenge whatsoever. As for the tranquilizing effect that Tang San mentioned, while being ensnared by the blue silver grass, Tang Ge indeed felt numerous fine thorns attempting to penetrate his body. Yet, regrettably for his adversary, even without fully activating his ancient sacred body, its formidable defense was beyond the capabilities of this blue silver grass to breach. Thus, could a mere collection of grass truly bind me? Tang Ge gradually exerted his strength, his surging power akin to a awakened beast swiftly converging. Coupled with the operation of his soul power, it erupted explosively in a thunderous roar. With a series of cracking sounds, the blue silver grass, which Tang San believed to be immensely resilient, crumbled like fragile paper, each strand being torn apart in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, all the blue silver grass ensnaring Tang Ge was utterly obliterated. Tang Ge emerged from within, her demeanor serene. Tang Ge, how could you witness this scene? Tang San exclaimed, astonished, unable to contain himself. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a radiant beam of white light suddenly descended, enveloping his being, causing him to close his eyes in sheer comfort. A howling gust of wind surged from behind him. Without even glancing back at the source of the delightful luminescence that had just graced Tang San, Tang Ge smiled and flicked her hand once more, releasing another cascade of white light. Splash! The little dancer, who had intended to ambush Tang Ge from behind, found herself sprawled on the ground, much like Tang San. Lost in an enchanting dream, her delicate face adorned with a hint of rosy blush. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Tang San is astonished, earning a shock value of 150 points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Xiao Wu is astonished, earning a shock value of 140 points. The sound of two system notifications resonated in the mind. Tang Ge gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been effortlessly subdued by his two delightful techniques, and could not help but clasp his hands behind his back, tilting his head to the sky as a soft sigh escaped his lips. The heights are indeed chilling, and the solitude is truly unbearable. Suddenly, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 24th Rank Great Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Immortal Slaying Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple. Purple Soul Skills. Delight. Flight Martial Skills. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Walking Character Secret. Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 65 Shock Value 6,120. As he beheld this panel of his own attributes, a broad smile adorned Tang Ge's face. Indeed, with the assistance of the 9-aperture golden core, coupled with the devouring power of the Hell Refinement technique, Tang Ge's cultivation speed was extraordinarily rapid. In just a year, he had transformed from the 17th-rank Soul Master he was when he registered at the Martial Soul Hall to a formidable 24th-rank Great Soul Master. Moreover, with the Millennium Soul Ring of the Wind-Swallowing Swallow he had previously drawn, his breakthroughs remained unbeknownst to anyone. Additionally, his ancient Sacred Body Fusion degree had reached an impressive 65, merely 35 away from successfully entering the awakening phase. Thus, in the face of the combined assault from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, it was akin to an adult overpowering a child, requiring nary an effort to secure victory. However, the sole source of Tang Ge's vexation lay in the aftermath of his prior 10 consecutive draws. Perhaps he had exhausted his fortune, for in the subsequent 2 draws, he was rewarded with nothing but worthless trinkets that no one would bother to pick up. As for the specifics, it is best left unmentioned. Chapter 45. The Overbearing Hell Refinement. Although Tang Ge's first soul skill, Joy, proved to be remarkably effective, its duration was not everlasting. In merely a fleeting moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu extricated themselves from its grasp. Upon realizing she was lying on the ground, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily rose to her feet. Instead of retaliating, she cast a fierce glare at Tang Ge. "Brother Tang, how could you be so despicable as to treat a girl this way? You initiated the challenge. Now you blame me?" Tang Ge wore a look of utter disbelief. He then turned to Tang San and inquired, "So, what do you think? Shall we continue? Forget it. You have won." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head and let out a bitter smile. He had originally believed that with his partnership with Xiao Wu, even if they could not defeat Tang Ge, at the very least, the competition would be evenly matched. However, the outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. The two had lost far too quickly, and their defeat was utterly devastating, especially when he recalled the indescribable sensation he experienced after being struck by Tang Ge's soul skill. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. If they had been facing an enemy, he and Xiao Wu would have perished long ago. With this thought lingering in his mind, Tang San could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Tang Ge, what level is your soul power at now?" "I'm afraid revealing it might discourage you, so perhaps I shall keep it to myself," he replied. Tang Ge chuckled, "Afraid of hurting my feelings?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's response, Tang San paused, suddenly realizing that the conversation could not progress further. Xiao Wu, pouting in irritation, exclaimed, "Little San, don't pay him any mind. Let him revel in his own arrogance." With that, she took Tang San's hand and hurried away. Watching the pair depart, Tang Ge offered a faint smile before following suit. Due to the departure of Tang San's father, he lingered at home for merely a day before returning to Notting City with Xiao Wu. Tang Ge chose not to depart with them, opting instead to remain in Shenghun Village and spend several more days with Grandpa Jack. As the holiday drew to a close, Tang Ge bid farewell to his grandfather and left Shenghun Village. He returned accompanied by two others in a horse-drawn carriage, but he had set out alone. Nevertheless, even on foot, he traversed the dense forest with remarkable speed. In just over an hour, Tang Ge arrived back in Notting City. However, he did not rush to Notting Academy. Instead, he purchased some essential supplies within the city before heading straight to the soul-hunting forest. With some time remaining before the academy semester commenced, Tang Ge intended to seize this opportunity to further hone his skills. Recruiting. Urgently seeking healing-type soul masters. Join us and receive a beautiful companion. Purchase the excrement of the century-old soul beast, the Nether Panther. A guarantee for a peaceful night's rest. Only one golden soul coin. As always, the market outside the soul-hunting forest was filled with a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. However, upon Tang Ge's arrival, the attention of the gathered soul masters swiftly shifted to him. They seemed to recognize him, their gazes burning with fervor. At that moment, the leader of a team that had been calling for healing-type soul masters hurried over to Tang Ge. He approached eagerly, exclaiming, "Young brother Tang Ge, are you heading to the soul-hunting forest? Join our team. Look, we have a lovely lady in our group. If you join us, she will be yours during our upcoming adventure." He gestured toward his team with a flourish. Tang Ge followed the direction indicated by the other party and indeed spotted a woman, still possessing a captivating charm, attempting to flirt with him. "Humph, does she think she can entice me? How naive." Tang Ge curled his lips in disdain, ignoring the approaches of others as he continued onward. Soon, a multitude of soul masters surged towards him, offering various incentives to entice him to join their ranks. However, Tang Ge rejected all their overtures and swiftly exited the marketplace, vanishing into the distant, shadowy gate. Disappointment hung heavily in the air among the soul masters gathered at the market. Over the past year, they had encountered Tang Ge here on multiple occasions. Initially, they held little regard for a youth barely in his teens. Yet, the fortunes of one team, fortunate enough to have Tang Ge join them, unveiled the extraordinary healing techniques of his ethereal martial soul. This healing art not only mended wounds, but also bestowed a profound sense of joy, leaving one yearning to remain ensconced in its embrace. Unfortunately, the news of this rare talent was carelessly leaked by a member of the team, once confirmed by other teams. The soul masters venturing into the soul-hunting forest in search of soul rings became frenzied. Whenever Tang Ge appeared, he became the focal point of their competitive desires. Regrettably, he was as elusive as he was precious. Not all teams were fortunate enough to have him join them. As for those teams that entertained sinister intentions of abducting him, they had vanished into the depths of the soul-hunting forest, never to return. This dissuaded other adventuring parties from harboring any ill-conceived thoughts. Within the soul-hunting forest, Tang Ge remained oblivious to the happenings of the marketplace, yet he could surmise the general atmosphere. For him, it was merely a trivial episode of no consequence. If they couldn't discern his true age, how could they expect him to join them? With this thought in mind, Tang Ge quickened his pace, bypassing the periphery and heading straight into the heart of the forest. Having visited numerous times over the past year with the hand order issued by the Marshal Soul Hall, he navigated the terrain with ease. Before long, he arrived at a secluded valley deep within the forest. After forcefully driving away the soul beasts that resided there, he surveyed the lush greenery enveloping the area, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was the place. Without hesitation, he seated himself cross-legged on the ground. As he channeled his soul power, a colossal furnace began to take shape within him, gradually spinning into motion. This was Tang Ge's unique cultivation method, the Hell Furnace. As the furnace rotated, it coalesced into a vortex resembling a tornado, generating a fearsome gravitational pull centered around his body. The moment this force was unleashed, the verdant grass closest to him transformed from vibrant green to a desolate yellow, only to be swept away into ashes by the winds. Simultaneously, an exceptionally rich vitality surged towards him, drawn into the Hell Furnace. Even though this was not his first experience with this cultivation method, the sheer dominance of its devouring power never ceased to astonish Tang Ge. It was precisely this ability that had enabled him to elevate his soul power to the 24th level within just a year. The Hell Furnace continued to spin, and after refining the vitality, it began to expel energy outward. Sensing the unparalleled energy coursing through his body, Tang Ge resolved to focus intently, immediately absorbing the pure energy to enhance his soul power. Chapter 46. Could this aura belong to her? In the valley, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in a tranquil state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, a swirling vortex of deep green had formed around him. This vortex spun rapidly, exuding a terrifying force of absorption that relentlessly consumed emerald beams of light emanating from all directions. The light bands, as if imbued with life, thrashed violently, yet ultimately succumbed to being devoured by Tang Ge's body. As time passed, the vitality coalescing around him grew increasingly intense. His exposed skin became fairer and more translucent, resembling exquisite jade, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Yet, upon surveying the surroundings, what should have been a verdant valley now appeared ravaged, as if it had endured a cataclysmic disaster, leaving not a single flower or blade of grass intact. The ground was littered with withered roots and ash-gray remnants. Even the ancient trees on the distant slopes stood stark and bare, stripped of their leaves. Strangely, despite the evident death of all flora, the air was thick with a vibrant life force, a contradiction that lingered unsettlingly. At an indeterminate moment, a pack of ethereal wolves congregated at the valley's mouth, seemingly drawn by the richness of life emanating from within. They greedily fixated on Tang Ge, enveloped in the green vortex. Among them was a wolf king, its soul age reaching a century, emitting a series of low growls. However, influenced by the valley's airy atmosphere, the wolf king hesitated, refusing to enter. Soon, the force of absorption extended to the valley's entrance. The vegetation at the ground level began to wither rapidly, turning from vibrant green to a sickly yellow. A potent sense of impending danger loomed. Instead of retreating, the wolf king let out a long howl. With that cry, the other wolves charged into the valley. The wolf king followed, albeit at a slower pace, its bloodthirsty eyes filled with cunning and trepidation. The pack, swift as shadows, closed in on Tang Ge. Their eyes filled with avarice, as if consuming this human would elevate them to the rank of kings among wolves. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the moment they stepped into the valley, their vitality began to leak away. Closer and closer they approached. At last, when only 2 meters separated them from Tang Ge, the wolves could no longer contain their eagerness and lunged forward with a collective howl, plunging headlong into the vortex. In that instant, the green vortex quivered violently and unleashed an even more formidable force of absorption. A chorus of lamentations erupted from within the vortex as the wolves, suspended in midair, writhed in despair, their once greedy eyes now filled with terror and hopelessness. Their bodies visibly shrank, while their vitality was siphoned away, merging with the surrounding green light and flowing into Tang Ge's being. Ultimately, as their essence was completely extracted, the once robust wolves disintegrated into dust, as if eroded by the wind. Not far off, the wolf king, witnessing the spectacle, was paralyzed with fear. It skidded to a halt, claws scraping against the earth, before retreating hastily from the valley. Yet, at that precise moment, Tang Ge, who had been deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon spotting the fleeing wolf king, A faint smile graced his lips as the yin-yang diagram of life and death materialized from his left hand, darting towards the Wolf King. With a swift motion, propelled by soul power, the diagram shot forth with the ferocity of a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the fleeing Wolf King, unfurling and ensnaring it, then rocketed upwards like a comet. Time seemed to stretch until a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. As the vortex dissipated, Tang Ge utilized the health furnace to absorb the final remnants of vitality, concluding his cultivation. Rising, he approached the crater and peered down at the Wolf King, now reduced to a pulpy mass, and could not help but express admiration. To experience flight, you, Wolf King, have met your end fittingly. What Tang Ge had employed was his second soul skill, flight, which enabled him to soar through the air with the aid of his martial spirit, the yin-yang diagram of life and death. While the name might suggest a mere supportive role akin to his first soul skill, those who underestimated it would soon learn that auxiliary skills could become lethal. Just as demonstrated moments ago, regaining his composure, Tang Ge refrained from lingering on the defeated Wolf King, observing the valley he had drained of life. He shook his head in resignation. The hell furnace, though powerful, was excessively domineering, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. This place is no longer suitable. I must seek another location. Consequently, Tang Ge summoned the yin-yang diagram of life and death once more, preparing to depart. Just then, a piercing howl echoed from behind him, followed by a chilling sensation, as if an icy blade had pierced the back of his head, causing a sharp pain. Tang Ge's complexion suddenly changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped himself within the yin-yang life and death diagram, soaring directly over 10 meters away. In the spot he had just vacated, a blinding golden fist of light appeared, crashing violently into his afterimage. Boom! As the golden fist exploded, the air reverberated with a deafening crack. A slender figure emerged from behind the golden light shield, a remarkably handsome youth with tousled golden hair, appearing to be around 16 years old, exuding an air of nobility. More importantly, when Tang Ge beheld this mysterious boy who had suddenly appeared and attacked him, he inexplicably sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. Sacred. Radiant. This was identical to the aura of the divine feather he had drawn from the sacred Kesha. In the Douluo Continent, aside from that particular clan, no one else possessed such a divine presence. Contemplating this, Tang Ge felt a stir of astonishment within his heart. Could it be her? Chapter 47. A fierce beating. As soon as the mysterious youth appeared, his icy gaze fell upon Tang Ge, who was several meters away. What a wicked soul master, daring to appear openly in the soul-hunting forest. Are you not afraid of death? His voice was laced with murderous intent. However, upon hearing the mysterious youth's words, Tang Ge, who was in deep thought, was momentarily taken aback. When did I become a wicked soul master? But as he observed the state of the valley, realization dawned upon him. It was all due to his recent practice. Tang Ge was well aware of what a wicked soul master entailed. They were beings who cultivated by devouring soul power, soul rings, mental strength, flesh, souls, and martial spirits. In the Douluo Continent, wicked soul masters were universally despised. If this was the case, then his method of directly devouring the vitality of plants and soul beasts to cultivate was indeed akin to that of a wicked soul master. This explained why the mysterious youth had immediately sought to eliminate him. Yet even so, Tang Ge would not consider himself a wicked soul master. He would merely concede that his method of cultivation was somewhat domineering. Thus, he looked at the mysterious youth and asserted with righteous indignation, one may eat indiscriminately, but one cannot speak recklessly. Have I killed anyone or set anything ablaze? You accuse me of being a wicked soul master? I assure you, I am a person of integrity. I never lie. So do not wrongfully accuse me, or I shall become quite irate. Humph! Such sophistry, first. I shall subdue you and extract the forces behind you. The mysterious youth's expression turned frigid. He did not believe Tang Ge's words at all, snorting dismissively before charging towards him. The distance of several meters vanished in an instant. When the mysterious youth stood before Tang Ge, a yellow halo suddenly emanated from him. Instantly, blinding golden light surged forth, and as the mysterious youth unleashed a punch, it transformed into a golden fist imprint that hurtled towards Tang Ge's heart. At that moment, Tang Ge distinctly felt his soul power being suppressed in a trend of dissolution. He was secretly astonished, but felt no fear. As the golden fist imprint approached, a purple halo appeared beneath his feet. The yin-yang life and death diagram resonated as the power of yin coalesced into a black beam descending from above. When it collided with the golden fist imprint, it produced a sizzling sound, akin to the clash of fire and water. In the blink of an eye, the golden fist imprint was corroded away, while the remaining Yin power surged towards the mysterious youth. Regrettably, as a golden light shield manifested before the mysterious youth, it effectively blocked the surge of Yin power. Standing behind the shield, the mysterious youth's gaze fell upon the rotating purple halo surrounding Tang Ge. Internally astonished, his expression grew ever colder. I never anticipated that your first soul ring would be a Millennium Level 1. This makes you all the more deserving of my attention. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. For shocking Shui Qinghe, Qianren, you have gained 500 shock points. The system notification chimed unexpectedly. Indeed, it was her. Upon hearing the name in the system prompt, Tang Ge's eyes brightened. From the very beginning, sensing the divine aura from the youth had raised his suspicions. Now, with the system's confirmation, the identity of the mysterious youth became strikingly clear. Qianren, daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and currently the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. Tang Ge never anticipated that he would encounter Qianren in the soul-hunting forest at this moment. However, despite his confusion, it did not deter him from indulging in a few mischievous thoughts, such as delivering a severe beating to Qianren. Opposite him, the enigmatic youth, who was none other than Qianren disguised as Shui Qinghe, remained oblivious to the fact that her identity had been uncovered. She merely sensed that the young man across from her had suddenly intensified his gaze, as if she were laid bare before him, leaving her feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable. Qianren's expression darkened immediately, and she uttered a sharp rebuke. Seeking death. In an instant, a yellow halo emanated from her being. Yet, before Qianren could retaliate, Tang Ge swiftly executed the secret of movement. With unparalleled speed, he vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Qianren. Heavenly Divine Fist. A deep voice resonated, followed by an overwhelming aura of sanctity that surged forth. Tang Ge unleashed a powerful punch. A milky white glow coalescing into a luminous fist that struck fiercely at Qianren's heart. The force of the punch, imbued with a profound sacred aura, swept towards her, leaving Qianren in utter astonishment. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though she were confronting her own grandfather. Could it be that he is of the same lineage as I? Yet, there was no time for Qianren to ponder this further. As the divine light fist drew near, her second spirit ring ignited with brilliance. Ethereal wings began to manifest behind her, and she entered a state of ethereality. This was Qianren's second spirit ability, Wings of Nothingness. In this state, she was nearly impervious to the opponent's attacks, and her speed surged. However, when Tang Ge's divine fist made contact with her heart, her expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He can actually injure me? Who on earth are you? In a moment of rage and disbelief, Qianren couldn't help but direct her furious gaze at Tang Ge. At the same time, beneath her feet, a third spirit ring materialized, an illustrious purple thousand-year spirit ring. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Ge erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Suddenly, a white beam of light descended from above, flooding into Qianren's body. Her previously furious expression froze momentarily as the injuries within her began to mend instantly. Concurrently, an exquisite wave of comfort enveloped her, prompting an involuntary moan to escape her lips and a look of utter rapture to grace her face. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge showed no mercy. Seizing the moment while Qianren was still entrapped in the euphoric constraints of her soul technique, he swiftly transformed his fist into an open palm, gripping her delicate neck. With a powerful upward thrust followed by a downward swing, a resounding thud echoed as Qianren, lost in her state of delight, was forcefully slammed to the ground. The earth beneath her quaked, forming an imprint shaped like a human form. Crack! At that instant, something shattered abruptly, and in Tang Ge's gaze, Qianren's golden short hair cascaded into a waterfall of length. Even her previously exquisite visage transformed into that of an unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being. Her once flat physique rapidly expanded, momentarily resembling two towering mountains, teetering precariously. Tang Ge could not help but rub his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Indeed, Qianren was a stunning beauty, despite her youth. She already bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Bibi Dong. Alas, she had now fallen into his hands. With this thought, Tang Ge could not suppress a triumphant smile as he gazed at the unconscious Qianren, who had been rendered senseless by his earlier strike. Chapter 48. A shocking revelation. The Eternal Soul Beast. In the now tranquil valley, accompanied by the howling wind, there echoed a rhythmic sound of slapping. Lying motionless on the ground, the unconscious Qianren was oblivious to her surroundings, her once enchanting face now dust-laden, and her golden hair, cascading in disarray like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Tang Ge crouched beside her, his hand raised, delivering a series of firm slaps upon her posterior. Each impact felt delightfully springy. Tang Ge found himself unwilling to cease his actions. Moreover, in order to leave no trace, he occasionally utilized the power of the sun, activated by the pleasure soul technique, to heal Qianrenxue. Ultimately, Tang Ge reveled in his endeavors. As Qianrenxue lay in a stupor, her injuries were treated, leaving her skin unmarred and her once pale visage now radiantly flushed. However, perhaps due to her inherent divine attribute soul power, with each session of treatment, Qianrenxue's resistance to this restrictive soul technique gradually strengthened. Finally, as her injuries were wholly mended, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Tang Ge's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair before he swiftly retreated. The moment he stepped back, the spot he had just vacated was struck by a golden fist, creating a deep crater. Unbeknownst to him, Qianrenxue had already risen from the ground, gazing at her restored self and the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. She suddenly looked up, her eyes fixed intently on Tang Ge. "What exactly did you do to me?" Qianrenxue's expression was as cold as frost, her words laced with a biting fury. Tang Ge shrugged. "I haven't done anything. Moreover, I even tended to your injuries. How do you feel? Quite comfortable, isn't it? Go to hell." Qianrenxue erupted suddenly. In that instant, she held nothing back, as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. A brilliant golden light illuminated her figure, revealing 6 snow-white wings behind her. Martial soul. The 6-winged angel manifested. As the wings unfurled, Qianrenxue began to gradually ascend from the ground. It seemed she was about to unleash her ultimate move. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but furrow his brow, a look of gravity evident in his eyes. However, soon beneath his feet, 2 violet soul rings materialized, and the power of his martial spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, began to swirl and gradually transformed into an immense yin-yang formation. Tang Ge stood upon the yin-yang formation, which simultaneously ascended from the ground. In an instant, the 2 figures found themselves suspended several dozen meters above the earth, locked in a gaze that sparked like colliding lightnings, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble violently. The atmosphere grew intensely frigid. Yet, at that moment, a system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Qianrenxue, gaining 2,000 shock points." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Qianrenxue, gaining 1,700 shock points." One was a previous alert, while the other was current. Remarkably, these notifications not only elevated Tang Ge's shock points from over 7,000 to more than 10,000, but they also brought him to the brink of laughter. Glancing at Qianrenxue, whose face was dust-laden and icy as a glacier, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ge's mind, seemingly composed, yet inwardly in a state of turmoil. However, despite recognizing the truth, he chose not to expose it and instead spoke with a calm demeanor. "I am not an evil spirit, master. You must have realized that by now. So we are truly..." Before he could finish, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from the once quiet soul-hunting forest, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that created a tempest. Immediately following was an overwhelming surge of malevolence and bloodlust. Both Tang Ge and Qianrenxue, who were in confrontation, changed expressions drastically and turned their gazes toward the source of the roar. Floating several dozen meters in the air, they witnessed with clarity as countless towering trees in the soul-hunting forest collapsed at an alarming speed, as if the ground itself were caving in, sending clouds of dust spiraling upwards. Amidst this chaos, a multitude of spirit beasts had congregated into a herd, abandoning their previous combat to flee desperately in one direction. Yet at that moment, accompanied by another tiger's roar, a tremendous force of suction emerged, pulling a large number of fleeing spirit beasts backward. In midair, these creatures had already been reduced to mere skeletal remains, their essence and vitality coalescing into a singular mass. Suddenly, a colossal beast descended from the sky, opening its maw wide to devour them whole. Above the valley, Tang Ge and Qianrenxue finally discerned the true form of the colossal beast, a gigantic tiger, cloaked in an inky black hue, adorned with ebony wings upon its back, and possessing a scorpion-like tail. Yet, it was precisely because they had gained this clarity that both of them couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of terror. Tang Ge exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the dark demon evil god tiger? Was it not located in the starry forest? How could it suddenly appear in the soul-hunting forest?" It is no wonder that Tang Ge lost his composure. The colossal tiger in the distance was not an ordinary soul beast. but rather a dark demon evil god tiger with a soul age of 10,000 years. Tang Ge was well aware of the storyline. Knowing that the dark demon evil god tiger, lurking in the Douluo forest, was a top-tier soul beast, even the 100,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, could do nothing against it. Now, this 1,000-year-old soul beast had inexplicably ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Was it merely seeking a leisurely stroll? More than 10 meters away, Qian Rinxue heard Tang Ge's exclamation. Although she had never heard the name of the dark demon evil god tiger, she could sense the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the distant soul beast, along with the black radiance that appeared when it wielded its soul power. This was a manifestation only a 1,000-year soul beast possessed. Qian Rinxue was filled with shock and instinctively believed that the sudden appearance of a 1,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest was somehow linked to the mysterious young man across from her. As she pondered, a voice of urgency suddenly reached her ears. "That foolish girl, run quickly. Can't you see the beast approaching? Do you wish to be devoured and become a mere pile of excrement?" Qian Rinxue snapped back to reality and immediately noticed the young man across from her swiftly soaring away on a painting-like canvas. She glanced back, her body trembling in fear, and hurriedly pursued him. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, the dark demon, evil god tiger relentlessly consumed one soul beast after another, absorbing their soul and life force to mend its own injuries. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something. Its wicked eyes turned towards the distance. In its perception, there was a weak yet exceedingly annoying presence, accompanied by another aura brimming with vitality. The dark demon evil god tiger felt that by consuming this life force, not only would its injuries heal, but its strength would also increase. Then it could return to the Douluo forest and exact revenge on those two detestable individuals. With a mighty roar, the dark demon evil god tiger could not contain its excitement. After terrifying a throng of weaker soul beasts, it took to the air, chasing after the sensed auras. Its dark, malevolent wings stirred up fierce winds, toppling trees in its wake. An aura of evil permeated the air, causing the eyes of the affected soul beasts to turn crimson, as if they had lost their sanity, and they began to fight amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the numerous soul master teams adventuring in the soul-hunting forest were caught completely off guard by this chaos, and before they could react, they met a grim fate at the jaws of the soul beasts. However, many others frantically fled towards the forest's edge. In midair, over 100 meters from the valley, Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue, who had been fleeing, had now come to a halt, not out of desire to linger, but because they found themselves with no escape route ahead. The dark demon evil god tiger was hot on their heels. With its jet-black wings and 1,000-year soul age, even at half strength, it could catch up to Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue in mere moments. Its colossal, mountain-like form loomed just a few dozen meters away, emanating a terrifying aura that nearly suffocated the two. What should we do? Qian Rinxue, still just a 16-year-old girl, despite her years of experience in disguise, found herself panicking. She couldn't help but whisper to Tang Ge beside her. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge felt utterly exasperated. "Sister, I am but a mere 7-year-old child. How is it that you now turn the question back upon me?" Yet, he merely pondered this internally, recognizing that this was not the moment for banter. He resolutely made a decision. This dark demonic tiger was clearly targeting the two of them, if they wished to survive. They must summon all their strength and fight with unwavering determination. Nevertheless, Tang Ge had already discreetly concealed a talisman within his sleeve. This talisman was the interdimensional traversal charm he had drawn earlier. Should any perilous threat to his life arise, he was prepared to activate this talisman, sending the dark demonic tiger to another realm. As for himself, Tang Ge is certainly not foolish. Indeed, aside from the multiverse traversal talisman, he also possesses the legendary sword of extermination. However, he would only resort to it in dire circumstances. Otherwise, should he fail to vanquish the dark demon evil god tiger, he might suffer the backlash himself, which would be quite unfortunate. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, oblivious to Tang Ge's inner thoughts, immediately summoned her resolve upon hearing his intent to fight to the death. Without the slightest hesitation, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath her feet. As she channeled her soul power, a brilliant golden light enveloped her. Her 6 wings flared vigorously, transforming her into a golden silhouette. A colossal fist imprint coalescing as she launched towards the dark demon evil god tiger from several dozen meters away. This was Qian Rinxue's 3rd soul skill. Even though Tang Ge had just given her a fierce beating, witnessing the power of her strike left him internally astonished. What a formidable punch! Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Qian Rinxue, having reached the vicinity of the dark demon evil god tiger, was struck down by a single swipe of its paw. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust surged into the air. Observing this scene, Tang Ge felt a jolt of anxiety in his heart. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he charged towards the dark demon, evil god tiger. Eager to test the true strength of his ancient sacred body combined with the secret of the word and the explosive power of the heaven's divine fist. Boom. In that moment, Tang Ge, endowed with the ancient sacred physique, strode across the void, unleashing a resounding explosion. In an instant, he surged forth with unparalleled speed, shattering the fabric of space and creating ripples that reverberated through the cosmos. Cloaked in a divine aura, he concentrated an immensely powerful punch, its shadow coalescing with formidable intensity. As he reached the formidable dark demon tiger, he let out a thunderous roar, heavenly divine fist. Concurrently, a whisper of the extermination sword's essence was clandestinely released. The moment the sword's presence manifested, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The dark demon tiger, previously sporting a mocking glint in its eyes, fell into a stupor. Its colossal form frozen, terror etched across its menacing visage. Below, Qianrenxue, who had just soared from the depths of a pit, disregarded her disheveled appearance and gazed at Tang Ge with wide, astonished eyes. Her heart brimmed with shock. A year prior, an astonishing aura had emerged, causing a transformation in the skies and startling countless powerful beings. Upon her mother's directive, she had come to Nodding City in her capacity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire to investigate the matter's origins. Yet, as a year slipped away, just as she prepared to abandon her quest, she never anticipated to once again experience that same astounding presence in the form of the youth before her. Who was he? How could he wield an attack imbued with the same sacred attributes as those of the angelic race? In that moment, a desire to leave the Tiando Empire and seek out her grandfather surged within her. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a thunderous roar of fury echoed through the air. Qianrenxue looked up to find that the immense dark demon tiger was spewing blood from its nostrils. Simultaneously, a figure was hurled away by the shockwave generated by the roar. The realization struck her. Someone had managed to wound a soul beast that had existed for a millennium. Qianrenxue could not suppress her astonishment. Yet, as she witnessed the figure on the verge of colliding with the distant mountain, she gritted her teeth and, unfurling her 6 wings, swiftly pursued. In midair, the earlier roar sent Tang Ge tumbling uncontrollably, unable to regain his balance as he neared the towering mountain. Just as he was about to crash, a figure swooped in, catching him and skidding across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. "Are you all right?" A melodious, yet somewhat cold voice inquired beside him. Tang Ge rubbed his slightly dazed head, turning to see that it was Qianrenxue who was holding onto his waist. He shook his head, realizing that for the moment, they were safe. However, if they could not resolve the issue with the ancient soul beast, they would be in trouble. At that moment, Qianrenxue also became aware of her embrace, her fair face flushing slightly as she quickly released him. After retreating a couple of meters, her expression returned to its usual icy demeanor, her gaze fixed upon the distant dark demon, evil god tiger. Perhaps it was due to Tang Ge's earlier punch, but the dark demon, evil god tiger was now thoroughly enraged. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from it in waves. Witnessing this scene, Qianrenxue's countenance grew grave. It exudes a profoundly evil aura. Only a holy presence can counter it. Regrettably, my power is insufficient. If my grandfather were here, even if he couldn't defeat this ancient soul beast, he could certainly drive it back. A holy presence, you say? Tang Ge's heart stirred at Qianrenxue's words, suddenly recalling the feather from the divine Kaisha that he had kept in his system space. Chapter 50, Divine Kaisha, Judgment of the Heavenly Blade. He had always been perplexed about how to utilize this feather, which belonged to the Angel King of the Super God Academy. Although he had attempted to activate it using his soul power, it had yielded no response. Now, spurred by Qianrenxue's mention of holy attribute soul power, he remembered his earlier use of the heaven's divine fist. The two energies bore an uncanny resemblance. Perhaps it could serve a purpose. Thus, Tang Ge's mind sparked with inspiration, and the feather from divine Kaisha materialized in his right hand. Instantly, an incredibly dense holy aura radiated from the feather, purifying the surrounding waves of malevolence that surged forth. Not far away, Qianrenxue, sensing the emergence of this holy energy, widened her beautiful eyes. She stared intently at the feather in Tang Ge's hand, as if confronted by the deity her clan revered, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could you possess such a thing? This is impossible. The system notification chimed again in his mind, but Tang Ge was too absorbed in the moment to pay it any mind, disregarding Qianrenxue's astonishment. As soon as he retrieved the feather, he summoned the power of heaven through the heaven's divine fist, continuously channeling it into the feather. Finally, it seemed that divine Kaisha's feather had absorbed enough energy, glowing with radiant golden light. It soared from Tang Ge's palm into the sky. Then, before the astonished gazes of Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue, the feather erupted in a magnificent explosion of golden light. The sheer brilliance forced them to shut their eyes momentarily. However, this dazzling display did not last long. When they reopened their eyes, they beheld a figure fully formed from the condensed holy power, a woman with cascading golden hair. Unlike Qian Rinxue, this woman exuded an air of unrivaled beauty and an aura of noble sanctity. Simply standing there, she seemed to embody the center of the universe. Captivating, yet profoundly untouchable. Behind her, a pair of snow-white wings fluttered gently, creating waves of divine wind. She was none other than the divine Kaisha, the angel king and the king of gods of the Super God Academy. To have summoned divine Kaisha? Although Tang Ge understood through the system that the divine Kaisha before him was merely a manifestation of that feather, he was still utterly astonished. So this was how the feather could be utilized. Yet, he soon felt a pang of regret. A trump card he had painstakingly drawn was now expended. As for Qian Rinxue, upon witnessing the arrival of divine Kaisha, she was rendered completely speechless. The appearance of a true angelic god stirred a tempest within her heart. In the distance, the dark demon evil god tiger had ceased its bleeding, its crimson eyes locked onto the figure in the sky that filled it with loathing. With millennia of soul age, it sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from this figure. Without hesitation, the dark demon evil god tiger roared, unfurling its pitch-black wings and charging forward. A dense aura of evil rapidly coalesced around it, forming a dark cloud, while bolts of thunder fell, enveloping an area within 100 meters. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge, terrified, quickly grasped the still-dazed Qian Rinxue and retreated hastily, finding himself several miles away in the blink of an eye. In the place they had just vacated, only the holy Kaisha stood silently. She finally turned slowly, her indifferent gaze settling upon the approaching dark demon god tiger. All evil must be purified, she murmured softly. With a gentle lift of her palm, she swiftly brought it down. Boom! A surge of divine power erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal hand that enveloped the dark demon god tiger. In an instant, the malevolent clouds surrounding the dark demon god tiger were dispersed and purified. The divine hand continued its descent, delivering a crushing blow upon the dark demon god tiger. A howl of anguish erupted from the creature as the divine force invaded its body, inflicting excruciating pain. Its massive form crashed down like a collapsing mountain into the forest below. Countless bolts of lightning fell, but were intercepted by a golden barrier before reaching the holy Kaisha. In that moment, the cacophony of thunder amplified her majesty. Tang Ge, having retreated to his safe distance, hovered in the air, witnessing the unfolding drama. He was utterly awestruck by the holy Kaisha's ability to strike down the dark demon god tiger with a single blow. What a formidable angel king, he thought. This is merely a manifestation of her feathers. Should her true form descend, even the gods of this world might struggle to withstand her. Yet, he pondered whether the dark demon god tiger had met its demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow surged forth from the dust cloud raised by the dark demon god tiger's fall. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to fall silent, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. When Tang Ge finally broke free from this disconcerting stillness, he beheld the golden barrier that had previously shielded the holy Kaisha shattered, and she had fallen into the clutches of the dark demon god tiger. With a resounding roar, the dark demon god tiger opened its maw wide and lunged fiercely at the holy Kaisha, ensnared within its deadly claws. Tang Ge felt a sudden shock in his heart. Secretly pondering, could it be that we're capsizing? Just as he was lost in thought, a figure swiftly dashed past him, racing towards the distant dark demon evil god tiger. Tang Ge regained his senses, only to be astonished to discover that the figure before him was none other than Qian Rinxue. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? Save her!" Qian Rinxue responded with 2 words, then resolutely quickened her pace once more. Bang! True to expectation. Before she could even touch the dark demon evil god's tiger fur, Qian Rinxue transformed into a fallen light, struck down by the dark demon evil god tiger's mighty paw. As Tang Ge snapped back to reality, his face twitched, and he was about to pursue and rescue her. However, he suddenly sensed something. Halting abruptly to gaze once more at the distant figure of the divine Kaisha, who was captured by the dark demon evil god tiger. Unbeknownst to him, a blinding golden light erupted from Kaisha once again. This golden radiance ascended skyward, gradually coalescing into a towering sword ablaze with sacred flames. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor in the void, another faceless knight, also formed of golden light, appeared behind the towering sword. As it extended its hands to grasp the hilt of the sword, a soul-stirring whisper resonated through the heavens and the earth. Heaven's Blade Judgment. Chapter 51. Profited or lost? Heaven's Blade Judgment. As the soul-stirring whisper echoed throughout the cosmos, the faceless knight, composed of golden light, began to slowly raise the towering sword. Even though its movements were deliberate, the dark demon evil god tiger felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. What infuriated it further was an invisible force that completely locked onto it. No matter where it tried to escape, it could not evade the looming sword. At last, the faceless knight, gripping the sword's hilt, lifted the towering sword high, then brought it crashing down. The blinding golden light surged. The towering sword tore through space, appearing instantaneously above the dark demon evil god tiger, and the sacred radiance swiftly purified all evil. Cracks appeared on the dark demon evil god tiger's body. As crimson blood splattered forth, it transformed into swirling snow mist. A chilling roar erupted from the dark demon evil god tiger's mouth. Yet, seemingly provoked by the excruciating pain that pierced to the depths of its soul, the tiger's inherent ferocity was entirely unleashed. Faced with death, instead of retreating, it opened its maw and swallowed the trapped divine Kesha whole. Immediately, the dark demon evil god tiger unleashed all its might, flapping its obsidian wings, and collided fiercely with the descending towering sword. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. The entire world was engulfed by the dual forces of sanctity and malevolence, intertwining and gradually dissolving and disintegrating. Several miles away, Tang Ge, squinting against the blinding light, gradually opened his eyes. He gazed into the distance at the sky still shrouded in golden and black hues, his mind replaying the moment when the faceless knight raised his long sword and struck downwards. Having watched Super God Academy, Tang Ge was well aware that the judgment of the heavenly blade was a formidable attack unleashed by the Holy Kaisar, based on the pinnacle technology of the angelic race. However, he was astounded to discover that, in this world devoid of the support of angelic civilization, a mere avatar of the Holy Kaisar had once again invoked the judgment of the heavenly blade. The terrifying power that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens left Tang Ge utterly awestruck. He pondered whether the dark demon evil god had truly perished. Yet, even if he had not, that strike from the Holy Kaisar would undoubtedly deliver a grievous blow. As he surveyed the battlefield still enveloped in golden and black, Tang Ge felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Time passed slowly, and after approximately 15 minutes, the lingering black malevolent aura was finally purified, leaving only the remaining golden light gradually contracting. Then, a familiar figure reemerged. It was none other than the angelic king, the Holy Kaisar. However, compared to her earlier form, her once solid body now appeared ethereal, as if a gentle breeze could disperse her entirely. Realizing her condition, the Holy Kaisar cast a glance downward with her radiant eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. "The essence of our kin," she murmured, and with a flourish of her hand, a sphere of holy light separated from her, transforming into a golden silhouette that soared downwards. Once she completed this act, her entire being dissolved into golden light, vanishing completely. In the spot where she had stood, only a dimly glowing golden feather remained. Before the feather could descend, Tang Ge, who had just flown in from afar, swiftly reached out and grasped it. As information about the feather flooded his mind, sublime feather, a fragment of holy power condensed by the angelic king, the Holy Kaisar of Super God Academy. Absorbing it can enhance the quality of soul rings. Enhancing the quality of soul rings? Tang Ge was taken aback by the unexpected revelation contained within the feather's information. However, this was not the moment for in-depth exploration. He temporarily stored the sublime feather in his system space and immediately descended towards the ground. Soon, he discovered Qian Rinxue lying in a deep pit at the bottom. At this moment, her attire was tattered and disheveled. Large patches of her snow-white skin exposed and marred with dirt mixed with blood. Her hair cascaded around her, making her appear utterly disheveled. Initially, Tang Ge worried that the dark demon evil god might have fatally struck her, but upon observing the gentle rise and fall of her chest, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not only that, Tang Ge sensed a divine aura permeating through Qian Rinxue's body, continuously healing her injuries. It seemed that this was the result of the sacred light bestowed by the divine Kesha before its dissipation. If this continued, not only would Qian Rinxue's wounds heal, but her bloodline and martial soul would likely experience a qualitative enhancement. After all, it was a gift from the King of Angels. Yet, at this moment, Tang Ge's heart was filled with a bittersweet discomfort. The sacred Kesha was formed from a feather he had extracted, originally intended as a trump card, only to be consumed by a sudden emergence of an ancient soul beast. It was one thing to be consumed, but the dark demon evil god tiger had clearly perished without leaving a trace, yet the soul ring had conspicuously failed to materialize. The only reward Tang Ge received was a feather capable of enhancing the quality of a soul ring, compared to the feather of the divine Kesha. Was this truly a gain or a loss? Tang Ge remained uncertain. He only knew that, compared to himself, the true beneficiary at this moment was Qian Rinxue, who was still lying in the pit. A myriad of emotions surged within him, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile that graced his lips. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was enough to be alive. Why dwell on so much? As for the dark, demonic deity, perhaps it had chosen to perish alongside him. After a moment of self-consolation, Tang Ge, fearing that the earlier commotion might attract powerful beings, dared not linger any longer. He swiftly lifted the unconscious Qian Rinxue from the deep pit and soared into the sky with his martial spirit, departing at an astonishing speed. Not long after Tang Ge had left the battlefield with Qian Rinxue in his arms, two figures rushed towards the scene from a distance. Upon observing the soul rings adorning them, it became evident that they were two soul emperors. Yet, even so, upon witnessing the devastated landscape reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, they couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. Could it be that a tidal Douluo and a 10,000-year soul beast had truly engaged in combat here? They resolved to locate the crown prince first. The rest would be managed by stronger soul masters. As one of the soul emperors regained his composure, a grave expression settled upon his face. The other soul emperor, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. However, he refrained from speaking further. After nodding in acknowledgement, the two parted ways to conduct their own searches. Chapter 52. The Second Soul Ring. Ascending to 10,000 years. After the two imperial soul emperors separated, they commenced their search in the ravaged area, seeking the disguised Qian Rinxue, who was masquerading as the imperial crown prince, Shuqinghe. However, Qian Rinxue had long since been taken away by Tang Ge, rendering their search futile. Moreover, the two soul emperors did not believe that if the crown prince had indeed been here in such a devastated location, he could still be alive and well. They were merely making a final effort. During their search, one of the imperial soul emperors failed to notice a shadow gradually approaching him. It was only when the eerie shadow crawled up his leg that he sensed something amiss. What is this? He attempted to shout, but before he could finish his sentence, the shadow swiftly burrowed into his mind. The look of terror on the imperial soul emperor's face froze, and after a brief moment, a strange smile appeared. Yet, within his eyes, a chilling malice flickered. Humanity must perish. In the distance, the other soul emperor seemed to hear the commotion and couldn't help but call out loudly. Xiaoming, what happened? Nothing, just encountered something intriguing, but I've already dealt with it, replied the imperial soul emperor named Xiaoming, suppressing the murderous intent in his gaze and restoring tranquility to his expression. After responding to his companion, he resumed his search. After a while, the two were compelled to abandon the effort. Upon returning to the imperial capital with news of the crown prince's incident, the entire empire was thrown into turmoil. Consequently, the soul-hunting forest was sealed off, and a multitude of imperial soldiers began a comprehensive search. However, all of this was merely a postscript, as Qian Rinxue, the cause of this incident, lay quietly in a secluded cave. After some time, accompanied by a soft groan, Qian Rinxue finally awoke. As she opened her eyes, she suddenly sprang to her feet, her divine attribute soul power instinctively surging forth from her body. However, upon confirming that her clothes were tattered yet intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. She did not sense any unusual feelings within her body, reflecting on the events that had transpired. And now finding herself in this tranquil cave, the mysterious young man, who had repeatedly astonished her, emerged vividly in her mind. Was it he who brought me here? A complex and indescribable emotion welled up within Qian Rinxue's heart. Moreover, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of soul power within her, richer and more potent than ever before. She was certain that her strength had risen at least 3 levels. Particularly, the divine light essence contained within her soul power evoked thoughts of that being who resembled a deity, undoubtedly, the god of her angelic lineage. This matter is of great significance. I must return to see my grandfather, she murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Without further ado, she departed from the cave. Tang Ge was unaware that the events unfolding had compelled Qian Rinxue to relinquish her disguise, which she had maintained for several years. After securing Qian Rinxue in a safe cave, he soared towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. The appearance of the dark demon evil god tiger had thrown the soul-hunting forest into disarray. With the soul beast in turmoil, adventurers were fleeing in every direction. As Tang Ge approached the outskirts, he descended from the skies, blending seamlessly among the throng of adventurers, remaining utterly inconspicuous. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, he journeyed nearly 100 miles before temporarily settling in a hotel within a quaint little town. After securing a room and closing the door, it was only when he finally sat upon the bed that he exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not rush to take a bath. Instead, he first called up his personal information panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 25th Level Grand Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Purple. Black Soul Skills. Delight. Flight Martial Techniques. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Secret of the Walking Character. Hell Refinement. Divine Fist of Heaven Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 66. Shock Value 15. 820. Gazing at his information, Tang Ge noted that not only had his soul power risen by 1 level, but the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body had also increased slightly. Most importantly, his shock value had once again surpassed 10,000, reaching over 15,000 points. Tang Ge felt that this expedition into the soul-hunting forest could be deemed a narrow escape. However, the deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the deceleration in the enhancement of his soul power became, coupled with the increasingly extravagant resources required for the integration of the primeval sacred body. It is worth noting that he had previously utilized the Hell Furnace to refine a considerable amount of life energy, only for the primeval sacred body to absorb nearly half of it, resulting in a mere slight elevation in his abilities. One can only imagine the magnitude of life energy he would need to devour to successfully navigate the integration phase of the primeval sacred body. If, at that moment, he inadvertently attracted the attention of a titled Douluo, who might accuse him of being an evil soul master, he would find himself in an untenable position, akin to a rat fleeing from the street. The thought of such terrifying scenarios sent a shiver down his spine. No, he must exercise greater caution. He cannot afford to be as unprepared as he was this time. After silently reminding himself, Tang Ge shifted his focus from the information panel and reached out to retrieve the feather of sublimation from the system's space. How should he utilize it? As he contemplated the item in his hand, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host, do you choose to use the feather of sublimation? Yes. Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, suppressing his astonishment, and readily acquiesced. No sooner had he spoken than the feather of sublimation, which had been quietly resting in his palm, suddenly transformed into a radiant golden light and swiftly penetrated his body. Immediately thereafter, the second Millennium Soul Ring, fused during his time as a Grand Soul Master, materialized before him. This Millennium Soul Ring emanated a dazzling purple glow, gradually beginning to absorb the golden light emanating from the transformed feather of sublimation. At the moment when the golden light was completely consumed, the purple glow surged dramatically, revealing specks of black. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge's heart jolted, and he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Before his astonished gaze, the few black spots rapidly spread, enveloping the entire purple Millennium Soul Ring in the blink of an eye. Boom. As the void trembled, the purple hue instantly faded, replaced by a profound black light. At that moment, the Millennium Soul Ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year soul ring. Simultaneously, the martial soul, the yin-yang diagram of life and death, manifested on its own, dividing into 2 streams of life and death energy, black and white, coalescing behind Tang Ge into a pair of black and white wings. Chapter 53. 5 years later. Regarding the wings of sublimation, Tang Ge did not harbor overly high expectations. He would have been immensely satisfied if any of his soul rings could be elevated by several hundred years. Yet now, he bore witness as his second Millennium Soul Ring transformed directly from purple to black. Tang Ge was truly astonished. If the shock system were to affect him as well, it would undoubtedly manifest as a constant emergence of 100 shock values above his head. Moreover, he discovered that 2 soul power wings, one black and one white, had sprouted from his back. With a mere thought, the wings flapped and lifted him from the bed, hovering in midair. Ultimately, as his second soul ring successfully ascended to the realm of a 10,000-year soul ring, the dark radiance settled. and the information regarding the soul ring's abilities materialized in Tang Ge's mind. The second soul ring, soul skill, yin-yang wings. Upon activation of the soul skill, two luminous wings appeared behind him, one black and one white, enabling flight and the deployment of a life and death array that could be transformed at will. Standing within the life array, allies would receive continuous healing, while within the death array, each attack against the enemy would inflict persistent corrosion on their soul power, body, and spirit. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Ge understood that his second soul ring had undergone a qualitative transformation from within. A 10,000-year soul ring. Two formidable soul skills. Were it not for the ominous dark halo enveloping the soul ring, one could easily mistake it for a 100,000-year soul ring. In that moment of exhilaration, Tang Ge lost his balance and plummeted from the air. With a resounding crash, the already fragile bed collapsed beneath him. Yet, he remained unfazed. After all, it was merely a trivial expense. He even contemplated demolishing the entire hotel. However, Tang Ge incessantly reminded himself to remain calm. Gradually, his heart settled. After observing his disheveled appearance, he stored away the soul ring and proceeded to take a shower. Subsequently, he donned a fresh set of clothes and rested for a while before departing the hotel and leaving the small town. Outside the town, on a secluded path, Tang Ge paused, scanning the surroundings and confirming the absence of any onlookers. A smile broke across his face. This was the place. With another thought, he activated his second soul skill, and the black and white wings coalesced behind him. As the yin-yang wings flapped, the forces of life and death swirled, generating a powerful gust of energy. Tang Ge surged into the sky like a cannonball, transforming into a shimmering blend of black and white light as it swiftly ascended, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Thus, 5 years passed in silence. 5 years later, at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there lay an expansive and boundless forest, teeming with countless powerful soul beasts. This was the renowned Star Do Forest, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. However, it was precisely due to the multitude of soul beasts that it attracted a throng of adventurers. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, 5 adventurers were engaged in a fierce assault against a wind wolf. The purple aura surrounding it indicated that this was a wind attribute soul beast with a soul age of 1,000 years. Tornadoes of wind swirled around it, attempting to shield itself from the onslaught of the 5 adventurers. Alas, these 5 were all soul sovereigns, each bearing 3 soul rings, and they coordinated their attacks with remarkable precision. Within half an hour, their harmonious collaboration inflicted severe damage upon the 1,000-year-old wind wolf. Conserve your strength. The final blow is for Sister Xiaochan, exclaimed a middle-aged man, presumed to be the leader. Upon hearing his command, the other 4 slowed their attacks. Standing a mere 7 or 8 meters away, a boy and a girl observed quietly from the sidelines. They appeared quite young, around 13 years of age. As the middle-aged man spoke, a smile illuminated the boy's face. He turned to the girl. Xiaochan, do you think you can handle the 1,000-year soul ring? Of course, she replied, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. However, she soon regained her composure, channeling her soul power, causing her emerald green dress to billow, transforming her entirely. Eventually, she metamorphosed into an elf with flowing black hair and pointed ears. 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath her feet, and a vibrant green longbow materialized in her hands. Drawing the bowstring, an arrow formed and, with a swift release, shot towards the wind wolf. In a predictable turn of events, under the pressure exerted by the 5 adventurers, the wind wolf, despite its formidable status as a 1,000-year soul beast, was swiftly pierced through the head by the arrow. Thud! As the body of the wind wolf collapsed, a purple soul ring emerged from its corpse. Witnessing this, the 5 battle-worn adventurers finally exhaled in relief. They quickly turned to the boy, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Noticing their gazes, the boy smiled faintly, and a purple soul ring appeared beneath his feet. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of milky white light surged into the bodies of the adventurers. Even though it was not their first time witnessing such power, they were still awestruck by the boy's soul skill. Yet, they soon lost themselves in the bliss of healing, visibly rejuvenating from their injuries. Once the beams of light dissipated, the boy's gaze returned to the elfin girl. Go ahead. The elfin girl nodded and approached the wind wolf's lifeless form. Sitting down, she summoned the purple soul ring and began to merge it with her own martial spirit. A phantom, resembling her own form, gradually appeared behind her, her martial spirit. Once an unappealing jelly-like entity, it had now transformed into a visage that mirrored her own. Tang Ge named this soul ring Forest Spirit. Indeed, The remarkably handsome youth who had somehow approached the elfin maiden was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed from Holy Soul Village 6 years ago. It has now been a full 5 years since he parted ways with Tang San and left Nanning City. During this time, not only has Tang Ge undergone significant transformation, but the elfin maiden before him has also changed beyond recognition. Her name is Lin Yuechan, the jelly-like girl who once appeared in the soul-hunting forest. Had he not witnessed the astonishing metamorphosis over these 5 years, Tang Ge would have never believed they were the same person. The transformation is indeed remarkable. In a moment of reflection, Tang Ge could not help but express his sentiments. Chapter 54, Spiral of the Wind, Seeking Recommendations. As he observed Lin Yuechan, who was closing her eyes to merge with the Millennium Soul Ring, Tang Ge found himself involuntarily recalling his experiences over the past 5 years. Since that fateful encounter with the dark demon Evil God Tiger, from which he narrowly escaped the soul-hunting forest, the entire area had entered a state of lockdown. Soldiers dispatched by the Heaven Do Empire were everywhere, conducting prolonged investigations into the soul masters outside the soul-hunting forest. Consequently, Tang Ge had no choice but to abandon his training in the forest. With his cultivation having reached the 25th level, he found little purpose in remaining at Nodding Academy and opted to leave a note for Tang San before departing the city. In the initial year, Tang Ge did not rush to find a place to settle, but instead embraced the flow of fate, wandering aimlessly. During this time, he encountered kind-hearted individuals, faced malevolent ones, engaged with merchants, and even sneaked into establishments of ill repute seeking a release. However, the proprietor of the establishment turned out to be rather strict. Upon discovering that Tang Ge was merely a child, he unceremoniously expelled him. This left Tang Ge disheartened for quite some time. Feeling utterly dejected, he abandoned his aimless wandering and redirected his path towards Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. He intended to find a place to reside there, awaiting the chance to draw a new soul ring through the celestial roulette before returning to the Star Do Forest for dedicated training. Alas, drawing a soul ring proved to be no easy feat. After exhausting the 3 lottery chances accumulated over the past year, Tang Ge managed to obtain only 2 9-orifice golden pills and a meditation technique. The name of this meditation technique was quite simple: the meditation of the forest spirits. Initially, Tang Ge had directly stored this technique in the system space. Later, he encountered Lin Yuechan, the once shy little girl who had hidden behind her elder sister, was now being captured by several adventurers, seemingly destined to be sold to some obscure place. Tang Ge timely intervened and saved her, inquiring further to learn that the girl's sister had perished during a previous adventure. Out of compassion, and with his own impending journey to the Star Do Forest for cultivation and the acquisition of a soul ring for the 30th level, he recognized that the young girl's martial spirit would be beneficial to him. Thus, he took her under his wing. Consequently, the once solitary Tang Ge found himself accompanied by a devoted companion, and their bond flourished over the span of 4 years. Later, during a moment of careful consideration, Tang Ge, seizing an opportunity when Su Yuntao was distracted, imparted the forest spirit meditation method he had previously drawn into her consciousness with a firm tap. With this newfound meditation technique, Su Yuntau's cultivation speed significantly accelerated. Her affection for Tang Ge deepened, and even during their stays at inns in town, she would pitifully plead to share a room with him. Thus, Tang Ge's life transformed into one of sleeping on the floor. As his scattered thoughts gradually returned, Tang Ge gazed at the increasingly enchanting Su Yuntao, whose beauty blossomed under the influence of the forest spirit meditation method. And he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. He wondered what transformations would occur after she integrated her 3rd soul ring. Time flowed steadily onward. The 5 adventurers who had previously been unconscious gradually regained their senses. At Tang Ge's subtle prompting, they reluctantly bid their farewells and departed. Meanwhile, after Su Yuntao completely absorbed and integrated her soul ring, she finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tang Ge, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features as she sprang to her feet. "Brother, you keep calling me that, although you are 2 years older than I am. It makes me feel as if I am the elder." Tang Ge could not help but reach out to tousle Lin Yuechan's hair, smiling as he did so. Lin Yuechan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she resolutely called out once more, "Brother. All right, if you insist, I shall be your brother. After all, I have nothing to lose." Tang Ge shook his head in resignation. He then shifted the topic, saying, "Now that you have successfully fused your 3rd soul ring, please demonstrate your 3rd soul skill for me." Lin Yuechan, having complete trust in her elder brother Tang, showed no hesitation. As Tang Ge expressed his desire to see her soul skill, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, immediately materialized beneath her feet. Following this, a vibrant green longbow appeared in her hands. At the moment a gust of wind swept through, Lin Yuechan mysteriously levitated off the ground. Although her feet hovered barely a meter above the earth, Tang Ge was left utterly astonished. Could this be her third soul skill? Lost in thought, he suddenly witnessed Lin Yuechan, surrounded by a gentle breeze, let out a soft yet commanding cry. In an instant, a sharpened arrow formed from the gathered energy was shot forth from her bow. Compared to her previous efforts, this arrow flew with remarkable swiftness, encased in a miniature tornado that spun around it as it soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck fiercely against a distant hillock. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the small hill was pierced through, swiftly collapsing into a chaotic pile of rubble. Behind it lay a deep chasm, spiraled and extending several dozen meters outward. Tang Ge witnessed this scene and was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Lin Yuechan, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and inquired, "What an impressive soul skill. What is its name?" "Wind spiral," Lin Yuechan replied, landing gracefully back on the ground. Feeling the intensity of Tang Ge's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Sensing that he might not fully grasp her words, she quickly elaborated. "The wind spiral allows me to briefly lift off the ground and move within a limited range. Furthermore, when combined with my first soul skill, it transforms into the wind spiral arrow, possessing power akin to what you just witnessed." "Wind spiral, you say?" Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's explanation, Tang Ge realized that this was indeed a displacement-type soul skill, significantly enhancing her self-defense capabilities. Moreover, the fact that her third soul skill could synergize with her first to amplify its potency was truly remarkable. One could not help but acknowledge Lin Yuechan's fortunate circumstances. Seeing the anticipation reflected in her eyes after she finished speaking, Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Indeed, a very formidable soul skill. At Tang Ge's compliment, Lin Yuechan shyly lowered her head, yet within her heart, she felt a joy as sweet as honey. Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. However, considering the significant events that were about to unfold, he decided not to linger any longer. He affectionately tousled Lin Yuechan's soft, long hair and said, "Let us return to Soto City." With a swift nod, as the black soul ring materialized, ethereal wings of yin and yang appeared behind him. He then lifted Lin Yuechan into the air, soaring rapidly towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Chapter 55, Long Time No See. In the Kingdom of Balak, Soto City. Upon returning from the Douluo forest, several hundred miles away, Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan immediately vacated their previous lodgings and sought refuge in a new hotel. This establishment was named the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel rose 3 stories high, adorned with exquisite decor and enveloped in a vibrant rose-red hue, resembling a magnificent rose in bloom. Initially, Lin Yuechan was perplexed as to why Tang Ge had suddenly chosen to bring her to this hotel. However, upon settling the payment and ascending to their room on the 3rd floor, she was greeted by the sight of an enormous heart-shaped bed, lavishly adorned with red rose petals that exuded a delightful fragrance. "This is..." Lin Yuechan momentarily froze, and as realization dawned upon her, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Unable to contain herself, she timidly suggested, "Brother Tang, perhaps we should consider changing to another room?" "No need to change," Tang Ge replied. "All the rooms in this hotel are decorated in this manner." Tang Ge turned his head to glance at Lin Yuechan, a teasing smile gracing his face. He then strode directly towards the heart-shaped bed before him. Observing Tang Ge's retreating figure, Lin Yuechan found herself in a state of inner turmoil for quite some time. Ultimately, she felt unprepared and, unable to contain her blush, murmured, "Brother, I'm going out to buy something." With that, Lin Yuechan turned and fled the room as if escaping. The door slammed shut behind her. Tang Ge, who had just reached the bedside, turned back with a bemused shake of his head. "That girl is just imagining things," he thought. He then removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of roses, Tang Ge felt a stirring within him, and a personal profile panel materialized before his eyes. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 39 Soul Master Martial Soul. Dual Martial Souls. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Purple, Black Soul Skills. Joy. Yin-Yang Wings. Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Walking Character Secret. Hell Refining. Heaven S Divine Fist Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Fusion. Degree 99 Shock Value 3250 compared to 5 years ago. Tang Ge's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had his soul power reached the pinnacle of a level 39 soul master, but the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body had also attained an impressive 99. This was largely due to Tang Ge's focus on nurturing his ancient sacred body. Had he solely pursued soul power levels without regard for the age of his soul rings, he might have already attained the status of a soul sect master. Yet, Tang Ge firmly believed that at his current strength, if he unleashed his full power, even a soul sect master would likely find themselves outmatched. Such is the advantage of profound foundation. Regrettably, while enhancing soul power is relatively straightforward, advancing the ancient sacred body proved to be an arduous challenge. Even with just one progress remaining, Tang Ge sensed that to successfully awaken the ancient sacred body, he would need to expend considerable resources. Thus, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Upon reaching level 40, he would directly hunt thousand-year soul beasts. He hoped to harness the energy released when fusing with a thousand-year soul ring to attempt a breakthrough to the awakening phase of the ancient sacred body. He could only hope for success. However, deep down, Tang Ge felt a lack of confidence and couldn't help but sigh softly. His attention then shifted to the soul skills section. 1 purple and 2 black rings, truly a luxurious configuration. However, Tang Ge had not hunted thousand-year soul beasts. Instead, he had elevated the latter 2,000-year soul rings to 10,000-year status through the sublimation feather and the blessing of the sea god. Consequently, he had acquired a third soul skill, Life and Death Great Seal. Life and Death Great Seal. The power of yin and yang converges to form a life and death seal, materializing as a colossal palm that can both harm the enemy and absorb their vitality to replenish oneself. This third soul skill could be regarded as Tang Ge's first offensive soul skill, of which he was quite pleased. As for the remaining thousand-year soul ring, while it fell short in prestige, he resolved to find a way to address that in the future. Tang Ge shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts. After he stowed away the data panel, he rose from the bed and made his way toward the door. He could not help but feel uneasy about leaving Xiao Changjian alone outside. Moreover, it was time to prepare for the forthcoming academic endeavors. As a thought crossed his mind, a smile crept onto Tang Ge's face, and his figure gradually faded from view. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this interval, Tang Ge spent most of his time in his room, engrossed in his cultivation. As for Lin Yuechan, he found her excessively bashful, compelling him to secure another room for her. Although the room maintained the same layout, at least it afforded him the privacy to attend to his personal matters without the worry of being observed by another. By the morning of the 4th day, as Tang Ge was engrossed in his cultivation within the confines of his room, Lin Yuechan, who had just returned from outside, rushed in with an air of urgency. "Brother, a fight has broken out downstairs," she exclaimed. "Calm down and speak slowly. What exactly has transpired?" Tang Ge opened his eyes and gazed at the breathless Lin Yuechan. A hint of reproach in his demeanor. Lin Yuechan's cheeks flushed with color. After striving to calm her wildly racing heart, she recounted the circumstances she had witnessed. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, a stirring within him illuminated the realization that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Unable to contain a smile, he promptly descended from his bed. "Come, let us join in the revelry." "Ah?" Lin Yuechan, taken aback by Tang Ge's declaration, wore a perplexed expression. Yet, regaining her composure, she hastily followed after him as he made his way out. At the Rose Hotel, in the grand lobby, amidst the curious gaze of numerous guests, 2 figures were engaged in combat. Suddenly, as the third purple soul ring manifested around one of them, a low growl erupted from his lips. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Boom. A blinding golden light surged forth, and the terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The youth, adorned with the ethereal image of a white tiger behind him, exerted a mere flick of strength, effortlessly shredding the formidable black vines that ensnared him. In an instant, he charged forward, his sharp claws descending upon his opponent, a boy with only 2 yellow soul rings, launching him into the air. Bang! The latter only came to a halt upon colliding with the platform behind him. As he prepared to retaliate, he glanced upward, and a look of astonishment swept across his face as he beheld something unexpected. There, at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, stood a man and a woman, none other than Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, who had just descended from the 3rd floor. As Tang Ge's gaze met that of the boy who had crashed into the platform, a smile graced his face. "Long time no see, Tang San." Chapter 56. Still moving? Then let us have another round. "Long time no see, Tang San." Tang Ge's voice was soft, yet upon uttering a few words, It rendered the youth across from him speechless. After a considerable pause, he tentatively inquired, "Why you are Tang Ge?" "Ah, he is Tang Ge." A young girl, who had accompanied the boy, rushed over and, upon hearing his words, her delicate features also transformed in astonishment. The pair were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had shared a room with Tang Ge 5 years prior. However, compared to their former selves, they had undergone significant transformations, embodying a charming and whimsical allure. Were it not for his knowledge of the storyline and the distinctiveness of Tang San's martial soul, Tang Ge might not have recognized them at all. Nonetheless, Tang Ge still felt that he was more handsome and charming. Thus, when he approached Tang San, he reached out to help him up while smiling and said, "What is the matter? Are you astonished by my strikingly handsome appearance?" Tang Ge's voice was not loud, yet due to the profound silence in the hall, many could hear it. Instantly, a few could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Is there truly someone bold enough to laugh? Tang Ge furrowed his brows slightly and cast his gaze towards the source of the laughter. There, in the corner of the hall, he beheld two strikingly beautiful and tall twin sisters standing gracefully. Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he couldn't help but suggest, "Ladies, how about we dine together this evening and perhaps take a drive afterward?" Upon hearing his invitation, the twin sisters merely giggled, offering no verbal affirmation. Nearby, Tang San, regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity, "What does take a drive entail?" "It's difficult to articulate, but it surely promises an abundance of amusement, if you don't believe me. You and Xiao Wu should experience it for yourselves when the opportunity arises." Tang Ge responded with a mysterious smile upon hearing Tang San's question. "Is it truly enjoyable?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up with excitement. Even Lin Yuechan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but fidget with her clothing, her watery gaze directed at Tang Ge, revealing her desire to partake in this intriguing game of driving. However, at that moment, a disgruntled voice broke through the atmosphere. "That obnoxious brat. Where did he come from? Daring to set his sights on my woman? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Tang Ge and his companions could not help but turn their heads, only to find the young man with the strength of a soul master glaring at them in anger. However, the boy's gaze was primarily fixed on Tang Ge, for it was he who had the audacity to pursue the affections of his woman. Tang Ge, known as the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, stood at the formidable rank of 37 in the realm of soul masters. A solemn expression flickered in Tang San's eyes as he spoke softly. Upon hearing Tang San's warning, Tang Ge was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, and also recognized him as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Yet, what of it? Merely a 37th rank. Thus, upon observing Dai Mubai's haughty demeanor, Tang Ge couldn't help but disdainfully curl his lip. A mere 37th rank. And yet he managed to ruin his attire in a brawl, exposing this and that. One might easily mistake him for a performer at the Rose Hotel. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San. This. Tang San was momentarily rendered speechless by Tang Ge's unrelenting mockery, unsure of how to respond. However, Xiao Wu, standing nearby, could not suppress her laughter, evidently still irked by Dai Mubai's earlier attack on her brother. Opposite them, Dai Mubai trembled with rage, his gaze fixed fiercely on Tang Ge. His eyes slightly reddening as he declared, "Brat, tell me your name." "I, Dai Mubai, do not bully those without a name. I apologize. But to divulge my name to someone as insignificant as you would be an affront to my dignity." Tang Ge smiled cruelly, and as his words echoed in the hall, an uproar ensued. Many in the first-floor lobby recognized Dai Mubai and had witnessed the fierce battle moments ago, thus grasping the formidable strength he possessed. Yet now, someone dared to openly provoke Dai Mubai, uttering such harsh words. The challenger was either someone of greater strength or simply courting death. Even the pair of twin sisters who had accompanied Dai Mubai could not suppress their smiles, gazing at Tang Ge with astonished expressions. Their eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Sensing the twins' gaze, Dai Mubai felt a surge of rage. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. In a fit of anger, he tossed a golden soul coin to the lobby manager and spoke with a darkened countenance. "Clear the area immediately. I, Dai Mubai, shall compensate for any damages afterward." The lobby manager, frightened by Dai Mubai's demands, hurriedly urged everyone to exit the hotel swiftly. Ultimately, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Lin Yuechan, and the two twin sisters remained. However, to avoid disrupting the duel, the five retreated to a corner of the lobby. Once the crowd had dispersed, Dai Mubai, with his distinct heterochromatic eyes, fixed a cold stare upon Tang Ge and declared, "Boy, I grant you one last opportunity to apologize. Otherwise, after today, you shall forever remember me the malevolent-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. Tang Ge rolled his eyes in silent disdain. If we are to fight, why all this unnecessary chatter? Do you think my previous taunts were insufficient? Thus, he retorted, White Tiger with sinister eyes. More like a blind white tiger, if you ask me. Very well. I shall grant you 10 seconds to prepare. Otherwise, your chance will slip away. Brother Tang Ge, beat him. Came the excited shout from Xiaowu in the distance. Lin Yuechan, standing beside her, was equally influenced, clenching her tiny fists and whispering, Go for it, brother. Tang San, accompanying the two, could only shake his head in resignation. Did they not think the situation was chaotic enough? Nonetheless, after 5 years apart, he was genuinely curious about Tang Ge's prowess and eagerly anticipated the confrontation between him and Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai could no longer maintain his previous composure. As 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath him, he instantaneously activated his 2 powerful soul abilities, White Tiger's Guard and White Tiger's Transformation, with a resounding rip. His upper garments were completely shredded, revealing the formidable contours of his muscles. When the concentration of soul power reached its zenith, he faced Tang Ge and bellowed, White Tiger's fierce light. Suddenly, a column of milky white light descended from above, directly infusing Dai Mubai's body. His roar abruptly ceased, and unable to suppress the wave of comfort, he closed his eyes, a smile of pleasure gracing his visage. However, this state of bliss did not last long. Upon regaining his senses, he locked eyes with Tang Ge's enigmatic gaze, and a surge of alarm gripped him, prompting an instinctive reaction to strike first. Yet, just as he raised his hand, another column of milky white light appeared, leaving him no chance to respond before surging into his being. Simultaneously, Tang Ge's light laughter echoed. Oh, there is no problem that a beam of light cannot resolve. If one is insufficient, then let us summon another. Chapter 57. Flender, the eavesdropper, it has manifested. Once again, it has emerged. As Tang Ge's purple halo shimmered beneath his feet, and with a mere wave of his hand, 2 beams of light immobilized Dai Mubai in place. Tang San and Xiaowu felt a tremor in their hearts. Having experienced the peculiar sensation of being ensnared by this light, they understood the extraordinary feeling of being caught in its grasp. Yet, if they were to duel Tang Ge, they would prefer to concede rather than undergo that experience once more. Thus, their gazes towards Dai Mubai brimmed with sympathy. Another youth was about to fall prey to Tang Ge's whims. Lin Yuechan, having witnessed Tang Ge employ this technique against spirit beasts, was unfazed. However, the 2 twin sisters were oblivious to the unfolding events. They watched in disbelief as Dai Mubai, who usually exhibited such prowess in their eyes, was so effortlessly subdued, raising doubts in their minds. Could it be that this fellow was merely a pretty facade, devoid of substance? Meanwhile, the appearance of Tang Ge's Millennium Soul Ring left the twin sisters astounded. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host, shocking by Shui, earning 50 shock points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host, shocking by Nian, earning 50 shock points. The system notifications echoed in Tang Ge's mind. After having immersed Dai Mubai in bliss with his 2 soul abilities, he could not help but curl his lip. A mere 100 points? It seems that mere appearances bear little worth. As for Tang San and Xiaowu, after 5 years apart, they had also become rather frugal. Very well. I shall bypass them for now. There will be ample opportunity later. With this thought, Tang Ge's attention shifted back to Dai Mubai. He slightly raised his hand, seemingly poised to unleash his previous soul technique once more. Just as Dai Mubai emerged from his peculiar state, he caught sight of this unfolding moment, his heart quaking. And he could not help but bellow. Have the courage to face me, Dai Mubai, in a fair battle. Do not resort to trickery. Tang Ge was startled by the sudden shout, nearly unleashing another burst of energy upon his opponent. However, observing the almost tearful expression of the dignified evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, he restrained his impulse. Under Dai Mubai's pleading gaze, Tang Ge finally acquiesced with a nod. Very well, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with excitement, and the words he had previously withheld erupted from his lips. White Tiger's radiant wave. Yet, before the final syllable could escape, a fist materialized abruptly, crashing heavily into his face. As blood erupted from his nostrils, Dai Mubai was sent soaring backward, his head thrown back in the impact. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and in the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped into darkness, he caught sight of Tang Ge, who had just retracted his fist. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be a fair fight? Why did you ambush me? Dai Mubai's heart brimmed with indignation. Thud! As he crash-landed on the ground, Perhaps realizing the humiliation he had suffered, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai, observing the blood streaming from his nose, and couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, he is still too young. Indeed, children untouched by the harsh realities of society are incomplete. He then turned to the 2 dazed twin sisters. Xiaoshui, Xiaonian, are you not going to take your brother Dai Mubai to tend to his injuries? And do not forget to check his head as well. As Tang Ge spoke, one could faintly see Dai Mubai's face twitching on the ground. Nevertheless, he remained quietly sprawled out, not rising from his prone position. The twin sisters, startled by Tang Ge calling them by name, wondered how he knew who they were. Despite their curiosity, they refrained from asking and quickly called for help to carry Dai Mubai away. Once everyone had departed, the hotel manager re-entered. Initially, he had intended to demand a hefty compensation from Dai Mubai, but upon witnessing the relatively intact lobby, his spirits plummeted. Wasn't he supposed to be a soul master? Shouldn't this have escalated further? Helpless, the manager turned to Tang Ge and spoke. You see, the damages in the lobby. Stop. Whoever made that promise to you, go seek them out. I will not compensate you, not even in thought. Without allowing the manager to finish, Tang Ge promptly interrupted him. He then turned to the not-so-distant Tang San and cheerfully urged, Xiao San, ISNT there's still one room left in this hotel. Hurry and pay, so we can head upstairs. Also, let Xiao Wu and Xiao Chan share a room while you take the one you just booked for yourself. What a joke. I alone occupy a room. Do you expect me to share one with Xiao Wu? Dream on. After saying this, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a surge of smugness. However, for Tang San, hearing Tang Ge's arrangement provided a slight sense of relief. Only Xiao Wu seemed a bit displeased, giving Tang Ge a huff. Subsequently, the last remaining room was conveniently located on the 3rd floor. Thus, after Tang San settled the payment, the 4 of them ascended to the 3rd floor of the hotel together. In an instant, the lobby was left in disarray, with only the manager remaining. He surveyed the chaotic scene before him, feeling utterly despondent. Thus, Tang Ge and Tang San, having reunited after 5 years, unknowingly spent another 2 days together. Aware that both had come to Soto City for the same purpose, enrollment in Shrek Academy, they departed from the Rose Hotel on the morning of the 3rd day. They exited through the southern gate of Soto City and continued outward, heading toward the location of Shrek Academy. However, the journey seemed far longer than anticipated. Initially, Xiao Wu had intended for Tang San to carry her, but upon noticing Lin Wuchang quietly trailing behind Tang Ge, she felt a sudden wave of bashfulness. Consequently, Xiao Wu vented her frustration on Shrek Academy. Xiao San, did the master get the address wrong? How could an academy be situated in such a remote area outside the city? And we haven't even seen a single soul. How much longer must we walk? Tang Ge, overhearing her, smiled and chimed in. Xiao Wu is right. The master must have miscalculated the address. And if Shrek Academy is indeed this secluded, it must be so impoverished that it lacks even basic accommodations. Just think, Xiao Wu, would you want to sleep in a dilapidated building infested with cockroaches? Terrifying. ISNT it? Cockroaches everywhere. Seemingly conjuring unpleasant imagery, Xiao Wu shuddered. She quickly turned to Tang San, pleadingly saying, Xiao San, why don't we consider a more reputable academy? No sooner had she spoken than a sudden crack of a breaking branch drew their attention. A figure unexpectedly tumbled down from a tree, diverting the four's focus. The headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flinder? Especially for Tang Ge, upon recognizing the descending individual. He was secretly astonished. A mere 7 to 8 meters away, the person who had just fallen from the tree was none other than Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. A formidable soul sage with a cultivation level of 78. With a martial soul resembling an owl and sporting glasses, he was often referred to as the four-eyed cat owl. However, Flinder now found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. How could a dignified soul sage accidentally fall from a tree? If this incident were to become public knowledge, where would he hide his face? It was all because of that wretched boy, Tang Ge, who dared to slander his academy with tales of cockroaches. It was this indignation that caused him to lose his composure and suffer such an embarrassment. Thus, Flinder resolved that if Tang Ge were to join his academy, he would ensure the boy understood that some words should never be spoken lightly. Tang Ge never anticipated that the esteemed dean of the academy would indulge in eavesdropping. What a gossip it must take to engage in such behavior. As for whether this individual would harbor any resentment after overhearing his earlier remarks, he was utterly unconcerned. Once they entered the academy, Tang Ge would ensure that this nosy soul sage comprehended the essence of the truth of the fragrant law. Lost in thought, a voice of surprise suddenly broke through the air. Oh, little San, Isn't this gentleman the one who previously sold you minerals? What is he doing here? It turned out that Xiao Wu had recognized the bespectacled Flender, though she remained oblivious to his true identity, believing him merely to be the proprietor of the shop. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. He then fixed his gaze on Flender, who was not far away, and furrowed his brow as he spoke. Sir, why are you following us? Do you regret selling me the metal alloy? I am following you. Wait, I am indeed following you, but am I a dignified soul sage, such a petty individual? It's merely a worthless piece of, or how could I possibly feel regret? Flender was nearly provoked into revealing his identity by Tang San's remarks. However, he restrained himself, maintaining a stern demeanor and huffing in annoyance. You young ones, I have no time to waste following you. With that, regardless of whether the youngsters believed him, Flender turned and walked away, gradually vanishing from sight. Observing the peculiar elder's retreating figure, Tang San and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, Lin Yuechan softly inquired, Brother Tang, shall we still proceed to Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was about to speak. However, Tang San, seemingly apprehensive that this fellow might lure away his Xiao Wu, hurriedly interjected. Since Shrek Academy comes highly recommended by our teachers, it surely cannot be as unfavorable as Tang Ge suggests. Why don't we take a look first before making a decision? Indeed, if Xiao San says we should go, then I shall go. Xiao Wu, having changed her previous reluctance, raised both hands in enthusiastic support. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could only shake his head in resignation. Oh, how perplexing it is. Is it truly so difficult for individuals to extend a modicum of trust towards one another? Nevertheless, under the circumstances of a 2-to-1 vote with one abstention, Tang Ge and his trio of companions pressed onward. Fortunately, their journey was not prolonged. Before long, a quaint village, home to approximately 100 families and enclosed by a modest fence, came into view. At this moment, a considerable gathering of people congregated at the village entrance, engaged in some unknown activity. Yet, beyond this throng, a wooden archway adorned with a weathered sign prominently displayed the 5 characters that spelled Shrek Academy. Above these letters, a green visage resembling a humanoid creature hung, casting an intriguing aura. Could this be the renowned Shrek Academy? Upon sighting the sign, Xiao Wu's face lit up with astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao San, how peculiar that an academy would be situated in a village. It couldn't possibly be, as Brother Tang Ge suggested, infested with cockroaches, could it? At this moment, Tang San was somewhat taken aback. However, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, he immediately feigned anger and exclaimed, Don't listen to Tang Ge's nonsense. There won't be any cockroaches. Hee, I was just teasing you. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang San. Then, she skipped joyfully towards the village entrance ahead. After Xiao Wu departed, Tang Ge turned to Tang San, suddenly wearing a mischievous grin as he spoke. Xiao San, if there truly are cockroaches, you might as well prepare for sleepless nights, catching them for Xiao Wu all night long. Just imagining it is pitiful. Xiao Chan, let him wallow in regret here. We should join Xiao Wu. Indeed, Lin Yuechan replied, suppressing her laughter as she nodded. Tang San remained in place, observing the retreating figures of Tang Ge and the others, as an unsettling image flickered through his mind, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel the disconcerting vision and reassure himself. After all, it was merely a matter of catching cockroaches. How could it possibly take an entire night? With that thought, Tang San quickly set off in pursuit. At the entrance of the village, a long queue had formed by the time Tang Ge and his companions arrived, predominantly consisting of young children accompanied by their parents. At the forefront sat an elderly man behind a table, collecting registration fees while examining the hands of the registrants. Clearly, he was the person in charge. However, at that moment, a father and son were embroiled in a heated dispute with the elder, dissatisfied over their inability to enroll and the refusal to refund their registration fee. The father, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, If my child is not accepted, why should we not receive a refund? This is nothing but a scam. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of those in line behind him. Instantly, a wave of hesitation washed over the parents who had brought their children to register, with some even turning to leave. Noticing the commotion, the elderly man frowned and calmly instructed, Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee, please handle it. Nearby, a figure was lazily perched atop a large tree. Upon hearing the elder's words, the individual swiftly descended and appeared before the crowd of registrants. It was Dai Mubai, his injuries healed. though his expression bore a hint of resignation, just as he prepared to follow the elder's directive and intimidate the troublesome father and son with his soul ring. His gaze inadvertently flickered back, landing on the smiling faces of Tang Ge and his companions. Their eyes met. Dai Bai's previously nonchalant demeanor instantly froze. Then, under the astonished gaze of the elder, he seemed startled and abruptly turned to flee into the distance. As his figure vanished from sight, his slightly panicked voice drifted back on the breeze. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I must leave for a moment." Chapter 59. I feel I can be more ostentatious at the end of the line. As Dai Bai made his appearance, not only did Tang Ge notice him, but so did Tang San and Xiao Wu. They recognized this was the adversary whom Tang Ge had previously knocked unconscious with a single punch. However, before they could greet him, he unexpectedly dashed away. Yet, the last words he uttered were clear to all four of them. Xiao Wu immediately expressed her disdain. "What stomachache?" He was clearly frightened away the moment he saw us. Upon hearing this, Tang San wholeheartedly agreed. However, considering that the other party was likely a student from Shrek Academy as well, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, perhaps they are genuinely experiencing a stomachache. So let us refrain from making such remarks." Xiao Wu, though somewhat headstrong, was inclined to heed Tang San's words, and thus she nodded in compliance, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Lin Yuechan, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly exclaimed as if she had spotted something. "Brother Tang, look over there. What is happening?" The four of them were startled by Lin Yuechan's sudden exclamation, their expressions filled with confusion. However, as their attention shifted back to the front, astonishment washed over their faces. It turned out that the elderly man seated behind the table had intended for Dai Bai to handle the unruly father and son, but Dai Bai had flatly refused to intervene. This left the old man with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. As he rose from behind the table and cast a calm gaze upon the father and son, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The moment this aura appeared, everyone fell silent, paralyzed by an immense pressure, including Tang Ge and his companions. What truly shocked them was the rich crimson light that radiated from the old man, as a long staff adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, their brilliant glow capturing the attention of everyone present. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This elderly gentleman was actually a soul emperor, a formidable being exceeding level 60. Upon witnessing the 6 soul rings, Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Beside her, Tang San gasped in disbelief. It was known that even in the entire Ballot Kingdom, soul emperors of level 60 were exceedingly rare. Yet here, at the gates of Shrek Academy, a soul emperor was seemingly stationed. Indeed, there was merit in their teacher's recommendation. Shrek Academy was not to be underestimated. Lost in thought, the old man let his staff fall heavily to the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. A deep, resonant sound reverberated throughout the area. His gaze settled on the father and son before him as he calmly inquired, "Do you still require the registration fee?" No, we don't need it." The man, his face pale with fright, frantically shook his head before hastily fleeing with his child. Instantly, the atmosphere grew quiet. After retracting his staff, the 6 soul rings gradually dissipated along with the gathering of soul power. The old man's authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, and he spoke in a measured tone. "Do not blame me for exploiting the weak. Prior to recruitment, Shrek Academy has already announced its registration rules. If you came here without understanding them, you merely wasted your registration fees. However, I am not unreasonable. I shall reiterate, since our academy is named after monsters, we only accept those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Therefore, if anyone among you is over 12 years of age, or whose soul power does not reach at least level 21, you need not waste your time here." With that, the old man turned and resumed his seat behind the table. Faced with a soul emperor, no parent dared to voice any further objections. Consequently, as the Academy's recruitment rules were reiterated, a sense of disappointment washed over 90% of the parents, who silently led their children away. Soon, only a handful remained in line. The old man remained unfazed and continued with the registration process. At the back of the line, a smile graced Tang San's face. He turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, "An academy that only accepts monsters. We certainly Haven T made a mistake in coming here." Does that mean we're all monsters then?" Xiao Wu replied playfully, unable to resist making a silly face in response to Tang San's words. Tang San nodded. "Indeed. We are all monsters, yet monsters also symbolize genius. Therefore, Xiao Wu, you are truly a genius." As he spoke, he couldn't help but affectionately poke her nose. Nearby, Tang Ge witnessed this scene and couldn't suppress a shiver. How overly sentimental. However, he soon noticed that Lin Wuqian appeared somewhat despondent and couldn't resist inquiring, "What troubles you? Brother, do you think I will be unable to enter Shrek Academy?" As she uttered these words, Lin Wuqian was on the verge of tears. Tang Ge initially thought it was something serious, but upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but chuckle. He reassured, "Do not worry. Did that teacher not specify the admission criteria of being under 12 years old or possessing a strength level above 20? Although you are 2 years older, your capabilities are more than sufficient for entry into this esteemed academy. If they truly refuse to accept you, I shall accompany you in departing. After all, there are other institutions available." Upon hearing this, Lin Yueqian's bright eyes sparkled with delight. She exclaimed, "Really? Of course, it is true. Why would I deceive you?" He replied, "Now, stop overthinking. Our turn will be up shortly." Tang Ge smiled as he gently tousled Lin Yueqian's hair. Lin Wuqian bit her lip and silently murmured a thank you to her brother before patiently waiting. Tang Ge shifted his gaze from Lin Wuqian, no longer dwelling on her, and began to observe the remaining candidates in the lineup. He recalled that Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed among this group. As expected, after the elder had examined a few more children, a girl wearing a flowing white dress and adorned with golden hair appeared before him. This young maiden was unaccompanied by any guardians, and upon briefly inspecting her wrist, the elder furrowed his brow. "Are your family aware of your presence here?" In response to the elder's inquiry, the girl did not answer directly but instead smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no bounds. Since I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to reject me." The elder, with a hint of resignation, nodded and said, "Very well, you have passed. However, please wait over there for now." Tang Ge, having overheard their exchange, immediately recognized her exquisite features when she turned around. It dawned on him that this girl must be Ning Rongrong. With this realization, he anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing would soon make her entrance as well. The thought of the future prodigies gathering in one place made Tang Ge smile inwardly, thinking to himself, "I feel I can afford to be a bit more ostentatious now." Chapter 60. 1 Purple and 2 Blacks, the brightest star in the arena. The elder was quite swift. Before long, he had assessed all the candidates in front of him. Regrettably, only a scant few remained, standing alongside the girl in the white dress. Observing the situation, the elder frowned, visibly annoyed. What is taking Mu by so long? Why hasn't he returned yet? Just as he was about to urge the last 4 unassessed candidates, a figure appeared in the distance, making its way towards them. It quickly became clear to everyone that the newcomer was a girl, approximately 11 years of age. She possessed a cascade of raven hair, with 2 playful cat ears tied at the sides, while the rest flowed down her shoulders. Though still young, her figure was remarkably mature, accentuated by a snug black leather outfit that showcased her physique in a striking manner. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of everyone present. Yet, despite the ardent stares directed her way, she displayed no reaction. On the contrary, her expression remained cold and detached, emanating an air of genuine indifference. Her pitch-black eyes devoid of any irritation. This chilling demeanor, juxtaposed with her stunningly beautiful face, created a striking contrast that was both discomforting and alluring. Such a peculiarity only intensified the urge to draw closer and uncover the mystery behind her composure. Tang Ge stood closest to the girl, as she had halted directly behind him. Thus, he could most acutely perceive the absence of any anger emanating from her. Concerning her identity, the only person present here, possessing such a remarkable figure, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, was none other than her. Just as he was observing, a delicate huff suddenly resonated beside him. "Xiao San, if you wish to stare, then perhaps you should just stand here while I enter the academy alone." It turned out that Xiao Wu was displeased because Tang San had cast several glances at Zhu Zhuqing. In this moment, she glared fiercely at Tang San and pinched the back of his hand with a degree of irritation. Tang San grimaced in discomfort, especially when he caught sight of Tang Ge's teasing smile, which made him feel utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, the elders seated at the table urged them on. "What are you two dawdling for? Come over together for the examination." Upon hearing this, Tang San exhaled deeply and promptly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, advancing forward. Subsequently, as Tang Ge had anticipated, both Tang San and Xiao Wu effortlessly passed the preliminary examination. Moreover, the fact that Tang San was able to cultivate his spirit power to such a remarkable level using his blue-silver grass spirit astounded the elder overseeing the initial test. As for Lin Yuechan, the ethereal beauty she displayed upon awakening her spirit elicited gasps of admiration. Furthermore, her status as a soul master at level 31 left both Tang San and Xiaowu utterly astonished. Sister Xiaochan is actually a soul master? They thought, involuntarily shifting their gaze towards Tang Ge. Until now, they remained oblivious to the specifics of Tang Ge's spirit power level. At that moment, the elder, unable to contain his laughter due to Lin Yuechan's prowess, exclaimed, "Ha! You are merely 2 years younger, and our Shrek Academy warmly welcomes geniuses like you. Go on. Wait alongside them for now." With a grateful smile, Lin Yuechan dispelled her spirit ring and returned to her normal appearance, obediently walking to the side. Ultimately, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge proposed with a smile, "Why don't you go first? I'll stay for last." Zhu Zhuqing raised her gaze to meet Tang Ge's eyes, void of any emotion, before lowering her head once more. Tang Ge, feeling helpless, could only add, "Please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely fear that once I undergo the assessment, you prodigies will all be overshadowed. Therefore, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to showcase your true capabilities." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head once more. Although her gaze still radiated an icy demeanor, it now shimmered with a hint of other hues. Tang Ge's words were imbued with a tone of disdain. Immediately, a clear yet melodious voice reached his ears. Naive. By the time Tang Ge processed this, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, had already sashayed forward. Observing her retreating figure, he could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, in this day and age, even the truth goes unacknowledged. With that, Tang Ge followed suit. The elder's pace was swift, and upon confirming Zhu Zhuqing's age and observing her martial spirit, the phantom spirit cat, he promptly declared that she had passed the preliminary test. At this moment, Tang Ge found himself the sole remaining contestant in line. The newly tested Tang San and his companions all shifted their gazes toward Tang Ge. The elder in charge of the initial assessment, having encountered several promising candidates this year, was in high spirits. He regarded Tang Ge, who stood considerably taller than the others, and chuckled, "Little one, you can't be over 12 years old, can you? And now, it seems you are the only one left. Feeling any pressure?" In response to the elder's inquiry, Tang Ge wore a smile as well. "Whether I exceed 12 years of age, isn't it evident to you, senior?" He paused momentarily before continuing, "To be frank, the ones who should feel the pressure are they." With these words, an overwhelming confidence radiated from Tang Ge. Even the elder was momentarily taken aback by this display. Then, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, good lad, you possess great spirit. In that case, extend your hand." Ignoring the hostile gazes that surrounded him, Tang Ge extended his right hand before the elder. The elder, employing his soul power to probe, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he was not yet 12 years old. "Let me see your—" Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling interplay of black and white soul light suddenly erupted before him. Following this, a single purple and 2 black beams of resplendent light soared upward. Upon realizing that these 3 luminous manifestations emanated from the soul rings of the young boy before him, the previously composed elder abruptly leapt from his chair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock, 1,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul rings. Have you dyed your soul rings? Overcome with excitement, the elder could not contain his expletives, his body visibly trembling with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others who had previously passed the preliminary test, having remained, were equally astonished, utterly captivated by the 3 soul rings Tang Ge presented. 1 purple, 2 black. In that moment, as Tang Ge merely stood there, he instantly became the most striking figure in the entire assembly. Chapter 61. The unfailing law of true appeal in another world. As the 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, were unleashed, even the elder, possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor, could not restrain his exhilaration, exclaiming loudly. Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star in the venue, entering a moment of unparalleled glory. The system's voice echoed in his mind like the incessant clinking of iron beams. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have stunned Tang San, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have startled Zhu Zhuqing, earning 800 shock points. Before long, Tang Ge noticed that his shock points had skyrocketed from over 3,000 to more than 12,000. The majority of this astonishing increase was attributed to Tang San and his companions, as well as the Elder Soul Emperor. And this was still far from the end. Thus, while savoring his triumph, Tang Ge glanced at the elder, who was taken aback by his 3 high-age soul rings, and indignantly remarked, "What do you mean by dyed colors? My soul rings are genuine." However, if Yu Shaojiang were present, he would undoubtedly resonate deeply with the elder's earlier comments. After all, throughout history, no soul master at such a young age had ever assembled a luxurious array of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. At this moment, in the elder's eyes, Tang Ge was no longer merely a prodigy but had ascended to the realm of the extraordinary. Upon hearing Tang Ge's complaint, the elder finally became aware of his earlier lapse in composure. Yet, rather than being perturbed, he eagerly produced a soul-testing stone and exclaimed, "Come, quickly test it. Let me see what level your soul power is at now." Although Tang Ge was aware of his own level, he refrained from disclosing it, instead placing his hand confidently on the surface. As he infused his soul power into it, a blinding radiance surged forth, revealing the soul power rank within. 39. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, conveying disbelief. Gasps echoed from the crowd behind him. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tang Ge relished the moment, drawing closer to his goal of 20,000 in shock value. At this juncture, the elder overseeing the preliminary examination could no longer contain himself. He suddenly activated his soul power and bellowed towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. "Flander, if you do not arrive soon, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy may slip right past our academy's doorstep." His voice boomed as if amplified 1,000-fold, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even Tang Ge took a few steps back, utilizing his soul power to dispel the echoing shout. Observing the elder in charge of the examination, Tang Ge wore an expression of exasperation. "I never said I wouldn't join your academy. Was such a loud outburst truly necessary?" Just then, another voice resonated from the village. "Old man, why shout so loudly? My hearing is perfectly fine. However, I am curious to see what kind of genius has elicited such a reaction from you." Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a shadow swiftly descended from the sky, soon hovering above the village entrance. It was none other than Flander, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage with a power level of 78. At that moment, he had summoned his martial spirit, the owl, resulting in a pair of black wings unfurling from his back, allowing him to float in midair. Upon arrival, Flander directed his gaze towards the elder below, intending to inquire about the situation. However, when his eyes fell upon the youthful figure beside him, his previously calm breathing became rapid with astonishment. 2 black and 1 purple soul rings? How could such a young boy possess 2 10,000-year soul rings? Flander's eyes gleamed with a purple-black light as he fixated on the soul rings beneath the boy, incredulous at the sight. It dawned on him that this boy must indeed be the prodigious talent spoken of by the elder. Suppressing the shock within him, Flander continued to gaze upwards, eager to discern the boy's appearance. Yet, when he finally beheld the beaming countenance of the lad, his soul power surged violently, nearly causing him to lose his balance and plummet. Simultaneously, a series of intense coughs erupted from his mouth. After a considerable time, Flander felt his breath stabilize somewhat. Yet he hesitated to descend. He had finally recognized that the prodigious youth standing at his academy's entrance was none other than the mischievous boy who had previously remarked that his academy was infested with cockroaches. Furthermore, this same boy had nearly caused him embarrassment. Thus, Flander had intended to mentor him should he have the fortune to join Shrek Academy. Now, it seemed the boy's luck had indeed turned, but to Flander's detriment. Meanwhile, observing Flander hovering in the air without descending, the elder responsible for the preliminary examination assumed the headmaster was equally astonished and could not suppress his triumphant laughter. "What do you think? This lad has reached the rank of 39 at merely 12 years of age, with 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. Such an extraordinary talent is something you would eagerly seek. He is undoubtedly suited for Shrek Academy, so the next steps are in your capable hands." Then, turning to Tang Ge, he patted the boy's shoulder, offering encouragement. "Little one, this headmaster is a soul sage of 78. Feel free to express any request you may have. I am certain he will accommodate you." "Thank you, senior." Tang Ge smiled and nodded. However, Flander in the sky felt a sudden pang of discomfort, pondering how such a peculiar soul emperor could exist within the academy. Yet, with the situation as it stood and the multitude of onlookers present, Flander, in his capacity as the principal, resolved to adopt a more magnanimous demeanor. What were past grievances in the face of talent? With this thought, he found his spirits lifted considerably. He endeavored to display a gentle smile and gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Tang Ge. "Little one, your name is truly delightful." Tang Ge suddenly took a deep breath, revealing a face of sheer contentment. Is it truly delightful? The inquiry was interrupted, yet Flander did not express anger. Instead, he appeared somewhat puzzled. What is truly delightful? It's nothing, Dean. My name is Tang Ge. Please, continue. Tang Ge shook his head and smiled. Flander nodded, finding it quite normal for a prodigious talent to possess a peculiar temperament. He continued from where he left off. Tang Ge, as you just heard, I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Feel free to express any request you may have. I will do my utmost to fulfill them, provided that you agree to join our esteemed institution. Chapter 62. Dai Mubai takes his bow. Oscar takes the stage. Seeing Flander's amiable demeanor, Tang Ge felt an urge to laugh, even wanting to exclaim, I shall forever be the father you cannot attain. However, he sensed that if he dared to utter such words, even as a prodigious genius with a purple and 2 black spirit rings, he would likely find himself at the receiving end of a severe reprimand. Thus, he restrained himself, shaking his head and feigning sincerity. I shall abide by the arrangements of the esteemed Dean. Abide by my arrangements? Flander was momentarily taken aback by Tang Ge's words, then inwardly scoffed. I would rather have you pay to join Shrek Academy. If I were to take your earnestness at face value, it would be akin to an owl losing its sight. Despite his internal complaints, he realized that if he were to withhold valuable resources, it would ultimately tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his serious gaze towards Tang Ge and spoke. Since you have come to enroll, it shows your inclination towards joining Shrek Academy. As the Dean, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. If you are willing, as a soul sage, I can accept you as my personal disciple. Furthermore, I will cover all your living expenses while you are at the academy. In addition, I will wholeheartedly assist you in obtaining the soul rings necessary to progress from soul master to soul sage, with their age never falling below that of your current 10,000-year soul ring. In that instant, Flander enumerated the benefits he promised. Not only would Tang Ge have the opportunity to become a soul sage's disciple, but he would also have ample resources at his disposal, and his status would afford him considerable ease while traversing the continent. Moreover, Flander personally guaranteed to assist Tang Ge in acquiring soul rings from soul master to soul sage, all of which would be no less than 10,000 years in age. This was indeed a remarkable offer. It was evident that Flander sincerely desired Tang Ge to join Shrek Academy. With such an array of conditions combined, it was no surprise that Tang Ge was tempted. Even Tang San and the others, who were lingering nearby, were filled with envy. Unfortunately, they could not partake in this opportunity. Coincidentally, at that moment, Dai Mubai, who had previously excused himself due to a stomach ache, returned after hesitating for some time, fearing the elder in charge of the preliminary examination would be displeased. He presumed that by now, the lad who had embarrassed him earlier would have already entered the academy. However, upon his return, Dai Mubai overheard Flander's promises to Tang Ge, and the conditions nearly caused him to fall flat on his face in shock. Without a word, he turned and fled back to the academy, already resolving in his heart to pack his belongings and embark on a journey of self-discovery to avoid further encounters that would leave him humiliated. At the registration area at the village entrance, Dai Mubai came and went unnoticed. At this moment, all attention was focused on Dean Flander and Tang Ge. Once Flander had finished outlining his conditions, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Ge, speaking earnestly, these are all the promises I can make. Are you willing? After listening, Tang Ge shook his head. Flander was momentarily stunned, assuming that the other had declined, and his face fell with disappointment. It was understandable that someone of your caliber might not hold our academy in high regard. Yet before he could finish his thought, Tang Ge abruptly interjected. Who said I don't wish to join your academy? I merely shook my head to decline being your personal disciple. All other conditions are acceptable. The fluctuations of his emotions left Flander feeling as though he might suffer a heart attack. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the academy had finally acquired a prodigious talent, one that could dazzle and astound. With this in mind, Flander felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, he lamented slightly. Perhaps I am not worthy to be your master. However, since you have joined the academy, I shall treat you as my personal disciple regardless. Then I should already be a formal student of the academy, correct? Tang Ge inquired with a smile upon hearing Flander's words. Flander nodded in affirmation. Not far behind, Xiaowu, who had been observing this exchange, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Uncle Dean, what about us? You all? Flander turned to glance at Tang San, Xiaowu, and the others, his expression regaining its authoritative demeanor. While it is true that you two are talented, there remains a significant gap between you and Tang Ge. Therefore, let us proceed according to the Academy's protocol. What? Continue with the protocol? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu nearly lost her composure. Ultimately, it was Tang San who, with a wry smile, restrained her and cast a resentful glance at the fortunate Tang Ge, who was enjoying special treatment. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge shrugged his shoulders, expressing his inability to assist. Alas, there exists a disparity even among geniuses. As the dean, Flander was indifferent to the minor grievances of the children. He turned to the elder responsible for the preliminary examination and said, "You shall take charge of them. I have other matters to attend to and must depart for a while." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Without delay, Flander soared into the air, his wings unfurling as he flew towards the outskirts of the village, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once he departed, the elder gazed at the remaining students who had successfully passed the preliminary examination, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What could be the reason for Mu Bai's delay? Never mind. I shall not seek him out. With that thought, the elder called out loudly towards the village, "Oscar, come here." This time, there was no response. However, after a brief period, the sound of approaching shouts grew louder, and soon a figure appeared, standing atop a small cart as he made his way towards them. It was evident that the approaching individual was a bearded man, who was incessantly calling out, "Oh, look at all these people. Would anyone care for a sausage to taste?" The elder's face twitched slightly upon hearing this. He then turned to Tang Ge and Tang San, gesturing towards the cartman with a smile. "This is Oscar. Though he has been in the academy for a short time, he is quite familiar with it and can guide you through the subsequent examinations. He is also a student of the academy?" Following the elder's indication, everyone turned their gaze towards the bearded man on the cart, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Xiaowu, ever candid, could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, doesn't your academy only accept students under 12? Why is there an uncle among us?" Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, the bearded man stumbled and fell from the cart. As he rose from the ground, he anxiously protested, "Classmate, did you just call me an uncle? Please, I am Oscar, merely 14 years old. Once I shave my beard, you shall see my dashing and handsome side, as well as my charming and graceful demeanor." Chapter 63. I want another one, please. I am Oscar, merely 14 years old. Once I shave my beard, you shall see my dashing and handsome side, as well as my charming and graceful demeanor. With that declaration, Oscar struck a pose he deemed impressive. The elder responsible for the preliminary examination could no longer bear it and kicked Oscar, exclaiming, "You were summoned to guide the preliminary students for the next assessment, not to chatter endlessly. Hurry and get moving. All right, teacher. Ding, ding, ding. Hop onto my beloved little cart, classmates, and follow me." Oscar adjusted the goggles on his forehead and leaped back onto the sausage cart, setting off towards the village. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tang Ge and Tang San, along with their companions, entered the village. Upon their arrival, following a series of introductions, Tang San became acquainted with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. However, it wasn't long before Oscar, perhaps feeling the absence of their teacher, began to eagerly promote his sausages. "Would you care for a sausage?" he inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang San found Oscar's expression rather awkward and couldn't help but question, "Are you truly only 14 years old?" Upon hearing this, Oscar's demeanor shifted. He halted his cart and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "You may doubt my character, but my age is beyond question. I, Oscar, am indeed 14 years old. A first-year student at Shrek. Ask anyone, and they will confirm my age. So please, do not refer to me as uncle simply because of my abundant hair." Upon hearing this, Tang San fell into a moment of speechlessness, gazing at Oscar's bushy beard, silently reflecting that such abundant hair could hardly be merely described as flourishing. Nevertheless, despite this inner thought, Tang San expressed his apologies, saying, "Senior, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. How much do you sell these sausages on your cart? I would love to sample one." Oscar, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with joy. He swiftly skewered a sausage, measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length, with a bamboo stick and handed it to Tang San, exclaiming cheerfully, "As long as you enjoy my sausages, I shall bear no ill will. Each one is a mere silver coin." Tang San nodded and produced a silver coin, handing it to Oscar. He then took a bite of the sausage in his hand, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight, exclaiming in surprise, "This sausage is quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes narrowed with joy, and he eagerly began to promote his product to the others. "Would you care for a sausage?" Beside Tang San, Xiaowu gently poked him with her finger and whispered, "Is it truly delicious?" "Indeed." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving his confirmation, the food-loving Xiaowu could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Bring me one. I want one too." Following her, Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing white gown, chimed in. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor, exuding an air of detachment. In no time, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were each savoring a sausage, delighting in its taste. Their exclamations of surprise soon filled the air. Wow, what is this sausage made of? It's truly delectable, Ning Rongrong remarked. Humph, as if I, Ning Rongrong, have never tasted anything before. It's merely a sausage, yet it's quite delicious. Is there more? I would like another. Observing the two lovely classmates relishing their sausages with such joy, Oscar felt a wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He could not help but say, no worries. Indulge yourselves. I have plenty more. He then turned his gaze toward Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, his expression brimming with anticipation as he inquired, aren't you two going to eat? Upon hearing Oscar's words and noticing that Xiao Chan also seemed eager to partake, Tang Ge suppressed a chuckle and nodded. The sausages on this vehicle have been here for a while. Could you perhaps fetch me a fresh one? Not far away. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were thoroughly enjoying their feast. Upon hearing that Tang Ge desired a fresh sausage, disdain flickered across their fair faces. Ning Rongrong huffed. Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures, am not picky, yet here you are, a man, being so choosy. How embarrassing. In light of Ning Rongrong's scorn, Tang San merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Oscar's previously joyous expression faltered, replaced with uncertainty. What? Is there no fresh one available? Tang Ge chuckled, urging him on. Oscar, left with no alternative, extended his right hand, and with a somewhat lewd tone, he proclaimed, I possess a magnificent sausage. As a golden radiance coalesced in his palm, 2 yellow spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet. Subsequently, a sausage, mirroring those roasting in the carriage, materialized in Oscar's hand. At the front of the carriage. Upon hearing Oscar's declaration, I possess a magnificent sausage, Tang San was momentarily petrified. Witnessing the emergence of the substantial sausage in Oscar's hand, he experienced a sudden churning in his stomach. As for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had been relishing their sausages, they promptly discarded their repast, bending over to regurgitate their meal. It was faintly discernible that Zhu Zhuqing, with her perpetually cool countenance, was subtly trembling, seemingly suppressing her amusement. Nevertheless, her gaze towards Oscar was imbued with palpable displeasure. Beside Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, regaining her senses, found her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to contain herself, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment and whispered, Brother, did you know all along? Know what? He replied, flustered. Do not speak carelessly. I am completely in the dark. Tang Ge immediately shook his head in denial. What a joke. If he were to admit such a thing, he would undoubtedly find himself besieged by a horde of fierce tigresses. As expected, after Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged a few words, they turned their fierce gazes upon Oscar. One could vaguely sense the surge of soul power emanating from them. Just as Oscar was about to offer an explanation, his heart quivered, and without uttering another word, he abandoned the vehicle and fled into the distance. Behind him, a piercing scream filled with fury echoed, Die? Enraged, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong unleashed their martial spirits and pursued the fleeing Oscar. Tang Ge and his companions were utterly unprepared for this outcome. Fearing the potential repercussions, they hastily pursued the situation. Thus, the group inadvertently missed both the second and third assessments and rushed directly towards the final test. When Oscar was eventually caught up by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, enduring a merciless beating, they were taken aback to realize they had overshot their destination. Suddenly, a formidable figure came into view. Just a few meters away, beneath the eaves, a robust yet slightly shorter middle-aged man lay reclining on a wrought-tin chair, his thunderous breaths resonating through the air. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, still simmering with unresolved anger, were ready to unleash further strikes, which startled Oscar. He quickly wore a woeful expression, pointed at the man on the chair, and whispered, Ladies, let us remain calm. Do you not see who lies there? That is our esteemed teacher, Zhao Wujing, known as the Unmoving King. If we provoke him, we shall surely face dire consequences. Chapter 64, The Unmoving King. Zhao Wujing, the Unmoving King. Zhao Wujing? Upon hearing Oscar's warning, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had raised their fists, immediately lowered them. Under the pleading gazes directed at them, they huffed in unison. We shall let you off this time, but do not dare sell us that wretched sausage again in the future. As they uttered these words, memories of the previous incident flooded back, causing a wave of nausea to rise within them. Moreover, as they gradually regained their composure, they began to sense something amiss. Why did Tang Ge wait until they had finished eating before asking for a fresh sausage? Could it be that he had foreseen this? Thus, Ning Rongrong, clad in her flowing white dress, approached Tang Ge. She looked up at the boy who had managed to rattle even the academy's director and, with a fuming expression, demanded, "Speak. Did you do this on purpose? Beautiful lady, I consider you a classmate. Please do not unjustly accuse me." Tang Ge looked utterly innocent. However, Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced. She revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, hands firmly placed on her hips, and threatened fiercely, "I care not how formidable your soul rings are. Should I uncover any deceit on your part, I, Ning Rongrong, shall not let you off easily." With that, Ning Rongrong turned on her heel, leaving Tang Ge with an air of prideful defiance in her wake. Tang Ge smiled, harboring no anger, and redirected his gaze to Oscar. "Senior Oscar, could you tell us about that teacher Zhao?" Oscar did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head slightly, murmuring a few indistinct sounds, followed by a surge of spiritual energy. When he turned back, miraculously, the injuries on his face appeared to have healed significantly. Tang Ge felt a sense of dumbfoundedness in her heart. It seemed that he had been secretly indulging in sausages. Noticing Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, Oscar suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. However, he quickly composed himself and spoke softly. "Originally, Senior Daimubai was supposed to bring you here today, but he seems to have disappeared, which is why I was tasked with guiding you to the test. As I understand it, Teacher Zhao is responsible for supervising the 4th round, assessing the practical abilities of the new students in the academy. Assessing practical abilities is nothing to fear. Both Xiao San and I are most unafraid of practical challenges." Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly after hearing this. Tang San gently tugged at Xiao Wu, signaling her to remain silent, and then turned to Oscar with a warm smile. "Please, continue, Senior." Oscar nodded in acknowledgement. The 4th test evaluates practical combat experience. Some students possess commendable martial souls and demonstrate proficient control over them. However, those who have been raised in noble families, sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, lack the necessary combat experience. Consequently, such candidates are not admitted to the academy. The esteemed principal has stated unequivocally that pampered individuals are to be excluded. At this point, Xiao Wu fell silent, but Ning Rongrong could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Are you selecting students or prospective spouses? This is excessively stringent. Moreover, who asserts that children from noble families are always spoiled? I am an exception." As she concluded, Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin, seemingly eager to showcase her own exceptional qualities. Having recently endured a reprimand from this spirited young lady, Oscar dared not counter her remarks. Instead, he gestured toward a figure lounging in a distant wrought tent chair, offering a wry smile. "However, even with abundant practical experience, the final test will be quite challenging. Do you know? Teacher Zhao is a formidable soul sage at level 76, wielding a beast martial soul and a battle soul. He is the academy's vice principal, with overall strength second only to that of the principal. If Teacher Zhao were to take a sudden fancy to personally assess your combat abilities, you would truly find yourselves in dire straits." As he spoke, Oscar appeared to envision a rather unsettling scenario, involuntarily shivering at the thought. The pupils of Tang San and his companions narrowed slightly. 76 levels? If we include the academy's principal, does that mean Shrek Academy possesses 2 soul sage level powerhouses? At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "I remember now. He is none other than the indomitable king, Zhao Wujing, who had a confrontation with the Spirit Hall. He had been missing from the continent for 10 years, and to think he is now a teacher at Shrek Academy. I heard that the indomitable king Zhao Wujing had a feud with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him. Yet he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Ultimately, that incident faded into obscurity. It is noteworthy that the bishops of the Spirit Hall are all at least Soul Emperor level, over 60 levels. At that time, Zhao Wujing was likely only in his 60s. Yet now he has become a soul sage. How remarkable." Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, a thunderous laughter erupted. "Ha ha, to think that after 10 years of my disappearance, a little girl would know my past history. I had intended to feign sleep, but since you were so interested in me, I shall exert myself a bit. I will conduct your final practical test." From a distance of several meters, the imposing figure that had been lounging on a deck chair rose and strode toward them. Soon, he stood before Tang San and his companions. It was none other than Zhao Wujing, the indomitable king. Among them, Tang Ge was the tallest, nearly reaching 1.70 meters, while Tang San was slightly shorter, around 1.60 meters. Yet, astonishingly, Zhao Wujing was even shorter than Tang San, though his robust physique exuded a sense of grandeur. His gaze swept over Tang Ge and the others, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems you will provide me with a warm-up. Isn't it supposed to be Senior Dai Mubai who handles the fourth challenge arranged by the principal? Tang Ge thought. Moreover, I just remembered. They had yet to visit the first 3 testing points. Upon hearing that Zhao Wujing was indeed coming down to participate, Oscar was taken aback and hurriedly spoke up. He intended to signal Tang Ge and the others to leave, but unfortunately, now that Zhao Wujing had risen, he would not allow them to depart so easily. He reached out, grasped Oscar by the collar, and tossed him away, grumbling, Dai Mubai has teeth shown up. Why are you babbling so much? Go sell your sausages. With a thud, Oscar landed in a patch of grass several meters away, struggling to rise after a moment. However, he did not leave. Instead, he shouted loudly, classmates. Since Teacher Zhao is taking action, you must fend for yourselves. But rest assured, I have various sausages and cured meats to restore your soul power and heal injuries, which I can provide for free. Tang San and his companions paid no heed to Oscar, who was still eager to promote his sausages. Their attention wholly captivated by the imposing presence of Zhao Wujie. Aware that the latter was a soul sage, Tang San took the initiative to speak. Could you kindly elucidate how we might successfully pass this final assessment? Chapter 65. Are you certain you wish for my inclusion? Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Zhao Wujie nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is commendable that you maintain your composure even after learning of my rank as a soul sage. You have thus earned the right to stand before me. In light of this, let us first exchange our names and levels of soul power, so I may gauge your abilities. Should your prowess prove sufficient in the forthcoming evaluation? If you manage to endure under my scrutiny for the duration of a stick of incense, regardless of whether one or all remain, I shall deem you successful in the assessment. With that, he crossed his arms and stood to the side. A stick of incense, you say? Tang San took a deep breath and was the first to speak. I am Tang San, wielding the blue-silver grass as my weapon spirit. And I am a level 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, with the beast spirit of a rabbit, followed suit, declaring, I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master. Upon hearing Tang San, Xiao Wu felt compelled to introduce herself as well. Next came Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Yuechan, with the beast spirit of a forest elf, stood as a level 31 assault system soul venerable. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing the beast spirit of a nether cat, was a level 27 agility system soul master. There is actually a level 31 soul venerable among us. Zhao Wujie mused. And when did the blue-silver grass reach level 29? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exhibited abilities and spirits that were quite standard. Yet upon learning of Tang San and Lin Yuechan's standings, Zhao Wujie's coarse brows raised slightly in surprise. Particularly, the revelation of Lin Yuechan's level 31 soul venerable prowess astonished him. For a moment, Zhao Wujie could not help but think, it seems the Academy has welcomed a plethora of promising talents this year. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing white gown, hesitated briefly before speaking up. I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasures glazed tile as my weapon spirit. And I am a level 26 auxiliary system weapon master. As soon as her words fell, she sensed the collective gaze of everyone fixated upon her. Tang San expressed his astonishment, saying, Your martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower. Does this mean you hail from the 7 treasures glazed sect? Under the gaze of so many, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of embarrassment. She playfully stuck out her adorable tongue and replied, Stop staring. I am no different from ordinary people. In a moment, I shall provide support for you. Sustaining it for the duration of an incense stick should pose no difficulty. The 7 treasures glazed tower, a martial soul passed down through generations, can only be possessed by the direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect throughout the entire Douluo Continent. The evaluation of the 7 treasures glazed tower by soul masters can be summed up in a single phrase: across the continent, the most powerful auxiliary martial soul, the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. This speaks volumes about the esteemed reputation of the sect on the continent. However, for Zhao Wujie, this posed no threat. He was merely surprised that the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect had managed to sneak away from home to join Shrek Academy. Finally, Zhao Wujie's gaze fell upon Tang Ge, the only one yet to introduce himself. Little fellow, what about you? He inquired. I suppose I can forego that. Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge paused momentarily, then shook his head. Upon hearing Tang Ge's refusal, Zhao Wujie frowned, his displeasure evident. Fortunately, Tang San interjected to clarify, Teacher Zhao, Tang Ge's situation is unique. He has already been personally admitted to the academy by the dean during the first test. He is merely accompanying us to familiarize himself with the environment and does not need to participate in the assessment. What remarkable talent does this lad possess that warrants the dean's personal intervention for his admission? Zhao Wuji pondered, recalling the earlier thunderous shout, and couldn't help but cast several glances at Tang Ge. He refrained from further inquiries and nodded towards Tang San and the others. In that case, it will be the 5 of you. Additionally, to prevent any accusations of me bullying children, allow me to clarify my abilities. My martial spirit is the formidable beast spirit. The mighty diamond bear, renowned for its defensive capabilities, virtually impervious to attacks. There isn't much more to say, and it would be futile to elaborate, so do not harbor excessive hopes. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Tang San and his companions were left speechless. Was it truly necessary to undermine their spirits so? However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. After receiving a stick of incense's worth of preparation time from Zhao Wuji, they hastily convened to strategize. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, with an unwavering gaze, scrutinized Tang Ge, making him feel quite uneasy. Fortunately, the incense burned swiftly. Zhao Wuji finally diverted his attention from Tang Ge, and as Tang San and the others swiftly dispersed, he planted the newly lit incense into the ground. He then declared, "The assessment begins now." As his words resonated, accompanied by a surge of soul power, Zhao Wuji, who already appeared exceptionally robust, was enveloped by his martial spirit, transforming into an immensely powerful raging bear. Without hesitation, Tang San and his companions launched their attack. 7 or 8 meters away, Tang Ge had unexpectedly appeared beside Oscar, seated upon a stone. Engrossed in the fierce struggle unfolding in the empty arena between Tang San and his companions and Zhao Wuji. Beside him, Oscar had come to realize that Tang Ge had been admitted without examination. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Tang Ge, do you think Tang San and the others can endure for the duration of an incense stick against Teacher Zhao?" "It seems unlikely." Tang Ge shook his head and said, "Although the current situation differed from the original plot due to the presence of Lin Wuchan, Zhao Wuji began the battle by directly employing his martial soul manifestation. Unlike the original narrative, where he was initially caught off guard, he swiftly activated his first Soul Rings ability, embodying the indomitable Vajra, seamlessly blending offense and defense, thus transforming into the true embodiment of the unmoving king. The attacks from Tang San and his companions fell upon him, yet not only did they fail to inflict harm, but the rebound force also inflicted injury upon themselves. A duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick? Unless, akin to the original narrative, Tang San ultimately resorted to utilizing his hidden weapons, it would indeed be exceedingly challenging to endure for such an extended period. Oscar, of course, was unaware of this circumstance. However, he was well acquainted with Zhao Wuji's prowess, thus upon hearing Tang Ge's words, he nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge, although difficult. The outcome would be uncertain should I also take to the stage. Tang Ge chuckled and added a remark. As expected, it wasn't long before, under Zhao Wuji's relentless onslaught, Xiao Wu and the other 3 girls could no longer withstand the pressure and were eliminated from the arena, leaving only Tang San standing. At this moment, the incense stick planted in the ground had barely burned down to half its length. However, whether it was due to overhearing Tang Ge and Oscar's discussion or the fact that Xiao Wu had succumbed to unconsciousness, just as Tang San was on the verge of unleashing his full fury and anger, Zhao Wuji abruptly halted. He shouted directly in Tang Ge's direction, "Hey, you brat named Tang Ge, stop watching. I'm talking about you. Come over here, and let me gauge your strength." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow slightly and stood up. He chuckled softly. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you wish for me to join?" Chapter 66. Tang Ge enters, the mightiest support. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you wish for me to join?" Tang Ge rose from the ground, a faint smile adorning his face. 7 or 8 meters away, witnessing Tang Ge's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Wuji could not contain his anger and shouted, "At such a young age, you are already so fussy. When I ask you to come over, just come. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark. Nevertheless, he took a step forward towards the opposite side, for one cannot expect a bountiful harvest of wool to descend from the heavens while remaining idle. Behind him, Oscar's voice rang out with eager encouragement. "Tang Ge, you can do it. Prepare the sausages, as I suspect that once the battle concludes, Teacher Zhao will be in need of a hearty meal." With a mirthful countenance, Tang Ge waved his hand dismissively, not even deigning to turn his head. These actions instantly inflamed Zhao Wuji's ire to the point of near combustion. causing the 7 spirit rings emblematic of his soul sage status to manifest uncontrollably around him. As Tang Ge approached, Zhao Wuji fixed him with a malevolent glare, uttering a threat fraught with animosity. "You sharp-tongued whelp, I shall flay you alive presently." "That remains to be seen." Tang Ge smiled and replied, then turned to Tang San, who was cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu, and inquired, "How is it? Can we proceed?" "We can continue, but only with the two of us." Tang San's expression bore a hint of gravitas. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Tang Ge abruptly interjected, asserting, "Who says it is only the two of us?" With that declaration, amidst the bewildered gazes of Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the manifestation of Tang Ge's martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, emerged in his hands, accompanied by 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, forming beneath his feet. Unaware of the events transpiring at the village entrance, Zhao Wuji's initially furious demeanor shifted to one of incredulity as he beheld the 2 soul rings materializing from Tang Ge. Could it be that this lad possessed a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring? This must be some sort of deception. Ding. Congratulations, host, for astonishing Zhao Wuji, earning 800 points of shock value. Oh, how swiftly he has contributed his own share. Upon hearing the notification from the system echoing in his mind, Tang Ge's eyes brightened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to unleash his first and second soul abilities. A milky white beam of light first manifested, directly infusing into the unconscious body of Xiao Wu, as her pallid complexion gradually regained a rosy hue, hinting at her impending awakening. He proceeded to imprint his martial soul mark onto several of his companions. Ultimately, the life array within the life and death formation emerged, enveloping a radius of 10 meters. Within the sphere, be it Tang San, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Yuechan, all sensed their injuries mending at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, they were entirely revitalized, with even a significant portion of their previously expended spirit power restored. Furthermore, Tang San and his companions could distinctly sense that as long as the white grand formation on the ground remained intact, they would continuously receive healing. This revelation filled them with both joy and astonishment. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Wu began to stir awake. Upon realizing she was lying in Tang San's embrace, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she could not help but inquire with a hint of confusion, "Xiao San, wasn't I injured and unconscious? Why do I feel as if I'm no longer wounded?" "It was Tang Ge who healed you with his soul skill," Tang San elucidated, standing nearby. Tang Ge couldn't help but tease with a smile, "Xiao Wu, you're awake, yet why do you still linger? This is hardly the moment for you to indulge in sweetness with Xiao San." "Humph, I want to let you dictate that." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she couldn't resist a playful huff. Nevertheless, despite her retort, she quickly extricated herself from Tang San's embrace and stood up from the ground. In an instant, the once battered challenge team not only regained their peak condition but also welcomed Tang Ge, a prodigious talent who had directly gained admission without examination. Opposite them, Zhao Wuji observed the unfolding scene with keen eyes, although he could not comprehend the effects of the wide array of light on the ground. Witnessing Xiao Wu's complete revival and the restoration of Tang San and his companions' injuries significantly amplified Tang Ge's stature in his mind. Thus, Zhao Wuji finally shelved his previous disdain. He gazed at Tang Ge, who had single-handedly turned the tide, with admiration gleaming in his eyes, and with a hearty laugh. He exclaimed, "Little fellow, you are beginning to ignite my fighting spirit. Come, tell me, what level is your soul power?" Tang Ge, wielding the martial soul of yin-yang life and death diagram, stood as a 39th level soul master, the most formidable support spirit master. Tang Ge finally uttered the name of his martial soul for the first time. Simultaneously, his 3rd soul ring, which was a millennium old, rose from beneath his feet. At that moment, Tang Ge was once again encircled by a dazzling display of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, a sight to behold. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, momentarily froze with a smile on his face, feeling an overwhelming surge of jealousy welling up within him. He could no longer maintain the facade of a teacher. He crouched down and then suddenly sprang up, charging towards Tang Ge. In midair, Zhao Wuji's loud roar reverberated as the match continued. Clearly, at this moment, Zhao Wuji had completely abandoned Ning Rongrong, designating Tang Ge as his primary target. 1 purple and 2 black, starting off with an immediate resurrection for all. Such a healing support ability could hardly be described as anything less than extraordinary. if Tang Ge were to remain unchallenged. Zhao Wujie had an ominous feeling that he might indeed falter today. Hence, he did not hesitate to take action against Tang Ge. However, as Zhao Wujie soared into the air, the immensely experienced Tang San instantly grasped his intentions. He promptly shouted, "Everyone, unleash your full power to entangle Teacher Zhao. Do not let him approach Tang Ge." Nearby, upon hearing Tang San's command, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, she had previously been the strongest support in the team, the one in need of protection. Now, in the blink of an eye, she found herself in the position of needing to protect others. Naturally, this left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, she understood that this was not the time for hesitation. And with a firm resolve, she unleashed her 2 soul skills. The 7 treasure glazed tower in her hand spun rapidly, and then she called out 7 treasures. The first, strength. 7 treasures. The second, speed. Accompanied by her incantation, beams of light surged forth, enveloping Tang Ge and the others, who immediately felt a significant increase in both their strength and speed. Seizing the moment, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, binding. As the blue-silver grass erupted with a blue glow, manifesting over a dozen thick vines that soared into the air, charging fiercely towards the airborne Zhao Wujie. Chapter 67, The Mighty Diamond Palm vs. The Life and Death Hand Seal. Having previously engaged in battle, Tang San was aware that his second soul skill, parasitism, would be ineffective against Zhao Wujie's formidable defense and dense soul power. Thus, in this moment, Tang San focused solely on activating his first soul skill, binding. With a plethora of vines appearing, they wriggled like venomous snakes, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Wujie. Concurrently, Tang San shouted, "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer." In response, Xiao Wu leapt, using her toes to spring off his shoulder, and then pounced towards Zhao Wujie's head with a powerful kick. Zhao Wujie, seeing this, let out a hearty laugh, preparing to tear apart the vines binding him. But at that instant, a milky white beam of light suddenly descended, flooding into his body. Zhao Wujie's smile faltered, and his expression momentarily dazed. Though he quickly regained his composure, Xiao Wu, empowered by Tang San's martial soul, appeared right in front of him. With a thud, Xiao Wu delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Wujie's chest with all her might. Subsequently, Zhao Wujie plummeted to the ground, entangled in vines, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Yet, the assault did not cease there. As Zhao Wujie broke free from the binding vines and stood up from the pit, Lin Yuechan, who had been poised to strike, released her grip. Wind spiral arrow. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, a rapidly spinning, sharp arrow emerged before Zhao Wujie, leaving a trail of green flames in its wake. Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes. With a surge of potent soul power, he instantly shattered the vines constraining him. He reached out to grasp the spiraling arrow before him, but just as he lifted his hand, another white beam of light descended. What the hell? Feeling his consciousness blur once again, he shot a furious glare at the swiftly approaching figure of Zhu Qing. At that moment, Zhao Wujie was overwhelmed with the impulse to tear Tang Ge apart. Simultaneously, the incoming spiral arrow, unimpeded, struck Zhao Wujie's chest. Zing! The spiraling arrow, in a fierce clash with Zhao Wujie's immovable body, produced a grating sound of friction akin to metal scraping against metal. Bang! Zhao Wujie finally regained his senses, abruptly raising his hand to shatter the spiral arrow. However, upon glancing down, he was astonished to see blood seeping from his chest. Am I actually injured? In that moment of shock, a tide of uncontrollable rage surged within him. He suddenly looked up, fixating on the rapidly approaching Zhu Qing. You little brats have truly enraged me. A roar erupted from Zhao Wujie's mouth. The sonic wave infused with soul power not only left Tang San and the others dazed, but also caused Zhu Qing, who was charging in, to plummet from the air. Pain flickered across her icy visage. At that instant, a massive hand suddenly lunged towards her neck. In the background, Ning Rongrong gasped, "Be careful. Xiao Wu, intervene." Tang San, having noticed this scene, immediately shouted anxiously. Upon hearing Tang San's instructions, the ever-prepared Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, swiftly directed towards Zhao Wujie, who was charging straight at Zhu Qing. The charm skill was activated. However, just as the red light enveloped Zhao Wujie, Xiao Wu suddenly let out a suppressed groan and staggered back a few steps. Yet, almost instantly, a column of milky white light descended upon her, beginning to heal her wounds. The white formation beneath her feet provided Xiao Wu with a continuous stream of healing. Tang San, seemingly foreknowing this, evinced no concern for Xiao Wu. Precisely as his adversary unleashed her enticement ability, a slender tendril rapidly extended forth. Ultimately, this tendril preemptively ensnared Zhu Yuqing's form, swiftly retracting her a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Subsequently, Tang Ge, who had been vigilantly observing the situation, offered a subtle smile. As the dense soul force within him surged forth tempestuously, he unleashed his initial soul skill in rapid succession. Concurrently, the white matrix enveloping the ground metamorphosed swiftly, transmuting into a black matrix. Death Array, activate. Puff, puff, puff. Zhao Wuji, having just advanced to the place formerly occupied by Zhu Yuqing, once more experienced the caprice of fate. Those successive, milky white pillars of light descended, incessantly infusing his form, affording him such comfort that he involuntarily halted his advance. Damn it! What infernal healing skill is this? I ought to be incensed, yet why do I perceive elation? Zhao Wuji's body defied his command, leaving him to desperately bellow inwardly. Seize the moment. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Ge could not resist exhorting them with a cry. Tang San and his companions felt the enhancement of the new formation beneath their feet. They exchanged glances before resolutely launching another attack on Zhao Wuji. Due to the corrosive nature of the death formation on soul power, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body had significantly diminished in potency, unable to withstand the venom inherent in Tang San's blue-silver grass. In a short while, he found himself in a disheveled state, his body swollen as if stung by countless scorpions. Moreover, after Zhu Yuqing manifested her martial soul, her claws left deep gashes across Zhao Wuji's body. Suddenly, a sharp spiral arrow sliced through the air, piercing Zhao Wuji's arm and causing blood to spurt forth. Simultaneously, the dark energy attached to the arrow infiltrated Zhao Wuji's body, wreaking havoc within him. However, thanks to the continuous streams of healing light released by Tang Ge moments earlier, he was also receiving steady treatment. Despite this, the pain jolted him awake. A glance at the incense stick not far away revealed that it had burned down to its very base. Zhao Wuji's face twitched in frustration. He had never imagined that he, a dignified soul sage, would be so thoroughly overwhelmed by a group of mere children barely in their teens. The instigator of this humiliation was none other than that wretched brat capable of summoning light pillars. No, I must seek vengeance. With a surge of determination, Zhao Wuji could no longer endure the situation and unleashed his third soul skill. At that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as though a mountain had descended upon their shoulders, causing them to collapse helplessly to the ground. Their faces flushed red. They were immobilized and unable to continue their assault. Zhao Wuji paid them no mind, his gaze fixated on the only one still standing, Tang Ge. His eyes turned icy as he gritted his teeth. You little brat, I have endured you for far too long. Now that your companions have fallen, let us see how you can continue to hide behind them. Great strength, Diamond Palm. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Wuji abruptly raised his hand, summoning a massive golden hand aimed directly at Tang Ge. Yet, instead of fear, Tang Ge responded with a calm smile. Teacher Zhao, who says I have been hiding? He then formed a hand seal, and amidst the fluctuations of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he similarly conjured a great hand of swirling black and white energy in the air. In that moment, Great Strength Diamond Palm faced off against the life and death hand seal. Chapter 68, Zhao Wuji's anger ever since Tang Ge entered the fray. The healing and restraining light pillars he employed, along with the black and white light formations enveloping the ground, aligned perfectly with the identity he proclaimed as a support soul master. Thus, aside from Lin Wuchan and Tang San, who had witnessed Tang Ge tear the mandala snake apart with his bare hands, everyone else assumed he was genuinely just a support-type soul master. Even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, fell into this misconception. Consequently, as he suppressed Tang San and the others with enhanced gravity, he believed that dealing with Tang Ge, a mere support soul master, would be a trivial task. As soon as he unleashed the Great Strength Diamond Palm, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but burst into laughter. You little brat, today I shall thoroughly spank you. However, before his laughter could fade, the sight of the black and white radiance before him caused his eyes to widen in shock. Across from him, the seemingly defenseless Tang Ge, with the manifestation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, was suddenly enveloped in a surge of energy, swiftly forming a hand in the air that was half black and half white. The life and death hand seal. The deep voice of Tang Ge resonated, and his colossal hand, forged from his essence, clashed violently with the incoming Great Strength Diamond Palm. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. To the astonishment of Tang San and the others, the Great Strength Diamond Palm was crushed within moments. Meanwhile, the black and white giant hand maintained its formidable force, directly enveloping Zhao Wujie and descending heavily upon him. Even before the palm imprint drew near, Zhao Wujie sensed a rapid depletion of his soul power. It felt as though the very vitality within him was being extracted, flowing ceaselessly outward. Damn it! What kind of soul beast did this brat slay to acquire such a bizarre 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujie could not help but roar inwardly. In desperation, he bypassed his fourth soul skill and unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. With a furious roar, a dark 10,000-year soul ring finally illuminated above him. Under the impetus of his immense soul power, the space above his head seemed on the verge of collapse, rippling with distortion. As the life and death hand imprint pressed down, it made contact, erupting in a blinding radiance. Countless energies of yin and yang were relentlessly torn apart and dissipated. The yin-yang giant hand imprint diminished in size. However, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, Tang Ge's use of the yin-yang giant hand imprint was significantly more potent than before. In the collision of the two 10,000-year soul skills, Zhao Wujie's gravitational compression ultimately could not withstand the final onslaught. The residual yin-yang giant hand imprint, under Zhao Wujie's furious gaze, struck him fiercely. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust billowed forth, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. When they turned to look at Tang Ge, their eyes were filled with astonishment and a complex array of emotions. When did support soul masters become so formidable? Tang Ge naturally sensed the gazes of the crowd, for the system's notification resounded incessantly in his mind. While secretly elated, he also exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite his formidable strength and having attained the rank of the 39th level soul master, the continuous unleashing of soul skills had drained him considerably, particularly the final yin-yang great palm, which had nearly exhausted his already dwindling soul power. Fortunately, every exertion proved worthwhile. The shock value was finally nearing the monumental threshold of 30,000. With this thought, a smile graced Tang Ge's face as he settled cross-legged on the ground. Not far away, shrouded in dust and smoke, a figure gradually emerged, none other than Zhao Wujie. However, in stark contrast to his previous imposing presence, Zhao Wujie now appeared disheveled, his garments tattered, and his swollen face coated in grime. Upon spotting Tang Ge seated on the ground, he uttered not a word but raised his palm once more. Tang Ge was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Stop! Stop! Stop! What? Are you finally prepared to concede defeat?" Zhao Wujie replied with a sinister grin. Tang Ge wore an expression of helplessness as he gestured toward the ground nearby. "Teacher Zhao, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inform you that the incense has burned out. Has the time elapsed?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, both Zhao Wujie and Tang San could not help but turn their heads to look. Indeed, the incense that had been planted in the ground had burned down to its base, leaving only a flickering ember. Witnessing this scene, Tang San and his companions collectively exhaled in relief. However, Zhao Wujie's countenance suddenly darkened. As a formidable soul sage at level 76, the thought of being defeated by 6 youngsters of merely 20 or 30 levels was unbearable. Such a disgrace would be intolerable. No, this situation could not be allowed to stand. With this thought, Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted back to Tang Ge. He sneered and declared, "You are not even within the scope of this evaluation, so technically, those 5 youngsters have already lost. However, if you can withstand a palm strike from me and remain standing, I might concede that they have passed the assessment." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others changed their expressions dramatically. Zhao could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You are being unreasonable." Indeed, the illustrious king of the unmoved dares not acknowledge his defeat. If this were to become public knowledge, it would be your own shame. Ning Rongrong added indignantly. Zhao Wujie paid no heed to the protest of the 2 girls. With a sneer, he replied, "In this academy, aside from the principal, I hold the highest authority. Thus, my word is final. Of course, if you refuse to comply, you may leave at once. Shrek Academy does not accept students who fear combat." The 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, gritted their teeth in anger. However, after shaking his head at them, Tang San rose from the ground. Looking at Zhao Wujie with utmost seriousness, he stated, "Since Teacher Zhao insists, let us begin anew. Let there be a true and fair contest. Are you certain about restarting?" Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, astonished by Tang San's assertion. "I am certain." Tang San was resolutely steadfast. At this moment, when Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San once more, his eyes brimmed with admiration. He appreciated students who were unwavering and reluctant to relinquish their pursuits. Thus, Zhao Wujie was prepared to nod in agreement. However, before he could utter a word, A voice laden with exasperation suddenly interrupted. You two have spoken at length. Have you considered my opinion as the party involved? When Tang San and Zhao Wujie turned towards the source of the voice, they were taken aback to find that Tang Ge, who had originally been seated on the ground recuperating, had somehow risen to his feet. Tang Ge, you, as Tang San regained his composure, he was about to speak. However, Tang Ge waved his hand, interrupting him, and then turned to Zhao Wujie, a fearless smile gracing his face. Since Teacher Zhao is so eager to strike me, I shall reluctantly oblige his wishes. Chapter 69. Tang Ge, persuade with reason. As Tang Ge began to speak, Zhao Wujie's gaze fell upon him once more. He furrowed his brow and said, Little one, are you certain you wish to stand and receive my palm? If I were to exert a tad more strength, it could be fatal. Yet, as he uttered these words, Zhao Wujie contemplated merely tempering his strength during the demonstration. After all, he could not afford to be outmatched by his students, lest he lose face as their teacher. What followed, however, was entirely unexpected for Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing his words, the previously resolute Tang Ge hesitated and then unexpectedly shook his head. Fatal? Upon reflection, perhaps I should refrain, after all. As a supportive soul master, I am ill-suited for such tumult. Zhao Wujie was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his breath becoming labored. He found it hard to fathom how such an audacious individual could exist within the halls of Shrek Academy. A supportive soul master? Who had ever witnessed a supportive soul master capable of shattering his mighty golden iron palm with a mere touch? Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their laughter. Tang Ge turned his head and was astonished to discover that the laughter emanated from Zhu Zhuqing. In that moment, the formerly icy demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing transformed, revealing an unexpected charm. Unable to contain himself, Tang Ge complimented, Sister Zhu Zhuqing, your smile is rather peculiar. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened, and she reverted to her usual frosty demeanor. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, misinterpreting Tang Ge's remark as a jab, indignantly defended, Tang Ge, what is so strange about Sister Zhu's smile? Could you clarify? It's quite adorable, Tang Ge added with a smile. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt foolish for having paid attention to such a despicable villain. Even Tang San and his companions regarded Tang Ge with an expression of bemusement. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her face and neck were entirely suffused with a rosy hue. Had the assessment not still been underway, she would have wished to flee immediately. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of grinding teeth pierced the air. It was only then that Tang Ge, who had just playfully teased Zhu Zhuqing, remembered that a formidable presence loomed nearby. He quickly redirected his attention to the contorted face of Zhao Wujie, and with an apologetic demeanor, he said, Teacher Zhao, please do not misunderstand. I merely sought to alleviate the tension in this atmosphere. Is that so? Do you intend to continue this banter with me? Zhao Wujie glared at Tang Ge. His fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. Tang Ge shook his head, and his expression instantly returned to seriousness. He earnestly inquired, Teacher Zhao, may I sincerely ask, do you truly believe that with the capabilities and talents of Xiao San and the others, they are incapable of entering Shrek Academy? Very well. You may choose to remain silent. However, I wish to express that I came here with them, and if they are unable to stay today due to your decision, I shall leave as well. I am confident that both my own talents and those of Xiao San and the others would allow us to gain admission to other academies without any difficulty. Surely, you do not believe that there are no other institutions on this continent apart from Shrek Academy? Moreover, as the saying goes, one should always leave a thread for future encounters. If you push too hard, it will not bode well for you, Teacher Zhao. Who knows? There may come a day when someone far more formidable than you might give you a good thrashing. As he concluded his statement, Tang Ge regarded Zhao Wujie with a calm gaze. In that moment, Zhao Wujie, for the first time, felt an unexpected pressure emanating from a mere 12-year-old child. Furthermore, he found himself being subtly threatened with the notion of receiving a beating. Zhao Wujie felt an immense discomfort within. Yet he could not deny the validity of the boy's words. However, he was also caught in a dilemma. To bow down before a group of children would utterly tarnish the esteemed reputation of the unmoved king. At that instant, Zhao Wujie was engulfed in turmoil. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wujie's inner conflict, Tang Ge shifted his serious demeanor and suddenly broke into a smile, saying, Of course. I understand that your actions are all for our benefit, Teacher Zhao. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem, right? Xiao San, wouldn't you agree? Huh? Yes. Indeed. Teacher Zhao is always acting in our best interest. Tang San, taken aback by Tang Ge's unexpected question, momentarily paused before quickly nodding in agreement. Tang Ge silently chuckled as he observed Zhao Wuji's expression, which had relaxed considerably. He continued, "Teacher Zhao, consider this. As the second in command of the academy, you will undoubtedly teach us in the future, correct? Not to mention that I, a youthful prodigy with a title of 1 purple and 2 black, am accompanied by Tang San and his 4 companions, whose talents already surpass 99% of our peers. Just think, if any one of us were to become a title Douluo, you would transform into the esteemed teacher of a title Douluo. A teacher of a title Douluo. Would you truly be willing to relinquish such a remarkable opportunity that would etch your name in history? If I were in your position, I certainly would not." After this lengthy discourse, Zhao Wuji could no longer maintain his composure. He let out a snort. "I'm not foolish. Of course, I would let this opportunity slip to others. Fine. I suppose I shall begrudgingly serve as your teacher for a few years. Oscar, why are you still standing there? Fetch me some sausages." Coming right up, Oscar's voice echoed from a distance. Before Oscar could arrive, Tang Ge cheerfully interjected, "Teacher, allow me to provide you with some treatment." Without waiting for Zhao Wuji's consent, he waved his hand, conjuring a milky white beam of light that surged directly into Zhao Wuji's body. A surge of vitality emanated, and Zhao Wuji instantly felt his injuries rapidly healing. He nodded in satisfaction. This soul skill is quite commendable, though the mouth could use some restraint. That should be amended in the future. Since you have all passed the assessment, let us have Oscar arrange accommodations for you. With that, Zhao Wuji turned, hands behind his back, striding away with a distinct expression of pride. Tang Ge could not help but curl his lips in disdain. However, when he withdrew his gaze, he noticed that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were staring at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Is there something amiss with me?" Tang Ge inquired with a hint of perplexity. The others shook their heads in response. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pointed towards the direction in which Zhao Wuji had departed, seemingly still in a state of disbelief, and remarked, "You just made Teacher Zhao so angry, and he left just like that? I thought it was something else. So this is what happened." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a confident smile instantly graced Tang Ge's face. "I, Tang Ge, persuade with reason." Chapter 70. An early morning raffle. In the distance, Oscar finally approached, briskly running with 2 perfectly cooked sausages in hand. However, apart from encountering a few new classmates who had participated in the 4th assessment, he did not see Zhao Wuji anywhere. Oscar, looking puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Where is Teacher Zhao?" "He just left." Tang Ge chuckled as he patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, "Moreover, you need not worry. Teacher Zhao's injuries have already been treated by me." "Really?" Oscar glanced at the small sausage still in his hand, then shifted his gaze to the classmates before him, who appeared relatively unscathed despite having just endured a fierce battle. He felt somewhat disheartened, wishing to seize this splendid opportunity to sell a few more sausages. However, his spirits soon brightened once more. Recalling the spectacular assessment he had just witnessed, his face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Classmates, you are truly remarkable. I previously thought it impossible for you to pass Teacher Zhao's rigorous evaluation, yet not only did you succeed, but you also left him in such a state of disarray. And you, Tang Ge, how extraordinary it is that you possess 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings. What is the name of the spirit skill you employed? It was able to counter even Teacher Zhao's powerful diamond palm. I am tempted to call you boss." Observing Oscar's exuberance, Tang Ge felt somewhat speechless. However, upon hearing the final remark, he smiled and replied, "Why contemplate it? You may simply call me boss. I assure you, I will not refuse." "Oh no. Boss Dai will surely be upset upon hearing this." Oscar's voice suddenly diminished in strength. "Boss Dai? You must be referring to that fellow Daimubai." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow with a smile, expressing a desire to meet the esteemed Dai Lauda, as perhaps he would consent as well. However, setting aside other matters, now that the assessment had concluded, it was time for you to arrange our accommodations. Rest assured, I have not forgotten this matter. Fellow students, follow me. The dean has already made the necessary arrangements. As Oscar swiftly finished off his small sausage, he nodded in agreement. Under his guidance, Tang Ge and his group of 6 departed from the assessment site. Although Shrek Academy may appear somewhat impoverished compared to other prestigious Soul Master schools, there are advantages to this simplicity. At the very least, the academy is situated in a quaint village with fresh air, which greatly benefits the students' training. Soon, Oscar led Tang Ge and the others to their lodgings. There stood quaint 2-story wooden lofts, with only the 2nd floor designated for habitation. Perhaps due to his special admission, Tang Ge was fortunate enough to occupy an entire loft, allowing him to enjoy the splendid view alone. The others, however, shared their accommodations 2 by 2, with Tang San and Oscar becoming roommates. Instantly, Tang Ge became the envy of several young ladies who wished to claim his residence for themselves. Nevertheless, Tang Ge had no intention of relinquishing his loft. Upon entering the room, he promptly closed the door behind him. As he slipped off his shoes and sat upon the bed, he finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, sensing the almost depleted soul power within him. Tang Ge smiled faintly and murmured to himself. Soon, he would elevate his soul power to the 40th level in preparation for his 4th soul ring. With that thought, he dismissed any further distractions, closed his eyes, and began his cultivation. As he slightly activated the hell furnace, a unique element began to gather in the air and flowed into Tang Ge's being. Under the refinement of the hell furnace, his soul power gradually began to increase. The following day, just as dawn broke, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes after a night of cultivation, hearing the sounds of footsteps on the roof of the loft. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. After 5 years apart, this little San had learned to climb onto the roof to gather the essence of the sun and moon. Last night during his training, he seemed to have heard a notification from the system. With this thought, Tang Ge found himself immersed in the system panel once again. Indeed, there were 2 notifications awaiting him. One was from Zhao Wujing, offering a staggering 3,500 shock points. The other was from the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, providing 3,100 shock points. Logically, Flinder's strength surpassed that of Zhao Wujing, and he should have contributed even more shock points. Yet, the outcome was evidently contrary. Tang Ge felt that perhaps it was because Flinder was not as astonishing as Zhao Wujing. However, how could these 2 prominent figures be so startled by him in the dead of night? Was it perhaps due to the fact that he had been beaten by that individual? Tang Ge found himself momentarily perplexed. However, the lack of clarity was of little consequence. As long as the shock value was acquired, that sufficed. Observing that the hour was still early, he promptly summoned his personal profile. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 39 Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of the Immortal Slayer Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Wings of Yin-Yang, Life and Death Array. Great Hand Seal of Life and Death Martial Techniques, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion, Degree 99 Shock Value, 31, 150. Indeed, he had already amassed 30,000. Tang Ge's gaze briefly swept across 10 lines, ultimately settling on the column marked Shock Value. Upon observing the staggering figure of over 30,000 in shock value, his eyes immediately shimmered with excitement. Receiving such a considerable shock value early in the morning suggested that fortune was on his side today. He decided to try his luck with a prize draw. With that thought, Tang Ge silently invoked, Activate the Celestial Roulette. A chime resonated as 1,000 shock values were expended, and the Celestial Roulette sprang to life. Following the system's prompt, a colossal wheel materialized before Tang Ge, beginning to spin slowly. Tang Ge had long since grown accustomed to this, merely waiting in silence. After a while, the celestial wheel came to a halt, and with a flash of radiance, the system notification chimed forth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a Thunder Calamity Pill. Thunder Calamity Pill? Tang Ge wore a look of bewilderment as he couldn't help but examine the information of a pill, emanating a flicker of thunder that had been stored in the system space. It was then that he realized the primary function of this Thunder Tribulation Pill was to enhance the success rate of transcending tribulations. However, he had no need to undergo such tribulations. Tang Ge felt a tinge of frustration, yet he did not hesitate to continue. With a resounding chime, the announcement echoed, Congratulations. Host, you have successfully drawn a Yin-Yang Xianlong Pill. The Yin-Yang Xianlong Pill, when taken in times of severe injury or life-threatening situations, not only can it restore one's wounds, but also enable a resurgence of strength, facilitating further advancement. Oh, this is indeed a remarkable elixir. I shall keep it for now. Although the second draw also yielded a pill, its efficacy captivated Tang Ge's attention, alleviating much of his earlier discontent. At this juncture, he still possessed a shock value of 10,000, allowing for yet another draw. Tang Ge felt fortunate. With a resolute determination, he seized this final opportunity. As the celestial wheel came to a halt, a blinding surge of blue light erupted. Chapter 71, Tears of a Meteor. Buzz. The dazzling blue light intensified, nearly blinding Tang Ge. Yet, instead of lamenting, he found himself consumed by excitement. The brilliance emanating from the celestial wheel surely indicated the acquisition of an extraordinary treasure. In a moment of exhilaration, Tang Ge rose abruptly from his bed, oblivious to the impending contact with the ceiling above. His gaze was fixated on the celestial wheel, now suffused with a deep blue radiance. Gradually, the luminous blue glow began to recede, revealing a droplet of deep blue crystal that resembled a tear. Could it be? As a thought crossed his mind, Tang Ge trembled with anticipation. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in his consciousness, announcing the arrival of the deep blue crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a droplet of meteor tears. It truly was meteor tears. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tang Ge could not help but clench his fists in triumph. He had not anticipated such extraordinary luck this morning, drawing such a precious treasure. It is well known that meteor tears are the tears of the life god king in the world of star transformation, formed from the energy that radiates from its body at the moment of death. Meteor tears not only possess the ability to heal wounds and provide a continuous source of energy for cultivation, but they also encapsulate the life god king's profound understanding of the laws of space and time. Such meteor tears exist in a mere 2 droplets within the entire realm of star transformation. Acquiring all would undoubtedly herald the emergence of the future life god king. Tang Ge never anticipated that a single tear of a shooting star would fall into his hand. Of course, he did not aspire to become a deity of life. Rather, he was captivated by the terrifying energy contained within the tear of the shooting star. Tang Ge believed that with this drop of meteor tear, during the integration of the millennia-old soul rings that compressed his body, he would undoubtedly elevate the ancestral sacred body to its awakening phase in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the meteor tear would provide him with a continuous source of energy thereafter. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge suppressed his inner excitement and eagerly retrieved the meteor tear. A deep blue crystal, reminiscent of tears, appeared in the palm of his hand, radiating brilliance. In an instant, Tang Ge felt as though he were enveloped by an ethereal presence. The soft and comforting sensation tempted him to indulge in its embrace. Buzz! Suddenly, the meteor tear slipped from Tang Ge's palm and directly entered his heart. The Hellforge began to operate autonomously and uncontrollably. Waves of surging deep blue energy started to emanate from the meteor tear, continuously being absorbed into the Hellforge. Time passed unmarked. And when a sudden knock echoed at the door, Tang Ge, who had been sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Within him, a barrier seemed to shatter, and an overwhelming surge of soul power rushed forth in response. Although Tang Ge had not examined his personal information panel, he instantly realized at this moment that his soul power had ascended to another level, level 40 Soul Master. Is this the remarkable power of meteor tears? Feeling the meteor tears that had seamlessly merged with his very heart, and noticing that there had been no change after the recent consumption, Tang Ge was filled with both astonishment and joy. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Ge, are you awake? Just then, a series of knocks echoed, followed by Tang San's voice inquiring. Tang Ge took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He was aware that upon reaching the 40th level, he could venture into the Stardow Forest in search of a suitable soul ring. However, having just entered the academy, Tang Ge decided to proceed with caution and wait for a while before taking further action. Moreover, with the aid of meteor tears, he believed that once he broke through to the Soul Master level, he would experience another significant enhancement in his abilities. Falling behind? Absolutely impossible. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge smiled faintly, rose from his bed, and made his way towards the door. Outside, when Tang Ge emerged, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, discovering that, apart from Tang San, the 4 girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Lin Yuechan, and Zhu Zhuqing, were also present. Even Oscar, having shaved his beard, was yawning and gazing around in a daze. As soon as Tang Ge stepped out, Oscar's listless eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly urged, Tang Ge, you're finally awake. Since everyone is here, let us head out for a meal. Oh, poor me. Oscar, not even allowed to enjoy a lazy morning. Hearing Oscar's last complaint, Tang San could only smile wryly and shake his head, for it was he who had roused Oscar from his slumber. Xiao Wu, however, was not concerned with such matters. Upon hearing about food, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her stomach had been growling for quite some time. So as soon as she saw Tang Ge, she promptly grabbed Ning Rongrong and Lin Yuechan, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, and headed towards the cafeteria. Were you calling for me? Stop dawdling, let us go. Tang Ge chimed in as he descended from the loft, smiling at Oscar and Tang San, who were still lingering behind. The 3 of them promptly quickened their pace to catch up. Since it was still early and the Shrek Academy had rented half of the village, the path was notably tranquil. However, as Tang Ge and his companions approached the cafeteria, situated at the center of the village, they suddenly spotted two figures also making their way from the opposite side of the village. As they drew nearer and recognized the approaching individuals, Oscar exclaimed in surprise, "Dai Lauda, over here." He waved his hand enthusiastically. Upon hearing Oscar's voice, the two figures halted. One of them was, remarkably, Dai Mubai, who had not made an appearance for an entire day. He was equally astonished to see Oscar. But just as he was about to greet him, a glance to the side caused him to instinctively turn away, as if compelled to leave the scene. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge immediately broke into a smile and spoke. It is you. What is this? Are old friends not to catch up before parting ways?" Subsequently, he strolled over at a leisurely pace. Oscar, wearing a perplexed expression, could not help but ask Tang San, does Tang Ge know Big Boss Dai? Tang San wore a face of hesitation, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. However, upon recognizing Dai Mubai, Xiaowu immediately began to recount the events that transpired at the Rose Hotel involving herself, Tang San, and Tang Ge, her expression beaming with delight. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had taken two twin girls to the Rose Hotel, Ning Rorong's delicate face flushed crimson, and she let out a soft huff. What a lecherous rogue. Although Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of disdain passed through her cold eyes as she gazed distantly at Dai Mubai, standing beside Tang San. Oscar was equally astonished. He never imagined that his esteemed leader, Dai Mubai, had such a notorious history. It was no wonder he would suddenly vanish when tasked with bringing in new recruits. Yet, speaking of which, the new student, Tang Ge, was quite formidable indeed, having managed to best Dai Mubai even before enrollment. In that moment, Oscar, regaining his composure, thought to himself that perhaps having a new leader wasn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 72. The nickname Dai Lair as Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai. He smiled and remarked, "I recall seeing you at the village entrance yesterday. I intended to greet you, but to my surprise, you left abruptly." Dai Mubai could discern the teasing tone in Tang Ge's words, and though he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate with a punch, he reconsidered, realizing he could not match Tang Ge's strength. Thus, he opted for a fade of innocence. "I was suffering from a stomachache at that time. Moreover, had I known that you were also here, I would have certainly greeted the instructor in charge of the preliminary assessment," he replied. This statement was merely Dai Mubai's attempt to feign ignorance and alleviate the awkwardness of their unexpected encounter. However, to his astonishment, a robust youth beside him seemed to recognize Tang Ge and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you not Tang Ge, the prodigy who showcased 1 purple and 2 black soul rings at the village entrance yesterday, astonishing even the dean?" Tang Ge's attention was captivated, landing upon the sturdy young man before him. Through the system's previous alert, he had discerned the other's identity, yet he still smiled and said, "If you are referring to the prodigious Tang Ge who has astir the dean, that would indeed be me. May I inquire about your name?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's query, the robust youth patted his chest and proclaimed with pride, "I am Ma Hongjun, a phoenix martial spirit and a level 28 battle spirit master." He added, "The future phoenix. At present, it appears you are merely a fledgling chicken." Tang Ge could not help but stifle a laugh within. The robust young master, Ma Hongjun, was blissfully unaware of Tang Ge's thoughts. Upon recognizing Tang Ge, he immediately turned his attention to Dai Mubai. Having overheard the conversation between Dai Mubai and Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun was quite astonished. Dai, Oscar, and Tang Ge are together, which means they must have passed the assessment. This is common knowledge. How could you not be aware? Are you pretending? Feeling the weight of Ma Hongjun's skeptical gaze, Dai Mubai finally understood the formidable impact of a clueless ally. Just as he had crafted an opportunity for himself, it was swiftly dismantled by an unwitting companion. It was truly infuriating. However, Dai Mubai could not chastise Ma Hongjun at that moment. He could only offer an awkward smile and explain, "I had to step out for a while, so I am not fully informed." Tang Ge smiled without exposing the truth, his gaze shifting to Ma Hongjun, who was gazing at the distant Xiaowu and her companions with an admiring glint in his eyes. He reached out and gently tapped Ma Hongjun's shoulder, squinting as he inquired, "What do you think? Are they beautiful?" "Indeed." Ma Hongjun nodded involuntarily, his enthusiasm evident. Tang Ge squinted his eyes to the point of nearly becoming a mere line, a cold glimmer flashing within them, causing even Dai Mubai, who stood beside him, to involuntarily shudder and take several steps back. However, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to the tension, awkwardly rubbing his hands together as he said, Tang Ge. Don't you know these beautiful classmates? Could you perhaps introduce me to one? Sure. Tang Ge readily agreed. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by this outcome, but after a moment of surprise, he became exhilarated. With his face flushed, he eagerly exclaimed, "Let us head over there at once." "Not so fast," came the reply. "Come this way, and allow me to offer you some guidance first." Tang Ge smiled and walked directly towards a concealed object ahead. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of women, leaving no room for anything else, and he hurriedly followed suit. However, after a brief interval, a series of loud bangs accompanied by piercing screams emanated from behind the concealment. Although Dai Mubai could not discern what transpired, the haunting cries conjured a grim image in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily, hesitant to ponder further. After a while, Oscar and Tang San approached from a distance. Coincidentally, Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun emerged from behind the concealed object just then. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's face, swollen and red like that of a pig, everyone was taken aback in astonishment. What had happened? Tang San could not resist voicing his inquiry. Tang Ge smiled and said, "This is classmate Ma Hongjun, who has recently suffered from severe heat due to consuming poor quality food, resulting in this condition. Am I correct, Ma Hongjun?" "Ah, yes. Yes. What Big Brother Tang Ge said is true. I am indeed experiencing severe heat." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words and recalling the earlier events, Ma Hongjun shuddered and quickly nodded in agreement. The thoughts that had previously crossed his mind vanished in an instant. It was indeed a matter of life and death. However, Tang San and the others were not convinced by Tang Ge's explanation. Could eating bad food really lead to such severe heat? It seemed far-fetched. After all, Tang San and his companions had witnessed the mischievous Dai Mubai stifling his laughter in secret. Tang Ge seemed to have noticed the situation as well, his gaze directly shifting to Dai Mubai. With a gentle smile adorning his face, he inquired, "I hear that Oscar and Ma Hongjun refer to you as Boss Dai. Should we not also address you as such from now on?" Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai, who was struggling to suppress a smile, suddenly found his expression frozen. He had a vague premonition that an unfavorable outcome awaited him should he respond poorly. Therefore, he could only feign calmness, waving his hand dismissively. "What Boss Dai? That is merely a hollow title. Besides, with you, Tang Ge, present, how could I dare to have you call me boss? I ought to refer to you as boss and second boss instead." Tang Ge suddenly called out. Dai Mubai's voice came to an abrupt halt as he stared at Tang Ge, his mind momentarily at a loss. What on earth? Observing the dazed expression on Dai Mubai's face, Tang Ge felt an urge to laugh. Yet, he stifled his amusement. Stepping closer to adjust the slightly wrinkled collar of Dai Mubai's shirt, and earnestly remarked, "Dai Lao Air, though I will soon assume the role of your leader, your position as the second in command is equally significant. Henceforth, you must fulfill this role diligently, considering the welfare of your classmates, and never let me down. Understand?" Dai Mubai's voice trembled, rendering him nearly speechless. Tang Ge patted his shoulder once more, then turned to face the equally astonished Tang San and the others. His gaze landed directly on Oscar, and he smiled as he spoke. "Oscar, I trust you now know what to call me?" Oscar, coming back to his senses, glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Tang Ge. He cautiously replied, "Boss Tang Ge?" "Indeed, it is Boss Tang Ge," declared the steadfast Ma Hongjun, who had just endured a beating. The girls, including Xiao Wu, were instantly filled with disdain upon hearing this. However, they preferred the notion of Dai Mubai, the lecherous second-in-command, rather than Tang Ge being the leader, ideally, one of a perennial nature. Soon after, Tang Ge called out, and everyone proceeded towards the cafeteria. In the end, only Dai Mubai remained behind, solitary and lost in thought, his eyes devoid of focus. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I become the second in command? Chapter 73. Accompanying you in feasting and fun ding dong, ding dong. In the morning, the sudden ringing of the bell echoed throughout the Shrek Academy. Having already had breakfast, Tang Ge and his companions learned from Dai Mubai that the dean was summoning the students, prompting them to hurry towards the academy's grand playground. During their journey, they had all become acquainted with each other's names and soul power levels. Particularly, Ma Hongjun's bizarre mutated martial soul left Xiao Wu and her companions blushing, secretly lamenting the existence of such an aberrant martial soul. Ma Hongjun, feeling innocent, dared not retort, having learned from his earlier encounter with Tang Ge. As for Dai Mubai, the former leader, after being unceremoniously demoted to second in command, accepted his fate with resignation. He found it futile to contest, as he was outnumbered by his comrades and, even in a vote, he would not prevail. Reflecting further, he realized he was merely at level 37, while the others had already reached level 40. With soul ring ages that far surpassed his own, so be it. Thus, during their walk to the grand playground, Daimubai chose for the first time to lower his head and address Tang Ge as boss. However, upon doing so, he suddenly realized that being the second in command was not so bad after all. Consequently, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Before long, the group arrived at the grand playground of Shrek Academy. It was devoid of other individuals. In fact, at this moment, only Tang Ge and his 9 companions were present within the entire academy. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man in a black robe, wearing glasses, approached from a distance. Upon seeing this man, the 10 students, who had been engaged in conversation, quickly fell silent. With the sound of footsteps, the bespectacled middle-aged man arrived before Tang Ge and the others. It was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed the dean's face bore a peculiar bluish-purple hue, leaving them astonished. Had the dean been assaulted? Tang Ge felt a surge of astonishment within, quickly recalling the system notification he had encountered that morning. He pondered in intrigue what words the dean could have uttered the previous night to warrant such a reprimand. Was it possible that he had been ensnared by Zhao Wuji's influence? As he contemplated this, Flander, the dean, abruptly spoke. His gaze swept across all present as he stated calmly, "I am pleased to welcome 6 new prodigies to our academy this year. As the dean, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. Shortly, you will each submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who manages our finances." "Dean," Dai Mubai responded, stepping forward from the group, his eyes filled with respect and admiration for Flander. "You will then be responsible for conveying the academy's rules to your fellow students," Flander continued. "And I urge you to return and prepare yourselves to the best of your abilities before nightfall. Tonight marks the commencement of your first lesson. And do not say I did not warn you. Our academy's instruction differs greatly from others. You may encounter peril, so heed my words. Enough. The rest of you may leave. Little San, remember to visit my office later. Oscar and Ningrongrong, please stay behind." Upon concluding his address, Dai Mubai, Mahangjun, and the others turned to depart. As Tang Ge was about to depart, he suddenly heard Flander's voice call out, "Tang Ge, you two shall remain." Ultimately, only Tang Ge, Oscar, and Ningrongrong were left in the room. After briefly fixing his gaze upon Tang Ge, Flander turned his attention to Oscar and Ningrongrong. "The reason I have chosen to keep you two here is that you are both support soul masters. Although support soul masters are not required to engage in combat on the battlefield and are often protected by their comrades, this very fact renders them even more perilous, as they become primary targets for the enemy. Thus, as a support soul master, your foremost obligation in aiding your teammates is to ensure your own survival. The task I have arranged for you today is physical training. From this moment, you are to run 20 laps around the village. Should you fail to complete this by noon, do not expect to return for lunch. During this time, you may utilize your martial spirits. Now commence." Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately wore a dejected expression. He was acutely aware that the 20 laps Flander mentioned encompassed not only the village itself but also the surrounding fields. In total, this amounted to a daunting distance that even a soul master of level 20 would find exhausting. Nevertheless, Oscar refrained from voicing any complaints. The dean's orders were absolute. Meanwhile, Ningrongrong glanced at Tang Ge, who was also present, and could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "Will he run with us?" "He will not run alongside you. Rather, he will accompany you to supervise your progress," Flander replied nonchalantly. "What? You want me to stay here to oversee Ningrongrong? Dean, surely this is some form of jest?" Upon hearing Flander's words, Tang Ge inwardly scoffed. While others might be unaware, he understood all too well that Ningrongrong was indeed a little devil. It was one thing to run 20 laps. He doubted she would even manage to. If Tang Ge were to foolishly force Ningrongrong to complete 20 laps, he would undoubtedly become her foremost adversary in her eyes, earning her enduring resentment. After all, the little witch of the 7 treasures glazed tile school is not to be trifled with. Contemplating this, a smile graced Tang Ge's face as he nodded and declared, "Rest assured, Dean, I shall diligently supervise them." Ningrongrong pouted, clearly displeased. Yet, she turned and began to jog slowly away from the academy. Observing Ningrongrong in motion, Tang Ge and Oscar did not linger, joining her in the run. Once they had departed, Flinder, left behind, could not resist touching his still slightly bruised face. He winced and muttered, "It takes a villain to handle a villain. My old bones can hardly endure this." Outside the village, the trio was jogging steadily forward. However, as they ventured farther from the village, Ningrongrong suddenly halted. She glanced at Tang Ge and Oscar, her primary focus on Tang Ge, hands on her hips, and declared, "I'm not running anymore. You two go ahead. Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? The dean instructed us to." Oscar attempted to reason with her, but before he could finish, a fierce glare from Ning Rongrong silenced him. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had also stopped, smiled and inquired, "If you're not running, where do you intend to go?" "I'm going to the city. I refuse to waste my time here." Ning Rongrong's pretty face was filled with disdain, and she had already devised a plan to counter Tang Ge's interference. To her surprise, Tang Ge not only refrained from obstructing her, but also nodded in agreement. "It isn't safe for a girl to venture into the city alone. Therefore, I shall accompany you, leaving Oscar to run here by himself." "Really? You will truly accompany me? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Ning Rongrong asked, filled with skepticism. Yet, Tang Ge had already begun to walk ahead. His voice cheerful as he urged, "Come on, today I shall reluctantly indulge you in dining and entertainment. I won't return until nightfall." Chapter 74. A sudden epiphany. As she regained her composure and observed Tang Ge moving forward, a rosy hue spread across Ning Rongrong's cheeks. She stamped her foot, feigning displeasure, and said, "What do you mean by accompanying me for food and fun? It's clearly you who wishes to shirk responsibility." However, considering you're my classmate, I shall reluctantly acquiesce." "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." In an instant, Ning Rongrong lifted her white dress and hurried to catch up. As for the negative impressions Tang Ge had left her regarding arrogance, they vanished in that moment. To play with her, Ning Rongrong deemed anyone a good friend. Meanwhile, Oscar stood alone, motionless, watching Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong, who were supposed to be running alongside him, gradually receding into the distance. He couldn't help but murmur, "Are they really just leaving me behind?" Glancing around at the vast fields, Oscar suddenly found running to be rather unappealing. "Perhaps I should also head to the city," he thought impulsively. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves and causing a feather from a bird to drift gracefully before Oscar's eyes. To his astonishment, the feather emitted a faint aura of soul power. At that moment, Oscar felt a jolt of inspiration and, without further ado, resumed his task of completing the 20 laps. At a certain moment, a shadow flitted above Oscar's head, swiftly vanishing from sight. One must admit, accompanying the affluent on excursions is indeed delightful, especially when the companion is a beautiful heiress. After Tang Ge agreed to accompany the little princess Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to visit Soto City, she generously took on all expenses without hesitation. Soto City, as the second largest city in the Barak Kingdom, boasts a level of prosperity that is truly remarkable. Within the span of a single day, Tang Ge was true to his word, fully fulfilling his duties of companionship during meals and leisure. While the expenses were solely borne by Ning Rongrong, the two savored their culinary delights and reveled in joyous activities, seemingly forgetting the laps that the dean had arranged for them. As evening approached, recalling that there was a training session scheduled for Xiao Wu and her companions later that night, Ning Rongrong reluctantly decided to conclude their day trip to Soto City. And together with Tang Ge, they headed back towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. On their return journey, the evening glow cascaded from the sky, casting a beautiful hue upon the two handsome youths and charming maidens. As they strolled along, a vast expanse of fertile fields came into view, and in the distance, the village housing the academy appeared. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong halted. Turning to Tang Ge with a slight blush on her cheeks, she softly remarked, "Tang Ge, you are well aware that if we do not complete our running, the dean will undoubtedly be displeased and punish us. Yet, what compelled you to accompany me to Soto City today? Are you truly concerned that something might happen to me, a mere girl?" Tang Ge also came to a halt. Facing the somewhat bashful Ning Rongrong at that moment, he offered a subtle smile and inquired, "Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" "The truth? Or a fabrication?" Ning Rongrong was perplexed by Tang Ge's question, but nonetheless responded, "I wish to hear the truth. The truth is, I have already reached level 40. Tang Ge, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Level 40? That means it's time for the Soul Sect, isn't it? How did you advance so quickly?" Ning Rongrong, upon hearing his words, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. She recalled that during yesterday's assessment, he seemed to have just reached level 39. Merely a night had passed, and he had inexplicably ascended another level. Reflecting on her own progress, she realized she was still at level 26. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of discontent and a sense of injustice. As the illustrious princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could a person without any sect background surpass her in soul power? As for Tang Ge, despite the system notifications echoing in his mind, He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rongrong's description. What does she mean by so fast? I have always been swift in my cultivation, for goodness sake. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's current thoughts, Tang Ge continued with a smile. In addition to my soul power reaching level 40, I have 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. And, if all goes well, I will soon acquire a 3rd black 10,000-year soul ring. At that point, I will swiftly break through to become a soul sect. And at merely 12 years of age, no less. Furthermore, you witnessed yesterday's assessment. My soul skills not only possess healing capabilities for my teammates but also feature formidable offensive abilities. Even Teacher Zhao, a soul sage, found himself at a disadvantage against me. Thus, the conclusion drawn from these advantages is, not only can I surpass my peers in soul power and rings without any need for a month of training, but even the academy head, upon learning of my soul power level, will not chastise me. Rather, he will commend my balanced approach to training and endeavor to assist me in acquiring a 4th soul ring. Ultimately, even if I were to face a battlefield one day, and my exceptional healing abilities were to be discovered by the enemy, do they truly believe they could eliminate me? This declaration was entirely a self-praise from Tang Ge, and it was all grounded in reality. However, to Ning Rongrong, each word struck her deeply, causing her body to tremble and her fair complexion to pale further. 2 shimmering tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. Finally, biting her pale lips, Ning Rongrong abruptly turned and ran into the distance. Her voice filled with stubbornness echoing back, Tang Ge, you go ahead. I, Ning Rongrong, must complete the 20 laps assigned by the academy head today. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a figure descended gracefully beside her. It was none other than Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. He glanced at the receding figure of Ning Rongrong, furrowing his brow, and inquired, what is she off to do? Running laps. Tang Ge seemed to have anticipated the appearance of Flinder, showing no signs of surprise. Did you not assign her 20 laps today, Director? She has yet to complete them. Yet, has she not decided against running? You spent the entire day frolicking with her in the city. Upon uttering these words, Flinder was engulfed by a wave of frustration. He had explicitly designated this young man to supervise Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but instead, he had gallivanted off to Soto City with Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, Flinder refrained from intervening, choosing to bide his time until this moment to make his presence known. Beside him, Tang Ge understood Flinder's thoughts all too well. However, he offered no defense for himself. Instead, he smiled and remarked, isn't Ning Rongrong's continued determination to run the very outcome you wish to see? As for her sudden resolve, perhaps after a day of play, she experienced an epiphany. With that, Tang Ge resumed his journey towards the academy. Chapter 75. The Great Spirit Arena. She experienced an epiphany? Watching Tang Ge's departing figure, Flinder paused momentarily, unable to suppress a scoff. Did he truly believe I did not hear his earlier remarks? Enjoying the benefits of others while ultimately taking advantage of a young girl. What a cunning little rascal. Yet, this saves me from having to intervene personally. Moreover, this lad has surprisingly reached level 40 already. It seems I must return and devise a plan with Zhao Wookie. At this thought, a satisfied smile crept upon Flinder's lips. He lingered for but a brief moment before merging with his martial spirit, soaring into the sky in pursuit of the direction Ning Rongrong had taken. As dusk fell, the sky dimming slightly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others emerged from their respective lodgings, gathering in the academy's grand playground. Oscar was notably absent. Having completed his 20 laps, he was likely exhausted, curled up in bed, sound asleep. When Tang Ge approached from a distance, all eyes turned toward him, revealing a hint of intrigue within their gazes. Boss Tang, I heard you spent the day with Ning Rongrong in Soto City? Dai Mubai ventured closer, inquiring in a hushed tone. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. I, Dai Mubai, bow to no one, but I do acknowledge you. Upon receiving confirmation, Dai Mubai expressed his admiration. Even he would not dare to so openly defy the dean's assigned tasks. Yet, Tang Ge not only did so but also faced no repercussions. This was what compelled Dai Mubai to concede. However, he soon seemed to recall something and could not help but ask, since you, Boss Tang Ge, have returned, what about Ning Rongrong, who was with you? She must still be running laps, I presume. Tang Ge was uncertain. Running laps? Wait a moment. Weren't you just saying you were going to the city for some fun? How did it suddenly transform into running laps? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Dai Mubai appeared utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further into what was happening, a figure in the distance began to approach them slowly. Soon, the silhouette stood before Tang San and the other 7. It was none other than Dean Flander. However, in addition to him, the previously mentioned Ning Rongrong was unexpectedly draped across his back, her eyes tightly shut, her once fair face now marred with dirt. Dean Flander was about to explain the situation to Dai Mubai when he continued on without pausing, crossing the large playground and heading towards the student's residence. It was not until a little over a quarter of an hour later that he returned alone. Noticing the puzzled and anxious expressions of the students, Flander began to elucidate. This girl exhausted herself from running and fell asleep, so I took her back to her room for some rest. Now that you are all gathered, we shall set off. He did not specify their destination, and it seemed he intended to test the 8 of them. With a light touch of his toes against the ground, he gracefully leapt forward. Once they exited the village, Flander maintained an impressively swift pace to avoid being left behind. Tang San and the others were compelled to exert themselves to their utmost speed, resulting in a straight line formed by the disparity in their velocities. Tang Ge was in no rush at all, fully aware of their destination, leisurely trailing behind the group. Lin Yuechan, who could easily keep pace, deliberately slowed down as well, choosing to lag behind with Tang Ge. Naturally, Flander, at the forefront, noticed this predicament but felt utterly helpless in the face of Tang Ge's remarkable talent and strength. With no other recourse, Flander directed his frustration towards Tang San and the others, nearly doubling his pace. Consequently, by the time the group arrived at their training destination, Soto City, Tang San and Dai Mubai were utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Tang Ge and the blushing Lin Wuchon strolled over nonchalantly, eliciting a sense of resentment from the 6 others. How infuriating that the dean showed such favoritism. Fortunately, Flander soon recognized the fatigue of Tang San and the others, leading them to a nearby tea house where they could rest and enjoy some tea. The night in Soto City remained brilliantly illuminated and bustling, with throngs of people traversing the spacious streets. Even while seated, Ma Hongjuan's roving eyes were far from idle, fixating on the passing women. He nearly lunged at one unfortunate passerby. As the dean, Flander could no longer tolerate this behavior. With a huff, he admonished, "Sit still and refrain from gawking." Startled by the dean's stern gaze, Ma Hongjun sheepishly retracted his gaze. After a while, observing that the students had sufficiently recuperated, Flander abruptly rose from his seat. He pointed to the opposite side and declared, "Do you see that? That is the location for your first training session tonight." Tang San and his companions followed the direction indicated by the director, and before their eyes stood a vast array of towering edifices, each soaring nearly 100 meters high. Imposing and magnificent. In the shroud of night, faint glimmers of light flickered within the structures. Upon beholding this grand construction, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly, and he could not help but exclaim, "Director, are you sending Tang San and the others there on their first day?" "Remember," the director replied, "you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, you must adopt the training methods befitting your monstrous nature." Noticing the puzzled expressions of Tang San and the 4 girls, Flander continued with a calm demeanor. That edifice is known as the Soto Great Soul Arena, a venue for soul battles and contests among soul masters, a privilege reserved for cities of the highest caliber. The academy will impart to you the knowledge of how to wield your soul abilities and acquire superior soul rings. But the experience of combat must be earned through your own endeavors. Thus, your inaugural lesson shall be in practical experience, and that place will serve as your classroom. Lastly, I assign you the task of obtaining at least a silver soul badge before your graduation. Now, let us proceed. I shall guide you to familiarize yourselves with the environment, while Dai Mubai will elucidate the ranks and promotion rules of the badges. As Flander took the lead towards the colossal structure, Dai Mubai, with a hint of exasperation, observed Tang San and the others, who still seemed to grasp the formidable challenge ahead. Tang San and his companions nodded in agreement. Thus, as they continued on their journey, Dai Mubai, following Flander's instructions, commenced an explanation of the various ranks of badges, ranging from the iron badge to the copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond levels. He then elaborated on the points required for each level of advancement, as well as the point deductions and increments associated with victories and defeats. Initially, Tang San and the others felt indifferent. However, upon learning that Dai Mubai had achieved 29 victories and suffered 27 defeats yet had accumulated only 2 points, they were taken aback, suddenly realizing the arduousness of the endeavor. Chapter 76, Apologies. I truly did not intend this. The Soto Great Soul Arena is predominantly oval in shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It comprises a main arena along with 24 subsidiary arenas. This venue serves not only as a platform for soul masters to engage in friendly competition, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. To accommodate spectators, The entire arena has the capacity to hold 60,000 viewers, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. As Tang San and his companions stood outside, they felt little at first, but upon entering, they were profoundly struck by the scene before them. It was then that they grasped why the director had remarked that the scale of a grand Seoul arena could be emblematic of a city's or even a nation's prosperity. Before them stood a colossal stone tablet, engraved with a multitude of names. Beside it, Flanders remarked nonchalantly, "Did you see? The names inscribed are those of the deceased from the Seoul arena. Thus, if you wish to avoid joining their ranks, you must give your utmost effort." With that, he strode directly into the grand Seoul arena, leaving Tang San and his group behind. Sensing the weight of the atmosphere, Dai Mubai chuckled and spoke. "There is no need to worry excessively. Here, Seoul battles are divided into 3 categories. The first is friendly competition, where participants spar without intent to kill. The second is life and death duels, employed to settle irreconcilable disputes. The final type is wager battles, overseen by the Seoul arena, where both parties present an equal number of Seoul masters for competition. The victor claims everything stipulated in the wager. Our primary purpose for being here is to engage in friendly competition, aimed at enhancing our practical experience." In response to Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjin chimed in. "If it were that easy to perish, then having lost 12 matches previously would mean I should have died 12 times. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the 4 girls could not suppress their laughter. Soon after, they refrained from further conversation and proceeded to the registration area, where they tested their soul power and provided their names, ages, places of origin, and martial souls, ultimately receiving their respective Iron Soul badges. However, the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins was a source of considerable distress for Tang San and his companions. Fortunately, they only needed to win 1 match to earn a reward of 10 gold soul coins. In the resting area, many competitors were recuperating. Upon noticing a group of children aged around 11 or 12 entering, expressions of surprise flickered across their faces, wondering if they were students from some academy come for training. After all, such occurrences were quite common at the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena. Despite their astonishment and curiosity, the competitors did not inquire further. Instead, they resumed their meditation to restore their soul power, striving to maintain optimal condition for their next appearance. The newcomers were, of course, Tang San and his 7 companions. However, after a brief period of sitting, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself and said to Tang San, "Shall we sign up for a 2-on-2 soul battle? That way, we can accumulate points more swiftly." "Absolutely," Tang San replied. "After all, we are here to enhance our practical experience. Gaining more of it can only be beneficial." Tang San smiled and nodded. He then turned to Tang Ge and the others, inquiring, "Are you going?" Dai Mubai was eager to join, harboring a deeper wish to team up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he found himself at an impasse, as their soul power levels were not aligned, and for reasons unknown. She seemed utterly indifferent to him. Instead, he observed that Zhu Zhuqing's gaze often lingered on Tang Ge, though it appeared primarily driven by curiosity. As a seasoned flirt, Dai Mubai understood all too well that once a man piques a woman's curiosity, it often leads to far more significant developments. This realization left him feeling both unwilling and profoundly dejected. Momentarily disheartened, he remarked, "You all go ahead. I'm already a soul master, so it would be of little use for me to join." "Tang Ge, what about you?" and Lin Yuechan. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's refusal, Tang San shifted his attention back to Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan. Tang Ge was initially disinterested, yet upon noticing Lin Yuechan's curious and expectant gaze, he contemplated for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us go and take a look." Lin Yuechan's face instantly brightened with a joyful smile. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them departed from the lounge, making their way directly to the area designated for the 2-on-2 registration, which was not far from the lounge. Upon the arrival of the 4 members of Tang Ge, they promptly articulated their intentions. The staff member responsible for registration replied directly, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins. And for each victory, you shall collectively receive 10 gold coins. Furthermore, please bestow a name upon your ensemble." "Naming?" Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged Tang San, "Quickly, Xiao San, devise a melodious name for our group. How about this? Let's call it." Tang San pondered for a moment, preparing to articulate the name he had in mind. However, standing beside him, Tang Ge seemed to have an epiphany and could not resist jesting. "I propose we call it the Dance and Song Ensemble. How splendid it sounds to be both melodious and graceful." Yet, Xiaowu was not pleased upon hearing this. With her head held high, She retorted with a hint of arrogance, I am in a duo with Xiao San, not with you. It wouldn't be a dance and song ensemble for us. If we were to name it, it should rightly be the Sanwu Ensemble. What do you think, Xiao San? How does the name Sanwu Ensemble sound? Before Tang San could nod in agreement, a staff member, who had been busy earlier, suddenly interjected, All right, the dance and song ensemble has been registered. As he spoke, he handed over 2 Iron Soul fighting badges. Tang San and Xiao Wu received their Iron Soul badges, only to find the word song and dance combination inscribed upon them, which instantly darkened their expressions. Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, turned to the staff and exclaimed, I clearly specified 3 dance combination. How could you have inscribed it as song and dance combination? Wasn't it you who said that? The staff, taken aback, pointed towards Tang Ge standing nearby. Sensing the fury and murderous intent emanating from Xiao Wu's gaze, Tang Ge's face turned awkward as he replied, I apologize, it was truly unintentional. Tang San felt quite speechless. He turned to the staff and inquired, Is there no way to change it? The staff replied nonchalantly, Changes can be made, but it requires a complete re-registration of the Iron Fighting Soul badge, which will result in the total erasure of your previous achievements. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan gently tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, Little Wu, do not be upset. Names can indeed be altered. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. It was Dai Mubai calling out, Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fighting soul match is about to commence. Hurry over. Humph. For the sake of Sister Yuechan, I shall refrain from being angry with you. Hearing the call, Xiao Wu could only shoot a fierce glare at Tang Ge before dashing towards the one-on-one fighting soul arena. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang San could only reluctantly abandon his plan to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge and join Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan in the specially designated viewing area prepared for the competitors. Chapter 77. At last, it is my turn. The Grand Fighting Soul Arena consists of the main Fighting Soul platform and the sub-Fighting Soul platforms. However, only Soul Masters who possess a certain level of strength may compete on the main platform. Consequently, Tang Ge and his companions were assigned to the sub-Fighting Soul platform. Nevertheless, despite being a secondary stage, it still boasted a considerable area, measuring 20 meters in diameter, providing ample space for the Soul Masters to showcase their abilities. Regrettably, the number of spectators at the 14 sub-Fighting Soul platforms was rather sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. As it was finally time for Xiao Wu to take the stage, Tang Ge and his companions made their way to a special area located at the very front of the audience section. This was an exclusive viewing zone arranged specifically for the participating contestants. At that moment, the competition commenced as a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, serving as the host, announced the beginning of the first match. Immediately, a formidable great soul master named Qing Bao ascended the stage. With a beast martial soul resembling an iron horned ox, he exuded an imposing presence, standing approximately 2 meters tall. Furthermore, he was a 3-time consecutive champion. As Xiao Wu, a newcomer to the fighting arena, stepped onto the stage, a wave of murmurs resonated through the audience. Many spectators' eyes were filled with doubt and concern. To them, the new competitor was not only a girl, but also appeared remarkably young. Faced with a 3-time champion, they questioned whether this young contestant could endure even a minute in the ring. In the designated viewing area for competitors, upon seeing Xiao Wu's opponent, Ma Hongjun could not help but comment, This guy looks quite powerful. Do you think your Xiao Wu can handle it? Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San smiled calmly and replied, Just wait and see. While Xiao Wu's soul skills are somewhat disadvantaged against strength-based soul masters, that is only when the opponent's strength significantly surpasses hers. In equal rankings, a strength-type soul master should not stand a chance against her if they get too close. At that moment, the battle on the Fighting Soul platform had already commenced. Tang San and his companions immediately ceased their discussions and turned their full attention to the match. Being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, Tang Ge naturally anticipated that the victor would be Xiao Wu, and indeed, this proved to be the case. Under the casual demeanor of the formidable power-type contestant, Qing Bao, the seemingly delicate Xiao Wu swiftly approached him with astonishing speed. In a graceful motion, she propelled herself into the air, delivering a precise kick towards his neck. Xiao Wu's velocity was remarkable, as the distance of several meters was traversed in an instant. With a swift flick of her long leg, she launched herself off the ground, her foot striking directly at Qing Bao's neck. A resounding thud echoed through the arena. Yet Qing Bao remained steadfast, not retreating an inch, while Xiao Wu's kick did not rebound. Instead, she ensnared his neck with her foot, simultaneously raising her other foot to press firmly against his solid chest. As a cascade of pink light emanated from her, two shimmering yellow rings materialized around Xiaowu. A moment where she showcased her identity as a grand soul master to the audience. In the spectator area, when Tang San witnessed Xiaowu's foot accurately hook around Qing Bao's neck, he couldn't help but smile softly. In a swift motion, as Xiaowu unleashed her soul skill, Qing Bao found himself utterly unable to resist, being flung into the air as if riding on clouds. Almost immediately, Xiaowu delivered another kick, sending him hurtling off the soul fighting stage. A heavy crash resounded as the beast martial soul master, Qing Bao, fell face-first onto the ground. In that moment, the one-on-one soul fighting arena fell into a profound silence. Not only the audience, but even the host stood with their mouths agape, astonished that such a match could conclude so rapidly, with the victor being a girl who appeared to be merely in her teens. In the brief span of the confrontation, the brawny Qing Bao hadn't even had the opportunity to utilize his martial soul. However, a loud cheer suddenly erupted throughout the arena. Congratulations to Master Xiaowu for winning the first soul fighting match. Let us all cheer for her. The host, microphone in hand, stood atop a rotating platform, enthusiastically calling out. Soon after, the audience, regaining their composure, joined in the excited shouts. In an instant, Xiaowu became the focal point of the entire arena, the flickering lights illuminating her slightly flushed face. Below the stage, witnessing Xiaowu's triumph, Tang San and his companions wore smiles of delight. The competition continued. And after witnessing Xiaowu's prowess, the spectators, even upon seeing the youthful Lin Wuqian, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai take the stage, no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of underestimation. In truth, these three young contestants indeed brought forth tremendous surprises. Without delving into the competition statistics of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, their rich combat experience swiftly led to the defeat of their adversaries. Meanwhile, Lin Yueqian's initial appearance as the forest spirit evoked a chorus of shrieks from the women in the audience. They were utterly enamored. The men, too, found themselves captivated by Lin Yueqian's enchanting presence. Yet, upon witnessing her shoot arrows that sent opponents crying as they leapt from the stage, they shivered, abandoning any other thoughts. The only regret was, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing encountered each other, leading to an internal conflict within Shrek Academy. Although Zhu Zhuqing possessed the Phantom Spirit Cat as her martial spirit, granting her remarkable speed, she ultimately fell to Tang San. Despite her valiant efforts amidst the encirclement of numerous blue-silver grasses, she succumbed to his prowess after a period of resistance. It can be asserted that given Tang San's current level of soul power and the resilience of the blue-silver grass, unless there exists a countering martial spirit, no opponent of equal rank could stand against him. However, when faced with Tang Ge of the same rank, Tang San found himself at a complete disadvantage. He even harbored doubts about whether he could inflict any damage on Tang Ge, even with the use of hidden weapons, considering the latter's extraordinary physical capabilities. Unbeknownst to them, the match concluded, and Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing had descended from the fighting platform, returning to the spectator area. Observing Tang Ge, who remained seated, Tang San's face lit up with anticipation as he inquired, "Tang Ge, you are the last one left. Do you have confidence in securing a victory?" At that moment, the host's passionate voice resonated once more across the arena. The next competitors to take the stage would be two soul respecters, the support soul master Tang Ge, wielding the weapon martial spirit of the yin-yang life and death diagram, facing off against the battle soul master Quang Zhan, who had triumphed in 34 matches and possessed the weapon martial spirit of the stone blade. Now, let us welcome these two soul respecters to the arena. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Tang Ge stood up with a smile, exclaiming, "After waiting for so long, it's finally my turn." He then turned to Tang San, raising an eyebrow and adding, "Earlier, you asked if I was confident in winning? Be more resolute, little San. You should say, Tang Ge, you are truly formidable, and you will undoubtedly win." With that, amidst Tang San's wry smile and the excited cheers of the audience, Tang Ge strode confidently toward the fighting platform. Chapter 78. A Single Punch. Shocking the entire arena, Tang Ge leisurely approached, facing a young man clad in a black combat outfit, approximately 24 or 25 years of age. The young man was named Quang Zhan. Possessing the strength of a soul master at such a young age was commendable, though not particularly remarkable. However, the disparity between him and the merely 12-year-old Tang Ge was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, with the frequent appearances and victories of Tang San and Xiaowu, the audience had already discerned that both Tang Ge and Tang San were allies. Consequently, as the spectators regarded the young Quang Zhan, their gazes were filled with sympathy, leading them to believe that he would inevitably face defeat. Quang Zhan, acutely aware of the pitying and sighing glances directed at him, felt his expression darken. The host had declared the duel to commence. With a surge of soul power, Quang Zhan's martial spirit, the stone blade, materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, began to emerge, slowly revolving around his form. They consisted of merely 1 10-year soul ring and 2 100-year soul rings. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge immediately felt that this battle held little merit. Merely in terms of the age of the soul rings, he could effortlessly overpower his opponent. The sole aspect that piqued Tang Ge's interest was the stone blade martial spirit wielded by Quang Zhan. Thus, he inquired with a smile, "Has your martial spirit undergone any mutations?" "Humph. Spare me your prattle. Reveal your martial spirit. I, Quang Zhan, shall not show any mercy simply because of your youth." Quang Zhan coldly dismissed Tang Ge's question, responding with a disdainful snort. Tang Ge remained unperturbed, chuckling softly as he shook his head. "In that case, you may strike first. I fear that should I make a move, you might lose your chance." Such an audacious declaration. As soon as these words left his lips, the frenzied warrior was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Without further ado, he raised the formidable 2-meter-long stone blade in his grasp, thundering forward towards Tang Ge with swift steps. When he reached within mere meters of Tang Ge, the warrior suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing a ferocious roar mid-flight. Jump slash! A resonating hum echoed as a brilliant white light flickered. The colossal stone blade, enveloped in soul power, came crashing down. The blade shimmered ominously, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. The sharp sound of air friction was a jarring assault on Tang Ge's ears. Yet, rather than evading the descending stone blade, he extended his right hand to meet it, seemingly intent on blocking the strike with nothing but his hand. In midair, the warrior could hardly fathom that Tang Ge would respond to his assault in such a manner. Astonishingly, his opponent had not even summoned his martial spirit or soul power. How brazen! Such arrogance! Infuriated by what he perceived as a profound insult, the warrior's expression contorted into a snarl. As the stone blade was about to cleave down upon him, he bellowed once more, "Second soul skill. Double power amplification." Boom. At that moment, a tangible blade of light erupted from the stone blade. The stone blade continued its descent, merging with the blade of light, and collided instantaneously with Tang Ge's outstretched palm. A terrifying force erupted, sending ripples surging outward with alarming speed. Accompanied by blinding radiance, the spectators instinctively shut their eyes. However, within the contestants' area, Tang San utilized his purple extreme demon eye to discern the scene amidst the brilliance. He involuntarily shuddered, his face betraying disbelief at the sheer magnitude of power. After a prolonged moment, the blinding light receded, revealing the spectacle on the battle platform once more. One by one, the audience members stood in shock, unable to process the sight before them. To their astonishment, Tang Ge remained steadfast in his position. The stone blade that had been aimed at him not only failed to inflict any harm but was now securely gripped in his right hand. On the other end of the blade, the warrior found himself suspended in midair, grasping the hilt, rendered helpless. In that instant, as the stone blade fell into Tang Ge's grasp, he had lost any hope of returning to the ground. Gazing at Tang Ge, now within arm's reach, the warrior's earlier fury evaporated. Trembling violently, he stammered in disbelief. How could you possibly withstand it?" In Tang Ge's mind, the system's notification sound echoed incessantly. Although there were numerous ordinary spectators present, a significant number of soul masters were also in attendance. Thus, within a brief span, this arena for soul battles provided Tang Ge with nearly 10,000 points of shock value. At that moment, he felt elated and, for once, explained to the mad warrior with a smile, "It's simply my inherent strength, and to assure you of my prowess, I am prepared to deliver a punch. Are you ready?" Upon finishing his words, Tang Ge slowly raised his left hand, which had been hanging at his side. As he clenched his fist, a torrent of overwhelming energy emanated from him. At this moment, the mad warrior felt his body hair stand on end. A profound fear akin to confronting a millennia-old soul beast surged within him. This sensation was terrifying. The mad warrior's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a look of horror in his eyes. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Third soul skill. Stone prison." A resounding hum filled the air as the golden light of a century-old soul ring surged forth, instantly materializing into a stone prison. Originally intended for his adversary, the mad warrior now directed it upon himself. In an instant, a prison constructed entirely of slender stone bars enveloped him. Tang Ge observed the scene without intervening, allowing the berserker to unleash his third soul skill. As the prison engulfed the berserker, He couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. It seemed he was indeed prepared. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his tightly clenched left fist struck with tremendous force. Bang! The collision of his fist against the stone prison resonated with a deafening roar. Sheltered within the stone confines, the berserker saw that the soul skill had not shattered and was about to exhale a sigh of relief. However, a sudden crackling sound interrupted him. Before he could react, the prison surrounding him erupted in a cacophony of fragments. In the next moment, a powerful fist landed squarely upon his chest. Boom! With a splatter, the dispersing yellow soul energy sent the berserker flying like a kite severed from its string. In midair, he expelled a torrent of blood from his mouth. Thud! Finally, the berserker crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, succumbing to unconsciousness. The thunderous noise gradually faded, and the once vibrant battleground fell into an eerie silence. The spectators, already stunned into standing awe, were momentarily speechless, and even the host was taken aback, forgetting to announce the results. The image of Tang Ge shattering the prison with a single punch echoed in his mind. There was no manifestation of a martial spirit, no utilization of soul power, nor a hint of a soul skill, merely a single punch. A soul skill executed by a soul master of the 100-year soul ring had been obliterated in an instant. Such power was simply overwhelming. Chapter 79. Zhu Zhuqing's request, gazing at the berserker, who had been sent crashing out of the arena by his punch. Tang Ge retracted his fist, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This time, he had not employed any soul power. He had merely harnessed a fraction of the ancient sacred body's might to effortlessly defeat a soul master. If he were to fully unleash the power of the ancient sacred body, which had reached a 99 fusion level, alongside the secret of the word and the divine fist of heaven, Tang Ge confidently believed that even a soul sovereign would meet his demise with a single blow. As for higher-ranked soul kings, he conservatively estimated that the odds would be evenly matched. At this moment, the sound of system notifications echoed continuously in his mind, and the shock value began to rise rapidly once more. Tang Ge believed that if he continued to unleash the purple and black soul rings, it would undoubtedly attract an even greater and more ferocious surge of astonishment. However, this was not Shrek Academy, in a place teeming with spectators. Displaying too much brilliance could prove disadvantageous. Tang Ge felt it would be prudent to enhance his skills further before returning to this place to assert his presence. Thus, he cast a glance at the host, who was still lost in thought not far away, and couldn't help but urge him with a smile. This match should be considered a victory for me, right? His voice was soft yet distinctly reached the host's ears. Suddenly, the host seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting into an excited shout. Did you see that? After Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Yuechan, yet another young soul master, merely 13 years of age, has flawlessly triumphed in his debut at the Soul Arena. Remember his name, Tang Ge. Let us offer him a rousing round of applause. The audience, snapping back to reality at the host's fervent call, enthusiastically began to clap. Under the radiant lights, Tang Ge descended from the battle stage with a beaming smile. Upon returning to the viewing area, the gazes of his 7 companions, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, instinctively converged upon him. Dai Mubai could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Tang Ge, are you truly only at the soul sovereign level and not a soul king? Do you believe I am a soul Douluo? He replied with a playful tone. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. To his surprise, Dai Mubai solemnly nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, he certainly did. He had never witnessed anyone capable of shattering a century-old soul ring's defensive spirit skill with a single punch. Furthermore, the dean had proclaimed that the students of Shrek Academy were monsters, yet in comparison, you were the true monstrosity. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, others nodded in deep agreement, their memories of the recent battle on the arena still vivid. Subsequently, the soul fighting competition in this division continued. Unfortunately, due to the rule that each soul master could only participate in 1 match per day, Tang Ge and his companions could not take the stage again. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu and Tang San were set to engage in a 2-on-2 match, and there was little interest in remaining here. Thus, Tang Ge and Dai Mubai accompanied Xiao Wu and Tang San to the 2-on-2 fighting zone. In comparison to the 1-on-1 arena, the 2-on-2 arena was nearly twice the size, and the audience seating was at least half full. Tang Ge did not register for the 2v2 soul duel, but instead remained in the audience with Dai Mubai and a few others. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they waited for nearly 2 rounds until their soul power was almost fully restored, allowing them to ascend the duel platform upon the host announcement. Sitting in the audience, Tang Ge observed the fierce contest between Tang San and Xiao Wu while simultaneously retrieving his personal data panel. Shock system. Host. Tang Ge. Level 40 Soul Master. Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Excalibur 4 Swords. Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Purple. Black. Soul Skills. Joy. Wings of Yin-Yang. Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal. Martial Techniques. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method. Secret of the Word. Hell Refinement. Divine Fist of Heaven. Constitution. 99 Fusion of Ancient Sacred Body. Shock Value. 23. For 170 gazing at his current information, especially the shock value, which had surged from a mere 1,000 to over 20,000 within a single night. Tang Ge felt an overwhelming urge to remain in the Grand Soul Arena indefinitely. He pondered whether he could accumulate 1,000,000 shock points over the course of a month. At that point, even if luck were to elude him, he should still be able to draw a considerable number of valuable items. However, such thoughts remained just that, thoughts. If he dared to act upon them, he would undoubtedly attract a myriad of troubles. Therefore, he resolved to wait until he could easily handle Tidal Douluo with a single punch before executing his plan more securely. With a shake of his head, Tang Ge dismissed the notion. As for his newly achieved shock value exceeding 20,000, he decided to refrain from utilizing it for the time being, opting instead to hold on to it until he felt the moment was right to draw. Thus, after retracting the data panel, Tang Ge refocused his attention on the match, watching in silence. Unbeknownst to him, an hour slipped away. After the conclusion of Tang San and Xiao Wu's duel, following an earlier instruction from Dean Flander, Tang Ge and the others promptly departed from the Grand Soul Arena. However, as if spurred by some unseen force, Ma Hongjun, influenced by his martial soul, chose to stay in Soto City to seek a comfortable place to relax. Out of habit, he extended a symbolic invitation to Dai Mubai, who surprisingly accepted. Consequently, only Tang Ge, Lin Yuchan, Zhu Xing, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu remained to exit Soto City and return to Shrek Academy. In the pitch-black night, countless twinkling stars danced in the sky, playfully winking down. The luminous moon, with its gentle light, caressed the mysterious continent. Upon reaching the village entrance of Shrek Academy, Zhu Xing suddenly halted, her cool demeanor betraying an evident preoccupation. She turned to Tang Ge, hesitated momentarily, and then spoke. Tang Ge, could you stay for a while? You want me to stay? Tang Ge was taken aback by Zhu Xing's request. Glancing around, he noted that apart from Lin Wuchan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, there were indeed no others present. Tang Ge's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thus, he refrained from hastily inquiring about anything and simply nodded in agreement before addressing Tang San and the others. In that case, you may return first. Lin Wuchan seemed poised to voice something, yet Xiao Wu promptly took her hand, urging Tang San as they swiftly entered the village, gradually fading into the darkness. In an instant, only Tang Ge and Zhu Xing remained. Gazing at Zhu Xing, Tang Ge smiled and spoke. Pray tell, is there a particular matter that necessitated my solitary presence? I wish for you to apply some pressure on me. Zhu Xing bit her delicate lip as she articulated her intent. Chapter 80. An abundance of pressure. What? You wish for me to exert some pressure upon you? Upon hearing Zhu Xing's request, Tang Ge nearly bit his own tongue in astonishment. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Addressing Zhu Xing, while I find this setting quite agreeable, with the heavens as our canopy and the earth as our mat, evoking a profound sense of intimacy with nature, and devoid of any interruptions, I must inquire once more. Are you truly inclined to remain here instead of accompanying me back to Su Yuntao City to find a hotel? Furthermore, should we seek accommodations, I dare say the Rose Hotel would be quite splendid, with its spacious and comfortable beds. When we arrive, I assure you I can provide you with ample pressure. At this point, Tang Ge appeared to have envisioned something delightful, as an expression of anticipation graced his features. Initially, Zhu Xing struggled to comprehend the implications of his words. However, upon witnessing the expression on Tang Ge's face, her previously cool demeanor flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripened apple. Moreover, with her breath quickening, the rise and fall of her chest mirrored the tumultuous waves of the sea, surging in relentless succession. Tang Ge found his gaze irresistibly drawn. What are you looking at? Feeling as though her garments were being stripped away. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge, her embarrassment transforming into indignation. In that moment, she began to regret having allowed Tang Ge to remain. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary individual. Having cultivated the ancient sacred body, his strength was formidable. and his physique transcended the mundane, including his visage. Thus, in response to Zhu Zhuqing's admonition, he smiled and replied, "I was gazing into your heart." Strangely enough, had it been anyone else, Tang Ge would not have possessed the inclination to jest. Yet, how could he resist when standing before him was Zhu Zhuqing? Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her figure was equally commendable. More crucially, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, often characterized by an aloofness that seemed to repel others, made her all the more intriguing. Tang Ge intended to test the waters this evening. Having exchanged enough banter, he promptly shifted his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's embarrassment as she contemplated turning away, Tang Ge earnestly stated, "Do not let your thoughts wander. Since you desire me to exert pressure on you, know that my previous words have already instilled that pressure. However, the pressure you seek is perhaps a duel, is it not? Could you elucidate the reasoning behind this?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Zhuqing's turbulent emotions began to settle. He was correct. She had indeed felt pressure from him earlier. Yet, it was insufficient. Moreover, gazing into Tang Ge's sincere eyes awakened within her an unexpected urge to confide in someone. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "Tang Ge, perhaps you can freely navigate your own life. I, however, have had my path predetermined since birth. Yet, I refuse to accept this fate. I do not wish to compromise myself for others, which is why I constantly burden myself, striving diligently to cultivate my abilities. I seek to prove that I am not inferior to anyone else. I believed I had been working tirelessly in my training. However, upon encountering you, I realized how far I still have to go. The pressures I impose on myself are far from adequate." As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with determination and a yearning for strength. She gazed earnestly at Tang Ge and declared, "Therefore, I implore you to engage me in a full-scale battle, to unveil the true extent of the chasm between myself and a genuine genius. Dear girl, reality is a harsh mistress. Should I unleash my full power, what I would offer you is not merely pressure, but despair. You must understand that the gulf between us is not akin to two towering mountains separated by a chasm. It is a divide of an entirely different world." Tang Ge mused inwardly upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's request. Nonetheless, it was rare for such a poised and reserved girl to approach him with a request, particularly in the solitude of a secluded village path. Tang Ge felt a reluctance to decline the other party's request, yet whether to exert his full strength was ultimately his own decision. Thus, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, he nodded. As classmates and friends, he found no justification to refuse her, regardless of the underlying reason. However, are you truly prepared? With that, Tang Ge's gaze became profound and serious. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. "I am ready." "Very well. Unleash your abilities, and allow me to witness the might of your nether spirit cat." Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge promptly retreated 7 or 8 meters, then beckoned towards Zhu Zhuqing with a gesture. Having observed Tang Ge's formidable prowess in the Grand Soul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing understood the gravity of the situation. In that instant, she held nothing back. As her martial spirit manifested, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings materialized beneath her feet. The soul rings encircled her form, and a shadowy image of a pitch-black spirit cat faintly appeared behind her. With a sudden burst of energy, she propelled herself forward, swiftly closing the distance to Tang Ge. When she was merely 2 meters away, Zhu Zhuqing leapt into the air, unleashing her first soul skill, Ethereal Piercing Strike. With a swift motion, empowered by her soul force, Zhu Zhuqing's hands transformed into lethal claws, viciously aiming for Tang Ge's chest. Her initial attack targeted the vital spots. Indeed, she was fearsome. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge raised his brows, and a smile instantly graced his face. However, he refrained from employing his soul techniques. Instead, at the very moment the opponent's sharp claws were about to descend upon him, he suddenly extended his hands. In an instant, the shadows of the claws vanished entirely. Tang Ge seized Zhu Zhuqing's wrists tightly. Feeling the softness in his palms, he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and jested, "If your prowess is limited to this, I might just take advantage of you." Subsequently, he voluntarily released her wrists. As her wrists were freed, Zhu Zhuqing's fair face flushed, and with a cold snort, she immediately unleashed her second soul technique, Phantom Claws of the Underworld. In a flurry of sounds, puff, 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 Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a blur, surrounding Tang Ge as she swung her sharp claws, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp claw shadows. It seemed as though Tang Ge was caught off guard, allowing these claw shadows to rain down upon him. Within a brief moment, every part of his body bore the brunt of no fewer than 2 strikes from the phantom claws. After the onslaught, Zhu Zhuqing leaped back swiftly by several meters. fixing her gaze intently on the attacked Tang Ge. Under her expectant stare, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Tang Ge's garments were instantaneously reduced to shreds, revealing his well-proportioned and aesthetically pleasing physique. A gust of night wind swept past, prompting Tang Ge to shiver involuntarily. He lifted his gaze towards Zhu Yuntao. A look of helplessness etched on his face. "Fair maiden, even if you cannot defeat me, is it necessary to shred my clothes? You've seen me in my entirety." Chapter 81. The wildness hidden beneath the cold. Zhu Yuntao, a sensitive attack-type soul master, wielded both incredible speed and formidable penetration. Whether employing the Phantom Thrust or the Phantom Claws, any ordinary soul master would find it nearly impossible to withstand her assaults. Yet, Tang Ge was no ordinary opponent. Thus, the result of Zhu Yuntang's relentless attacks was that all of Tang Ge's clothing, save for the close-fitting inner layer, had been reduced to tatters. Remarkably, his exposed, well-formed body bore not a single scar, nor was there even the faintest trace of a mark. Tang Ge was quite pleased with the situation. However, observing Zhu Yuntao, who was still staring blankly at his body, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Have you had your fill of gazing? If you haven't, I could delay putting on my clothes." His voice was not loud, yet it reached Zhu Yuntang's ears, causing her to jolt back to reality. In an instant, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson. She quickly turned away, her voice trembling as she urged, You should put on your clothes quickly. My dear. In this desolate wilderness, where am I supposed to find any clothing for you?" Tang Ge could not help but silently scoff. Fortunately, he had access to his system space, which contained a considerable amount of clothing, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve a garment and don it. Once he was properly dressed, he spoke up, "It's all right now. You may turn around." Zhu Yuntao, with her eyes closed, slowly turned. Only after she cautiously opened a sliver of her eyelids to confirm that Tang Ge was not deceiving her did she fully open her eyes. At that moment, realizing the flaw in her previous words, she was taken aback to see that Tang Ge had indeed produced and worn a new outfit. However, Zhu Yuntao refrained from inquiring further about Tang Ge's secret. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she recalled the nearly flawless physique she had just glimpsed. Yet, beyond her embarrassment, she felt a greater sense of astonishment and confusion. The second soul skill she had unleashed had not inflicted any harm upon Tang Ge, despite his lack of evasion. Could such formidable physical defenses truly belong to a mere support-type soul master? No, he was not a support-type soul master at all. Zhu Yuntao couldn't help but remember how, during the assessment, Tang Ge had similarly obliterated Zhao Wujia's formidable golden arm technique with a single soul skill. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have astonished Zhu Yuntao, earning 700 shock points. Meanwhile, Tang Ge heard the system notification echo in his mind. Observing the bewildered and astonished expression on Zhu Yuntang's delicate face illuminated by the moonlight, he couldn't help but smile and remarked, "So, do you find my physique impressive?" Zhu Yuntao nodded, her beautiful eyes shining with curiosity. Tang Ge did not elaborate further, but merely recounted an incident from his 6th year. He spoke softly, "You know the origin of Shao San's first soul ring, right? It comes from a 400-year-old mandala snake. And it was I who, at the tender age of 6, killed this mandala snake with my bare hands." 6 years old? Killed a 400-year-old mandala snake with his bare hands? Zhu Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively gasped in disbelief. She was aware that Tang San's first soul ring was derived from a mandala snake, but she had never imagined that it was Tang Ge who had slain it. Such an inconceivable revelation left Zhu Yuntao utterly astonished. Only now did she truly comprehend why Tang Ge had attained the status of a soul master with 1 purple and 2 black rings by the age of 12. Looking at Tang Ge, Zhu Yuntao earnestly remarked, "Dai Bai is right. Compared to us, you are the true prodigy. Can I consider that a compliment?" Tang Ge wore a radiant smile. However, he swiftly shifted his tone and continued, "Having witnessed my defensive prowess, do you still wish to challenge me?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuntao could not help but fall into silence. After a moment, she reluctantly replied, "I concede that you are formidable, yet I still yearn to witness your true strength, rather than merely standing there in defense." Sigh. Indeed, all the ladies are alike, rather difficult to contend with. Tang Ge, upon hearing Zhu Yuntang's words, could only shake his head in resignation. Thus, he remarked, "Even if I stand still, you cannot evoke any sensation in me. Should I move even slightly? Do you believe your body can withstand it?" Nevertheless, he decided, since she insisted on proving her strength, he would allow her to truly experience his prowess. As he spoke, Tang Ge simply lifted his foot and lightly stepped forward, causing his entire figure to abruptly vanish from sight. Witnessing this, Zhu Yuqing's pupils constricted sharply and without hesitation. She unleashed her spectral claws, forming a myriad of claw shadows around her. However, before Zhu Yuqing could even breathe a sigh of relief, a gust of wind suddenly swept toward her. In an instant, a figure appeared almost right beside her. It was Tang Ge. Gazing at Zhu Yuqing, who was now within arm's reach, Tang Ge smiled lightly and asked, "So, will you continue?" Zhu Yuqing, seemingly struck by the encounter, lowered her head and silently dispersed the spectral claws. After a moment, she raised her gaze once more, looking at her powerful and enigmatic companion. Her eyes reflecting a hint of daze. The once frantic beating of her heart appeared to have been soothed, gradually returning to a state of calm. Before Tang Ge could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Yuqing unexpectedly leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Observing Tang Ge's bewildered expression, Zhu Yuqing's previously aloof demeanor transformed, blossoming into a radiant smile akin to a flower in full bloom. She softly said, "Tang Ge, I am truly delighted that you can stay with me tonight. Although I recognize that you were not exerting your full strength earlier, I have already felt the pressure. This pressure will remain within my heart, compelling me to strive ever harder, and I will surely catch up to you one day. Tang Ge, I truly appreciate your kindness." Upon finishing her words, Zhu Yuqing unleashed her martial soul's power, transforming into a shadow that swiftly vanished into the night. When Tang Ge regained his senses, he noticed that the air was imbued with a lingering trace of a delicate fragrance. He could not help but touch the spot on his face where he had been kissed earlier. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in disbelief. He never expected to be playfully teased by Zhu Yuqing in the end. Yet, he had to admit, the sensation was indeed delightful. For a fleeting moment, a reminiscent expression surfaced on Tang Ge's face. Zhu Yuqing's performance that night had utterly surpassed his expectations. Beneath her icy demeanor lay an unexpected wildness that embraced spontaneity. Unfortunately, she had departed too swiftly. Otherwise, he would have certainly returned the kiss. Moreover, he had yet to find a way to seek compensation for being seen so vulnerably that evening. Oh well. Perhaps another opportunity would arise in the future. Glancing at the encroaching darkness of the night, Tang Ge shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts and promptly made his way towards the academy's dormitory. At the village entrance, the sounds of summer insects echoed continuously. Little did anyone know, an intriguing encounter had just unfolded here. Chapter 82. Oscar's Spring Seeking Recommendations. The following morning, as the bells chimed, Tang Ge and his group of 9 reconvened on the academy's grand playground after breakfast. With Dean Flander yet to arrive, a relaxed atmosphere enveloped them as they engaged in discussions about their experiences from the previous night's Grand Soul Battle arena. Tang Ge stood aside, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he observed the scene before him. According to the original narrative, last night, Dai Mubai would have clashed with Ning Rongrong, prompting her to resolve to transform herself in light of the emotional upheaval. Simultaneously, Oscar would have experienced an overnight surge in his soul power from the 29th to the 30th level. Alas, with Tang Ge's intervention, the course of events had taken a different turn. The distance between Zhu Yuqing and Dai Mubai had grown more pronounced, while attention began to shift towards Tang Ge. Faced with Tang Ge, who possessed the capability to surpass him in strength, Dai Mubai found himself helplessly descending into despair. Motivated by Tang Ge's words, Ning Rongrong finally recognized the impending crisis, her yearning for strength intensifying. In summary, all these changes proved to be beneficial transformations. The only source of distress for Tang Ge was the peculiar behavior observed in both Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong. During their conversations, they would frequently glance in his direction, whether intentionally or not. This strange occurrence immediately captured Xiao Wu's attention. She shifted her gaze between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Yuqing, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Rongrong, didn't you go to Su Yuntao City yesterday? Why are you back here running in circles? And Yuqing, you called Tang Ge over so late last night. What were you two doing at the village entrance? What? You know about my little escapade to Su Yuntao City?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's inquiry, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she replied bashfully, "I wasn't really playing. I just had a matter to attend to." As she spoke, she turned to shoot a fierce glare at Tang Ge, suspecting him of divulging her secret. Tang Ge perceived the dissatisfied gaze of Ning Rongrong and could not help but shake his head in resignation. He was indeed caught in the crossfire without any cause. As for Zhu Yuqing, she had returned to her usual cold demeanor, completely ignoring Xiao Wu's inquiries. However, the more she remained aloof, the stronger the curiosity of the others became. especially when Dai Mubai learned that Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Ge had spent the night at the village entrance. His heart suddenly twisted painfully. He yearned to discern something from Zhu Zhuqing's expression and found himself unable to suppress the urge to probe further. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. Suddenly, Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun, his face regaining its smile as he inquired, "Do we have any plans for tonight?" He added, "I've mostly dispelled the lingering fire from last night and plan to stay in the dormitory to rest." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's question, Ma Hongjun shook his head, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "What is this? Does Dai Ergu have plans tonight?" "Yes. I intend to visit Soto City to meet with those twin sisters. It has been a while since we last had some fun together," Dai Mubai replied with a smile, though he cast several furtive glances toward Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing remained impervious to his words, not even deigning to look his way. Dai Mubai's smile began to falter. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had overheard Dai Mubai's remarks, also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's indifference and felt a swell of pride. "Indeed, my charm is unmatched by Dai Mubai." Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed, capturing everyone's attention. The ensemble of 9, led by Tang San, turned their gaze to discover that the individual approaching was none other than Headmaster Flinder. They greeted him in unison with enthusiastic salutations. Upon reaching the group of 9 students, Flinder gestured for silence. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I heard about your performance yesterday. Commendable efforts. Continue with diligence." He proceeded to announce, "Today's training regimen dictates that all of you, save for Oscar, must consume one of the 2 types of sausages conjured by Oscar's spirit power." This declaration elicited a collective grimace from the assembly. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had previously sampled Oscar's sausages, felt a renewed wave of nausea. Flinder, observing their reactions, adopted a stern countenance. "Do not presume I am ignorant of your thoughts," he admonished, "but I assure you, Oscar is a food system spirit master with innate full spirit power, and his sausage spirit is the finest I have encountered. Cultivate synergy with Oscar, and he shall become your most invaluable support. Furthermore, this exercise serves as a test of your mental fortitude. If you cannot surmount this, your future achievements will be limited." The group fell into contemplation. However, Ning Rongrong, after exchanging a glance with Tang Ge, interjected, "Isn't Tang Ge also capable of providing support?" Her query sparked a collective realization, as they recalled Tang Ge's extraordinary healing abilities. Flinder, with a wry smile, retorted, "To have Tang Ge, who can withstand Zhao Wuji's Vajra Palm, support you? Such audacity. Furthermore, remember that Tang Ge has already reached level 40. He will not remain with you indefinitely. Therefore, relinquish any notion of relying on Tang Ge's support." Without awaiting their acquiescence, he instructed Oscar to produce 2 sausages, chanting the peculiar incantation, "I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage." Oscar promptly manifested 2 sausages in his hands. With hopeful eyes, he addressed his classmates, "Who shall partake first?" Amidst the others' hesitation, Tang Ge stepped forward with a smile. Without any sign of reluctance, he consumed a sausage, offering a critique: crisp exterior, tender interior, suitable texture, quite palatable. He then inquired, "Who will consume the remaining small sausage?" To everyone's surprise, Ning Rongrong emerged as the second volunteer. She devoured the remaining sausage without hesitation. Under the astonished gazes of her peers, Ning Rongrong experienced a surge of inexplicable pride. With a haughty sniff, she declared, "It's merely consuming this item. It's not as if Ning Rongrong hasn't done it before." Zhu Zhuqing approached, her expression impassive, and addressed the bewildered Oscar, "I shall also take one." "Ah, yes, one moment," Oscar responded, hastily conjuring 2 more sausages. Zhu Zhuqing consumed one with a stoic expression before returning to her original position. Among the 9 Shrek Academy students present, Zhu Zhuqing was characterized by her cold demeanor and taciturn nature, while Ning Rongrong was known for her pronounced princess syndrome. These 2 were the most challenging to engage with. However, witnessing their successive completion of Headmaster Flinder's task filled Tang San and the others with astonishment. Xiao Wu, particularly traumatized by Oscar's sausages, nearly cried out in surprise. Hastily covering her mouth, she whispered, "Xiao San, Ning Rongrong actually ate it? Let us proceed as well." Tang San replied with a wry smile, lest the headmaster become displeased. "If the young ladies have partaken, a gentleman has no reason to decline." Consequently, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the remaining 5 students approached in turn. Accepting a sausage or small sausage from Oscar, thereby completing the training exercise. Witnessing the consumption of his spirit power-infused sausages by all, Oscar was moved to the brink of tears. His sausages had finally gained the recognition of his peers. Suddenly, a surge of spirit power emanated from Oscar. Initially taken aback, Oscar erupted in joyous laughter. Headmaster, I have broken through to level 30. Tang San and the others, who had initially wondered about the source of the spirit power fluctuations, were astonished by his exclamation. Oscar had reached level 30 so swiftly? Headmaster Flinder nodded with satisfaction. From this moment forward, you are the second student in our academy, aside from Mubai, to reach level 30. As for Tang Ge, that monster with level 40 spirit power, he does not count. Basking in the astonished gazes of his classmates and the headmaster's praise, Oscar was nearly overcome with elation. Nearby, Tang Ge felt rather speechless. He had initially assumed that his intervention would delay Oscar's breakthrough. However, to his surprise, Oscar's spirit power had surged from level 29 to level 30 simply because everyone had consumed a sausage. Such a method of advancement was truly peculiar. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, the expedition to the Douluo Great Forest would likely be scheduled for tomorrow. Tang Ge pondered silently, and as anticipated, Flinder, after praising Oscar, continued. Since Oscar has reached level 30 and you, Tang Ge, have achieved level 40, we shall arrange for you both to venture into the Douluo Great Forest tomorrow to acquire your soul rings. I will have Zhao Wujia lead the expedition, and this journey will serve as a trial for you both. I hope you approach it with utmost seriousness. At this juncture, Flinder seemed to recall something and turned his gaze specifically towards Tang Ge. Zhao Wujia and I possess comparable strength. How do you feel about him leading the way for you to obtain your soul ring? He had previously promised to assist Tang Ge in acquiring his soul ring when he was specially recruited into the academy. However, due to pressing matters that prevented him from leaving, he had to delegate the task to Zhao Wujia. Thus, Flinder sought Tang Ge's opinion on the matter. Tang Ge, having no objections, smiled and replied, I have faith in teacher Zhao Wujia's capabilities. Then it is settled. Flinder nodded in agreement and declared, today's training concludes here. Return and prepare yourselves. We shall gather here tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed. After Flinder left, Tang Ge was also preparing to head back to his dormitory when Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to him, saying, Tang Ge, I intend to run 10 laps around the village. Will you accompany me? Why? Tang Ge wore a perplexed expression. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, reverted to her spoiled demeanor and exclaimed, the dean instructed you to supervise me, so you must accompany me. What the heck? Just yesterday, you mentioned wanting me to join you on a trip to Soto City. Why are you silent on that now? Tang Ge was rendered speechless by Ning Rongrong's reasoning. However, what he did not expect next was that Lin Weichan and Zhu Qing seemed to have conspired, as they simultaneously declared, I want to run too. Upon sensing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. He truly wished to assert that his physique was robust enough to handle 10 adversaries at once. Thus he had no need to run. Nevertheless, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall accompany you in your running, but let it be known in advance that we must not overexert ourselves, as we have to venture into the Douluo Forest tomorrow. After stating this, he turned his gaze towards Tang San and the others who were watching from the sidelines. What about you? Will you join us? You all go ahead. Xiao San and I have other matters to attend to. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao hastily interjected. With a playful grimace towards Tang Ge, she swiftly pulled Tang San away. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, come with me. I will facilitate your training in preparation for tomorrow's expedition. At this moment, Dai Mubai also spoke up suddenly. Ma Hongjun was indifferent, as he had no intention of running anyway. Training? Ma Hongjun had long been curious about the disparity in power between his Phoenix martial soul and Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul. However, Oscar surprisingly wished to accompany Tang Ge in his running. Yet, sensing Dai Mubai's faintly irate gaze, he refrained from doing so. Thus, the three of them walked off into the distance. Ultimately, only Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Lin Yuichan remained on the vast playground. What are you waiting for? Let us go, Tang Ge said with a hint of resignation as he scanned the three women. Ning Rongrong and the others were eager to begin. And at Tang Ge's urging, they promptly commenced running. Soon, four vibrant figures emerged along the path encircling the village. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the following morning. The 9 members of Shrek Academy gathered early at the playground after their meal. As they prepared to head to the Douluo Forest, they had packed small bundles containing the necessary supplies for their adventure. Before long, the imposing figure of Zhao Wujie approached from a distance. Although he had rested for 2 days, the bruises on his face had yet to fully heal, leaving patches of purple and blue. Aware of his somewhat disheveled appearance, Zhao Wujie immediately released the aura of a soul saint upon his arrival. Observing the small monsters before him, subdued by his presence, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. Humph, can a mere soul saint not intimidate you little ones? Once he felt it was sufficiently effective, Zhao Wujie retracted his aura. Scanning the group of 9, he waved his hand decisively. Now that everyone is present, I declare our departure. Our destination is the Douluo Forest. Chapter 84. Conflict. The Douluo Forest lies in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small section bordering it, while Soto City is conveniently located in the southeast of the kingdom. Thus, the distance from Soto City to the Douluo Forest is not considerable, approximately 500 kilometers. To maximize the training time for Tang San and his 8 companions, the team leader Zhao Wujie opted not to hire a carriage but chose to travel on foot. Furthermore, considering the complex and ever-changing environment of the Douluo Forest, Zhao Wujie arranged formations in advance to enhance the survival and coordination abilities of the 9 students. However, Tang Ge was not included in this formation. He remained alongside Zhao Wujie. With the support of these formations, the coordination among Tang San and the others grew increasingly harmonious. Coupled with Oscar's assistance with the sausages, their pace did not falter. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong, as a support soul master, silently rejoiced at the training they had undergone in recent days. Otherwise, even with the continuous consumption of sausages to restore her stamina and soul power, she would not have been able to endure for long. As these thoughts crossed her mind while running, she couldn't help but glance back. In that moment, jealousy bubbled within her as she muttered softly, "How infuriating. Why don't I have that? Ning Rongrong, what are you daydreaming about? Watch where you're going and avoid running into trees." Zhao Wujie's admonishing voice suddenly rang out. Startled by his reprimand, Ning Rongrong ceased her musings and focused on the journey ahead. A short distance behind, Zhao Wujie closely followed the little ones, yet for him, with the assistance of his soul saint prowess, traveling was as effortless as drinking water. Each step he took spanned several meters. At this moment, hovering just above him was the figure of Tang Ge, who had seemingly reappeared. Behind him, wings composed of condensed soul power gently flapped, propelling him forward with each beat, perfectly synchronizing with Zhao Wujie's pace. As this was already a leisurely speed for Tang Ge, it posed no burden on his soul power. Moreover, with the hell furnace cultivation method and the drop of meteor tear integrated into his heart, his soul power was continuously replenished with every breath he took. A contest of soul power consumption? Tang Ge was utterly unperturbed. As he soared through the skies with effortless grace, he couldn't resist casting a glance down at Zhao Wujie. Playfully taunting, "Teacher Zhao, your speed leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing Tang Ge's remark, Zhao Wujie's expression twitched, a blend of envy and indignation flickering across his face. He had never anticipated that Tang Ge possessed a flying soul skill, a rare gift not bestowed upon just any soul master. Gazing up at Tang Ge, Zhao Wujie ground his teeth and retorted, "You insolent brat, it's merely a pair of flimsy wings. What's so impressive about that? Huh, the fact that I have wings makes me exceptional. So, Teacher Zhao, do you dare to challenge me in a race?" Tang Ge declared with great pride. Zhao Wujie could not help but snort. "How could I, a dignified soul sage, be afraid of a mere child like you? Come, let me witness your speed." As his words fell, with a surge of soul power, his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, seamlessly fused with his being. Boom! Accompanied by the tremors of the ground, Zhao Wujie stomped his feet and leaped into the air. By the time he landed again, he had already covered a distance of 10 meters. In this manner, with a series of powerful jumps, the 8 individuals, led by Tang San, who had initially been in the front, were swiftly surpassed. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge smiled faintly. With a flutter of his yin-yang wings, he too transformed into a fleeting shadow of black and white, pursuing after them. Unbeknownst to them, their figures had already dwindled into 2 mere black dots. "Let us quicken our pace, lest we fall behind Teacher Zhao and Tang Ge," exclaimed Daimubai, the team leader, who, after a moment of astonishment, could not help but let out a wry smile. Tang San and his companions found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, with no alternative, they hastened their pace, pursuing the increasingly distant Zhao Wujie and Tang Ge. Unbeknownst to them, a day had slipped away. By evening, in a small town nearly 100 kilometers away from the Douluo Forest, Tang San and the 8 companions, having run tirelessly for an entire day, finally arrived. each looking utterly exhausted. This was achieved with the aid of Oscar's sausages. Without them, reaching this point would have been uncertain. In the distance, at the entrance of a hotel, Tang Ge stood, smiling and beckoning them closer. Upon witnessing this, Tang San hurriedly approached. "Where is Teacher Zhao?" Dai Mubai inquired after coming over. Tang Ge pointed to the hotel behind him and said, "Teacher Zhao has already entered, and I was asked to wait here for you. Moreover, we shall spend the night here and set off for the Starry Forest tomorrow. Finally, we can take a breather." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, the thought that their near exhaustion was due to the presence of the person before them, who bore broken wings, filled them with a sense of grievance. Consequently, when Tang San and the others looked at Tang Ge again, their gazes were laden with resentment. Ning Rongrong could not restrain herself from complaining. "Tang Ge, you are simply insufferable. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll pluck your eyes out." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her words, a wave of angry shouts suddenly erupted. It turned out that, unbeknownst to them, a group of about 10 soul masters had approached from a distance. These individuals, clad in matching uniforms, comprised both men and women, all bearing haughty expressions. As soon as they arrived, Ma Hongjuan's wicked fire was ignited, his gaze unabashedly fixed on one of the female soul masters. This blatant attention incited discontent among her companions, prompting them to hurl insults. The middle-aged male soul master leading the group merely observed coldly, offering no intervention. As the insults echoed, the attention of Tang Ge and his companions was instantly drawn towards them. Upon noticing the uniforms and insignia adorning the soul masters, disdain emerged on their faces. Did a mere Tsanghui Academy, dressed so ostentatiously, seek punishment? Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. Ma Hongjun, still stinging from the insult, retorted sharply, "Pluck my eyes? You bunch of cowards. I alone could bring you all to your knees." This proclamation incited fury among the members of Tsanghui Academy. Such audacity! Which academy do you belong to? You are truly courting death. Do not waste words with them. Simply subdue them all and make them beg for mercy. Tang Ge, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not help but shake his head. He was well aware of the plot. Although the setting had shifted from within the hotel to its exterior, the outcome was already predetermined. The students of Tsanghui Academy were utterly oblivious to the fact that they were not contending with ordinary soul masters, but rather a cadre of formidable beings. Chapter 85, The Battle Against the Soul King. The soul masters from Tsanghui Academy displayed a certain bravado, undoubtedly superior to the disorganized rogue cultivators. Yet, they were fated to encounter the little monsters from Shrek Academy. It is essential to note that Shrek Academy adheres to the principle that to avoid trouble is to be mediocre. They are not one to shy away from conflict. Moreover, the 8 members of the group, weary from their journey and burdened by frustration, were eager to vent their pent-up emotions. With the soul masters from Tsanghui Academy presenting themselves so conveniently, how could they let this opportunity slip by? As the Tsanghui Academy students dared to hurl insults, Dai Mubai suddenly issued a sharp command. "Engage. Let us end this swiftly." With that, Tang San summoned his blue silvergrass, channeling his soul power as thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the unsuspecting soul masters of Tsanghui Academy. His first soul skill, bind. In an instant, the vines slithered like serpents, ensnaring the Tsanghui Academy soul masters, their terrifying constriction rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, the paralyzing toxin infused within the vines incapacitated them, leaving them unable to resist. Another brawl, how delightful. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu giggled, her martial spirit, the rabbit, taking form as she charged forward. As she leaped into the air, her lithe body danced gracefully, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent several of the ensnared Tsanghui Academy soul masters soaring with anguished cries. Following closely, Zhu Zhuqing, embodying the ethereal spirit cat, transformed into a shadow in midair, unleashing a barrage of phantom claws. Yet, just as the claws were poised to strike the Tsanghui Academy soul masters, an enraged voice bellowed, "A group of children, daring to assault my students in my presence? How audacious!" Xian Gui, merge. With a blinding flash of light, a massive tortoise shell emerged, blocking Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal claws. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth, causing Dai Mubai and his companions to feel a palpable weight on their bodies, their expressions turning grave. Before them stood a middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy, who had undergone a dramatic transformation. His limbs had shrunk by nearly a quarter, a gigantic tortoise shell protruding from his back, and 5 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. He was, in fact, a soul king of over level 50. The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous patrons from the restaurant, who gathered at the entrance in astonishment upon witnessing the presence of a Soul King. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a window swung open, revealing Zhao Wuji's figure. Observing the scene below, he chuckled softly, "A level 50 Soul King? It seems I shall soon relish the experience of engaging without relying on soul power." Downstairs, in the open space outside the restaurant, the lead figure of Tang Hao Academy, Yujiqiu, glared icily at Dai Mubai and his group, demanding, "Which academy do you hail from?" "Shrek Academy. What is the matter? If the students can't handle us, does the teacher intend to step in personally?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile. Although the strength of the opposing Soul King surprised him momentarily, it did not instill fear. "Shrek Academy? What a remote, insignificant institution. I have never heard of it." Upon confirming that these youngsters were not from a prestigious university, Yi Zhiqiu relaxed slightly. He reprimanded Dai Mubai, "Such a disrespectful child. Has your family not taught you how to address your elders? Hurry and summon your supervising teacher. Tang Hao Academy is not unreasonable. If your teacher apologizes, I shall overlook your transgressions." "What? You expect our teacher, who possesses soul sage strength, to apologize to you? Are you dreaming?" The incredulity was palpable among Tang San and his companions, especially Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who could not suppress their laughter, regarding Yu Zhiqiu as a fool. Finally, Tang Ge, unable to contain himself, urged, "Tang San, Dai Mubai, why waste breath on a turtle? Let us just engage directly. Otherwise, if Zhao Laoshi grows impatient and descends, you shall face his wrath." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Yu Zhiqiu's eyes turned crimson with rage. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, he despised being referred to as a turtle. The audacity of a mere student from an obscure academy to speak such words ignited a fierce anger within him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his third soul skill, Xian Shui Ji Dang. A wave of chilling black mist surged forth, hurtling toward Tang Ge. Yet, standing before Tang Ge were Tang San and the others. Startled by the approaching black current, Ma Hongjun swiftly activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, and second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. With a resounding explosion, the enhanced flames he expelled collided with the icy torrent, producing a hissing sound as steam enveloped the area. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger Light Wave, forming a luminous sphere that pierced through the mist towards Yi Zhiqiu. However, Yi Zhiqiu merely smirked and swiftly pivoted, revealing his tortoise shell. The impact of the luminous sphere against the shell produced a ripple of soul power, causing minimal harm. Conversely, Ma Hongjun, caught in a battle of wills against the cold current, found himself shivering, shouting, "Quick! Someone come help me! 7 treasures glazed pagoda." 7 treasures have names. The first is strength. 7 treasures have names. The second is speed. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Rongrong had conjured the pagoda, and as she spoke, radiant beams shot forth, enveloping Tang San and his companions. Empowered by the enhancements of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, their strength surged. Dai Mubai, emboldened, issued a battle command. "Tang San, utilize your soul skills to assist Ma Hongjun against the cold current. Xiao Wu and I will engage the old turtle, while Zhu Xing provides support. And Yu Chan prepares for a decisive strike. And what about me?" Having not heard his name called, Oscar could not help but inquire. Yet, in the presence of a Soul King-level powerhouse, Dai Mubai, after issuing his command, was wholly unconcerned with Oscar's words and charged directly towards Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 86. A single strike shatters the turtle shell as a Soul King exceeding level 50. Yi Zhiqiu, the leader of the Tang Hao Academy team, appeared outwardly relaxed. Yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Previously, he had perceived these youngsters as mere students from an ordinary academy. However, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong summon the 7 treasure glazed tile to enhance her companion's soul skills, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The unmistakable spirit belonging to the continent's foremost auxiliary sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, left him no room for doubt, should he fail to recognize it now. He might as well dash his head against a wall in despair. But how could members of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect be present in this small town? Moreover, aside from the individuals from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Yi Zhiqiu felt immense pressure emanating from the coordinated efforts of Dai Mubai and his companions. With 2 formidable attackers, 1 agile fighter, and a ranged attacker, their combined might reached its zenith. As their relentless assaults rained down upon him, Yi Zhiqiu, despite his expertise in defense and his first soul skill being defensive in nature, found himself shaken, his internal energy surging chaotically, and his soul power depleting rapidly. Not only that, But he also noticed that his recently employed third soul skill, the mysterious water surge, had been significantly obstructed by the profusion of blue-silver grass vines that emerged. Flames surged from behind, consuming the blue-silver grass and swiftly diminishing the potency of the mysterious water surge. Yujichio was taken aback, pondering the nature of Shrek Academy, which could cultivate such a multitude of seemingly insignificant yet remarkably powerful soul masters. He also realized that if this continued, even if he did not suffer defeat, it would be far too humiliating for a soul king to be outmaneuvered by mere children. With this thought in mind, Yujichio steeled himself and, disregarding the arrow shot by Lin Wuchan from a distance, leapt towards Ning Rongrong. Knowing her identity, he dared not harm her, but aimed to disrupt the synergy among these soul masters. As anticipated, Yujichio's movement prompted Dai Mubai, aware of his intentions, to shout a warning. Stop him. Do not allow him to approach Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, he unleashed a white tiger light wave. Hearing Dai Mubai's warning, Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu also employed their respective skills to intercept Yujichio's advance towards Ning Rongrong. In response, Yujichio's black aura flickered ominously as he let out a furious roar. Roar. As the cold mist enveloped him, he opened his mouth and spewed forth spheres of water that instantly froze into ice orbs upon piercing the mist. These ice orbs sped towards Dai Mubai and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Dai Mubai and his companions were compelled to defend against the ice orbs, but the intense chill released from them caused their bodies to stiffen, their speed decreasing sharply. With no one to obstruct him, Yujichio's icy gaze fixated on the increasingly nearer Ning Rongrong, causing her face to turn pale with fright. Just as she believed she was about to be seized by the formidable Soul King, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Little 3, Little 2. You're not doing well. It's taking you far too long to deal with an old turtle, which is a disgrace to Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San, who had been observing from the rear, had approached Ning Rongrong's side. Dai Mubai, still recovering from the freezing effects, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Tang San's words, his face a mask of indignation. We are all students of Shrek Academy. Anyone unaware would think you are our lead teacher. Furthermore, despite the opponent's somewhat unimpressive appearance, being burdened by a turtle shell, he was still a Soul King exceeding level 50. If you have the ability, Tang San, just slap him to death. In that moment, it was not only Dai Mubai who felt frustrated. Tang San and the others looked at Tang San with a mix of exasperation. However, their attention quickly returned to Yujichio, who was closing in on Ning Rongrong, their hearts filled with both concern and a glimmer of hope. Can Tang Ge withstand him? At that moment, seeing Tang Ge come to her defense, Ning Rongrong was deeply moved and said, Tang Ge, I. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ge smiled and interjected, Do not speak. Allow me to handle this old tortoise for you. Ning Rongrong replied, nodding emphatically. Tang Ge finally retracted the smile from his face, turning his body towards Yujichio, and calmly declared, Old turtle, it is time to conclude this. As the words fell, the image of the yin-yang life and death diagram materialized in the palm of his hand. With the rippling of black and white soul power, a purple and 2 black soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet. The dazzling purple and black radiance stood out starkly against the night, instantaneously blinding the surrounding soul masters. Soon, gasps of disbelief and exclamations filled the air. A purple and 2 black? My goodness, these are the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings. Am I dreaming? Damn it. Did you not see my eyes widen in shock? How is this possible? Whose powerful lineage does this child belong to? To possess a 1,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul rings at the rank of soul master? Quick, someone pinch me to confirm I am not dreaming. Amidst the chaos of astonished soul masters, even Yujichio, who had been enraged by the old turtle remark, found himself rooted in place. His eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he fixated on the purple and black rings at Tang Ge's feet. How can this be? How can this be? There is nothing impossible. This is your farewell. Hearing Yujichio's trembling mutter, Tang Ge offered a faint smile, disregarding the system notification echoing in his mind, and slowly raised his hand. Third soul skill, life and death great hand seal. In an instant, torrents of yin-yang energy surged forth from the life and death diagram, rapidly coalescing in midair into an enormous hand. As Tang Ge pressed down with his right hand, the colossal palm descended like a mountain from the heavens, crashing down upon Yujichio. Xian Gui protect. Xian Shui ice seal. A sense of impending doom washed over Yujichio. his face reflecting sheer terror as he hastily activated his first and second soul skills. In the blink of an eye, his head and limbs withdrew into the turtle shell, which shimmered with the glow of soul power and was promptly encased in ice. With a deafening roar, the 10,000-year soul skill, Life and Death Great Hand Seal, struck down upon the turtle shell. The overwhelming force unleashed shattered the protective ice in an instant, and the once impenetrable turtle shell crumbled under the weight. A piercing scream erupted from within. The Yujichyo had surpassed level 50 as a Soul King. His energy had been significantly depleted from his earlier skirmish with Tang San and the others. In stark contrast, Tang Ge was merely a Soul Master of level 40. Thus, facing the onslaught of Tang Ge's Life and Death Great Hand Seal, Yujichyo could not withstand the final blow. As the turtle shell disintegrated into countless fragments, his anguished cry resonated as he was driven deep into the earth, leaving only his bloodied head exposed above the ground. A distance away, the students of Tsanghue Academy, who had anticipated their teacher's revenge, were now pale with fear, their eyes wide with terror. Teacher, you lost too? Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The onlookers, too, fell into a stunned silence, their eyes widened in disbelief as they absorbed the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by a heavy thud as Zhao Wujie, who had been lingering on the second floor, could no longer contain himself and leapt down. He gazed at the half-conscious Yujichyo, with only his head remaining above ground, his face twitching. Zhao Wujie's original intention was to watch the spectacle unfold before intervening once Tang San and the others had worn down their opponent, thereby allowing him to vent his earlier frustrations. However, before he could make his entrance, the outcome had already been decided. Recalling how Tang Ge had effortlessly slammed Yujichyo into the ground, Zhao Wujie could not help but curse inwardly. He is a Soul King above level 50. Yet he is so weak. Truly pathetic. Nevertheless, the death of a Soul Master inevitably bore consequences, suppressing his inner turmoil. Zhao Wujie cast an impatient glance at the still-dazed Oscar and urged, "What are you waiting for? Feed this old turtle a small sausage. We cannot let him perish." "Oh, right." Oscar snapped back to reality and hurriedly conjured a small sausage, bending down to force it into Yujichyo's mouth. The students of Tsanghue Academy, paralyzed with fear, dared not interfere, even as they remained oblivious to the nature of the offering. Fortunately, after a brief interval, the semi-conscious Yujichyo began to stir awake. However, upon witnessing the scene before him and his own disheveled state, he promptly shut his eyes again, his eyelids quivering faintly. Zhao Wujie noticed this and felt his face twitch once more. Yet, he refrained from addressing it, instead huffing at the Tsanghue Academy students, "Do not linger here in embarrassment. Take your teacher and leave at once. Tang San, you should also return to your slumber." With that, Zhao Wujie turned on his heel and re-entered the hotel. As for the students of Tsanghue Academy, they dared not linger any longer. Once they had finally extracted Yujichyo from the underground, they hastily fled the scene. Tang Ge had retracted his soul ring, returning to a normal state, and appeared far from the image of someone capable of easily slamming a level 50 Soul King to the ground. However, as the onlooking Soul Masters regained their composure, they no longer dared to treat Tang Ge or the few young individuals with him as mere ordinary Soul Masters. By the time Tang Ge and Tang San entered the hotel lobby, the manager treated them with utmost courtesy. Seated at the table, Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the sumptuous feast before her. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on Tang Ge, blushing and shyly exclaiming, "Tang Ge, you are so impressive." As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes converged onto Tang Ge, filled with a mixture of emotions, resentment, disdain, and indignation that sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to swiftly change the topic. He feared that if this continued, it could lead to trouble. "After a fight, we must be hungry. Let us eat quickly, for we have to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow." With that, he disregarded the others and eagerly dove into the delectable dishes laid out before him. Before long, he had satisfied his hunger, rose to request a room from the innkeeper, and quickly retreated to his quarters. Once Tang Ge left, Dai Mubai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely concerned that if he lingered, Ning Rongrong might utter more words that would provoke them, as they had to admit Tang Ge's prowess. Yet, even so, they felt a sense of pride in having contributed to Yujichyo's defeat. Hence, Ning Rongrong's remark about Tang Ge being impressive truly weighed heavily on Dai Mubai and Tang San's hearts. Thus, after finishing their meal, Tang San and his companions dispersed to their respective rooms. The following day, at the break of dawn, Zhao Wujie, with a voice powerful enough to shake the hotel, roused all 9 of them from slumber. After arranging their formation, they set off towards the Douluo forest. Unlike the Imperial-controlled hunting grounds, The Stardow forest was teeming with powerful soul beasts. Once they entered the densely shaded forest, Zhao Wujie promptly instructed Oscar to produce a copious amount of sausages to distribute among the students. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie took the opportunity to impart valuable knowledge to Tang San and the others regarding adventures in the Stardow forest, aiming to prevent them from taking unnecessary detours. Of course, such information held little significance for Tang Ge, who had already spent considerable time navigating the forest. Even Lin Wuchan was more familiar with the Stardow forest than Dai Mubai and the others. As they progressed, she had unwittingly supplanted Dai Mubai, utilizing a delicate, translucent arrow to deftly adjust their course, allowing them to successfully evade lower-level soul beasts along the way. Zhao Wujie was astonished by this development, and upon inquiry, he learned that Lin Yuechan's arrow could sense the presence of surrounding soul beasts. This revelation both shocked and delighted him. Such a martial spirit capability was exceptionally suited for locating soul beasts and acquiring soul rings. Thus, he straightforwardly appointed Lin Wuchan to oversee the direction of their expeditions, while Dai Mubai was tasked solely with clearing the path ahead. Before they realized it, an hour had passed. Just as they took a brief rest of about half an hour, Tang San and Zhao Wujie's gazes simultaneously shifted towards a particular direction. However, before they could speak, Lin Yuechan's voice rang out, "A 1,000-year soul beast is approaching." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback and quickly rose to their feet. Zhao Wujie, confident in Lin Yuechan's assessment, immediately instructed Tang Ge, "Tang Ge, you can fly, ascend, and see what soul beast it is. It must surely be the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Without needing to look, Tang Ge could easily guess the situation. However, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's instructions, he unfurled his wings of yin and yang and soared into the sky. Chapter 88. Each beam of light is always just right. Once Tang Ge ascended to a considerable height, he immediately spotted in the distance a serpent with a vibrant red comb on its head and a fan-shaped tail rapidly approaching. The creature boasted wings on its back, though it flew at a low altitude, approximately 3 meters above the ground. Indeed, it was the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Having confirmed the identity of the soul beast, Tang Ge relayed his observations to Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened with excitement. He exclaimed, "It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Such a soul beast is exceedingly rare, and the comb atop its head possesses numerous remarkable applications. Oscar, you have lost your soul ring. From this moment on, everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for battle." At that moment, Tang Ge plummeted from the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San quickly inquired, "Tang Ge, how long is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent you saw, and what is the color of its wings?" "The wings are a pale red, and their length is approximately between 6 to 8 meters. Tang Ge replied with a smile, "Approximately 7 meters, I presume?" Tang San contemplated silently for a moment before affirmatively addressing the group, stating, "Without a doubt, this is a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and its pale red wings signify its millennia of evolution." As Tang San effortlessly deduced the age and cultivation of the soul beast, along with a rough assessment of the soul ring's abilities, the gazes of everyone, except for Xiao Wu, shifted towards him with newfound respect. He truly resembled a living encyclopedia of the spirit master realm. Particularly, Zhao Wujie expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Little San, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Had it not been for this expedition, I would have remained oblivious to the extent of your intellect." "All of this is thanks to my teacher," Tang San humbly replied. Tang San smiled shyly, however, feeling the admiration reflected in the eyes of his companions. He felt an immense sense of pride and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge beside him. Tang Ge sensed Tang San's gaze upon him. Although the latter said nothing, he could intuit what was stirring in his mind. Amused, he shook his head, reflecting, "It appears that Tang San has been overshadowed by my brilliance for far too long, and he has begun to seek opportunities to showcase his own strengths." However, Tang Ge chose to remain silent. Gold will always shine, but no matter how bright the glimmer, it pales in comparison to my diamond that radiates a spectrum of colors. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead, growing increasingly closer. Zhu Ziqing, who had already ascended a nearby tree, focused intently and warned her companions just as she transformed into a shadowy feline spirit and leapt forward. At that precise moment, a gigantic serpent, identical to the one Tang Ge had previously described, slithered out from the jungle. Indeed, it was the Millennium Phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Upon spotting this formidable creature, Zhu Ziqing was well prepared. As her soul rings illuminated, she immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Pounce. In an instant, her hands coalesced into two razor-sharp claws, fiercely aimed at the snake's blood-red coxcomb. However, being a Millennium Soul beast, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake sensed the impending danger and deftly evaded Zhu Zhuqing's lethal strike. With a resounding crash, Zhu Zhuqing's claws struck the serpent's body, causing its speed to diminish momentarily. Startled and sensing numerous threats surrounding it, the serpent tilted its head and unleashed a torrent of dazzling, multicolored mist. Simultaneously, it revealed its sharp fangs and lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful," came Dai Mubai's warning from a distance, quickly followed by Ning Rongrong's voice. 7 treasures turn out glazed. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. Radiant beams enveloped all present, enhancing their strength and speed by nearly 30%. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated. Yet, astonishingly, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake feigned an attack. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's retreat, its blood-red coxcomb shimmered with renewed brilliance, restoring its earlier momentum. Without hesitation, the serpent changed direction and fled into the distance. The colorful mist it expelled was indeed intimidating, yet devoid of any toxins. At that moment, Tang San's voice reached them. Hearing the warning, Zhu Zhuqing, already a distance away, wore an even more frigid expression and sought to channel her soul power to pursue the serpent. However, unnoticed by all, Tang Ge suddenly smiled and unleashed his first soul skill. In an instant, streams of milky light enveloped Zhao Wujie, Tang San, and the others, their spirits uplifted, albeit momentarily slowing their actions. By the time they regained their composure, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake had fled several dozen meters away. Confused and puzzled gazes fell upon Tang Ge. Dai Mubai couldn't help but exclaim, "Tang Ge, do not rush to heal us. Conserve your soul power to deal with that phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." "Understood," he replied. Tang Ge nodded in acknowledgement, prompted by Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai and the others refrained from wasting any more time and unleashed their abilities in pursuit of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. In truth, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was not particularly formidable. If Zhao Wujie were to take action personally with his soul sage prowess, not only would this 1,000-year-old snake be unable to flee, but even a soul beast with a millennium of soul age would not escape. However, this endeavor was not solely to assist Oscar in acquiring a soul ring. It was also to hone Tang San and the others' combat skills and enhance their teamwork. The 1,000-year-old snake's strength was neither too high nor too low, making it an ideal target. Thus, Zhao Wujie would not intervene until the very last moment. Yet, what transpired next left everyone feeling utterly disheartened. Upon catching up with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Tang San employed his blue-silver grass to ensnare it swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Wuchan launched their attacks, inflicting severe damage on the snake. However, in the ensuing skirmish, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing sustained minor injuries from the snake's counterattacks. Then, Tang Ge once again activated his first soul skill. As the pearlescent beam descended, none were overlooked. They all reveled in the euphoria of healing. By the time they regained their bearings, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had not only freed itself from the blue-silver grass, but also appeared unscathed and had fled several dozen meters away. Thus, the battle, which should have concluded swiftly, dragged on for nearly an hour due to the precise release of each healing beam by Tang Ge. In the end, the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake remained vigorous, while Tang San and Dai Mubai bore no injuries whatsoever. Yet, curiously, both the snake and Tang San's group appeared listless and weary, gazing at Tang Ge as if he were a demon. Unbeknownst to them, they had already strayed far from the original battlefield. Chapter 89, The Slaying. Oscar's third soul ring. Initially, Zhao Wujie believed that Tang Ge's actions were unintentional. However, as time passed and what should have been a swift battle extended nearly an hour without resolution, he discerned Tang Ge's deliberate intent. As he observed the opponent preparing to unleash his soul skill, a chill coursed through Zhao Wujie, prompting him to urgently intervene. "Tang Ge, remain where you are. You need not concern yourself with healing," he exclaimed. "It is absurd that a 1,000-year soul beast has endured this long without resolution, forcing me to intervene." With that, Zhao Wujie summoned his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, which materialized behind him. As 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rose from beneath him, he bellowed, "Mighty golden palm." With a resounding crash, a golden-tinged hand materialized and slammed down upon the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The snake emitted a mournful cry as its massive form crashed to the ground. Nevertheless, it struggled to escape, swiftly wriggling across the terrain in an attempt to burrow into the dense underbrush ahead. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this, wore a cold smile. "If I allow you to escape today, I might as well change my name to Weeble. With his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, and his fourth soul skill, target tracking, Zhao Wuji expended a significant amount of soul power, releasing an invisible force that enveloped the fleeing phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It immediately collapsed to the ground, ensnared by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, struggling futilely to escape. At that moment, Zhao Wuji soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he charged directly toward the snake. Boom! With a thunderous impact, Zhao Wuji struck the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Grasping its tail, he began to whip it against the ground with tremendous force. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge glanced around and couldn't help but smile to himself. Having prolonged the situation and changed locations several times, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter them anytime soon. Just as he was lost in thought, Dai Mu Bai and the others approached with a fierce demeanor. As they arrived, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, exclaimed indignantly, "Tang Ge, were you doing this on purpose?" "Oh, it seems you have forgotten what I said when we first met." Hearing Xiao Wu's accusation, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. He then feigned disappointment and remarked, "Alas, why can't you understand? This is a rare opportunity for a trial arranged by the dean. If the battle were to end so easily, how would you enhance your combat experience and improve your team synergy?" However, Xiao Wu retorted, "But you don't have to continuously use your soul skills to heal us, do you?" Tang Ge shrugged, his gaze settling upon Ning Rongrong, and with a smile inquired, "Rongrong, do you believe there was an error in my treatment just now?" "Not at all," Ning Rongrong responded without hesitation, as a support soul master. After all, she had merely stood at the back, enhancing her teammates' abilities, and had not participated in the pursuit of the phoenix-tailed cockerel serpent. Tang Ge smiled, and then turned his gaze towards Lin Yuechan. "Do you think I, your brother Tang Ge, am in the wrong?" Little Chan felt that Brother Tang was not at fault. He was treating us for our own good. Lin Yuechan, blushing, spoke softly. Tang Ji's gaze finally settled once more upon Zhu Xing. Before he could utter a word, Zhu Xing shook her head and spoke. "You are not at fault. Rather, our strength is still too inadequate." In the face of the 8-member team, 3 stunning women immediately gravitated towards Tang Ge. Not only was Xiao Wu rendered speechless with indignation, but even Dai Mu Bai and Tang San found themselves at a loss for words. There was no alternative. It was not that our side was too weak, but rather that the allure of the enemy was overwhelmingly potent. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battle between Zhao Wujie and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was drawing to a close, accompanied by Zhao Wujie's urging voice. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry over." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Boss Tang, Brother Dai, Teacher Zhao is calling for us. Let us go and witness Oscar's imminent acquisition of the third spirit ring." Tang Ge achieved a flawless victory and smiled as he spoke. The crowd, resigned to the situation, proceeded towards the direction of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent. Upon their arrival, Zhao Wujie had already inflicted severe injuries upon the serpent. Stretching his limbs, he displayed an unusual smile of comfort and ease, producing a dagger from his possession and handing it to Oscar. "Take this, the rest is up to you." "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao," Oscar replied, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, he plunged the dagger into the serpent's skull. As the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent met its demise, a violet soul ring materialized around it. Observing this, Oscar promptly seated himself on the ground, beginning the process of absorbing and merging with the 1,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and Tang Ge stood vigilantly by, guarding against any intruding soul beasts. As time gradually passed, nearly half an hour later, Oscar finally succeeded in merging with the soul ring and stood up. It appeared that the integration of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent's soul ring had revitalized him. His spirit markedly improved, and his peach blossom eyes shining with renewed brilliance. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but smile and inquire, "Little Oscar, you seem in great spirits. To share what your third soul skill is. Perhaps we should discuss it later." Oscar, who had been filled with joy, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment at Dai Mu Bai's words. However, Ma Hongjun, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Little Oscar, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we might mock you? Hurry up. We exerted considerable effort for your third soul ring, so you must let us know." With no choice but to acquiesce, Oscar nodded. "Fine, but you all must promise not to laugh at me." "All right, we promise." Even Zhao Wujie patted his chest reassuringly. Yet, it was evident that both he and Tang San bore amused expressions. Finally, Oscar recited the incantation for his third soul skill. "I possess a mushroom sausage." Uft. Ha ha. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Zhao Wujie was the first to burst into hearty laughter. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai joined in, chuckling incessantly. Only Ning Rongrong and the other young women stifled their laughter, covering their mouths with their hands, their cheeks flushed with suppressed mirth. Seeing this, Oscar became exasperated. You all promised not to laugh, yet here you are. However, Oscar's vexation only fueled the amusement of Tang San and the others. After a considerable time, Zhao Wujie was the first to regain his composure, waving his hand. All right, enough laughter. If you keep this up, little Oscar will be in tears. Humph. I would never cry. Oscar stubbornly turned his head away. Tang Ge stepped forward, gently patting Oscar's shoulder, and with a smile, spoke, Do not be upset. Everyone is merely jesting with you. Moreover, they have all savored your sausages, which should indeed make you feel a sense of pride, should it not? Oh, that seems reasonable. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Oscar, who had been brooding, felt a flicker of brightness in his eyes. He then shook the mushroom sausage he had just crafted in his hand, proudly declaring, Do not laugh. If you possess the ability, then none of you should dare to taste my mushroom sausage later. Oh, is it possible that this mushroom sausage in your hand possesses some unique qualities? Pray, enlighten us about its effects. Tang Ge cooperated from the side. Oscar nodded, extending his right hand which held the mushroom sausage, and exclaimed loudly, Mushroom sausage, third soul skill. Effect, flight. Flight. The laughter of Ma Hongjun and the others abruptly ceased, their gazes towards Oscar turning into a dazed stare. Once Dai Mubai regained his senses, he couldn't help but exclaim, Little Oscar, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Oscar, uninterested in explaining, promptly consumed the mushroom sausage, accompanied by a surge of soul power. 3 pairs of transparent wings swiftly materialized on his back. With a flap of those wings, Oscar soared into the air, hovering above. From his elevated position, he surveyed the astonished expressions of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, unable to contain his pride. How about that? I wasn't lying, was I? And let me tell you, my flight skill can soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a full minute. Want to try it? Beg me, and I might let you. It must be acknowledged that Oscar's third soul skill, with its accompanying flight ability, truly astonished Dai Mubai and the others. The variety of soul rings is vast. Yet not every soul master has the fortune to acquire a flight skill. Now, Oscar's third soul ring had unexpectedly granted him this remarkable ability. Though a minute may seem brief, at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he could cover at least 2,000 meters. However, witnessing Oscar's smug demeanor, reminiscent of a small man reveling in his triumph, left Dai Mubai and Tang San speechless. Even Zhao Wujie could no longer bear it. He chuckled and chided, All right, come down quickly and tell me about the specifics of your third soul skill. Sure thing. Oscar grinned and promptly descended from the sky. After some inquiry, everyone learned that Oscar's current soul power allowed him to produce 10 mushroom sausages at once. Furthermore, as his soul power increased, he would be able to create even more in the future. With such a soul skill, Oscar's sausages had already reached the pinnacle among food-based martial souls. In that moment, not only Dai Mubai and Tang San, but even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, the girls, were filled with envy towards this flight ability. Finally, Oscar, who had long been ridiculed for his martial soul, could hold his head high. He turned to Zhao Wujie, eagerly asking, Teacher Zhao, where shall we go next? Are we returning to the academy directly? Zhao Wujie was about to respond. Tang San suddenly coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. With an embarrassed expression, he said, Teacher, while I was laughing just now, my soul power inadvertently broke through to level 30, so I fear I cannot leave just yet. As soon as he finished speaking, another fit of severe coughing erupted. It turned out that Dai Mubai had momentarily choked on his breath, nearly struggling to catch his breath. His face flushed a deep crimson, and it took a considerable time for him to recover. Looking at Tang San, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Why did such a fortuitous event occur for him while it eluded his grasp? Even the gazes of the others were filled with a peculiar expression. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, rushed over to embrace Tang San's arm. Brother, congratulations. But I will soon catch up to you. Yes, I believe in you, Xiao Wu. Tang San smiled and nodded. He then turned to Zhao Wujie and said, Teacher Zhao, do you think we can continue our search for a suitable soul beast? As a student of Shrek Academy, even without your prompting, we would assist in finding the most fitting soul beast for you. However, this means we will need to stay in the Stardo Forest for a longer period. Upon hearing Tang San's request, Zhao Wujie smiled and nodded in agreement. After resting for a while, they set off again, utilizing Lin Yuechan's abilities to search for nearby soul beasts. Unfortunately, 2 days passed without success, despite Lin Yuechan's assistance. Zhao Wujie and the others diligently searched but could not find a suitable soul beast for Tang San. Nevertheless, the encounters with other 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts became excellent training targets for Tang San and his companions. Over these 2 days, their teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, and their practical experience continually enhanced. As the third night descended, after driving away a passing 1,000-year soul beast, Zhao Wujie ordered a halt and began setting up tents to prepare for rest. Meanwhile, a few miles away, 3 figures swiftly approached their direction. If Zhao Wujie could see them, he would undoubtedly recognize 2 of the figures as the renowned dragon and snake couple of the continent, accompanied by their granddaughter, Mang Yiran. The couple's purpose for venturing into the Douluo forest was primarily to find a soul beast for Mang Yiran. They had initially located a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and marked it with their serpent staff. However, upon tracking it down, they found it had already perished, its body showing clear signs of having been attacked by other soul masters. How could the dragon and snake couple not feel angered that their chosen soul beast had been snatched away? Thus, they traced the clues for 2 days. Arriving at this spot, as they neared their target, the snake lady could not suppress a hum of frustration. I shall see which soul master dares to steal my granddaughter's soul beast. Just as they prepared to advance, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal figure suddenly rushed towards them from afar. The shadow cast overhead plunged the surroundings into darkness. Could this be the forest's king, the Titan giant ape? As the mountain-like figure drew closer, both the dragon and snake were startled, gasping in shock. Without hesitation, the dragon commanded, "Run." He scooped up the still-dazed Mang Yiran and, along with the snake lady, turned to flee, not daring to use even a hint of their soul power. Chapter 91. What are you grabbing me for? Panting heavily. Even though the dragon and snake possessed the cultivation levels of Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor respectively, they were still severely fatigued without utilizing their soul power. After fleeing approximately several miles, they gradually came to a stop. "Old man, do you think that creature will chase us?" the snake lady inquired with concern. The dragon glanced back in the direction they had fled, ensuring there was no movement, and sighed in relief. "It seems that the Titan giant ape was merely passing through and did not pursue us." He then set Mang Yiran down. Only then did Mang Yiran regain her senses. Remembering the colossal creature she had just witnessed, she shivered and, filled with both fear and curiosity, asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, were you not a match for that soul beast?" Exchanging glances, the dragon and snake lady shared a bittersweet smile. The dragon then explained, "The Titan giant ape is an ancient species, incredibly powerful. Not even we, let alone a title Douluo, could claim victory over it. As far as I know, there is only one Titan giant ape in the Douluo forest, boasting at least 60,000 years of cultivation, a true forest overlord. More importantly, this Titan giant ape has an even more terrifying elder brother. If the Titan giant ape has 60,000 years of cultivation, then its elder brother must be nearing 100,000 years, Mang Yiran thought, shuddering at the implications and daring not to ponder further. Yet, the thought of leaving without finding a suitable soul beast filled her with reluctance. Sensing her distress, the snake lady gently patted her head with a kind smile, reassuring, "Do not fret." She then turned to the dragon. "Old man, while we do not know why the Titan giant ape appeared at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, it seems it has its own purpose. As long as we change our direction and avoid approaching it, we should be fine. That will have to suffice," the dragon agreed after contemplation. The trio then chose another path, refraining from pursuing those who had taken their phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. With a resounding rumble, the Titan giant ape, moving swiftly on all fours, thundered forward. In the darkness, its jet-black fur glimmered faintly in the starlight, and its lantern-like eyes shone with a yellowish hue. Completely uninterested in the 3 insignificant beings it had just missed, the Titan giant ape focused intently on a distant flicker of flames. With a surge of joy, it quickened its pace, standing over 7 meters tall even on all fours. Its presence instilled fear in nearby soul beasts. At last, an open space filled with tents came into view. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie, speaking with urgency outside one of the tents, turned pale. He seized Tang San's shoulder, pulling him close, and shouted, "Everyone, out of the tents, quickly." His booming voice echoed through the camp, startling Daimubai and the others. Yet their days of seamless teamwork prompted them to swiftly emerge from their tents. "Teacher Zhao, what is happening?" Daimubai asked, confusion etched on his face. However, neither Zhao Wujie nor Tang San responded. Both furrowed their brows, gazing intently at the swaying trees ahead. Just then, 2 towering trees slowly parted. revealing a massive figure that emerged from behind. Under the moonlight, as they discerned the enormous being, all breaths seemed to halt. The previously perplexed Dai Mubai and the others finally understood why Zhao Wujie had urgently summoned them from their tents. The forest's king, the Titan giant ape. Even the typically composed Tang San's voice trembled with trepidation at this moment. Unlike other soul beasts, the Titan great ape possessed not only immense strength, but also an intellect comparable to that of humans. Within the forest, it was the undisputed sovereign. Faced with the sudden appearance of this Titan great ape, Zhao Wujie stifled his inner fear and spoke in a deep tone. Respected king of the forest, we bear no intention of offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. Alas, the Titan great ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words and charged directly towards the crowd. Its colossal form cast a dark shadow, the terrifying aura suffocating everyone present. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Realizing communication had failed, Zhao Wujie was compelled to shout, I will hold off this Titan great ape. You all must consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave at once. Be swift. With that, he charged towards the mountain-like Titan great ape. The first, second, third, and fifth rings shone simultaneously. Facing such a formidable opponent, Zhao Wujie unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. Yet, regrettably, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's command, neither Dai Mubai nor Tang San harbored any thoughts of retreat. Even Ning Rongrong chose to stay and assist everyone. However, courage aside, in the face of overwhelming power, the number of those who remained was futile. Zhao Wujie, who had rushed forward, was sent flying by a single swipe from the Titan great ape. Ultimately, he was forced to resort to his severely taxing martial soul manifestation. The result of this decision was merely to prolong his struggle for a few fleeting seconds before he was once again knocked to the ground, his body nearly falling apart, let alone standing back up. As for Dai Mubai and Tang San, they could only dodge frantically under the Titan great ape's indiscriminate assaults, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Eventually, the Titan great ape, seemingly irritated, suddenly lifted one of its forelimbs, capturing the airborne Xiaowu, who had been thrown into the air by Tang San. Simultaneously, its other forelimb reached out towards Tang Ge, who was preparing to retreat to safety. This unforeseen turn of events left Tang Ge utterly unprepared. By the time he reacted, he could not evade. He found himself directly in the clutches of the Titan great ape, gazing at the monstrous visage before him, which could easily accommodate his entire form within its nostrils. Tang Ge was utterly bewildered. What do you want with me? Chapter 92. Advancing into the central area, it was precisely because he understood the narrative that Tang Ge realized the Titan great ape's appearance would not inflict any real harm. It was merely a moment of harmless excitement for the Shrek Academy students. In due course, Tang San would not only acquire a soul ring from the human-faced demon spider, but also the first externally attached soul bone, which was exceedingly precious even among soul bones. Even Xiao Wu, who was taken by the Titan great ape, would receive her 3rd soul ring, granting her the soul skill of teleportation. Naturally, upon witnessing the Titan great ape's emergence, Zhao Wujie and the others felt a surge of anxiety and gravity, while Tang Ge remained relatively at ease, confident that he would not encounter any peril. Yet now, he found himself directly in the grip of the Titan great ape. As he regained his composure, the enormous Titan great ape, holding both him and Xiao Wu, ceased its entanglement with Zhao Wujie and swiftly dashed deep into the Stardow forest. Behind them, Tang San's anguished roar echoed. No, release Xiao Wu. Immediately, a flurry of slender projectiles rained down, striking the Titan great ape's back like a torrential downpour. However, the Titan great ape's back was as tough as iron, producing only a series of metallic clangs. With a furious roar, the Titan great ape turned its head, unleashing a wave of dark energy that sent Tang San and his projectiles hurtling away, crashing violently into a large tree. No, seeing Tang San being blown away, Xiao Wu could not contain her scream. The Titan great ape lowered its gaze to Xiao Wu in its grasp, letting out another low growl, and abruptly took flight, soaring into the air. When it landed again, it was already over 100 meters away, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Tang San, having just collided with the tree, bore blood at the corners of his mouth and felt significant internal injuries. However, he paid little mind to his wounds, striding directly to Oscar's side and murmuring, "Little Oscar, give me a few sausages and a mushroom sausage." Oh. Without hesitation, Oscar quickly prepared 3 sausages and 1 mushroom sausage. Tang San seized the opportunity without hesitation, consuming everything in an instant. At that moment, 3 pairs of translucent wings materialized upon his back, propelling him swiftly into the air. It was only then that Oscar became aware of the unsettling situation. Unable to contain his anxiety, he exclaimed, "Brother San, please don't act impulsively. I apologize, but Xiao Wu and Tang Ge are my dear relatives. How can I remain calm while they are in the clutches of the Titan Great Ape? Teacher Zhao, there's no need for you to search for me. If I manage to rescue Xiao Wu and Tang Ge, I shall return to find you." Tang San's eyes glowed a deep crimson, brimming with cold intensity. After finishing his words, he unfurled his wings and surged towards the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished. "Tang San, come back to me." Zhao Wujin finally reacted, unable to suppress his furious roar. Yet, alas, Tang San's figure had already faded from sight. He then turned his ire towards Oscar, seething with rage. "Oscar, you knew full well that what Tang San was doing could lead to his demise. Why did you still give him the mushroom sausage?" "I didn't know that Brother San intended to do this," Oscar responded, his face a picture of grievance. Not far away, Lin Yuchan approached, her eyes glistening with tears. She fixed her gaze on Oscar, her voice tinged with sobs. "Give me a mushroom sausage as well. I want to save Brother Tang. I want to go too." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chimed in simultaneously, their expressions earnest and resolute. You all." Zhao Wujin looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, his anger rendering him momentarily speechless. Finally, he could only relent, exclaiming in frustration, "Fine, if we are to pursue, let us all go together. If we must perish, let it be together. Anyone who does not wish to join may leave the Stardow Forest this instant." Yet, at that moment, no one chose to depart. Once Oscar had prepared sufficient mushroom sausages, Zhao Wujin, Daimu Bai, and the others each consumed one, summoning 3 pairs of translucent wings. They then soared into the sky, hastily pursuing the direction from which Tang San had just departed. As the sovereign of the Stardow Forest, the Titan giant ape exuded an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of soul beasts within several miles. It moved unimpeded, heading straight for the heart of the forest. At that moment, Tang Ge found himself cradled in one of the Titan giant ape's massive hands, his head the only part exposed. Feeling the potent, albeit non-lethal, constraining force surrounding him, he wore a disgruntled expression. Why, he pondered. Did the Titan giant ape not simply take Xiao Wu and leave him be? Glancing at the other hand of the Titan giant ape, Tang Ge could vaguely see Xiao Wu similarly ensnared, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. However, Tang Ge knew well that she was merely feigning unconsciousness. She had a prior acquaintance with the Titan giant ape. Moreover, according to the original narrative, concerned for Tang San's safety, Xiao Wu would have called a halt to the Titan giant ape's actions midway. Seizing this opportunity, she would then break through to the 30th level, subsequently producing a soul ring to ascend to the status of a soul ancestor. In the Stardow Forest, her 10,000-year soft bone rabbit form was virtually invulnerable. Yet, due to the unexpected turn of events involving Tang Ge, Xiao Wu had to pretend to be unconscious to conceal her identity. Little did she know, Tang Ge was already aware of her connection with the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python at the forest center. Having shifted his focus from Xiao Wu, Tang Ge noted that the Titan giant ape did not seem intent on ending his life immediately, allowing him a sense of relief, even if danger truly lurked. He was confident that he could escape undetected. How delightful, he mused, to be nearing the core of the Stardow Forest for the first time. It provided an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As he gazed upon the breathtaking scenery and the formidable soul beast he had yet to encounter, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle inwardly. Furthermore, he had already devised a plan to acquire his 4th soul ring. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape shivered, a premonition of impending misfortune lingering in its mind. It glanced down at the human it held, confusion flickering in its lantern-sized eyes. Had this little one opened his eyes just now? But soon, the Titan giant ape dismissed the thought, refocusing on its journey. Gradually, the previously dense and towering trees began to dissipate, replaced by rolling hills and flowing rivers. Silver waterfalls cascaded from the mountains, producing a soothing sound. In the sky, colorful feathered avian soul beasts soared gracefully, occasionally emitting a resounding call. When the sprinting Titan giant ape abruptly halted, an enormous, deep blue lake came into view. The Stardow Forest was vast and boundless, partly situated within the territory of the Heaven Dough Empire and partly within the Starluo Empire. Thus, aside from a select few titled Douluo who had ventured deep into the forest, nearly 99% of Soul Masters were unaware that the core area of the Stardow Forest was not a forest at all, but rather an immense lake. Despite Tang Ge's awareness of the secret, he was utterly astonished by the breathtaking scenery before him as he was brought here by the Titan giant ape. The diverse array of ancient spirit beasts surrounding him would undoubtedly drive soul masters from the outside world into a frenzy of excitement if they were to witness it. Unfortunately, even a tidal Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in this realm. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the lake began to churn violently, forming countless bubbles. A whirlpool emerged at the very center of the lake. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the previously imposing Titan giant ape seemed to shrink in demeanor, akin to a child in the presence of an adult. Tang Ge, firmly grasped in the Titan giant ape's hand, narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating. It is about to emerge. The lake roiled more ferociously, and with a splash, a pair of colossal and sharp bull horns suddenly broke through the water's surface. As the horns continued to rise, an immensely large bull's head soon followed. Attached to this head was an extraordinarily massive serpentine body. This was undeniably a mysterious spirit beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. As it emerged from the lake, the sky darkened ominously. A terrifying presence radiated from it, causing all surrounding spirit beasts to tremble and prostrate themselves in fear. The sky blue bull python, 100,000-year spirit beast. If the Titan giant ape is the king of the Douluo forest, then this creature is its emperor. As soon as it emerged from the lake, the sky blue bull python's gaze fell upon the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape felt a sense of fear towards the sky blue bull python, the purpose of its journey filled it with a sense of joy as it opened one of its hands. Nestled within its palm lay the returned Xiaowu. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape shook Tang Ge, releasing a deep growl, seemingly communicating something to the sky blue bull python. Upon seeing Xiaowu in the palm of the Titan giant ape, the lantern-like eyes of the sky blue bull python softened noticeably. Yet, almost immediately, a wave of terrifying killing intent emanated from it, enveloping Tang Ge, who was held captive by the Titan giant ape. With a roar, the Titan giant ape raised the arm that held Tang Ge. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the air. Deming, Erming, he is my friend. Do not kill him. The previously feigned unconsciousness of Xiao was shattered as she overheard the two spirit beasts plotting Tang Ge's demise. Unable to maintain her ruse any longer, she opened her eyes and leapt from the Titan giant ape's palm to its shoulder. Facing the killing intent of the sky blue bull python, Xiaowu implored urgently. Tang Ge's my friend. You cannot kill him. Upon hearing Xiaowu's plea, the Titan giant ape emitted a low growl in response, its eyes reflecting confusion. In that moment, the towering sky blue bull python bizarrely emitted a human voice, deep and resonant. This human is aware of your identity. If you release him, it will pose a danger to your life. But I have been unharmed all these years. Perhaps I misunderstood Tang Ge back then. He does not know my true identity. The sky blue bull python replied. Tang Ge, initially perplexed as to why the Titan giant ape, appearing at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, chose to seize him instead of another, finally grasped the situation after overhearing the exchange between Xiaowu and the sky blue bull python. It dawned on him that the issue lay with Xiaowu. The adversary had, astonishingly, relayed his words from 6 years prior, spoken in the presence of the Seventh Shire, to both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. The Titan giant ape's intention in capturing him was unmistakably to silence him permanently. In that moment, Tang Ge found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He had effectively dug his own grave. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the sky blue bull python would heed Xiaowu's plea. Contemplating this, Tang Ge continued to feign unconsciousness, eavesdropping on the dialogue between the human and the beast. Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, who sat upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, Tang Ge was awake. Thus, she disclosed her acquaintance with the two soul beasts without reservation, beseeching the sky blue bull python. Daming, please do not kill him. No, came the resolute reply. For your safety, I must eliminate this human, unless you promise to remain here with us and never venture out again. The sky blue bull python shook its head, its voice unwaveringly firm. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu fell silent, memories of the joyous moments spent with Tang San over the years flooding her mind. No, I cannot stay here. Tang San must still be searching for me. I must return to him and not let him worry. However, her thoughts drifted to Tang Ge. A frown of conflict crossed her face as she glanced at Tang Ge, who was clutched in the Titan giant ape's other hand. But the moment she looked, her eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Ge, when did you awaken? Hearing Xiaowu's tremulous voice, Tang Ge, who had just opened his eyes, rolled them in exasperation. You are on the verge of abandoning me for your Tang San. If I do not awaken now, shall I simply perish here? With that thought, He hesitated not a moment longer and reconnected with his second martial soul, the exquisite four swords of the Celestial Slayer, which he had not summoned in 5 years. As the faintest breath of energy was released, the Titan giant ape's fur bristled instinctively. Sensing the imminent threat of death, it reflexively hurled Tang Ge away. With the flapping of the wings of yin and yang, Tang Ge found himself suspended in midair, dozens of meters away. He stood steadily in the air, his right hand outstretched, forming the ethereal image of the Celestial Slayer sword. In that instant, the heavens shifted ominously, dark clouds gathered, and blinding lightning struck down from the tumultuous sky. An aura, exponentially more terrifying than that of the sky-blue bull python, enveloped the core area, casting a shadow over all. Due to the remarkable fusion degree of 99 attained by Tang Ge with the ancient sacred body, his capacity to wield the sword of extermination has significantly augmented. Furthermore, while unleashing even a fraction of the sword's power, he has mastered the ability to control the influence of the celestial sword's aura within a defined vicinity. Consequently, Tang Ge no longer harbors concerns of suffering a backlash akin to that of his initial encounter. Suspended in midair, his gaze fixed upon the bewildered and motionless azure bull python, Tang Ge broke into a smile and spoke. "What now? Do you still intend to persist in your attempts to slay me? You have triumphed, human." Sensing the overwhelming and inescapable aura looming above him, the azure bull python, despite its stature as a soul beast aged over 100,000 years, hesitated, gradually lowering its massive form. In this realm, the azure bull python reigned supreme, akin to an emperor. Yet now, it bowed its head, confronted by the terrifying essence emanating from Tang Ge's sword of extermination. The azure bull python could perceive the grave reality, should it continue its pursuit to eliminate him. The boundless malevolence hanging overhead would not only eradicate it in an instant, but also spell doom for the likes of Xiaowu, the Titan giant ape, and other soul beasts nearby, leading to their obliteration alongside this vast lake. This was a fate the azure bull python desperately wished to avoid. Setting aside its pride, it gazed at the airborne Tang Ge and inclined its lengthy serpentine body. "Human, I harbor no intent to oppose you. I hope, given your acquaintance with Xiaowu, you can forgive my earlier insolence. Oh, why did you not plead for your release earlier, considering my connection with Xiaowu? Why the sudden change of heart?" Upon hearing the words of the azure bull python, Tang Ge's expression turned to one of disdain. However, maintaining the release of the sword of extermination placed an immense burden upon him. Thus, having sufficiently intimidated the century-old soul beast, Tang Ge decided to retract the four swords. As the horrifying aura dissipated, not only did the azure bull python and other soul beasts exhale in relief, but Tang Ge too felt an immediate lightness wash over him. He took a gentle breath, and with a flutter of his yin-yang wings, he descended onto the shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Had it been at an earlier time, the Titan giant ape would have undoubtedly erupted in fury at the audacity of a human daring to alight upon its shoulder, reducing the intruder to mere fragments without a trace. Yet now, it remained utterly paralyzed, too intimidated to move. Tang Ge retracted his wings of yin and yang, reveling in the state of the Titan great ape, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. Behold, even a soul beast of 100,000 years must obediently allow him to ride. Meanwhile, on the other shoulder of the Titan great ape, Xiaowu's heart was in disarray, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. The memory of that terrifying aura from just moments ago left her complexion slightly pale, as she gazed at Tang Ge as if he were a stranger. "What is this? Have you forgotten me so soon?" Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. Xiaowu immediately felt a wave of panic, her voice becoming faltering. "I just didn't expect you to be so terrifying." Terrifying is precisely the point. Otherwise, if I had been captured this time and lacked any skills, wouldn't I have faced death at the hands of those you refer to as Deming and Erming? Tang Ge wore an expression of calm indifference. Upon hearing his words, the Titan giant ape awkwardly scratched its head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing as it furtively glanced at the azure bull python in the lake. After all, this fearsome human before it was one it had personally brought back. The azure bull python, sensing the gaze of the Titan giant ape, shot at a fierce glare before turning its attention to Tang Ge. "Human, state your purpose. As long as you do not disclose Xiaowu's identity, and your conditions are not unreasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." At this juncture, as the sovereign of the Stardow Forest, the azure bull python had already resigned itself to being thoroughly exploited. Truly, it was a soul beast of 100,000 years, comparable to human intellect. Indeed, it understood the situation well. Upon hearing the azure bull python's words, Tang Ge felt a surge of satisfaction within. However, he maintained a facade of righteous indignation, asserting, "What purpose are you speaking of? I am merely a victim who has been captured by you. Moreover, Xiao Wu is my friend. Do you truly believe I would jeopardize the life of a friend to threaten another friend? Humph. I, Tang Ge, am not that kind of person." The azure bull python was profoundly moved by Tang Ge's declaration, its once fearsome visage softening. Unable to contain itself, it offered a compliment. "Human, you are the most just individual I have encountered thus far." "Wait, I have not finished speaking," Tang Ge interjected. "Although I am not such a person, you have captured me, causing me considerable distress. Surely I deserve some compensation for my mental anguish?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the azure bull python's praises abruptly halted, as if the remaining compliments had been swallowed back down. Compensation for mental anguish? The azure bull python was tempted to inform this human that it was the soul beasts who should be the ones frightened. However, recalling the terrifying aura that had penetrated to the very depths of its soul, the azure bull python felt that refusing might lead it to become the very compensation for this individual's distress. Thus, it could only endure and lower its voice, gently inquiring, "What compensation do you require? In the spirit of camaraderie, I shall not make things difficult for you. I simply ask that this imposing figure accompanying me assist in locating a suitable 10,000-year soul beast." Tang Ge had already devised a plan in his mind prior to their meeting. Therefore, upon hearing the azure bull python's inquiry, he readily articulated his request for compensation. Hunting a 10,000-year soul beast was a task that posed little difficulty for either the azure bull python or the Titan giant ape. Upon hearing Tang Ge's demand, the azure bull python released a sigh of relief and nodded without hesitation. "I accept this condition. When shall we depart?" "Right now," Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge pondered for a moment and made his decision. The azure bull python did not respond, but instead turned its gaze towards the Titan giant ape. Gur. The Titan giant ape could not suppress its discontented growl, yet, under the piercing gaze of the azure bull python, it ultimately bowed its noble head. Tang Ge smiled faintly and said to the little dancer on the shoulder next to him, "If I had intended to reveal what I know, I would have disclosed your secret long ago, rather than waiting until now. Therefore, you need not worry at all. Just ensure your attitude towards me is a bit more amiable in the future, and remember to address me as Brother Tang, understood?" "Yes, Brother Tang." At this moment, the little dancer was already in a state of confusion, and upon hearing Tang Ge's request, she could only obediently comply. Tang Ge listened with great satisfaction. He then reminded Xiao Wu to return early and meet with Tang San and the others, while also conveying that he was safe. After that, he urged the Titan giant ape to depart from the area. Once the massive figure of the Titan giant ape completely vanished from sight, Xiao Wu finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet, her expression remained one of worry as she gazed at the sky-blue bull python in the lake and whispered, "Deming, do you think Brother Tang Ge will reveal my identity?" "I do not know." The sky-blue bull python shook its head. "However, I can sense that the human named Tang Ge possesses a terrifying power, one that could easily bring about our demise. I understand that advising you to stay here is futile, so I hope you can protect yourself well in the human world, and do not trust humans easily. If possible, please keep your distance from that human and do not provoke him." Upon hearing the words of the sky-blue bull python, Xiao Wu nodded. "Thank you, Deming. I will remember what you've said." Chapter 95, Slay and Acquire the Fourth Soul Ring. The Stardow Forest is vast and boundless, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters to find a soul beast suited to them. Often, it relies on mere luck. Even Tang San and Oscar from Shrek Academy found themselves in the same predicament. Moreover, the Stardow Forest is not only home to century or millennium soul beasts, but also to formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, undoubtedly increasing the challenges for soul masters seeking soul rings. Thus, when confronted by the Titan giant ape and captured, Tang Ge swiftly abandoned his plan to rely on Zhao Wujin, instead focusing his efforts on the Titan giant ape. With a 100,000-year kingly soul beast assisting him in searching for a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, it would surely prove easier than depending on a soul sage. Additionally, Tang Ge had longed to experience riding a 10,000-year soul beast, and now his wish was fulfilled. While Xiao Wu remained by the lake, whispering with the sky-blue bull python, Tang Ge settled upon the Titan giant ape and began to wander around the core area of the Stardow Forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, outside a valley in the core area of the Stardow Forest, a tremendous tremor shook the ground as a colossal creature emerged from the dense woods, appearing at the valley's entrance. This enormous being was none other than the 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape. At this moment, Tang Ge sat languidly upon its shoulder, leisurely consuming fruits retrieved from the system space, and inquired, "We've been searching for 2 days. Are you certain there exists a 10,000-year soul beast here?" 2 days had elapsed. Thanks to the Titan giant ape's extensive experience in the Stardow forest, it possessed considerable knowledge of the 10,000-year soul beast residing within. With its guidance, Tang Ge had no reason to worry about failing to find one. However, it was unfortunate that while they had indeed located numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, none were compatible with Tang Ge's martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram. Nevertheless, Tang Ge merely observed these unsuitable soul beasts and allowed them to flee. Initially, the Titan giant ape was concerned that Tang Ge might indiscriminately slay the soul beasts, but upon witnessing the latter's restraint, its worries were finally alleviated. Subsequently, the Titan giant ape redoubled its efforts in assisting Tang Ge, hoping to expedite the process and escape the indignity of being a human's mount, a fact that was indeed a disgrace to the Titan giant ape clan. Now, having returned to a valley he recognized, the Titan giant ape growled in displeasure at Tang Ge's skepticism. It then strode purposefully into the valley. Upon entering, aided by the Titan giant ape's towering 15-meter stature, Tang Ge beheld the scene within the valley. His gaze was immediately drawn to an enormous flower, resembling a parasol, blooming against the far wall of the valley. Oh, could this flower be? As Tang Ge was lost in thought, the Titan ape that had just entered suddenly let out a thunderous roar, then pounded its massive chest with its powerful arms before charging towards the umbrella-shaped flower growing on the cliffside. Thud, 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 thud. Its hefty body struck the ground with a deafening sound, and its ferocious momentum stirred up gusts of wind. On the cliff, the previously motionless umbrella-shaped flower appeared startled by the Titan ape's imposing presence, its veins resembling the ribs of an umbrella instantly tautening. Then, to Tang Ge's astonishment, the outermost layer of the flower began to spin rapidly. A thick, deathly aura in the form of black mist was immediately released from its center. Following this, sharp spines detached swiftly from the rapidly spinning flower, piercing through the pitch-black fog of death and shooting towards the Titan ape with a series of piercing sounds. The sky was soon enveloped by a rain of deadly spikes. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was startled and swiftly summoned the wings of yin and yang, hastily retreating to a height of over 100 meters above the Titan giant ape's shoulder. From his vantage point, he observed the Titan giant ape, in a frenzied dash, collide violently with the barrage of sharp spikes that rained down upon it. A thunderous roar erupted from the Titan giant ape, unleashing a surge of dark energy that swept away countless spikes. Yet, a significant number of these projectiles pierced through the turbulent energy, embedding themselves into its flesh. The air was thick with the stench of death as numerous wounds erupted on the Titan giant ape, oozing crimson blood. This, without a doubt, ignited its wrath. With a cultivation of 100,000 years, its eyes turned a fiery red, plunging it into a state of berserk fury as it propelled itself skyward. Leaping over 100 meters, high above, the Titan giant ape radiated a brilliant red light, while its robust forelimbs shimmered with waves of crimson energy, coalescing into ethereal arms that grew larger, shielding it from the onslaught of spikes. At the zenith of its power, the Titan giant ape swung its massive arms down upon the umbrella-like flower. The earth trembled with cataclysmic force as it struck, the sound reverberating like the end of days. With a single blow, the Titan giant ape unleashed the full might of its century-long cultivation, obliterating the towering cliffside. The umbrella-shaped flower, despite being a spirit beast with 10,000 years of cultivation, could not escape the devastation. As the cliff crumbled, its entire form was laid bare. And under the Titan giant ape's powerful strikes, it emitted a mournful wail, its petals and stem fracturing inch by inch. In a fit of rage, the Titan giant ape forcibly uprooted the flower from the ground, roaring as it grasped the stem and relentlessly slammed it against the earth. Over 100 meters away, Tang Ge watched in trepidation as the Titan giant ape mercilessly battered the umbrella flower, shivering at the display of its terrifying power. This was his first encounter with the ferocity of the Titan giant ape, and he could not help but acknowledge the sheer horror of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Though Tang Ge remained perplexed as to why the Titan giant ape was so fiercely attacking the umbrella plant spirit beast upon their first meeting, he felt a surge of exhilaration upon discovering that this particular spirit beast was ideally suited to him. As he witnessed the Titan giant ape grow increasingly fervent in its assault, he feared that it might inadvertently slay his target, prompting him to swiftly fly over and intervene. The moment a hint of the exquisite sword's aura emerged, the Titan giant ape, despite its earlier excitement, instantly transformed into a docile creature, obediently dropping the nearly defeated umbrella plant spirit beast to the ground. Tang Ge smiled faintly, showing no hesitation as he immediately activated his third soul skill, the Death Seal. With just a few strikes, the ancient umbrella-shaped spirit beast was vanquished. In an instant, an incredibly dark soul ring began to slowly coalesce above the beast's lifeless form. Chapter 96. Not enough. Strike me. As he beheld the formation of a soul ring, at least 10,000 years old, a surge of anticipation filled Tang Ge's heart. He then addressed the Titan giant ape, saying, "Little Tai, remain on the sidelines. I am about to merge with this soul ring. Do not allow any other spirit beasts to disturb me." With that, Tang Ge settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, reaching out to draw the dark soul ring towards him. The Titan giant ape was quite displeased by the nickname Little Tai and couldn't help but let out a low growl. However, considering the formidable nature of this human, it obediently squatted beside him, standing guard in silence. At this moment, Tang Ge's focus was entirely on the newly acquired soul ring. As his martial soul, the yin-yang diagram of life and death began to absorb it. A colossal shadow of the umbrella-shaped spirit beast materialized in his mind. Without hesitation, this shadow launched an assault on Tang Ge, its overwhelming desire for death aiming to consume his very soul. In response, Tang Ge merely scoffed, casting the yin-yang diagram with a gentle flick. As the forces of yin and yang swirled, a tremendous force of absorption emanated from the diagram. The spirit beast shadow, which had charged forward, was swiftly engulfed by the diagram of life and death. The powers of yin and yang intertwined, swiftly dismantling the shadow into nothingness. As the spirit beast silhouette vanished, the once turbulent dark soul ring gradually calmed. Tang Ge recognized that the moment had arrived. Without a hint of hesitation, he activated the yin-yang life and death diagram, initiating the fusion and absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring. Simultaneously, he began to harness the immense energy released from the soul ring to propel the progress of his ancient sacred body. The blood within him surged like a mighty river, boiling and rushing with fervor. His heart pounded violently, resonating with a fierce rhythm. A radiant golden light emanated from him, gradually releasing an aura imbued with the essence of ancient times. The Titan great ape, stationed nearby, was instantly taken aback by this overwhelming presence, instinctively retreating several meters. It gazed at Tang Ge, whose body shimmered with golden light, its large, lantern-like eyes filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Unbeknownst to Tang Ge, all his focus was inward. As the soul ring and martial soul continued to merge, the energy released prompted his soul power to ascend further. Yet, the majority of this energy was directed towards the ancient sacred body. Regrettably, the energy absorbed by the ancient sacred body seemed to dissipate without effect, merely creating ripples in the fabric of his being. The fusion degree remained steadfastly at 99, showing no sign of alteration. Conversely, Tang Ge's soul power surged from level 40 to 41, successfully completing the fusion of the fourth Millennium Soul Ring with his martial soul. Immediately, a torrent of information regarding the fourth soul ring and soul skill flooded his mind. This cannot continue. As he felt the grand energy within him receding like a retreating tide, Tang Ge's expression darkened with discontent. Moreover, the meteor tears, lying dormant in his heart, remained unactivated. The gentle, subtle energy released from the meteor tears proved insufficient to support the breakthrough of his ancient sacred body. With this realization, Tang Ge's face hardened, and he opened his eyes. He disregarded the information of the fourth soul ring, rising from the ground to fix his gaze on the Titan great ape in the distance. Addressing the creature, he said in a deep voice, "Come, strike me." "What? You want me to strike you?" The Titan great ape, feeling the intensity of Tang Ge's stare, stumbled back, nearly toppling over. It quickly shook its head, signaling its reluctance. "Humph. Cunning human, attempting to lure me into action. I'm not so easily deceived." Upon witnessing the reaction of the Titan ape, Tang Ge could only shake his head in resignation and spoke once more. "Fear not. Strike me as you will. Should you break me, there is no need for you to compensate." With that, he spread his arms wide and puffed out his chest, adopting a posture of complete surrender. The Titan ape remained somewhat skeptical, yet it extended a single finger to poke at him. The touch was firm, yet it did not yield to destruction. Surprisingly, nothing seemed amiss. Observing Tang Ge's continued demeanor of carefree vulnerability, the Titan ape, once burdened with apprehension, now brimmed with excitement. This time, it eschewed the gentle prod and instead, with a sudden clench of its mighty fist, it struck down with tremendous force. Bang! Accompanied by a deep thud. Even with the foundation of the ancient sacred body, Tang Ge found his legs sinking into the earth below, from the knees down, under the weight of this singular blow. The overwhelming power, akin to a mountain, unleashed from the Titan ape's fist surged through him, penetrating his heart and igniting a fervent rhythm within. The once languid and gentle meteor tears were finally stirred, erupting forth like a reversed black hole, releasing an overwhelming torrent of life energy. Tang Ge sensed the surge of energy, and his eyes erupted with a blinding brilliance. Without hesitation, he activated the Hell Forge to absorb and refine it. The previously dormant ancient sacred body gradually began to rise once more. Aha! In that moment, Tang Ge could not contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. He gazed at the towering Titan ape, provoking it with a brazen tone. "Little Tai, have you not eaten? Is this the extent of your strength? Come, strike me again. Let me see if your fists are as feeble as those of a mother gorilla. Dog Titan, useless Titan. It's no wonder Xiao Wu would refuse to stay with you." However, Tang Ge had no opportunity to utter the latter part of his taunt. At that moment, the Titan ape's eyes had turned a fierce crimson, glaring at Tang Ge as if he were a lifelong enemy. Then, with a fierce roar that reverberated through the air, it unleashed a deafening bellow. The dark roar created a shockwave, causing countless trees to snap and fall, while dust billowed, shrouding the valley. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the dust, leaping into the air before crashing down. It was the Titan ape, now utterly consumed by rage. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's pupils abruptly constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the full power of the primordial sacred body, crossing his arms defensively before him. A thunderous explosion erupted as the Titan giant ape descended, creating a deep crater in the ground. Cracks spread rapidly around like a spider's web. More alarmingly, Tang Ge found himself grasped directly in the giant ape's hand. Then, the Titan giant ape raised its arm, seemingly venting its pent-up frustration, and began to rain down powerful punches onto the ground with Tang Ge's right hand clenched into a fist. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire valley trembled violently. Chapter 97, Awakening of the Sacred Body. Cataclysmic thunder. If previously, when in the grasp of the Titan giant ape, Tang Ge had felt a sense of leisurely detachment, now he could only think to curse vehemently. The Titan giant ape appeared truly incensed. Its assault, devoid of murderous intent, was executed with all its might. Each punch that struck the ground sent waves of sensation through Tang Ge, akin to being engulfed by a crashing wave after diving into the sea, causing a searing pain that resonated through both body and soul. It felt as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. However, Tang Ge understood that this rare opportunity could not be squandered. The awakening of the primordial sacred body would likely be delayed even further if he missed this chance. Thus, he had to endure. Fortunately, as the Titan giant ape wreaked havoc, Tang Ge could distinctly sense the meteor tears within his heart being stimulated by his injuries. A surge of vibrant life energy began to be released in torrents from the meteor tears. The injury sustained by Tang Ge grew increasingly severe, and the life energy gushing forth like meteor tears became ever more potent. At last, in the moment when his body reached the brink of collapse, the meteor tears residing within his heart erupted with a blinding blue radiance. Accompanying this was an indescribable surge of life energy that threatened to engulf Tang Ge entirely. On the verge of losing consciousness from the overwhelming pain, Tang Ge summoned the last vestiges of his awareness to activate the hell furnace, hungrily consuming this life energy. In an instant, he was enveloped in a sphere of life energy, now solidified. A terrifying sword aura capable of annihilating worlds suddenly leaked from this sphere, causing the Titan giant ape to tremble, breaking free from its frenzied state. The fist it had intended to strike with froze midair as it beheld Tang Ge. Cloaked in blue light, the fearsome sword aura emanated from this very source. The Titan giant ape instinctively recalled its earlier encounter by the great lake at the forest's heart, its grotesque visage betraying a flicker of anthropomorphic terror. With a reluctant growl, it gently placed the blue-encased Tang Ge upon the ground and retreated several meters away. The blue light intensified to an almost blinding degree, rendering Tang Ge's form completely invisible. Thump, thump, the thunderous beats of his heart resonated, and Tang Ge felt as though he had returned to a pre-birth state, enveloped by a soft and comforting membrane. He could hear the sound of blood flowing, akin to a mighty river rushing forth. He recalled striving to enhance the integration of the ancient sacred body. Yes, the ancient sacred body. Suddenly, a piercing golden light streaked across the heavens, tearing through the darkness and jolting Tang Ge back to consciousness from the chaos that had enveloped him. When he opened his eyes, a grotesque face with lantern-like golden eyes loomed perilously close. Where did this monster come from? Startled, Tang Ge instinctively threw a punch. A howl of pain erupted, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood, reverberating through the air and momentarily disorienting Tang Ge. It was only then that he fully regained his senses. As he looked again, he realized that the unfortunate recipient of his blow was none other than the Titan giant ape, whose bloodied face was etched with a mix of grievance and confusion. "Who asked you to invade my personal space? One might think you were about to devour me." Tang Ge rolled his eyes. But soon he became acutely aware of the transformation in his body. His skin had not only become as fair as jade, but also the kind that would evoke envy even among young women. The power surging within him was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with a ferocious and terrifying destructive force. Tang Ge felt that if he unleashed his fist, it would not merely crush a single cow, but countless bovines. Even in the face of a towering mountain, he believed he could effortlessly shatter it to pieces. Tang Ge was certain that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, but rather a tangible reality. For he felt the presence of golden blood coursing through his veins. Although this golden blood was scarce, it ignited a fervor within him. Could it be that the ancient sacred body had successfully awakened? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully elevating the ancient sacred body to the awakening stage. However, due to the awakening disturbing the consciousness of this world's rules, calamity lightning is imminent. Please prepare yourself." The preceding notification confirmed Tang Ge's suspicions. After enduring a harrowing ordeal, his ancient sacred body had finally ascended from a fusion degree of 99 to the awakening stage. The golden blood that had emerged within him served as undeniable proof. Furthermore, as the ancient sacred body ascended, this golden blood would proliferate, ultimately replacing the ordinary red blood once the sacred body reached its zenith. At that point, every punch Tang Ge delivered would possess the power to annihilate stars. Yet, what was this calamity lightning? Did the consciousness of this world's rules truly fear him, attempting to strike him down before he could fully develop? Overwhelmed with joy, Tang Ge was rendered momentarily perplexed by the subsequent system notification. He recalled that the soul beasts here faced calamity lightning at a threshold established 100,000 years ago, with the choice to either transcend and transform into human form or to undergo the tribulation. Success in the tribulation would grant them the status of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Be it the Titan giant ape or the azure bull python, both belonged to this echelon of soul beasts. To his astonishment, Tang Ge found himself on the precipice of experiencing the sensation of being struck by lightning. Suddenly, a wild wind erupted, and dark clouds swirled and gathered above the valley, coalescing into a dense mass of calamity clouds. Within these clouds, blue lightning flickered, accompanied by resounding booms. The atmosphere grew palpably oppressive. Even the Titan giant ape, with its 100,000-year cultivation, felt its first stand on end, its face contorted in terror upon witnessing the gathering calamity clouds above. It emitted a low, mournful roar and, disregarding Tang Ge, hastily fled from the valley. In that moment, it was not just the Titan giant ape. Every soul beast within a several-mile radius that sensed the aura of the calamity clouds was thrown into a frenzy, desperately seeking to escape. Though they could not comprehend the nature of this aura, an instinctual fear compelled them to distance themselves as far as possible. Within the valley, as the Titan giant ape fled mercilessly, only Tang Ge remained. Tang Ge gazed up at the ominous clouds gathering above him, brewing a tempest of wrath. He had contemplated fleeing like the Titan ape, yet these clouds seemed to possess a sentient awareness, relentlessly pursuing him. Reluctantly, he abandoned the thought of escape and remained in the valley. Ultimately, as if charged with an abundance of energy, the ominous clouds unleashed a furious roar, and a blinding bolt of azure lightning descended upon him with ferocity. Chapter 98. The Taiji Sword Formation. 1,000 swords unleashed. The bolt of lightning, upon its descent, appeared less formidable than expected, roughly the width of a normal human pinky. Once it fell, it seemed to possess a homing capability, directly targeting Tang Ge. So it's merely a bolt of lightning, is it? If you dare, strike me down today, with no means of evasion. Tang Ge gritted his teeth and charged forward to meet it head-on. Boom. The azure lightning unleashed its terrifying power, crashing violently against Tang Ge's form. Despite his full exertion of the awakened ancient sacred body, he still felt a tingling numbness coursing through him, accompanied by faint pangs of pain. His short hair stood on end, resembling the bristles of a porcupine. However, Tang Ge was beyond concern for such trivialities. With the lightning strike, his focus shifted inward. Within his body, slender arcs of lightning, akin to serpentine bolts, danced wildly, wreaking havoc upon his muscles, bones, and blood. Yet, aided by the meteor tears, these injuries were swiftly mended by the surge of life energy, preventing any lasting damage. In fact, after the repairs, Tang Ge's muscle density and bone strength became increasingly formidable. Remarkably, his recently awakened ancient sacred body began to show signs of further enhancement. However, as he was preoccupied with resisting the retribution of the lightning, he could not divert his attention to these transformations. Boom, boom. In the sky, the amassed storm clouds seemed to recognize the situation, as if provoked, erupting in a cacophony of furious roars. Subsequently, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like torrential rain, inundating the vast valley. In an instant, the entire landscape morphed into a realm of electrical fury. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of destruction, trees, flowers, and even stones fell victim to the onslaught, reduced to mere fragments in a heartbeat. At this moment, Tang Ge resembled a solitary vessel adrift upon a tumultuous ocean, besieged by the wrath of thunder, perilously close to sinking. Indeed, he was enduring great discomfort. The tribulation of thunder is not to be trifled with, if it were a mere trifling matter. The soul beasts of 10,000 years would not be so utterly terrified. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him, instantly vaporizing his garments and exposing his remarkably proportioned physique. Yet, under the relentless assaults of the tribulation, his body was soon marred and torn. The excruciating pain contorted his visage to the extreme. Damn it, must I be compelled to unleash my ultimate technique once more? At that moment, Tang Ge considered employing his own strength to withstand the thunderous trial. Cleansing one's body with tribulation lightning to enhance power? Only a fool would attempt such a folly. However, just as he began to gather his soul power, a sudden notification shined in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses a thunder tribulation pill, which can aid the host in successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation. Would you like to use it? Thunder tribulation pill? The system's notification momentarily stunned Tang Ge, before he recalled that he had indeed drawn a thunder tribulation pill earlier. However, deeming it useless, he had cast it aside into the system's storage. Were it not for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten entirely. In a flash of pain, Tang Ge's contorted face twitched violently. After enduring so many strikes, only now do you choose to remind me? Truly cruel. Without hesitation, he declared, use it immediately. With a hum, accompanied by a ripple in space, a pill radiating a cerulean light appeared above Tang Ge's head. It was the Thunder Tribulation Pill. Unlike any ordinary pill, this Thunder Tribulation Pill was not meant for ingestion. As Tang Ge watched intently, the moment the system extracted it, the pill unleashed its latent power. Countless bolts of lightning, which were destined to strike Tang Ge, were drawn uncontrollably to the Thunder Tribulation Pill instead. In the blink of an eye, the pill was engulfed in a brilliant azure lightning glow. Moreover, as time passed, rather than shattering, it became increasingly solid. The surging lightning that enveloped its surface imbued the Thunder Tribulation Pill with an aura of mystery and antiquity. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who was supposed to endure the tribulation, suddenly found himself unscathed. As he utilized life energy to continuously mend his injuries, he observed the transformation of the Thunder Tribulation Pill above him. The intensifying power of thunder within the pill filled him with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly useless pill, drawn at random, would unleash such formidable power at this critical juncture. If the soul beasts on the verge of facing a 10,000-year thunder tribulation were to witness this, they would surely go mad in their desperation to seize it. With this thought, Tang Ge finally had the opportunity to assess his current physical condition. As he concentrated, a panel detailing his personal information materialized before him. Shocking system host. Tang Ge level. 41 soul master martial soul. Twin martial souls. Yin-yang life and death diagram. Celestial extermination 4 swords soul rings. Yin-yang life and death diagram purple. Black. Black. Black soul skills. Joy. Yin-yang wings. Life and death array. Life and death great seal. Taiji sword array martial techniques. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Walking secret. Hell refinement. Heaven's divine fist physique. Awakening level 1 of ancient sacred body shock value. 46, 590 perhaps due to the majority of his energy being allocated to the ancient sacred body. Tang Ge had only progressed from a level 40 soul sovereign to a level 41 soul master upon successfully merging the 4th 10,000-year soul ring. However, compared to this minor elevation, his greatest achievement lay in the fact that his ancient sacred body had finally surpassed the threshold of integration, entering the awakening phase. Even at awakening level 1, Tang Ge could distinctly sense that the power emanating from his ancient sacred body far surpassed his previous capabilities. Yet, without a target for experimentation, he found it difficult to pinpoint his current strength level. Lastly, he turned his attention to the newly acquired soul skill associated with his fourth soul ring. Observing the addition of the Taiji sword array in the soul skill section, Tang Ge focused his mind, and its information promptly appeared in his consciousness. Taiji sword array. The yin and yang rotate, forming the grand Taiji array beneath one's feet. Based on the intensity of soul power, different numbers of yin and yang swords can be conjured, reaching an ultimate state of 1,000 swords unleashed simultaneously. The Taiji sword array can be employed to attack foes or to establish a defensive posture around oneself. Furthermore, adversaries struck by the yin and yang swords will not only suffer from the corrosive force of death, but will also have their vitality devoured, which in turn nourishes the host wielding the sword array. It must be said, the Taiji sword array is undoubtedly the second soul skill Tang Ge has acquired with a strong area effect attack since obtaining the Life and Death Great Seal. Just as the bolts of lightning cascading from the storm clouds above were intercepted by the thunder tribulation pill, under the influence of a restless heart, Tang Ge summoned forth 4 soul rings, adorned in purple and black, causing an intricate formation of a yin-yang fish to emerge beneath his feet, ceaselessly rotating. This was none other than the Taiji sword formation. As a substantial amount of soul power was infused into it, the formation trembled violently, rapidly coalescing into a multitude of black and white small swords, each measuring about a foot in length. Chapter 99. It was I who killed. With the infusion of soul power, over 100 yin-yang swords materialized before Tang Ge in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, due to the presence of the millennia-old soul rings, each of these flying swords possessed the formidable might of a level 40 soul master's full strike. When 100 swords were unleashed simultaneously, not even a soul sect could withstand their assault. Even a soul king, lacking the support of a millennia-old soul ring, would meet a bitter demise. Only a soul emperor might have the capacity to fend them off. Yet, the 100 yin-yang swords were not Tang Ge's ultimate limit. He sensed that, should he expend all his internal soul power, he could potentially summon 500. However, he was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied with the sight of the over 100 yin-yang flying swords that had materialized before him. With a mere thought, these flying swords began to whirl around him at an exhilarating speed, creating a formidable curtain of swords entirely composed of their glimmering forms. This represented the defensive capability of the Taiji sword formation, so impenetrable that even a fly could not penetrate its confines. As the sword curtain dissipated, the 100 swords swiftly commenced to rearrange themselves into various shapes, including squares and spirals. Finally, with a decisive wave of his hand, these swords transformed into a flurry of black and white afterimages, hurtling towards the ominous clouds of tribulation above. With a series of piercing sounds, the air erupted as countless beams of sword light surged forth, instantaneously forming an expansive sword net that blotted out the sky. The tribulation clouds, which had been nearly depleted of their thunderous energy due to the tribulation thunder pill, could no longer sustain themselves and were torn asunder by the encompassing sword net. The swirling darkness of the clouds was utterly obliterated. Once the last vestiges of thunder were absorbed by the tribulation thunder pill, the ominous clouds that had loomed over the valley gradually dispersed. The sunlight re-emerged, instantly banishing the oppressive atmosphere that had pervaded the valley. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge exhaled a heavy breath, pondering whether any further complications would arise. His gaze then fell upon the calamity thunder pill, which continued to hover in midair, spinning incessantly. Compared to its initial state, this pill was now thoroughly infused with the essence of thunder, with arcs of electricity erupting from it in a dazzling display. An aura of terrifying power emanated from the calamity thunder pill, suggesting that if it were to be cast aside, it could potentially obliterate a soul beast of a millennium. Tang Ge pondered silently to himself. However, if he were to proceed in such a manner, it would indeed be an egregious waste. Thus, he summoned the hell furnace, generating a formidable force of devouring energy that instantaneously drew the essence into the furnace. A torrent of thunderous energy erupted, causing Tang Ge to shiver involuntarily. Yet, as the terrifying refining power of the hell furnace activated, this energy was swiftly transformed into a gentle essence for his absorption. 1 breath, 2 breaths. After a series of breaths, Tang Ge, with his eyes closed, felt a sudden jolt coursing through his body. His previously 41st rank soul power surged astonishingly to the 33rd rank. A sense of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary groan of relief. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes. Within the now dormant foundational furnace, the thunderbolt pill still contained a substantial amount of thunderous energy, suggesting it could sustain his absorption for an extended period. This realization filled Tang Ge with satisfaction as he mused that this time the tribulations he faced had not been in vain. However, he lamented that at this stage, any further enhancement of his ancient sacred body or soul power would require more than just a few breaths. Moreover, considering the time he had already spent, he was left wondering how Tang San and the others were faring. Hence, he decided against lingering in the valley any longer. Once he summoned the yin-yang wings, he soared into the sky, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rapidly made his way toward the outskirts of the forest. At the periphery of the Douluo forest, in a clearing amidst the trees, lay a colossal spider-soul beast, its size unparalleled. Unlike ordinary spiders, this creature possessed a face resembling that of a human. With 8 legs resembling long spears, it appeared immensely formidable. This was none other than the infamous human-faced demon spider of the Douluo forest. However, at this moment, the creature's vulnerable abdomen had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and as its last breath faded away, a purple soul ring began to coalesce above its lifeless form. Not far from the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San, having just endured a fierce battle, was panting heavily. A slash from the spider's leg had introduced toxins into his body, rendering his face pale and his vision somewhat blurred. He realized he had no time to waste on healing. Assessing his physical condition, Tang San disregarded the opportunity to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider and promptly seated himself on the ground, preparing to channel his Shintian skill to expel the toxins from his system entirely. Yet, his concerns soon materialized. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion, the sound of approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of 3 figures emerging from the thicket ahead. All 3 were soul masters. Among them, 2 elderly individuals, an elderly man and woman, both appearing to be in their 70s, their silver hair flowing, leaned on a dragon-headed cane and a serpent-headed cane, respectively. What truly alarmed Tang San, however, was the elder wielding the dragon-headed staff, whose aura was undeniably that of a soul Douluo, boasting 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, indicating a level exceeding 80. Additionally, beside these 2 elders stood a girl of a similar age to Tang San, clad in a dark green outfit that exuded a vigorous charm. Upon spotting the slain human-faced demon spider nearby, the girl paused momentarily before exclaiming in disbelief, "No. How could this be? The human-faced demon spider is dead? What on earth happened? Wait, it was you who killed it, wasn't it?" Her gaze fixed intently on Tang San, her delicate features contorted with resentment and fury. As she spoke, the elder with the 8 soul rings turned his attention to Tang San as well, and a wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth, nearly suffocating him. Had Tang Ge or Zhao Wujin been present, they would have immediately recognized the trio as the illustrious Gai Long Shi and their granddaughter, Meng Yuran. Yet, Tang San was oblivious to their identities. Nevertheless, faced with the oppressive aura, he mustered the strength to rise from the ground. Aware that he could neither feign innocence nor escape the situation, he resolutely nodded and admitted, "Indeed, it was I who killed it." Chapter 100. I, Tang Ge, have returned. Is it really you? Hearing Tang San's unwavering admission, Meng Yuran's eyes widened in disbelief, turning red as she took in his disheveled appearance. "Do you have any idea how long my grandparents and I have searched for this human-faced demon spider? We finally tracked it down, only for you to slay it. This spider, and the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake as well. The Douluo forest is teeming with soul beasts. Why did you have to hunt mine? Were you doing this deliberately?" Her words resonated with a profound sense of loss, causing not only Gai Long Shi to feel heartbroken, but even Tang San to suppress the urge to console her. However, what was this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Could it be the one encountered previously with Xiao Ao and the others? Tang San felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought. Fortunately, his pale complexion effectively masked his discomfort, preventing the discerning eyes of Gai Long Shi from detecting his unease. Tang San endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, shaking his head as he declared, "I truly had no knowledge that this human-faced demon spider would be your quarry, but I was compelled to slay it. After all, it was it that first appeared before me and launched an assault. Had I not vanquished it, my life would have been forfeit. Esteemed elders, were the roles reversed? I trust you would have acted similarly?" Upon concluding his statement, Tang San's gaze settled upon the elder opposite him, who held the dragon-head silver medal. There was not a trace of trepidation in his eyes. Hearing his words, the serpent woman furrowed her brow, expressing disbelief as she queried, "Little one, are you asserting that you single-handedly defeated this human-faced demon spider?" "Indeed," he affirmed. Tang San nodded with firm conviction. Long Gong and Shipu exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Having previously pursued this human-faced demon spider, they were acutely aware that the creature had exhausted its ability to spin webs for the day. Yet, even devoid of its silk, the human-faced demon spider remains a formidable entity among the Millennium Soul Beasts, with its 8 spear-like legs possessing formidable offensive power. The fact that such a creature fell to the hands of a mere teenager was astonishing. In that moment, both Long Gong and Shipa regarded Tang San with newfound respect. Moreover, as they utilized their soul power to turn the corpse of the human-faced demon spider onto its back, revealing its abdomen with the 8 mangled eyes, they nodded in silent agreement. To maintain composure and clarity in such a precarious situation, locating the creature's vital weakness and delivering a decisive blow is no trivial feat for an ordinary soul master. Nevertheless, while accolades were warranted, accountability still needed addressing. Thus, under the gaze of his granddaughter Meng Yuran, whose eyes were red and filled with a mix of grievance and vulnerability, Long Gong first offered her some comfort before solemnly inquiring, "What is your name?" "Tang San," he replied. Tang San did not attempt to conceal the truth, speaking candidly. Long Gong nodded. "Tang San, I now present you with 2 choices. After all, I, Long Gong, have navigated the spirit master realm for many years and am not one to act without reason. Faced with the human-faced demon spider, it is understandable that you killed it to preserve your life. However, the matter of you taking my granddaughter's soul ring on 2 occasions cannot simply be overlooked. Twice? Senior, I am uncertain as to what you mean by twice." Tang San feigned ignorance upon hearing Long Gong's statement, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Long Gong snorted disdainfully. "Despite some unforeseen circumstances, the moment I arrived here, I detected the same aura on you as that which was left on the path before. Do not think you can deceive me. That 1,000-year phoenix-tail rooster crown snake was slain by you and your companions, correct?" "What? That phoenix-tail rooster crown snake was also taken by him?" Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yuran, already distressed over the theft of her spirit beast, nearly fainted from indignation, casting Tang San a glance akin to that of a nemesis. Were it not for her grandparents' presence, she likely would have charged at Tang San in a fit of rage. Feeling the fiery glare of Meng Yuran directed at him, Tang San's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He recognized that he was not as thick-skinned as Tang Ge. Even if he attempted to argue, it was unlikely that the other party would believe him, and it might even backfire. Thus, Tang San merely nodded in acknowledgement and calmly inquired, "May I ask what the 2 choices you have for me are, senior?" However, as he posed this question, he understood that he might not easily grasp the situation, and so he endeavored to restore his soul power and stamina while gently manipulating the black box, measuring over 1 foot in length, that he held in his hand. This black box was known as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San previously achieved the remarkable feat of vanquishing the faceless demon spider through its formidable power. Now, Tang San prepared to wield the Zhuge Divine Crossbow once more against soul masters far superior to himself. Unbeknownst to Long Gong, or perhaps indifferent to it, he observed Tang San and spoke in a somber tone. "The first option, join my family and become one of us. In that case, we can overlook the 2 instances where you impeded my granddaughter's acquisition of soul rings." Upon hearing Long Gong's proposition, Tang San furrowed his brow. He understood that in this world, once one became a member of a family, betrayal was no longer an option. Furthermore, all future actions would be bound by the family's constraints. Of course, joining a family also meant access to abundant resources. Thus, Tang San did not hastily refuse but contemplated before stating earnestly, "Joining your family is not out of the question. But you must assist me in rescuing my 2 companions from a soul beast." "Rescue, you say?" Long Gong mused, though he found such a task exceedingly simple for himself. Yet, it felt somewhat too trivial, prompting him to inquire, "Who has captured your companions?" "The Forest King, the Titan Great Ape." As he spoke, memories of Xiao Wu's abduction surfaced in Tang San's mind, causing his gaze to redden with emotion. Long Gong's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted without hesitation, "That condition is unacceptable. Propose another." It was truly unexpected that even a formidable soul master like Long Gong would harbor fear. "In that case, I shall not join your family. If you wish to make a move, then proceed. Since you seek death, allow me to oblige." Witnessing Tang San's disappointed shake of the head, Long Gong felt the sting of humiliation and his fury ignited, a fierce killing intent radiating from his eyes. However, just as he was about to act, a jubilant laughter echoed from the distant sky. "Ha ha ha, Xiao San, do not be afraid. Your brother Tang has returned." Chapter 101. With this, I should have the qualifications correct? Upon hearing the sudden, hearty laughter resonating from afar, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, only to feel his tense body gradually relax. He recognized the newcomer. Despite his somewhat thick-skinned demeanor, this individual proved to be remarkably loyal in critical moments. Moreover, he had acquired an intriguing habit of feigning simplicity to conceal his true prowess, skillfully masking his strengths better than anyone else. To this day, Tang San remains unaware of that individual's true limits. However, he firmly believes that if the two of them join forces, their situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. Yet, if this person can survive, then perhaps Xiao Wu is safe as well? With this thought, Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord, standing opposite him, let out a heavy snort upon hearing the laughter. Another fool seeking death has arrived. I shall resolve this matter once and for all. Accompanied by a howling gale, a figure swiftly descended from the distant horizon, reaching them in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed from the valley earlier. He hovered in midair, the wings of yin and yang gently flapping behind him, enveloped in a mysterious aura of duality. Upon seeing Tang Ge, Tang San could hardly contain his eagerness and immediately inquired, Tang Ge, where is Xiao Wu? How is she? Hiki. Shall I mention how I frightened your little Xiao Wu into calling me Brother Tang? Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle internally at Tang San's concern. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding as he reassured, rest assured, she is safe. Moreover, Xiao Wu has broken through to the 30th level and is currently merging her third spirit ring. It may take her some time to return. That's a relief. With the news of Xiao Wu's safety, a heavy weight lifted from Tang San's heart. Furthermore, he felt immense joy upon learning that Xiao Wu had reached the 30th level. However, at that moment, a low growl filled with fury abruptly interrupted their conversation. I never expected you to be so deceitful at such a tender age, Tang San. The Titan giant ape is the ruler of the Star Doe Forest. Even I might not escape unscathed if it were to capture me. Now, the little one you claim needs my rescue stands here unharmed. Having escaped from the Titan giant ape's clutches, do you think I am easily deceived? As Tang Ge and Tang San turned to face the source of the voice, they found the Dragon Lord, leaning on his silver dragon-headed staff, glaring at them with a frost-laden expression. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, chilling the air around them. Perhaps due to the news of Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San's earlier resolve to fight had dissipated. Hearing the Dragon Lord's rebuke, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, explaining, Senior, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, we can't. Enough of this nonsense. Since you have brought another companion, let us gather everyone. Today, I shall see which soul master dares to repeatedly steal my granddaughter's spirit beasts. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, the Dragon Lord interrupted. His gaze now fixed on Tang Ge, who hovered gracefully in the air. Tang Ge perceived the situation and smiled slightly, saying, There is no need for you to look further, Senior. It is just me and Xiao San here. If you do not mind, I could spar with you. Such arrogance. It was truly excessive. Although he noted that this young fellow possessed a flight-type soul skill, suggesting a spirit level of at least a century. Dragon Lord was a formidable soul Douluo with over 80 levels of soul power. Even a soul emperor would not dare to make such presumptuous claims in his presence. Moreover, the child before him appeared quite young, likely at the soul master level at best. How could Dragon Lord not be incensed by such brazen words? Even the silent snake matron's expression turned frosty as she struck her serpent staff heavily against the ground, revealing her soul emperor level prowess. Witnessing their grandparents' agitation, Meng Yiran immediately sprang forth, glaring at Tang Ge suspended in midair, and exclaimed, If you want my grandfather to make a move, you must first get past me. Get past you? At Meng Yiran's declaration, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a peculiar smile. He then summoned his martial soul, the yin-yang chart of life and death, which gradually emerged. Following this, a purple and 3 black soul rings appeared beneath him, encircling his form and beginning to pulsate. The emergence of the 4 soul rings unleashed a formidable aura from Tang Ge. A soul sect. He was indeed a member of the soul sect. Furthermore, at such a tender age, he possessed a 1,000-year soul ring and 3 10,000-year soul rings. What prodigious talent from which esteemed family had emerged here. At that moment, as the 4 soul rings throbbed around Tang Ge, not only did Meng Yiran nearly gasp in astonishment, but even Dragon Lord and Snake Matron trembled slightly, their grips on their staffs tightening involuntarily. As for Tang San, he wore an expression of disbelief, unable to restrain himself from asking, Tang Ge, where did you acquire such a 10,000-year soul ring? What does he mean by where did I get it? I hunted for it with great effort. In response to Tang San's question, Tang Ge merely rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze past Mengaran to Dragon Lord. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Mengaran, earning 800 shock points. Ding. Temporarily suppressing the system's notification in his mind, Tang Ge looked at Dragon Lord, smiling casually. Senior. Is a purple and 3 black soul rings satisfactory? Surely, this grants me the qualification to spar with you. Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he remained silent. At this juncture, although the young man had not revealed his identity, the presence of the purple and 3 black soul rings undoubtedly indicated a powerful family background. Moreover, such a feat in a mere child of around 10 years old was nothing short of extraordinary. Should he engage now? Failing to subdue the boy would lead to endless complications, a scenario Dragon Lord was keen to avoid. Damn it, what a wretched day. Casting a glance at his granddaughter. Even Dragon Lord, typically composed, could not help but curse inwardly. Meanwhile, sensing Dragon Lord's indecision, Snake Matron sighed softly. Ultimately, a decision must be made. If that is the case, let me, this old woman, suffer a little humiliation. With this thought, Snake Matron prepared to step forward to speak. However, at that moment, a rough and urgent voice echoed from afar. Is it truly Dragon Lord and Snake Matron ahead? I implore you to spare these 2 children. Accompanied by this urgent, booming voice, a series of figures rushed in from the distance. Leading them was the unmoving king, Zhao Wujin. Following closely behind were the members of Shrek Academy, including Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others. They had traced the direction of the sharp cry emitted by the face spider before its demise, thanks to Oscar's flying mushroom sausages, allowing them to arrive here. However, due to their relentless pursuit and lingering injuries, both Zhao Wujin and the 6 others bore weary expressions. Yet, upon sighting Tang San and Tang Ge, relief washed over their faces, and they descended from the sky to join Tang San. Seeing teacher Zhao and his companions arrive, Tang San also smiled. He consumed 2 or 3 recovery sausages crafted by Oscar, and the injuries that had been suppressed within him began to mend significantly. I'm fine now. Thank you all, Tang San expressed, touched by the concern of his classmates. Hearing his words, Dai Mubai couldn't help but lightly punch him on the chest. What are you thanking us for? We are friends and comrades. No matter who faces danger, we will not easily abandon them. Indeed, third brother. You mustn't act so impulsively in the future, Oscar added. Tang San nodded slightly. Indeed. Tang Ge had previously informed me that Xiao was not only safe but had also advanced to the 30th level. It would not be long before she could reunite with us. Tang Ge, upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mubai and the others instinctively raised their heads once more to behold the resplendent figure still suspended in midair, with 1 purple and 3 black soul rings. And at an age of less than 13, what kind of extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a feat? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a pang of envy. In contrast, the 3 young ladies, Lin Wuchan, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang Ge with sparkling eyes, their expressions brimming with admiration and joy. Yet, the 6 shared a singular commonality. They had been astounded by Tang Ge's prodigious talent and cultivation at such a young age far too many times, to the point of becoming desensitized to it, even after just a few days apart. The fact that Tang Ge had acquired another 10,000-year soul ring seemed entirely natural to them. After all, Tang Ge had nearly become the embodiment of miracles. Thus, as they observed him ostentatiously displaying 1 purple and 3 black soul rings, they felt little astonishment. In the sky, as Tang Ge noted the arrival of Zhao Wudre and a group of classmates, he refrained from retracting his soul rings, seizing the opportunity to accumulate a wave of astonishment points. However, after waiting for a moment, he found that, aside from Zhao Wudre, none of the others contributed even a hint of astonishment. Tang Ge was filled with doubt and could not help but glance down. He then noticed that in the eyes of his 6 classmates, including Dai Mubai and Oscar, there was a mixture of envy, jealousy, admiration, and adoration. However, what was conspicuously absent was the shock that he so desperately sought. Moreover, Tang Ge sensed an unsettling emotion emanating from their gazes, a sentiment he recognized as complacency. Oh no, my dear friends. If you have grown accustomed to it, how shall I find the motivation to further elevate my strength and astonish you? Tang Ge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration suddenly welling up within him. However, before he could devise a plan to salvage this unfavorable situation, Zhao Wuji, who had been straining his neck to look up for quite some time, could no longer contain himself and urged him, Tang Ge, quickly retract your soul rings and descend to the ground. Tang Ge's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as he noticed the darkened countenance of Zhao Wuji. With a sly grin, he activated his yin-yang wings and swiftly descended. Upon his arrival, the eager Lin Wuchan and her two companions surrounded him, chattering incessantly with inquiries. Zhao Wuji, twisting his stiff neck, redirected his gaze from Tang Ge to the formidable duo of Long Gong and Shi Pu across from him. Having previously inquired about the esteemed reputations of the two, he felt immensely honored to encounter them today. Enough of the pleasantries. You, the illustrious unmoving king, are no obscure figure. Are you here to obstruct my spouse and me? Zhao Wuji's words elicited a frown from Long Gong, who slammed his dragon staff onto the ground with a thud, his expression cold. Witnessing this, Zhao Wuji felt a pang of bitterness. The imposing Long Gong, a soul Douluo with 8 soul rings, was a formidable opponent. Even at full strength, he was no match for him, not to mention his current diminished capacity. Moreover, both Long Gong and Shi Pu were present. Should they unite their soul powers, their combined might could rival even that of a titled Douluo. What chance did he stand as a half-disabled Zhao Wuji? However, after casting a glance at Tang San in the distance, an idea sparked in Zhao Wuji's mind. He lowered his voice slightly and proposed, "Senior Long Gong, may I have a word in private?" Long Gong's earlier aggression was merely a facade to preserve his dignity. And now, sensing Zhao Wuji's sudden air of mystery, he hesitated before nodding in agreement. As they conversed, both maintained an outward calm, concealing their true intentions. Upon Long Gong's return to his original position, he addressed Shi Pu and Meng Yiran, stating, "There is nothing further to discuss here. Let us depart." With that, he turned and walked away. Meng Yiran, coming back to her senses, displayed a look of reluctance, as if she wished to voice something. But Shi Pu gently ruffled her hair, sighing softly, "Let us go. Do not make things difficult for your grandfather." Suppressing the urge to cry, Meng Yiran cast a lingering glance at Tang Ge, who was surrounded by Lin Wuchan and her companions, etching his image into her memory. She then allowed herself to be led away by Shi Pu, following Long Gong. At that moment, Daimu Bai and the others noticed the departing figures of Long Gong and Shi Pu, with Ma Hongjun unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "Teacher Zhao, are they leaving just like that? Do you wish to engage in a confrontation with an over 80-ranked soul Douluo?" Zhao Wuji retorted coldly in response to Ma Hongjun's inquiry. His gaze shifted directly to Tang San, taking note of the purple 1,000-year soul ring atop the corpse of the face-devouring spider nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. "Tang San, that soul ring from the face-devouring spider may not be easy to absorb. Are you certain you wish to choose it?" "I want to give it a try," Tang San affirmed resolutely. Tang San's voice was remarkably resolute. Chapter 103, Fusion. External Soul Bone. Observing Tang San's unwavering determination, Zhao Wujin felt it inappropriate to offer further persuasion. He could only say to Oscar, "Oscar, please prepare another sausage for Tang San." "Certainly." Oscar nodded in agreement. And as he uttered the playful incantation about having a grand sausage, a sausage materialized and was promptly handed to Tang San. Tang San showed no disdain and consumed the sausage without hesitation. As he felt his soul power rapidly rejuvenating within him, he stepped towards the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. At that moment, a robust purple soul ring, interspersed with flecks of black light, had coalesced above the spider's remains, presenting the perfect opportunity for absorption. "Thank you all," he said to his companions before settling into a cross-legged position. Summoning the blue-silver grass, he drew the soul ring towards himself and focused intently on the absorption process. Observing Tang San begin to absorb the soul ring, Zhao Wujin promptly waved his hand, signaling everyone to spread out and encircle Tang San. As long as they remained standing, no entity or soul beast could disrupt his absorption. Seizing this moment, Zhao Wujin finally had the chance to inquire with Tang Ge about the events that transpired during his absence. Hearing Zhao Wujin's question, Tang Ge inwardly chuckled and promptly recited the same narrative he had previously shared with Ning Rongrong and the others. Upon learning that the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, had fled in terror after a single bellow, abandoning both Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujin was astonished yet relieved for the safety of the duo. Moreover, both had managed to acquire their third and fourth soul rings amidst this crisis, transforming misfortune into fortune. Of course, with the addition of the newly advanced Oscar and the soul ring absorption in progress for Tang San, their Shrek Academy's expedition in the Stardow Forest was a resounding success. In that moment, even as a soul saint of level 76, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. A smile crept onto his face as he nodded. "In that case, I can rest easy." Now we merely await Xiao Wu's return and Tang San's successful fusion of the soul ring. Teacher Zhao, look at Tang San. What has happened to him? Suddenly, a cry of alarm interrupted Zhao Wujin's thoughts. The exclamation came from Ning Rongrong, whose wide eyes reflected her shock and concern as she gazed at Tang San, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. The attention of Zhao Wujin and the others was drawn, and they too were taken aback upon witnessing Tang San's current state. Within that fleeting moment, the intense purple-black radiance emanating from the man-faced demon spider's soul ring had completely enveloped Tang San's body. A powerful surge of soul power radiated from him. However, this was not the sole concern. At that moment, as Tang San integrated the soul ring, he appeared to be undergoing intense torment, his pallid visage marred by agony. Suddenly, he expelled a mouthful of blood, startling Dai Mubai and the others. While each had absorbed a soul ring before, none had encountered such a scenario, prompting their gazes to involuntarily shift towards Zhao Wujin. Oscar, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, what is happening to Brother San? Is he in danger?" Sensing the ferocious energy emanating from Tang San's fluctuating soul power, Zhao Wujin's brow furrowed deeply. He spoke gravely, "If I am not mistaken, the reason for Tang San's condition is due to the overwhelming dominance of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. It will not be an easy task for him to absorb and integrate it into himself. The soul ring is too overpowering?" The group's concern deepened upon hearing Zhao Wujin's explanation. Dai Mubai couldn't help but interject, "Shall we simply stand by? Is there no way we can assist Tang San? It is unlikely. He must rely on himself. The absorption of a soul ring cannot be aided by any external force, as that would only lead to adverse effects. Thus, we can only trust that Tang San possesses the fortitude to claim it as his own," Zhao Wujin replied. Shaking his head, Tang Ge stood nearby, observing Tang San's condition, and instantly comprehended that the latter was overwhelmed by the absorption of a soul ring that exceeded his maximum capacity. Moreover, the man-faced demon spider was inherently ferocious and domineering, surpassing other soul beasts of comparable rank. Thus, even though Tang San had cultivated the Xiantian skill, endowing him with a physique far superior to that of other soul masters, it was still an arduous task for him to assimilate the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. Were it anyone else, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the violent energy released by the soul ring from the outset, potentially leading to their demise. However, being well-versed in the original narrative, Tang Ge understood that this instance of soul ring absorption posed no real threat to Tang San. Even without any intervention, Tang San would undoubtedly persevere and reap immense benefits. Nevertheless, Tang Ge suddenly stepped forward, and under the curious gazes of everyone, smiled at Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, the soul skill of my first soul ring operates on both spiritual and physical levels. It should be beneficial for Tang San." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the eyes of all present sparkled with interest. Zhao Wujia, however, furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Tang Ge replied. "Moreover, if we simply wait here, what if little San is unable to return safely?" Tang Ge nodded, then posed a counter-question. Zhao Wujia fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. "In that case, give it a try. However, should anything go awry, cease immediately." With his consent secured, Tang Ge hesitated not at all, and with a swift motion,